Chapter 1, The 7 Treasures Robe. Host, Yi Chen. Magic Treasure, 7 Treasures Surplus * Unique. Merit, 100. Merit points can be obtained by killing demons, practicing divine kung fu, etc. Merit points can be used to exchange for secret treasures in the system mall. Prestige, 0. Prestige can be used to build up the sect. Reputation can be used to build the sect, purchase buildings in the mall, etc. Prestige will be gained when the host does any potentially expanding behaviors that increase reputation. An interface that only Yi Chen could see appeared on the retina. Looking at the extremely gorgeous 7 treasure surplus on his body, he did not return to his senses for a long time. Just a moment ago, Yi Chen traveled to this parallel world and became a graduating student of Hualong University. At the same time, he had also activated the system called Supreme Buddha. However, the newbie gift pack only opened one piece of clothing. It was this 7 treasure surplus. Looking through the original owner's memories, here Buddhism is in decline. What the hell is this asking me to become a monk? Yi Chen immediately had some egg pain. Just at this moment, a line of inscription appeared at the bottom of the interface. 7 treasures surplus, the dragon drapes a strand of it, and is saved from the plague of the rock silkworms, the crane hangs a thread of it, and obtains the marvel of transcendence into the saints. But where it sits, there are 10,000 gods in pilgrimage. Where it moves, there are 7 Buddhas with it, containing the secrets of the Buddha. It is an unearthly treasure. This was clearly an introduction to the 7 treasures surplus. So strong? Yi Chen hurriedly examined it carefully. He immediately realized that this 7 treasures surplus lingered with a faint golden light, and when his fingers touched it, he felt that his mind and soul were tranquil, and it was difficult to move anything. Good treasure. Yi Chen rejoiced inwardly. Right at this moment, he also realized that the lower right corner of the system interface, the number +2+2, continued to emerge. This is, when wearing the 7 treasure robe, one is blessed by the Supreme Buddha Dharma, and one's merit grows at all times. Hiss. Yi Chen sucked in a mouthful of cold air after hearing this. Wearing this 7 treasure surplus, it automatically grows 2 points of merit a second, more than 170,000 in a day. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining the avatar Buddha's light, white. A voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Yi Chen was stunned. It took a long time for him to realize that he was wearing the 7 treasure surplus, and that he had a chance of obtaining the Buddhist secret contained within it. Looks like I need to wear it all the time. Yi Chen decided inwardly that he would never take off the 7 treasure surplus if he didn't have to. It couldn't be helped. There were too many benefits. Jingle bells. Just at this moment, the cell phone on the table suddenly called. Yi Chen, there's an estimated thunderstorm this morning, and the school leaders have decided to bring the graduation ceremony forward. So hurry over. The call was from the class president, Lu Rui. After hanging up, Yi Chen only reacted. This graduation ceremony, what about the 7 treasures robe of his? To wear or not to wear? After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and directly wore it out the door. Merit points. Buddha's secret. Whoever doesn't wear it is a fool. Not just attract some strange eyes? We have thick skin. Yi Chen hasn't arrived yet? A long-legged beauty was standing on the podium looking around. This was none other than the class president who had called to inform Yi Chen earlier. Lu Rui. At this moment, the classroom was already full of students in bachelor's uniforms. Just as the crowd was preparing to leave for the playground, Yi Chen finally arrived, and seeing him appear in a robe, everyone all froze in place. Crap, Brother Chen, aren't you too awesome? Yi Chen, where's your bachelor's robe? Prestige +1 +3 +4 +6. Looking at the reputation that was constantly jumping on the system interface, Yi Chen were still half embarrassed. He even greeted towards the crowd with a smile on his face. Yi Chen, what are you doing today? A lowly beauty pulled in surprise and asked. The lowly's name was Tang Shui, and she usually liked to cos various anime characters that were hot on campus. It even had a large number of fans on the B station and Shake Yum. Didn't do anything. Yi Chen spread his hands and said, you're still not doing anything? You want to become a monk? Which sect are you joining? Which sect? Yi Chen laughed. The voodoo sect, I guess. Ding. Congratulations to the host, founding a sect, the Vermilion sect. Hearing the system beep, Yi Chen was stunned. This he casually said, and he created a sect? On the side, Tang Shui broke into laughter when she heard this. Really? Then can I go to your sect? I want the pink robe. Yi Chen. Alright, now everyone gather in the playground. At this time, class president Lu Rui greeted everyone and rushed downstairs. After arriving at the playground, they were just about to line up. The sky suddenly darkened, accompanied by a sharp clap of thunder. Heavy rain poured down. For a moment, everyone rushed to the school building to hide from the rain. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Buddhist secret transmission 5 elements mantra, white. While hiding from the rain, the system voice once again sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Sure enough, Not taking off the 7 treasure robe was the right decision. Yi Chen inwardly snickered. A line of system text, which only he could see, then appeared on his retina. 5 Elements Mantra. Those who master this mantra can reverse the 5 elements and recreate the universe. The 5 Elements spell encompasses everything, and can be subdivided into fire control, water control, and gold mastery. After reading the system's explanation, Yi Chen had a general understanding of the 5 Elements Mantra in his mind. However, due to the white quality, he could not go too deep, and could only achieve simple control of the 5 elements. Looking at the pouring rain in front of him, Yi Chen's mind flowed out of the rain control technique. However, there was no need for it, so he didn't use it. But just at this moment, a bolt of lightning violently broke through the dark sky. With the help of this light, the crowd saw that a woman was actually preparing to jump from the roof of the 3 teaching buildings across the street. "I'll go. Quickly look." All of them panicked at once. Class President Lu Rui's expression suddenly sank as she shouted towards a few of her classmates. "Huang Tao, you hurry up and call the defense team. Zhang Jie, you quickly call the guide. I'm calling the police now." Worthy of being a daughter of a famous family, this handling of the situation in a crisis made people smack their lips. Soon, not only the guide, even several big leaders of the school rushed out in the rain. Running with them, there was also a boy. Seeing him, the female guide hurriedly asked, "Xia Bin, isn't that Lu Dan? What the hell is wrong with you two? Why don't you hurry and tell her to come down?" The boy named Xia Bin panicked and pulled out his phone. "Lu Dan, is that you on the 3rd teaching building? Don't do anything stupid. Quickly come down. The guide and I are here." As soon as the phone was connected, Xia Bin cried out, anxiously shouting towards the roof of the opposite teaching building. "Bin, I told you, to break up with us? It would be better for me to jump to my death." The one on the roof of the teaching building was indeed Lu Dan. Her agonized hissing came from the phone. "Lu Dan, no breakup, we're not breaking up. I'll never say anything about breaking up again. Don't do anything stupid, okay? I really love you." Before the boy Xia Bin could finish his words, he was interrupted. "Bin, everything is too late. Broken mirrors can't be reversed. When you said those words yesterday, there is no possibility between us." Hearing these words, Xia Bin instantly broke down and shouted, "Then what exactly do you want me to do? Unless you make this heavy rain stop." Snap! The cell phone was slammed by the boys directly into the raging storm. Hearing this, he already knew that everything was impossible. After all, who could do anything to make the rainstorm stop? It wasn't like it was a god. Rumble! Another streak of lightning streaked across the sky. On the roof of the No. 3 teaching building, Lu Dan's thin body swayed in the torrential rain. She slowly moved towards the edge, slightly closing her eyes. Everyone held their breath. The vast majority of people could not bear to see this scene. Yi Chen was indifferent. Because of something like falling in love, it went so far as to jump off a building and seek death. He despised this kind of person the most. If it wasn't for the heavy rainstorm, there was nowhere to go. He wouldn't even bother to stand here and watch. Chapter 2, The Monk with the Crane. At this time, at the iron gate at the top of the No. 3 teaching building, an imposing-looking middle-aged man looked at the unlocked iron door and frowned slightly. Then he was seen stretching out his right hand. Buzz! The air vibrated, and a wisp of black smoke instantly drilled into the lock hole before spreading to the entire iron door. In the blink of an eye, the entire large iron door instantly melted into powder and blew away in the rain. The middle-aged man was no one else. It was none other than the principal of Hualong University, Ma Jiwei. In the eyes of a group of teachers and students at the school, this capable principal was retired from the army. But what no one knew clearly was, Ma Jiwei was once an outstanding ghost harnessing general. Due to a ghost-tide battle, he was injured by the Ghost King's Ghost Chi, and his strength retreated greatly, so he had to come back to join the ordinary people. And inside his body, that Ghost Chi had been lingering, causing him to suffer the pain of 1,000 cuts every late night. 18 years ago, Ghost Gas Recovery. After the great change of heaven and earth, a group of practitioners called Ghost Masters were born. This student, "Don't do such a stupid thing." Ma Jiwei rushed into the rain curtain and shouted at Lu Dan at the edge of the roof. Despite being injured by the Ghost King, but as a powerful ghost harnessing general, he was still able to use some special powers. However, he couldn't do it blatantly, because the matter of the Ghost Chi revival had been officially concealed and not made public. Soma planned to strike quietly, and seeing the principal appear, Lu Dan's figure paused, then smiled miserably. In her mind, all that came to mind was the happy times with Xiaobin. At the same time, Yi Chen, who was hiding from the rain downstairs, was suddenly stunned, only to hear the system sound in his mind suddenly ringing. Ding! Triggering temporary mission, showing the holy relics of Buddhism and rescuing Lu Dan. Mission reward, reputation plus 2,000. Disciple quota plus 1. Yi Chen frowned slightly. The system this can still trigger a mission? Saving Lu Dan? And a disciple? At this time, Xia Bin, who had calmed down, took the guide's cell phone and dialed Lu Dan's phone again. The phone is connected. Lu Dan's desolate voice was the first to come through. Bin, don't say it. Xia Bin directly shouted. What should I do? Can you come down? Bin, I said. Broken mirror is difficult to round. Unless you can make this heavy rain stop. This I'm not a ing fairy. How can I do it? Xia Bin hissed anxiously. Amitabha Buddha. Who says it can't be done? Dimly lit heaven and earth. In the midst of a raging storm, suddenly came a chant. The watery nature is uncertain. The flow is not constant. Amitabha Buddha. As the sutra was sung, the torrential rain that covered the sky instantly came to a sudden halt. Everyone looked in shock, only to see in the dim gale, a robe with a faint golden light, hunting with the wind. Looking at Yi Chen, who looked like a monk who had attained enlightenment and was like a Buddha himself, the crowd was astonished. The sound of thunder, rain, and wind, all turned into that last sentence Amitabha Buddha. Immediately afterward, the thunder dissipated, the torrential rain stopped, the gusty winds ceased. Everyone who saw the scene was shocked, and Ma Jiwei, who was on the roof of the No. 3 teaching building, also froze instantly. The rain stopped. The intuition from years of fighting reminded him that this was extremely abnormal. However, he quickly reacted and rushed up to pull back Lu Dan, who was also dumbfounded. And just because of this hurried glance, Ma Jiwei noticed the opposite downstairs, that flash of golden light, and seeing Lu Dan was saved. Xia Bin and the school teachers, cannot care about other, have run towards the No. 3 teaching building. Reputation plus 10 plus 100 plus 200. Brother Chen, are you really a high priest? Crap, do you know how handsome you were just now? Tang Shui snapped back to her senses and shouted as she tugged at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head without saying anything. Yi Chen, you. Class President Lu Ruyue also sounded out in surprise. Could you really know spells? Without waiting for Yi Chen to respond, the other students were already roaring. Class President, aren't you talking nonsense? You guys look. This robe of Brother Chen. Under the sunlight, the golden light shines. It's really awesome. Brother Chen, you're so handsome. Brother Chen, I want to worship you as my master. Lu Ruyue's eyes, which were like autumn water, stared at Yi Chen without blinking. Being looked at by her like this, Yi Chen felt uncomfortable. Who? Without waiting for Yi Chen to say anything, Lu Rui exhaled a long breath, seemed to have figured something out, and opened her mouth. Just now, fortunately, the rain stopped. And it's probably because the heavens don't want to see a young girl in her flowery season die just like that. There are too many coincidences in this world. Yi Chen, don't you think so? Lu Rui naturally didn't dare to believe that the pouring rain was really stopped by Yi Chen. If it was really so, then these 20 years of 3 views would all be ruined. Yi Chen smiled faintly at his words and did not reply. It didn't take long. Everyone's rowdy excitement gradually died down. In everyone's mind, the remarks just made were naturally a joke. No one would believe that Yi Chen really had divine abilities. Everyone was just like Lu Rui, thinking that it was just a coincidence. However, Brother Chen is indeed handsome. At this time inside the No. 3 teaching building, after watching a specialized teacher go to enlighten and comfort Lu Dan, Principal Ma Jiwei pulled the female instructor aside and asked, I just saw a man in a robe on the roof. Who is that? He had wanted to sneak out, but he didn't expect to suddenly be robbed, and it was most likely a student from his own school. How could this not make Ma Jiwei curious and shocked? Sniffing, the female guide thought that the principal was going to scold Yi Chen for having the wrong clothes, so she hurriedly said, I'll let Yi Chen put on his bachelor's uniform. He's a young man. It's normal for him to have this kind of deviation once in a while. Principal Yu. Ma waved his hand. I'm not talking about this. I want to ask what he was doing before. The female guide recalled. It seems like he shouted 2 sentences of Amitabha Buddha, saying to stop the rain or something. I would be anxious about Lu Dan then. I didn't pay too much attention to listen. Hearing this, Ma Jiwei pondered. Well, there's no hurry about the clothes. Just let him wear that robe. With that, he turned around and walked away. Vaguely, a murmur could be heard. Isn't it? Hearing the words, the female guide was instantly stunned in place. The rainstorm stopped abruptly, and the graduation ceremony was held as scheduled. The playground was filled with students graduating from their senior year. However, compared to an ordinary graduation ceremony, something not quite the same was. The vast majority of people's gazes were focused on one person. Crap, is our Hualong University so open now? Why can he not wear his bachelor's uniform? Mud horse, there are still people wearing robes to graduate these days? Our school has added a Buddhism major? Ever since Yi Chen stood amongst the students, all sorts of comments were heard endlessly. Even the school leaders on the high platform looked over with vibrating gazes. There was no way. In the great crowd of bachelor's suits, suddenly a surplus appeared. This is really some eye-catching. And in the face of a tidal wave of dissimilarity, Yi Chen was like an old monk sitting still, not moving, even a little cool. Prestige +5 +9 +7. System, check the attribute interface. Host, Yi Chen. Avatar, Buddha's light, white. 5 elements mantra, white. Magic treasure, 7 treasure surplus * unique. Merit, 14,122. Reputation, 10,010. Sect, Voodoo sect. Disciple, 0 to 1. Finally some funds. Thinking of this, Yi Chen hurriedly opened the system mall, intending to buy something. But this look, his entire being was dumbfounded. I'll go. A white demon bucking staff that costs 10,000 merit points? And this single cultivation room, it actually costs 2 million prestige? System, why don't you go rob it? Looking at the ridiculously expensive things in the mall, Yi Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. Yi Chen, where did you get these clothes from? Why don't you change your bachelor's uniform? Right at this moment, the female guide Wang Jing came over and asked with a frown. Yi Chen came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Instructor, the 7 treasure robe of mine is an ancestral treasure. If today wasn't the big day of the graduation ceremony, I wouldn't have bothered to wear it. Looking at his serious nonsense, the surrounding students immediately bent over in laughter. Wang Jing couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw this. For years in college, I've never heard that your family is still an ancestral monk. This remark came out. The students laughed even more exaggeratedly. I've heard that monks are all monks with no wives or children. There are still ancestral monks in this monk thing? Ha ha ha. Looking at his classmates who were pumped up with laughter, Yi Chen helplessly spread his hands. Seeing him like this, Wang Jing was also too lazy to say anything. The main thing was, Yi Chen wearing a robe. That was agreed by the principal. The principal had agreed. What else could be done? Chapter 3, Purple Magic Scepter. Class of 19 graduation ceremony now officially begins. First, please give a warm welcome to our student representatives. With the host's voice, the graduation ceremony began to proceed. One by one, they went up to the stage, and their official words made people doze off. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Buddha's light, white, has been upgraded to Buddha's light, green. As he was drifting off to sleep, he suddenly heard the system beep. Yi Chen's entire body was instantly energized. In this short amount of time, Buddha's light had been upgraded? He hurriedly went to look through the system log. Only then did he realize. It turned out to be that the 7 treasure surplus also had an automatic cultivation function. As long as it was worn, no matter if it was sleeping or eating, it would all enhance the divine abilities that had been obtained at all times. Worthy of being the one and only. Good stuff. What a treasure. But didn't wait long for Yi Chen to rejoice. It was already his turn to go up to the stage to receive his graduation certificate. The one who presented the certificate was none other than Principal Ma Jiwei. Yi Chen looked up. He was immediately stunned, because in his eyes, the originally majestic and robust principal was actually covered in a faint black mist. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. Then he immediately woke up to the fact that this principal was infested with ghosts. Sacred monk Yi, don't be silly, quickly go. Just then, a student behind him urged. Due to Yi Chen's maverick behavior, he had already been nicknamed Holy Monk by the crowd. Principal Ma Jiwei soon walked over with the certificate. Yi Chen extended his hand. The two hands touched. At the moment of shaking hands, Ma Jiwei's face suddenly changed. The black mist that had infested his body for many years was like a black mist that possessed his bones. The moment Yi Chen shook hands with him, as if it had met a natural enemy, it swished and fled to his back. Even Ma Jiwei was vaguely able to sense that the black mist transformed by the ghost Chi had a great fear of Yi Chen. Ma Jiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the surplice-clad student in front of him. It was clear that he had sensed that Yi Chen did not have any ghostly aura on his body. He had thought that the rain stopping was really a coincidence, and that Yi Chen was just a student with a personality. But now, Ma Jiwei once again overturned his thoughts. Could Yi Chen really be the monk in the mythical Shiki? No, it couldn't be. That was just a novel. How could reality possibly exist? The only superpower that exists now is a ghost master. Other than that, there is absolutely no second one. But now the situation. Ma Jiwei woke up with a jolt. Could it be that Yi Chen was a top-tier ghost-harnessing celestial master who had surpassed himself by too much? That's why he himself couldn't sense the ghost aura on his body? Thinking of this, Ma Jiwei couldn't help but ask in a low voice. That rainstorm, did you stop it? Coincidentally, Yi Chen didn't dare to admit it in the face of the ghost chi-haunted principal. Who knows what this is all about? Ma Jiwei froze. A long time. Only then did he hand over the graduation certificate in a daze. Looking at the disoriented principal, Yi Chen took the certificate and hurriedly walked off the stage. It wasn't until he blended into the crowd. Only then did Ma Jiwei come back to his senses. But Yi Chen was long gone. After getting the graduation certificate, it was time to go take the graduation photos. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has accumulated 50,000 merit points and achieved the achievement newbie. Ding! Congratulations to the host for lighting up his first achievement, rewarding him with 400,000 merit points. 400,000 merit points? Yi Chen, who had just finished taking pictures, was dumbfounded. This system also had this function of achievements, and it directly rewarded 400,000 merit points at once, but it's possible to exchange for a better demon-subduing staff. Thinking that he would soon be able to have an enemy-killing magic weapon, Yi Chen had the feeling that he couldn't wait to return to his rental house. Saint Monk Yi, this graduation, do you want to go out together and have fun? Sing a song or something? After taking pictures, Tang Shui came forward and invited. No, I still have things to do, so I'll go back first. But at this moment, Yi Chen, where did he have any mind to play? He only wanted to rush back to exchange magic treasures, so he directly refused. Ha! Looking at Yi Chen, who directly ran away, Tang Shui froze in place with some loss. Inside the dilapidated and narrow rental house, Yi Chen, who was clad in the 7 treasure robe, was sitting cross-legged. After upgrading the Buddha's light to green, he was now able to dispel the grain for 3 months. In other words, Yi Chen could do without eating for 3 months without any problem. This feeling, it made him secretly happy inside. It said that people eat for days, and now, I've already appeared to have a transcendent image. Thinking of this, Yi Chen then called out his attribute interface. Host, Yi Chen, merit, 451,918. Reputation, 210,546. Reputation is actually more than 200,000 as well? Yi Chen was a little surprised. It seemed that he had indeed shocked a lot of people by wearing the 7 treasure robe to the graduation ceremony. But this disciple quota, through the system's prompts, Yi Chen realized that taking in disciples actually required someone to believe in him. And when such a person appeared, he could see that there would be a golden light flashing on the other person's head, hovering behind the head, also called wisdom light. That is to say, it seems that this disciple, it's not just a matter of finding a random person. After Yi Chen lamented a bit, he directly opened the system mall. Then he found the relatively cheap and most cost-effective demon-subduing staff. Demon Bucking Staff, White 10,000 merit. Demon Bucking Staff, Green 50,000 merit. Demon Bucking Staff, Blue 100,000 merits. Demon Surrender Staff, Purple 500,000 merits. Demon Bucking Staff, Orange 1,000,000 Kung Fu. Orange Demon Bucking Staff. It costs 1 million merit points? Yi Chen looked greedy, but he only had 400,000 or so in his hand. Even if he wanted to buy the purple Demon Bucking Staff, he was still a few tens of thousands of points short. After thinking about it, he could only wait a little longer. The 7 treasure surplus was always helping him to grow his merit points, so it was estimated that he would be able to save up 500,000 by the evening. Patiently wait until 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Yi Chen, who was staring at the merit points at all times, saw that the moment he reached 500,000, he directly clicked on exchange with his mind. Buzz. Instantly, the entire room's emptiness began to vibrate. Then a 3-foot-long bronze-colored demon-subduing staff appeared out of thin air. The entire demon-subduing staff was surrounded by a faint golden light. As soon as it appeared, it was as if it weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, carrying a great intimidation. Yi Chen slightly raised his hand. The demon bucking scepter floating in the void flew into his hand as if it was nothing. Produced by the system, it automatically recognized its owner. Good treasure. Carefully surveying the demon-subduing staff, Yi Chen could not help but marvel out. In his senses, within this demon bucking staff, it actually contained an incomparably majestic purple dragon within, subduing the devil and removing the demons, and returning the Qiankuan Lang Lang. Yi Chen gently waved it. Boom! The powerful oppressive force immediately squeezed the air and lifted off quite a lot of furniture in the room. Let's call you the purple dragon staff from now on. Yi Chen was extremely satisfied with this demon bending staff. Just the purple color quality alone is so powerful. Then what would it be like if it was orange, and the gold color after that? Thinking about this, Yi Chen became even more determined to earn a large amount of merit points. The system prompted earlier. Merit points could be obtained by cutting down demons and removing devils, previously at the graduation ceremony, but the ghostly aura on the principal was seen. This meant that there were evil spirits and ghosts in this place. One now had the demon surrender staff. It's just the right time to look for these things in practice, and earn merit points at the same time. Chapter 4, First Encounter with a Ghost Harnesser. Dad. Inside a large European-style villa in Jiangcheng, Ru Lu arrived home dragging her luggage, but as soon as she entered, she was stunned, because in the hall on the first floor, her father, Lu Guoqiang, was talking to an unfamiliar middle-aged man. What made Lu Rui freeze was, that middle-aged man was actually wearing a robe as well, and had a shaved head. By the looks of it, it was an authentic monk, only in comparison to Yi Chen's. This monk's robe was a bit shabby, and seeing his daughter return, Lu Guoqiang hurriedly greeted, "Nuan Nuan, quickly come over. I'll introduce you to the venerable master. I'll carry the luggage up first." Lu Rui hurriedly ran upstairs with the suitcase. A small child doesn't know any better. "Please don't mind Venerable Boundary Sky." Lu Guoqiang helplessly apologized towards the middle-aged monk. "It's fine. It's a wonderful thing that Scholar Lu has such $1,000. The middle-aged monk known as Venerable Master Boundary Sky said with a smile. Lu Guoqiang nodded his head with a compensatory smile. "Venerable Master Jiekong, in fact, inviting you here is not only for the matter of the Fuxing Mansion in Jiangbei District. The Fuxing Mansion in Jiangbei District was the latest big real estate project of the Lu Group, but recently, something weird had suddenly happened. There were even a few lives. With this, it immediately stuck the progress of the project. For this reason, Lu Guoqiang can only spend a lot of money to invite high people to help. The matter of the mansion, although I'll leave it to the poor monk. I wonder what other things do you need help with, Mr. Lu?" Venerable Master Jiekong smiled slightly. "I am trying to ask for a protective amulet for my daughter. After all, I have only one child like her." Lu Guoqiang was full of sincerity. The poor monk understands the heart of the monk Lu. "It's just that this amulet is extremely difficult to make. Venerable Master, don't worry. Mr. Lu absolutely will not be less merit money. 1 million apiece." "How?" Lu Guoqiang said in a hurry. At this time, Lu Rui put down her luggage and walked down. Hearing the second half of the sentence, she couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what's 1 million? Nui, you quickly come to pay your respects to Venerable Master Boundary Sky." Seeing his daughter appear, Lu Guoqiang hurriedly pulled over. Seeing this, Lu Rui could only reluctantly come before the middle-aged monk. "Venerable Master, this robe of yours looks very ordinary." Growing up under the red flag, she naturally didn't believe in any talk of cow ghosts, snakes and gods. Seeing that her father was going to be cheated, she immediately had the intention to reveal the monk's true colors. Scholar, Buddha does not know external objects. Although the robe is tattered, it is still a supreme Dharma weapon. Venerable Master Jiekong folded his hands. He acted as if he was a high-ranking person. Then, "I wonder if the Venerable Master has heard of the 7 treasure surplus." Lu Rui thought of Yi Chen and could not help but ask with a faint smile. 7 treasure surplus? Venerable Boundary Sky was stunned. Where had he heard of any 7 treasure surplus? The K-Pok surplus. Poor monk has heard of it. The 7 treasure surplus is only a swindler's claim. What does the Venerable Master mean? This is a swindle? Lu Rui continued. That's natural. Venerable Master Jiekong tilted his head and said confidently, "In terms of the authenticity of the Buddhist sect, the poor monk still has a few points of confidence. In fact, this Venerable Master Jiekong, where did he know anything about the Buddhist sect or not? When he was young, he fell into a Buddhist temple that was buried deep in the ground, and after obtaining some Buddhist texts, he had the idea of posing as a Buddhist master. I did not expect, according to those books. Indeed, I was right about some things. The result was out of control. All of a sudden, Venerable Boundary Sky's great name spread. Nui, what are you doing? How can you be unreasonable to the Venerable Master?" Lu Guoqiang hurriedly pulled his daughter to reprimand her. However, Lu Rui still spoke up. "That's not right. I have a classmate who is also a monk in robes. He can command heaven and earth in an instant to stop the torrential rain. Venerable Boundary Sky, can you do that?" Venerable Boundary Sky was directly stunned when he heard this. How could someone else be able to command the heavens and earth when reading a mythological novel? Moreover, he had been traveling for more than 10 years, and he had never seen a single real monk. It was not easy to meet one who knew about Buddha. The result is a good guy, not as good as himself. That's why, all this time, Jiekong has always regarded himself as an authentic Buddhist. After all, after traveling around for so many years, there really wasn't anyone who knew more about Buddhism than him. After a brief moment of daze, Venerable Jiekong quickly reacted and hurriedly said, "The world is very different. 1,000 people, 1,000 faces, 1,000 forces. Fellow monks are good at traveling clouds and rain. Poor monks are good at driving away ghosts and taking demons." He didn't refute it either, much less question it. This was also the cleverness of Boundary Sky. On the side, Lu Guoqiang was surprised. Nui, there are still such high achievers among your classmates? Scholar Lu, if your Qianjin doesn't believe in poor monk, it would be better not to make this amulet, and if you don't believe in it, it won't be able to fulfill its function at all. At this moment, Venerable Master Jiekong aptly came with a move to retreat as to advance. Sure enough, Lu Guoqiang fell into the trap, only to see him hastily say, Venerable Master, this is all because of my daughter's ignorance. Please help. Seeing this, Lu Rui immediately snorted with disdain, then directly turned around and went upstairs. Is the night? I heard that the nearby Fuxing mansion is haunted, so it's just right to try out the power of the purple dragon staff tonight. In the darkness, Yi Chen, who was wearing the 7 treasure robe, held the demon-subduing staff in his hand and walked towards a huge building not far away. At the same time, inside a luxurious caravan on the next street, Venerable Boundary Sky made a bow towards Lu Guoqiang inside the car, and then walked towards the building, although it was night. But for Jiangcheng, which had the title of a city that never sleeps, all kinds of neon lights were flashing and bustling. However, here in the Fuxing mansion, but it was awfully silent. Even the light of the outside world cannot shine inside. Standing outside and looking at it, it was pitch black. This stark contrast, as if the Fuxing mansion was not in this world at all. Walking closer, I realized that there was a boundlessine phoenix whistling inside the building. Venerable Boundary Sky held a 9-ring tin staff and stood at the entrance of the mansion. Seeing this obviously problematic Fuxing mansion, he, an old swindler in the Jianghu, could not help but be stunned. Walking in the Jianghu for more than 10 years, not to mention ghosts, even the elves and monsters have not seen a single one. Generally go to deal with are blackmail, coincidence and misunderstanding. Like today's battle, the world-empty Venerable Master is the first time to encounter. Feeling this piercingly gloomy wind, he was instantly a bit weak. Suddenly, meow, a cat's cry came from nowhere, almost not scaring his soul away. Where did the beast come from? Scram, clatter. Boundary Sky shook the tin staff in his hand, and there was a crisp ringing sound. At this time, Yi Chen also arrived in front of the mansion. Raising his head, he fixed his eyes on the entire building. His face instantly changed. What a dense ghostly aura. In Yi Chen's eyes, the entire Fuxing mansion was wrapped in gusts of black smoke. These black smokes stretched all the way to the topmost floor. Then it continuously intersected and coalesced there, as if it was brewing something. Buzz. The purple dragon staff seemed to have sensed the evil spirit as well, emitting a slight tremor. Go! Yi Chen was about to take a step in. Then he saw the frothing Boundary Sky on the side. Seeing the other party's large bald head, and the appearance of a robe, Yi Chen was instantly stunned. There was a real monk here? But what made him puzzled was, the body of this middle-aged monk in front of him didn't have half the aura of a cultivator. It was completely incomparable to the principal Ma Jiwei that he had seen at the school during the day. It seems to be a fake monk. Realizing the identity of the other party in his mind, Yi Chen lost interest and walked straight towards the interior of the building. And at this moment, the boundary heir also came back to his senses. And then he saw Yi Chen. Instantly, he was dumbfounded. Under the light neon glow, Yi Chen's entire person was emitting a kind of halo, especially the surplice on his body that was extraordinary at first glance. Boundary Sky asked himself if he hadn't misread it. That surplice was actually emitting a faint golden light, especially in this dark night. It was extremely obvious. And Boundary Sky's gaze finally landed on that demon-subduing scepter. Boom! I don't know if it was because of the many years of studying the Buddhist scriptures. The sound of a dragon's roar resounded violently in his mind. This scene, Boundary Sky looked completely dumbfounded. It wasn't until Yi Chen was about to go in. It was only then that he snapped back to his senses and hurriedly shouted, "Fellow cultivator, are you removing demons? I'm taking a walk." The other party was an ordinary person, so Yi Chen naturally responded like this. Dispersing. A walk? Boundary Sky was once again dumbfounded, but he didn't wait for him to continue speaking. Inside the deep, dark building, there was suddenly a burst of footsteps, then 2 tall and thin men violently rushed out. The moment the two appeared, the purple dragon staff in Yi Chen's hand then emitted a violent tremor. In Yi Chen's field of vision, the 2 young men in front of him were both wrapped in thick black smoke, and this black smoke, surprisingly, was gushing out from the 2 men's bodies. This scene, it was somewhat similar to Principal Ma Jiwei's situation. Someone's really here? Not bad, and it's still an extremely rare monk. I heard from Team Zhang that there's a monk Jiekon who recently came to Jiangcheng. I heard that he's very famous. Could it be him? It should be, but this seems to be 2 monks? Who's the other one? Who cares who he is? No matter what, can he compare to us ghost masters? The 2 men asked and answered, slowly coming towards Yi Chen and Boundary Sky. Who are you guys? What do you want? When Boundary Sky saw this battle, he immediately tightened the tin staff in his hand. Don't be nervous, we heard that you guys are coming. We're making room for you. Right. The ghosts in this building are left for you guys to destroy. Ha ha ha. When you guys die, we'll come to collect the corpses and scavenge some things along the way. Not bad. The 2 men looked at Yi Chen and Boundary Sky. It was already like seeing 2 dead corpses. Right, kid, you're so young, it's a strange pity to die. Oh, yeah. The 2 men's teasing gazes focused on Yi Chen. How about you hand over these clothes of yours, and this stick now? We won't send you in. How about it? Ha ha! I advise you to be sensible. Young man, a loss is a blessing. Unexpectedly, these two ghost masters had their eyes on Yi Chen's 7 treasure robe and purple dragon staff. Oh, Yi Chen suddenly grinned. You guys want to kill for treasure? That's just right. I also want to try the power of the purple dragon staff in my hand. Purple dragon, out. Chapter 5, The Xuanwu Divine Strategy. A divine dragon that shimmered with purple fluorescence tilted its head and roared. The roar of the dragon was like a thunderous roar, causing Master Boundary Sky, who was on the side, to open his mouth wide. As he watched, a purple divine dragon flew out from the purple dragon staff in Yi Chen's hand. Could it be a divine miracle? Yi Chen ignored the shock of Boundary Sky, the fake monk. His eyes aimed at the two ghost harnessers. Yi Chen's tone was cold, like he was looking at two dead people. Killing people to seize treasure? Humph. Just by you guys? Daring to rob my head. You really don't know how to die. The divine dragon circled in midair and suddenly charged forward. The two ghost harnessers were so scared that their legs went weak. One of them had long since fallen to the ground, his legs shaking non-stop. The other one was no better, falling to his knees with a thud, kowtowing towards Yi Chen and begging for forgiveness. Big brother. No, master. I was wrong. Spare my dog's life. I'll work for you as a cow or a horse. You'll be my master from now on. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and at this moment, the divine dragon suddenly lunged out towards the front. The man, who was too frightened to speak, was instantly penetrated through his body by the purple divine dragon. In the next moment, all of the ghostly chi in that person's body was dispersed by the divine dragon. The man's eyes widened as he looked at his body in horror. Power? My power? Why can't I feel power right now? Why have I become an ordinary person? No, I don't want to be an ordinary person. I don't want to go back to those days. Yi Chen stroked his chin, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. I see. The black chi in these two people's bodies was exactly the same as the black chi in Principal Ma's body. It was only that compared to Principal Ma, the amount was somewhat small and too soft. If one were to say that the ghost chi in Principal Ma's body was like the poisonous smoke emitted from the chimney of a heavy factory, then the ghost chi in the bodies of these two ghost masters could only be considered as a mouthful of smoke exhaled from the mouth of an old smoker. When the ghost energy in the body of the ghost masters was dispersed by the Buddha's light, the ghost masters lost their ghost energy. The ghost master lost his mysterious and weird power and became an ordinary person. When the divine dragon was about to pounce on the other person, Yi Chen snapped his fingers, and the purple divine dragon instantly dissipated in smoke. At the corner of Yi Chen's mouth, there was a smile, and he stepped in front of that ghost harnesser. I can let you off once. However, if I find out that you have betrayed me. Before Yi Chen could finish his words, he heard the ghost harnesser who had begged for forgiveness earlier, plopping down and kowtowing on the ground. Don't worry, master. In the future, I will be the most loyal dog by your side. Yi Chen nodded, his gaze leaving that ghost harnesser. This was a smart man who knew very well how to observe words and colors, especially when he had extinguished another person's cultivation ability by raising his hand. He had long ago scared his guts out of him. What is your name? Master, my name is Su Long. They all call me Brother Long. You can just call me Little Su. If you're happy, you can also call me Little Dragon. That's my nickname. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. People like this would come in handy sooner or later. What's more, even a piece of toilet paper had its uses. Not to mention a ghost harnesser. Yi Chen's gaze swept towards the skyscraper, and the eerie ghostly aura grew thicker and thicker. The ears heard the formation whispering in the building, interspersed with a crying voice, and the children's playful voices ringing out at the same time. Countless strange sounds, fused together at the same time. Indescribably bizarre. This shouldn't be the first time you guys have done this, right? Yi Chen's gaze looked towards him. The undeniable tone made Su Long's heart thump. He carefully raised his head to look at Yi Chen, who was shrouded in golden splendor, and felt more and more that the person standing in front of him was akin to a true Buddha, making him want to pay homage to him. Yi Chen didn't know what he was thinking. He just heard the system's beeps in his head constantly ringing out. Reputation +5. Reputation +7. Reputation +10. Only to see Su Long carefully pull out a black pocket from his arms, followed by a brain dumping all the contents of the pocket onto the ground. Grandmaster, when I saw you today, I realized that I had lived in vain before. In order to show my sincerity, I still hope that you can accept these things. Yi Chen's gaze swept through them and found that they were all broken things. Bagua mirrors, and kitchen knives shrouded in ghostly chi, taiji swords and whatnot. Yi Chen smiled faintly. When he was about to ask him to put it away, his gaze was suddenly attracted to one of the round turtle shells. That turtle shell was black through and through, and was only the size of a palm, but on the back of the turtle, there were some ancient words carved that he couldn't understand. Yi Chen just glanced at the ancient words on the turtle shell. In an instant, it gave him a distant, mysterious and ineffable feeling. He squatted down and took the turtle shell in his hands, and a coldness came into his hands. The system's beep sounded in his head once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for discovering the ancient divine mechanic sex leftover supreme treasure, Zuanwo? Reputation value added 500. Trigger side quest, decipher the secrets of the ancient divine mechanic sect. Mission reward, 10,000 more reputation value, 5 more disciple quota. Yi Chen's surface was unperturbed, but inwardly, his heart was already in turmoil. This mission's reputation reward actually had 10,000 points, and the disciple quota plus 5. Looking at this turtle shell in his hand, the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Only the excitement in his heart disappeared once again after he turned the turtle shell over and examined it. The system didn't give any hints about this quest. It looked like this quest was more like a puzzle-solving type of quest, and it was feared that it couldn't be reached in a moment. Night Knight had shaken his head and casually slipped the turtle shell into his bosom. He looked at Su Long's black pocket from earlier. In his heart, he thought that when he returned from the building this time, he would have to replace it with a decent storage space from the system anyways. Alright, you go. Today I would like to see what demons and devils are hiding in the building. Su Long nodded, eyeing Yi Chen. He always felt that the back that was wrapped in the 7 treasure robe was becoming more and more magnificent and bright. In his heart, he could not help but admire it again. Yi Chen, who walked into the building, only heard the beeps of the system mentioned continuously in his head. Reputation value plus 5, plus 7. Master Boundary Air had long been shaken to the core. OMG, this is meeting a high-level person today. No, I have to go and worship him. The Buddha's light on his body. I haven't had this kind of attainment even after decades of reciting sutras. This is a high person. Follow him. Even if I can't become his disciple, I might be able to reap some benefits in the future. With this thought in his heart, Grandmaster Boundary Sky lifted his foot towards Yi Chen and chased after him. Yi Chen, who was walking in the dark hallways in the distance, had the constant beeps from the system ringing in his head again. Reputation value plus 5, plus 7. Yi Chen scratched his head, not knowing what was happening outside. However, the dark and gloomy hallway made him frown. What a strong yin chi. Chapter 6, Little Brother, come and play. Just at this time, the sound of stout panting came from behind him. Grandmaster Boundary Sky ran up 3 steps at a time and stood behind Yi Chen, panting heavily. Grandmaster, wait for me ah. Yi Chen frowned slightly and looked back. Master Boundary Sky was shyly smiling with a flattering face. Grandmaster, do you still lack a disciple? Yi Chen shook his head. No. Boundary Sky smiled with emotion. Then, do you still lack followers? Don't look at me as a monk. I don't have a lot of strength in my hands. Yi Chen skimmed his mouth. You are quite deep into the drama. It's dangerous here, so hurry up and leave. Be careful of losing your life here. Boundary Sky looked at him unwillingly. Master, give a chance. As long as I'm allowed to follow you, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. I don't like liars. After saying that, he walked into the deep, dark hallway without looking back. The distant Boundary Sky, the smile on his face disappeared. Humph, isn't it just glowing? What's there to be sorry for? Look down on who? He rolled his eyes and secretly cat outside the building. The calculations in his heart were loud and clear. It's dangerous inside. I'll stay outside, okay? When you leave, it's okay for me to pick up some trash. Yi Dust, who was far away, didn't yet know what was in the mind of Boundary Sky. It was only the system tone coming from his head that made him frown. Reputation minus 10. Minus 10. The 100 points of reputation that had risen earlier had all fallen off in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen rubbed his chin. No way. This still comes with a return function. Walking straight into the ghost building, the long hallway was eerie and dark. The windows were pitch black, and the entire building, at this moment, had long been wrapped in a dense ghostly atmosphere. Obviously in the same world, the building was isolated by the ghost chi, forming a small world of its own. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth rose into a smile. Such a strong ghost chi. I'll be rich this time. There was no telling how many unjust souls and severe ghosts were hidden in this building. If I expelled them all, the merit points I could obtain then might be able to exchange for another purple dragon staff. Oh, a sharp, whistling gust of gloomy wind whipped by. Yi Chen had only just lifted his foot when he felt a coldness behind him. In an instant, a shadowy aura hovered in the darkness behind him. Had, another ghost master who doesn't know how to die. No, how come you don't have a ghostly aura on you? A hoarse voice came into his ears. The voice was like a broken gong. Unpleasant to hear. Yi Chen slowly turned around. He only saw a black hemp rope that was only as thick as his thumb. It was just suspended in the air. It was only half a hand's distance away from his neck. The other end of the rope was hidden in the boundless darkness. Yi Chen gently smiled. Want to lock my throat, right? No way. The broken gong-like voice in the darkness sounded once again. He. Little brother. What are you talking about? Is Big Brother like that? Take a closer look. Don't go out of your way. This is the good stuff that Big Brother has prepared for you. As the voice fell, the originally black twine turned into a pile of large red bills in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen shook his head, and the 7 treasure robe on his body swung outward with golden Buddhist light. Ba Buddha. Muttering a low Buddhist chant, the banknotes turned back into ropes. The man in the darkness let out an eep. How come it doesn't work? Could it be that the illusion has failed? No way. Oh, don't like it, huh? Come, little brother. Look again. What is this? The black hemp rope. As that broken gong-like voice fell, blinked, and turned into a red belly band, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows in disgust. Looking down on who? Can Master Buddha be that kind of person? For a belly pocket, I fell for your trick. Not that I'm talking about you. Being a ghost is also a stupid dead ghost. You want to change, at least also sighed a beautiful woman out. In the darkness, the man slowly nodded his head. You're right. Yi Chen let out a light laugh. It's a pity that you don't have this chance. He grabbed the purple dragon staff. The man in the darkness grunted. Deceiving ghosts, how dare you trick me? Let's show you the ghost master's methods. All of a sudden, a gloomy wind swirled in the hallway, and the temperature dropped in an instant. A cloud of black smoke flew around him. Yi Chen clasped his hands in front of his chest and was close to grabbing a handful of melons out of his pocket. A cloudy wind violently attacked from behind. With a flash of Buddha's light on the 7 treasure surplus, a mournful wail could be heard resounding in the hallway. The system tone in his head sounded at the same time. Merit points plus 1,000. He slowly turned around, only to see a puff of white smoke dissipate in front of him. There was a black hemp rope lying powerlessly on the ground, and the hanged ghost had long since been dispersed. Yi Chen shook his head. Ba Buddha. This is what happens when you don't speak of martial virtues. The 7 treasure robe, is it not something that you, a tiny ingrate, can touch? That's good. You yourself fell down before I even made a move. But killing an injustice ghost, the merit point reward is not bad. Yi Chen stroked his chin and swept his gaze around the entire building. It was a pity that there was only that one grievous ghost in the entire first floor. With a secret pity in his heart, he could only lift his feet towards the second floor. Previously when he was outside, he had already seen that this ghost building, that was a swarm of ghosts hovering around. Every floor had ghosts entrenched on it. Only just stepped onto the second floor, he smelled a very strange fragrance coming from the air. It smelled like a woman's perfume. The strange thing is, in this scent, there seems to be a vision that has not been catalyzed by the male blood. Although it was very light, it was still captured by Yi Chen. Snapping. A bright footsteps came from the hallway. Listening carefully, it sounded like the movement of high heels on a concrete floor. Could there be a female ghost here? While thinking like this, it was then that the originally pitch-black environment of the second floor's hallway was instantly surrounded by somewhat provocative dark red lights. There were a total of 12 rooms on the second floor, and only one of them had its door open. The room emitted a dim red light outwards. Obviously the light in the hallway was all transmitted from this room. In Yi Chen's gaze, a woman with a tall figure and revealing clothes smiled charmingly at him. There was a poem that said, "From a distance, the forest becomes a peak. The height and size are different." The woman was wearing a black halter jumpsuit on top. The light and thin material, the skin underneath, was hidden and revealed. Together with a pair of black stockings, it could barely squeeze to the inner thighs. The exquisite carvings on the stockings covered the thighs all the way to the ankles. Under her feet stepped a pair of shiny black high heels, setting off those long legs, more and more seductive. The bright red lips were slightly open. "Little brother, come and play." Chapter 7, A Ghost Capable of Devouring Ghosts. That soulful wooing sound was tingly and numb, and Yi Chen licked the harumps from the corners of his mouth. It's so beautiful. Even though it's a female ghost, it doesn't seem to be impossible. The woman hooked her white fingers towards him, her soft tongue licking the corners of her mouth gently. "Come on, come here." Yi Chen would smile. "This is what you asked me to come over. Don't regret it later." The woman laughed softly. "To be able to have a fling with such a handsome little brother like you, I won't regret it even if I die." The woman reached out and stroked her fragrant shoulder, lifting her foot and stepping into the room with the door open. Yi Chen inhaled and a bright light flashed in his eyes. "This is what you said, yo." He excitedly rushed up with quick steps, only just stepping into the room. The door behind him slammed shut with a strange wind. The woman was lying on the bed in a marvelous figure that looked artistic. Come over here." Yi Chen hemmed and hawed and softly chanted a Buddhist chant under his breath. Ba Buddha. Subduing the demons and removing the devils, returning the dry heavens to a clear sky. A dragon roar sounded. A purple divine dragon suddenly flew out. A powerful air wave blew the curtains around it. A trace of trepidation appeared in the eyes of the bedazzled woman. "Little brother, quickly put away the divine power. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Demon, where are you running to? The divine dragon flew forward, a puff of white smoke rose up, and the beautiful female demon, in an instant, perished. In Yi Chen's head, the system's beep also sounded. Ding, merit points plus 3,000. Ding, obtained the title of Pulling Hands to Promote Flowers. Title reward, immunity to 10% of damage from ghosts of the opposite sex. Reputation minus 5,000. Merit points plus 5,000. A row of black lines rose from Yi Chen's forehead. This, pitiful, this isn't. It was clearly her who tempted me first. As a high-ranking monk of the generation, who is not afraid of the temptation of beauty, why do you still need to reduce my reputation value? Spitting was spitting. Yi Chen shook his head and left the room. Just as he went out, he realized that the remaining ghost chi on the second floor was all sucked up to the top of the floor by an invisible force. He frowned and looked, but at that moment, he realized that it was not only the ghost chi on the second floor that had disappeared. Even the ghost chi on the third and fourth floors all disappeared into thin air. Instead, it was the ghostly chi on the roof of the building that was becoming more and more dense. Ding! Warning! Ghosts awakening! Terrifying ghost power detected inside the building. Ding! Purple mission triggered, the anger of the ghosts. Mission reward 1, 2, 000 reputation points. 3, 000 merit points. Mission reward 2, 1 purple magic repelling artifact. Yi Chen licked the corners of his mouth. This quest reward, it could not be described as not generous. Not only did it have 2,000 prestige value and 3,000 merit points, but it also had a purple magic repeller. A quest that actually activated multiple rewards. It was worthy of being a purple ranked quest. Only behind the rich rewards. The danger of this quest was definitely not to be underestimated. Damn it, put up a fight. People don't get rich if they don't come to the crossroads. Put up a fight and it might just work out. As Yi Chen thought of this, a trace of perseverance increased in his eyes. Amitabha Buddha, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Just wait, Night Ghost. Buddha, I'm coming. Yi Chuan gripped the purple dragon staff in his hand and resolutely headed towards the top floor. Ding! Detected that the host's strength is below the mission level. Rewarded with a temporary body protecting Buddha light for 30 minutes. Body protecting Buddha light, it is a secret method obtained from a high monk, who has been practicing hard for many years, and can immunize ghosts from one fatal attack. Temporary body protecting Buddha light, expires immediately after a successful block. As the system beep in his head sounded again, Yi Chen smashed his mouth. It's better to have than not to have. It's only once, but it also improves the chances of surviving. If it was 9 deaths and 1 life before, then now, it should be 8 deaths and 2 lives. The chances of obtaining a chance to win had increased by 10% at least. With every step, he could feel the terrifying oppressive force on the roof of the building, getting stronger and stronger. However, the stronger this oppressive force was, the more excited it made his heart. Yi Chen followed the emergency passage and came straight to the place where the ghost energy was the thickest. That is, the rooftop of the ghost building. With a creak, the rusty iron door was pushed open. His gaze swept forward, only to see a huge humanoid black shadow on the ground, squatting on the ground with its head lowered, barfing on something. Noticing Yi Chan's arrival, the humanoid black shadow's head turned 180 degrees. An obese and rotting cheek was reflected straight into the eyes. The other party looked to have been drowned, and his face was soaked to the point of being obese and swollen. The whole body was wet, and the hair was still dripping downward with dark black droplets of water. A pair of dead fish-like eyes, more white than black. The mouth was bulging, and half of the white arm was exposed outside the mouth. Yi Chen's stomach lurched. Even though he had already incapacitated himself, he still felt a soreness in his throat. A burst of stomach acid surged upwards. The thing's dull eyes blinked gently. It puffed and chewed again, and its movements were even more furious than before. In a tightly merely 2 breaths of time, half of the hand was swallowed into his mouth. He, delicious. You're delicious too. I'm coming to eat you. His mouth split into a weird arc and he giggled at him. At this moment the obese body stood up from the ground, followed by a 180-degree rotation of the body. The thing reached out and crooked its neck, like it was aligning its head that had flipped excessively before. Yi Chuan finally got a good look at his full appearance, which looked like a big fat man who was 2 meters out, only the body shape was like a pile of fat. His thighs, even thicker than Yi Chuan's waistline. The skin of his entire body was wrinkled, and when he opened his mouth, there was another black stream overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Yi Chuan couldn't help but skim his mouth. Never had I seen such an ugly ghost monster. No, it wasn't ugly. It was disgusting. He, delicious. I'm coming to eat you. It seemed like that thing would only say this, and once again, it giggled and rushed towards him. The speed wasn't too fast, except for the massive tonnage, and every time it landed on the ground, Yi Chen felt his ears buzzing. Behind the monster, the ground was littered with scattered white bones, and all sorts of strange and bizarre household garbage. Every single thing on the rooftop contained a wisp of ghostly chi that was about to collapse. Yi Chen was stunned in his heart. Could it be that he ate them all? Can ghosts devour their own kind as well? Yi Chen's doubts could not be answered, and at this critical moment, he could not afford to think. Seeing that the fat man was getting closer and closer to him, he could only copy the purple dragon staff, and an incantation rang out from his mouth, subduing the demons and removing the devils, returning the Qiankuan to a clear sky. Chapter 8. Can't you be a little more reserved? Yummy, yummy. Black juice flowed horizontally from the corners of the obese ghost shadow's mouth. Completely ignoring the purple divine dragon, it charged straight towards Yi Chuan. The divine dragon flew out from in front of his body. Yi Chuan raised an eyebrow. Whatever ghost or monster you are, you will also have to die under my purple dragon staff. However, Yi Chuan realized that he was still careless. The purple divine dragon flew out, at the moment like a cloud of smoke. It passed through the water ghost's body and dissipated on the rooftop in an instant. Is it useless? Not allowing Yi Chen to ponder the reason for this, the water ghost's body had already arrived in front of him. The mouth opened wide, and the mouth looked like a black hole. The water ghost's mouth was surprisingly bigger than a basketball. With a snort, black water sprayed out from the depths of his throat, and there was a pungent stench in the air that smoked Yi Chen's brain. A golden Buddha light flashed in front of him. A golden transparent barrier made of Buddha light blocked most of the water flow. It was only after the Buddha light blocked the water flow, as a clicking sound came out of his ears, the golden-colored barrier steeply cracked open with a slit. Temporary body protecting Buddha light fails, accompanied by the system's beep. The golden light that was entwined around Yi Chen's body surface gradually dissipated. Yi Chen's heart was beating furiously. This water ghost on the opposite side, it didn't look like it would be easy to deal with. Wait a moment. Water ghost? Water? A bright light flashed in his eyes, and he thought of the key. 5 Elements Mantra. Those who master this mantra can reverse the 5 elements and recreate the universe. The 5 Elements Mantra encompasses all things, and can be subdivided to control fire, control water, and master gold. Since it was a water ghost, then the 5 Elements Mantra, wouldn't it be just the right thing to use to restrain him? Thinking of this, Yi Chen's heart was relieved. Watery nature is uncertain. The flow is not constant. Amitabha Buddha. With the sound of the sutra, the obese water ghost in front of him, his body, levitated in an instant. In his mouth, he also murmured inaudibly, "Yummy, you're so yummy." Then after his body levitated, Yi Chen extended a hand and gently flipped it. The head of that obese water ghost was violently raised high. A black, foul-smelling stream of water continued to pump out of his body, and his body, which was visible to the naked eye, slowly shrunk with the withdrawn water flow. Since it was a water ghost, it was naturally closely associated with water. Generally, water ghosts were hidden in various rivers and lakes. This water ghost in front of him was slightly different. He stored the water flow inside his body. It was completely fused into one with the water current. As Yi Chen extracted the water current from his body, it was only the work of a cigarette. The water ghost, who originally looked like an island sumo wrestler, was already as thin as a monkey. His face was sunken, leaving only a layer of wrinkled white dead skin that clung to his bones. Yi Chen let go of his hand, and the water ghost crashed to the ground. He extended a hand towards Yi Chen and tried to continue crawling. It had only crawled out a step away, as the black gas in his body dissipated. His body, too, disappeared on the rooftop. Ding! Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 reputation points and 3,000 merit points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a purple magic repeller. A bright purple light bloomed in front of Yi Chen's body. A circle of white Buddha beads hovered in front of him. Yi Chen reached out and touched it, and the information of the Buddha beads slowly appeared. White Jade Demon-Subduing Bead, composed of 108 white jade Buddha beads, the most valuable treasure for exorcism, binding light and cultivation. Comes with a purple consumable skill, Buddha's Light Emerges. Buddha Light Emergence, using the white jade demon-subduing bead as a guide. Drive the mysterious Buddha light to cause irreversible damage to demons and devils within 3 meters. Each time the skill is activated, 1,000 merit points are consumed. Yi Chen stroked his chin. A purple consumable skill, since it costs merit points. Each time you need to consume 1,000 merit points. But the skill seems to stop bluffing, causing irreversible damage to demons and devils within 3 meters. What exactly is irreversible damage? Yi Chen stroked his chin and hung the white Buddha bead around his neck. Hey, not to mention, it fits in quite well with the 700 surplus. The moment he put on the Buddha bead, a sense of pleasure rose in Yi Chen's mind. It was like a dance in the depths of his soul. This kind of feeling was last felt on the 700 surplus robe. Murphy? Yi Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. If this white jade demon repelling bead was worn all the time, Wouldn't it also be like the 7 treasures surplus? It would automatically add merit to him. But unfortunately, maybe it was just the purple magic weapon. The white jade demon repelling bead did not keep growing merit points like the 7 treasures surplus. Moreover, the rate of increase was far less than the 7 treasures surplus. The 7 treasures surplus could increase 2 merit points per second. The white jade demon repelling pearl, on the other hand, increased about once every 10 seconds, and each time, it could increase 2 points of merit. Calculating like this, it would be more than 10,000 a day. In other words, the 7 treasure robe was a full 10 times as much as the demon repelling treasure pearl. However, if one didn't have to do anything, and had more than 10,000 merit points for touching fish every day, it wasn't a bad thing. The ghosts and monsters of the Fuxing building were purged in one night only. Yi Chen shook his head and stepped towards the stairs. Tonight's harvest was a little different from what he had imagined. In total, he had only gained 2,000 reputation points, and more than 20,000 merit points. This was still counting the rewards received after killing the water ghost. Originally, he could have made a huge profit, but in the end, a water ghost was killed halfway. The ghosts inside the Fuxing building were all absorbed into his body. This was the same as making him lose a lot of merit points indirectly. Yi Chen left the Fuxing building and went straight back to his dilapidated rental house. Now that he had graduated, he had become a hobo. After studying the Buddha's light for a night in the rental room, he finally understood the mystery. When the next day dawned, there was one more visitor to the rental room. The visitor was no one else but the former class president, Lu Rui. Hey, you have to go somewhere with me. Lu Rui gazed straight at Yi Chen and pouted. Yi Chen scratched his head. Isn't this the class president? How did you find your way here? Lu Rui sure blanked him. Do you still know that I'm the class president? Don't forget that I'm still the one who tallied your information. Yi Chen skimmed his lips. Can it be that the class president has a crush on me and secretly memorized my information? Lu Ruyan blanked him. Screw you, I just have a better memory. Yi Chen sighed. Alas, I thought my marriage had come, but it turned out to be an empty joy. Lu Rui grabbed his hand seriously. Come on, just as a favor. Yi Chen heatedly smiled. What's the favor? Lu Rui looked at him with disgust. Hey, aren't you a Buddhist? Can't you be a little more reserved? Chapter 9, Cultivating the Heart, Not the Mouth. Yi Chen smiled faintly. As the saying goes, cultivate the heart and not the mouth. Buddha sits in the heart, and wine and meat pass through the intestines as also. Lu Rui murmured under her breath. Cultivate the heart and not the mouth. She mused for half a moment before coming back to her senses. Do me a favor. I suspect that someone in my family is posing as a senior monk, and I want to ask you to go over and take a look. If you don't go, that fake monk is going to get it. Yi Chen looked at the pleas in Lu Rui's eyes and his heart softened. That's just it. I'll go with you. What is that fake monk called? Lu Rui blurted out. Boundary Sky. Yi Chen raised one eyebrow. Boundary Sky. Are you sure it's really called Boundary Sky? Lu Rui nodded affirmatively. There's absolutely no mistaking it. What? Could it be that you know him? Yi Chen recalled last night's experience. Rather, I have had a side acquaintance, and I don't know how he came to run to your house. Lu Rui shook her head. It wasn't even in the morning when that big monk ran here by himself. Said that he was exorcising all the ghosts and monsters in Fuxing Mansion for my father, and that in the future, Fuxing Mansion would be able to operate normally. Yi Chen listened with a black line on his face. This old boy was quite good at picking up the pieces. Fuxing Mansion is not the place where he went last night. Only to hear the ear Lu Rui then said, you don't know. My father can be happy after hearing this, but also give him a few million incense money. What? Yi Chen's eyes widened. A few million? He sized up Lu Rui. How come he hadn't realized before that the class president's family was so rich? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became in his heart when he remembered that Boundary Air had claimed his credit. Although the money or not was not important, but this credit originally belonged to him. If Ru Lu's father knew the truth, this was a good opportunity to raise his reputation. Right, absolutely can't miss it. Yi Chen thought of this, pulled Lu Rui's wrist and ran downstairs. Once in his hand, it was gentle and delicate, and there was a warm touch. It wasn't thanks to a girl's hand. The feel of the hand was just too much better than a brown old man. Lu Rui's pretty face was red. Growing up, it was the first time a boy pulled her hand like this. She struggled a little. It was just that Yi Chen's grip was too tight, and she simply couldn't break free. Ugh, where are you going? Lu Rui was dragged forward by Yi Chen, and seeing that she couldn't break free, she could only shout anxiously. Yi Chen was being angry in his heart that Boundary Sky, the fake monk, had robbed him of his credit. Without good humor, he said, of course it's to your house. Where else? Lu Rui stopped and added a point of force to her hand. Over there, not here. She led Yi Chen to a convertible sports car and shook the key in her hand. Do you know where my house is? It's better to let me lead the way. Yi Chen scratched his head awkwardly, sitting on the co-pilot, smelling the scent around him. His heart turned hot. Lu Rui's home lived in a mountain villa on the Panshan Highway. This place was considered to be the city's most famous rich area. Associating it with the news that Lu Rui had spilled out earlier, Yi Chen finally understood why her father would be the owner of Fuxing Mansion. Although the Fuxing Mansion had to be left idle due to the accident a few years ago, however, before the accident, it was also a wealthy place in the city. To dish out the Fortune Mansion without a few small goals, it was obviously impossible to do so. The open-top sports car passed through the courtyard, and Lu Rui brought him in front of a villa that was more than 3 stories high. A dozen gardeners sat carefully with green plants, and a woman at the door, curiously looking at Yi Chen. The shiny robe was indeed eye-catching. Here we are. Get off. Yi Chen, later you must dismantle that fake master. You can't let him go around cheating people anymore. Yi Chen nodded. Even if Lu Rui didn't say so, he planned to do so. The way the reputation value increased was rather special. It was not something that could be obtained by destroying ghosts and monsters. Instead of reputation value, it was more like worship value. When a person felt that he or she was displaying Buddhism, the system would reward a corresponding value of prestige value depending on the other person's admiration and veneration. Strictly speaking, as long as the other person felt that they were bullish, it was possible for them to gain prestige values. Lu Ruyue led him all the way through the dozens of square meters of halls and rode the elevator up to the second floor. Under the parasol on the balcony, a monk with a bald head was chatting eloquently with a middle-aged man in a robe. "Dad, I'm back." As Lu Rui stepped forward, the monk and the middle-aged man turned their heads at the same time. That face, how could Yi Chen be mistaken? It was indeed Boundary Sky without a doubt. When Boundary Sky saw him, the cup in her hand didn't hold steady for a moment and shattered on the ground with a snap. Lu Guoqiang glared at her, yelling and screaming, "What a shame!" He turned his head toward Boundary Sky to accompany the smile. "Master, I'm really sorry. My daughter is usually always in a state of shock. She didn't scare you, did she?" Boundary Sky smiled awkwardly to cover up his outburst. The moment he saw Yi Chen, his little fat face instantly turned white. In his heart, he lamented, "How did he come here? Dad, this is the classmate I was talking about. Why don't you let him compete with this master to see who is better?" When Boundary Sky heard this, there was no more blood on his face. How could his three-legged kung fu compare to this true Buddha in front of him? Once he made a move, he would immediately reveal his cracks. Yi Chen had a faint smile on his face as his gaze lingered on Boundary Sky's body. This gaze made Boundary Sky even more vain. Amitabha Buddha. Monks don't care about fame and right and wrong. The young monk will not compete with this young master. What's more, 10 years ago, I had sworn under the seat of the Buddha group that I would never strike out against humans. How can the art of exorcising demons and curing ghosts be used on living people? Lu Guoqiang, who was on the side, had a face of admiration. Grandmaster has a point. It's all because my daughter offended Grandmaster. I still hope that Grandmaster will not be offended. Boundary Sky nodded. Where did he dare to look at Yi Chen? Where? There is no need for the sure master to remember. These are merely the prejudices of the world towards my Buddhist sect. The poor monk has long since gotten used to them. There is no need for the monastic master to be concerned. Lu Guoqiang repeatedly said yes. Worthy of being a Buddhist monk. This kind of heart is not comparable to ordinary people. Lu Rui pulled his hand and pampered him. "Dad, why don't you believe me?" Lu Guoqiang turned his head to look at Yi Chen. Secretly, he shook his head. "Daughter, this classmate of yours, isn't he too young? In this case, you take your classmate around. The master and I still have to exchange Buddhist teachings." Lu Guoqiang had something in his words. A student, how could he know Buddhism? Master Boundary Sky was the real master. Yi Chen was not in a hurry as he slowly walked up. His eyes swept over Boundary Sky. The latter was too weak to look at him when he was gazed at. Yi Chen smiled faintly. As the saying goes, there is no order of learning. The one who reaches the top is the master. Chapter 10, Fake is always fake. Mr. Lu, isn't it too obsessive with appearances to deduce a person based on age alone? If one is obsessed with appearances, one will inevitably lose oneself and not be able to see the truth of the world. Lu Guoqiang turned back and sized up Yi Chen carefully. Good. In that case, then I would like to see what attainments you have in Buddhism. Master Jiekong, since my daughter's classmate is so persistent, do you want to communicate with him? Jiekong's face turned white. He was so scared when he heard Lu Guoqiang say that he almost fell off the recliner. Still not daring to look at Yi Chen's eyes, but in order not to be dismantled, he thought for a moment and said in a dignified manner, "Amitabha Buddha, Scholar Lu, I see that although this little brother is still young, he nevertheless has an air of transcendence. In my opinion, I'm afraid that this little brother's Buddhist attainments are still above mine. Scholar Lu, I just remembered that there are still things to do in the temple. I have to leave first. Let's talk again next time." Lu Guoqian was at a loss for words. How come he was fine just now and now he has to leave? But hearing that Jie Kong verbally praised Yi Chen, and even lowered himself, the more he felt in his heart that Jie Kong was different from normal people. He thought that Boundary Sky was modest, but in fact, how did he know that at this moment? Boundary Sky, inwardly, had already panicked a lot. Worthy of being a grandmaster, truly humble. Boundary Sky nodded and got up to leave, but Yi Chen blocked in front of him. This was an opportunity to increase his reputation value. He couldn't let this fake monk just flee the scene. Master, didn't you and I meet last night? Why should we be in a hurry to leave when old friends meet? No matter what, we should at least catch up first, shouldn't we? Leaving just like this, Master is not too unkind. Hearing Yi Chen say this, Lu Guoqian thought that the two knew each other. So, the two actually know each other. Knowing each other, that would be great. My mansion. Usually there are not many guests. Today the two honored guests arrived. What to say, also have to stay. Have a good meal. Also let me, Lu Guoqian, do my best to fulfill the landlord's friendship. With those words, Lu Guoqian pulled Jie Kong back to his seat again. This time, Jie Kong had no way to run. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, his heart crossed and he simply sat on the chair, intending to pretend to the end, thinking that if he could cheat once, it was once. No matter what, he couldn't return empty-handed. He turned his head to look at Yi Chen and had a plan in mind. Compared to exorcising demons, you are certainly better than me, but when it comes to deceiving people and gods, I'm afraid you can't compare to me. You have to know that over the years, with the name of Boundary Sky, this master has cheated more people than you have ever eaten. When Boundary Sky thought of this, he took a deep breath. Intending to stay put, he recited a Buddhist chant, Amat Ba Buddha. Before I came down from the mountain, Master once said, O disciple, peers are enemies. After you came down from the mountain, although you were bent on ferrying people. However, in this world, now that the devil is pervasive, the world has lost its wisdom, making it difficult to discern right from wrong. As Boundary Sky spoke, he turned his head to look at Yi Chen. This young monk, the poor monk had tolerated for a time earlier in the hope that you would turn back to the shore. I didn't expect this little monk to repeatedly and bitterly press for it. Since this is the case, then today, even if the poor monk has violated the anger precepts, he will still dispel the falsehood and return peace to the world. Boundary Sky slowly got up, his gaze sweeping towards Lu Guoqian. Scholar Lu, in this world, there are many crooks. You must be careful, especially since your daughter is still young. She is the most vulnerable age to coaxing. Especially in recent years, there have been countless people who have conned and deceived. Whether or not one is proficient in Buddhism is not something that can be proved by whether or not one's clothes are gorgeous. When Boundary Sky said this, Lu Guoqian's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Chen. It couldn't be helped. The 7 treasure surplus was just too bright. Beware of certain people who are vain but flashy. Seeing that Lu Guoqian had already faltered, Boundary Sky added this sentence. After saying that, he was also very knowledgeable. Closing his eyes and chanting the sutra by himself, no longer speaking, Lu Guoqian already trusted Jie Kong, and seeing this demeanor of his heart became more and more skeptical. His eyes sized up Yi Chen, and his face went cold. Daughter, in the future, don't bring everyone into the house. Yi Chen smiled faintly. This Boundary Sky was quite capable of pretending, and over the years, he didn't know how many people he had deceived. Wasn't this smashing his rice bowl, if he stunk up the reputation of the Buddhist sect in the future? When the fake monk cheated away the money, but let him, the real monk, suffer. This cannot be tolerated. Lu Rui looked at Yi Chen, did not say a word, and saw that his father had been coaxed by the other party's words and techniques, could not understand the North. In her heart, she sighed. Dad, I know you don't believe Yi Chen right now, but you should also know that I'm the one who is your family. I won't harm you. Besides, you said before that it's hardest to tell the truth when you're in a chess game. Aren't you in a chess game right now? Lu Guoqian's face was stern. What? Do you think that after so many years of doing business, Dad is still not as good as you are at distinguishing truth from fiction? Don't forget, who raised you so well? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Ha, since your father is willing to be lied to, it's useless for you to say anymore. The real is always real. It can't be fake. Fake will always be fake. It's impossible to be fooled. Since Master Jie Kong said that last night's Fuxing mansion was due to him, then how about this? I'll compete with Master Boundary Sky for real skill. Actually, last night when I passed by the Fuxing mansion, I didn't get rid of all the ghosts and monsters in it, leaving one of them alone. Master Jie Kong, do you dare to enter the Fuxing mansion with me this night? If you can catch that stern ghost, I won't even bother you again in the future. If you can't catch that stern ghost, please also return all the property that you have cheated to its owner, so as not to damage the reputation of my Buddhist sect. Lu Guoqian frowned. This student, you're not trying to say that you expelled the ghosts and monsters from the Fuxing mansion last night, are you? he turned back to look at Boundary Sky. But as far as I know, what happened in the Fushing Mansion was all the work of Master Jiekong alone. Not to mention, I only invited the master. How do you know that the matter of my Fushing Mansion being haunted? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Humph. Your Fushing Mansion has been haunted by ghosts for a full 8 years, and such a strong ghostly aura has even isolated the building's anger. This Fushing Mansion, and your chi are one and the same. It hasn't been implicated by it much over the years. Lu Guoqiang narrowed his eyes at Yi Chen, suddenly realizing that this teenager in front of him did not seem so simple. Then he went back to observe Boundary Sky, pondering the other party's previous demeanor, and the more he thought about it, the more odd he felt. Since Master Boundary Sky was a true master, why was he cowering? Chapter 11, Going to the Building to Catch a Ghost. Chapter 11, Strange Talks in the City. On the surface, Boundary Sky was old and calm, chanting with his eyes closed, but in fact, he had been panicking inside for a long time. He closed his eyes and didn't look at anyone, forcing himself to hide his inner embarrassment. After all, Lu Guoqiang was a businessman. Since he couldn't decide who was real and who was fake, he could only offend neither side at the moment, especially on Yi Chen's side. There was still his own daughter standing beside him. He turned his head to look at Boundary Sky, pushing a smile and said, Master Boundary Sky, since the ghosts and monsters of the Fushing Mansion have been purged by you, and this young student is questioning your true abilities, and also says that the ghosts and monsters of the Fushing Mansion have not been expelled cleanly, I think it's better to do this. Let's go to Fushing Mansion again tonight. I will also accompany the master to go there tonight. By then it will be clear whether it's true or not. I'm afraid that this is the only way to do it, so that no one will be questioning Master's ability in the future. Boundary Sky slowly opened his eyes, grasping the Buddha beads in his hand, and nodded. What the scholar said does make sense. Since that's the case, let's meet at the Fushing building tonight. I have other matters that need to be taken care of, so the poor monk will take his leave first. After finishing his speech, Boundary Sky left the villa complex without looking back. Lu Guoqiang's face was composed. Daughter, why are you so adamant that Master Boundary Sky is a fraud? As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yi Chen again. Although I don't know why my daughter trusts you so much, she is my daughter after all. This student, I hope you won't let my daughter down when the time comes. Yi Chen smiled faintly. True or false? It's actually very easy to recognize. It's just that there are times when we are too obsessed with the way things appear, and that's why we lose the ability to tell the difference. Although Jiekong calls himself a Buddhist, I didn't feel a trace of Buddha nature within his body. If I'm not mistaken, he doesn't know Buddhism at all. It's not just by reciting 2 Buddhist scriptures that one can call himself a Buddhist disciple, regardless of whether you believe it or not. This night at Fushing Mansion, we'll naturally have a decision to make. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. The reason why he had said that earlier was just to swindle Boundary Sky so that he would reveal his footsteps. He didn't expect the other party to be so calm, and this made it difficult for him. After all, last night, the ghosts and monsters in Fushing Mansion had already been cleared by him. If he really went to Fushing Mansion tonight, not only would Master Jiekong not be able to find the ghost, even he himself would not be able to find it. Without a ghost, where would he find one? One couldn't just grab another ghost and send it in. Yi Chen thought of this, and his eyes turned. This method, it seemed like it wasn't impossible. Just looking up at the sky, as today the light was bright, in broad daylight, even if there really was a lone ghost, it was simply impossible for it to show itself. If he really wanted to catch a ghost, then he could only go to some special place and try his luck. No matter what kind of ghost, even if he had cultivated to the level of Ghost King, for sunlight, there was always an irreversible fear. Although it was impossible for a person to see a ghost in broad daylight, he could nevertheless come across some evil things in places where the sunlight did not shine. It so happens that in this city, there is such a neighborhood, called Qianyuan District. In this building, there is a ghost called Bai Tingting who has been wandering in the building. Every late at night, that bleak and grumbling cry, hear the sad, listen to tears. Once you hear her cries, it means that she has come to your side. So the residential buildings in the Qianyuan District, within a 10-meter radius, there is an invisible cordon that no one has ever dared to cross easily. Until last year, there were a few bold outdoor spirit-detecting anchors that ran into the Qianyuan neighborhood late at night to record their programs. According to Yi Chen's memory, that group of outdoor anchors, at that time, was still on live. As a result, when it came to 12 a.m., the horrifying and ghostly crying sound really appeared in the live broadcast room. Within 10 minutes of the crying sound appearing, the screen of the live room, there has been a white flash. The live room screen is also intermittent. The signal has become particularly poor. Until the 10th minute, with a miserable cry, the live broadcast screen was suddenly interrupted. Although at first, everyone thought that this was just a live broadcast effect, but after waiting for a night, that live broadcast was never turned on again. and for some time after that, the 5 outdoor anchors also disappeared in the public eye at the same time. There is no trace of their appearance on the network. After this strange incident, has been in the 5 anchors disappeared on the 7th day. Only some people put the suspicion of the eyes turned to the Qianyuan neighborhood residential building to say it is really strange. The people of the Bureau of Investigation really in the residential building found 5 bodies that have just died soon. After comparing them, they were the 5 anchors who had mysteriously disappeared. It turned out that these people were not missing, but were already dead. When Yi Chen thought of this, he called a car and immediately rushed towards the Qianyuan neighborhood. If the female ghosts in the Qianyuan neighborhood could be sent to the Fuxing mansion before nightfall, then things would become much easier if they wanted to expose the mask of the boundary heir. Yi Chen's plan was very thoughtful, except that when he arrived at the Qianyuan cell, he found that in the Qianyuan cell, someone had already arrived first. There were 3 men and 2 women on the other side, all wearing the same uniform. Yi Chen found the familiar black chi on their bodies. These 5 people were actually all ghost harnessers. When Yi Chen stepped into the neighborhood, those 5 people found him at the same time. The 2 parties confronted each other, and puzzled gazes appeared in their eyes. Yi Chen had never had a good feeling about these ghost exorcists, especially last night at the entrance of the Fuxing mansion. Those 2 ghost harvesters actually had the intention to kill and seize the treasure. This made him, in his heart, more and more skeptical about the purpose of these people. It's dangerous here. You'd better leave. One of the girls who wore round-framed glasses and had short, ear-to-ear hair shouted at him from afar. Yi Chen smiled faintly. If you guys can come, why can't I come? These few people saw that he was dressed oddly, with a string of white jade Buddha beads hanging around his neck, and a radiant robe draped over his body. One of the men sneered and said, "Don't think you can pretend to be a high monk just because you're wearing a robe." Chapter 12, The Ghost Bureau. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Whether I am a high monk or not, whether I pretend to be a high monk or not, what does it have to do with you? The man's gaze snapped. Hey, I've never seen one as horizontal as you. Yi Chen was too lazy to look at him more than once, and originally had no good feelings in his heart towards these ghost harnessers. Turning around and walking towards the depths of the building, the man, however, relentlessly dodged in front of him. Hey, what exactly are you doing here? If you can't tell me the reason, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Chen shook his head, his gaze picking out the man in front of him. The man was in his early 23 or 24 years old, and was about the same size as him. There was a black ghostly aura wrapped around his body, but it was much weaker compared to the principal Ma Jiwei that he had met at the school. Yi Chen said with a single hand behind his back and laughed lightly. Looking for a fight? Ha! The man let out a light laugh. Qianyuan Mansion. There is a severe ghost hovering around. Everyone knows that you can't approach. Why are you approaching? Do you have some kind of unsavory purpose? Yi Chen frowned. Since you know you can't get close, then why are you here? What's the matter? You're privileged. Or maybe you were born with 2 more eyes than others. Or maybe you're not human. The man's gaze snapped. Kid, don't be too wild. I'm a member of the Imperial Ghost Bureau. Yi Chen let out a light laugh. What Imperial Ghost Bureau? Never heard of it. The man sniffed and laughed. You also don't think about what kind of status you have. It's too normal that you haven't heard of it. Yi Chen looked at this face in front of him. The more he looked at it, the more annoying it became. What's the matter? You want to show your privilege again, don't you? Don't you dare tell me that you're a Yin and Yang person. No way. You wouldn't be a woman, would you? Yi Chen looked at him with a smirk on his face, and a few of the man's companions sniffed and laughed lightly. The man saw that his companions were also laughing at him, and all of a sudden, he couldn't help himself. When he was about to strike, one of his female companions sternly scolded. That's enough. Huang Tao, you've already violated discipline. I'll report your performance today to the group leader, so that he can reconsider whether you're fit to stay in the Imperial Ghost Bureau or not. The woman with a long ponytail arrived at Yi Chen's side in style and bowed towards him. This master, I hope you don't take offense. Huang Tao is our newly recruited member. After we go back, he will be duly punished. The man who was called Huang Tao heard the woman say this. The arrogant aura on his face disappeared without a trace. I'm sorry, Captain. I was wrong. Give me a chance. The girl with the long ponytail didn't bother to look at him more than once. If there's anything, go back and talk to the team leader. You can leave now. You're not needed here. The man's gaze changed, turned back and glared fiercely at Yi Chen, and finally walked out of the building unwillingly. Yi Chen's gaze looked at the girl in front of him and said teasingly, what a hell of a bureau you guys have. It's really an eye-opener. The woman froze for a moment, hearing the sarcasm in Yi Chen's words. She didn't explain, but just opened her hand towards him, making a gesture of letting go. Not everyone in the Imperial Ghost Bureau is like him. If it wasn't for the recent shortage of people, it wouldn't have been possible to recruit him in. Yi Chen shook his head and walked straight past the woman. What does this have to do with me? A word of advice to all of you, don't come to provoke me, my patience is limited. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he walked into the building without looking back, and behind him, a few members of the Imperial Ghost Bureau whispered, "This kid has quite an impulsive personality. What does this have to do with him?" Huang Tao's attitude before, "If it were me, I would have gotten angry too. Alas, you guys, why is he dressed so strangely? Could he really be a monk?" One of them shook his head. "It's hard to say, as the saying goes, a real person doesn't show his face, and showing his face doesn't make him a real person. Dressed so fancy, maybe it's an imposter." A few people whispered, but the girl with the ponytail looked at Yi Chen's back and secretly pondered. She always felt as if there was some sort of indefinable thing on Yi Chen's body. What exactly was that thing? She couldn't tell for a moment. Yi Chen, on this side, turned around and walked into the building, and began to feel the aura in the building. Ghost Qi was the most in thing, and was the opposite of the living's Yang Qi. Now that he had the 7 treasure robes enhancement, coupled with the special avatar of Buddha's light, it was simply not too easy to feel in Qi. Just at this time, a system beep suddenly came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Bless Light, green, has been upgraded to Buddha's light, blue. Ding! Congratulations to the host. 5 Elements Mantra, white, was upgraded to 5 Elements Mantra, green. Yi Chen glanced at his system panel. Host, Yi Chen. Avatar, Buddha's light, blue. 5 Elements Mantra, green, Buddha's light protecting body, passive. Magic Treasure, 7 Treasure Surplus * unique. Magic Weapon, Purple Dragon Staff, purple, skill, Purple Dragon Seal. Magic Weapon, White Jade Exorcism Bead, purple, skill, Buddha's light, expendable. Merit, 80,122. Reputation, 11,010. Sect, Voodoo Sect. Disciple, 0 to 1. Nowadays, after the Buddha's light is promoted to the blue rank, it really did inspire a new function. It was also something he had been dreaming of before, the Buddha Light Protector. Although there was still a bit of a gap between it and the disposable Buddha Light Protector that the system had gifted him before. However, as long as he gave it time, he believed that it would be able to surpass the disposable effect that the system had gifted him. Yi Chen swept his gaze across his body, only to see that on the surface of his body, there was a faint layer of golden splendor surrounding it. It looks like it's still relatively fragile right now, and isn't able to withstand a decent attack. He observed the Buddha light that surrounded his body surface. The current Buddha light body protection was still too weak, without being able to provide enough protection. If he was attacked by a ghost, he was only afraid that he would really hiccup. The place in Xianyuan Mansion where the Yin Qi was the densest and the Ghost Qi was the most flourishing was in the 4th room on the 4th floor. Although Yi Chen didn't hear the cries, he had only just stepped into the 4th floor and already felt the icy cold Yin Qi. When the soles of his feet stepped on the concrete slab road, even the soles of his feet had a slight coolness that flowed upwards along his veins. This is the right place. Yi Chen took a big step forward and stood at the door of room 404, reaching out to gently push the rusty iron door. Cackle! A long and sad sound came out, as the iron door slowly pulled open a crack. The room was a dark mass of light. The window on the west side was filled with newspaper paste and covered with a layer of grease-stained curtains. Chapter 13, The Rumored Ghost Repeller. Yi Chen had only just stepped into the room with his front foot when the iron door behind him was violently closed with a creak. The moment the iron door was closed, the light in the room darkened in an instant. Yi Chen suspiciously turned his head to look around, only to realize that at this moment, the room was already wrapped in dense darkness, unable to reach out and see. Oh, a low, ghostly crying sound rang out at the right time. The 7 treasure surplus diffused golden Buddhist light outwards, and Yi Chen clapped his hands happily. Here we go. This is the place. This ghostly aura. Although it was not as strong as the water ghost in the Fuxing mansion that night, but it was more than enough to deal with the fake monk boundary sky. Open the system interface. Yi Chen's mind moved and then opened the system's exchange page. Purple gold gourd, white, 10,000 merit. Purple gold gourd, green, 50,000 merits. Purple gold gourd, blue, 100,000 merits. Purple gold gourd, purple, 500,000 merits. Purple and gold gourd, orange, 1,000,000 merits. A mere magic weapon for harboring ghosts actually required so many merit points. Yi Chen looked at the figures that were more than one huge number, and looked at the back of his head. The terrible greed of this system, how did it feel even more terrifying than ghosts? The 80,000 merit points on his body could only be exchanged for a green one at most, but if one exchanged for a green one, there would be no extra merit points on one's body. No. This deal is not cost-effective at all. Yi Chen's gaze shifted to the white purple gold gourd. After thinking about it, he finally chose to exchange it. Merit points, 10,000. Remaining merit points 72,000. It had just been redeemed. A dark gourd with a swastika engraved on it. which appeared to be about the size of a palm, hovered in front of him. As soon as it entered his hand, an incantation was added to his mind. Dust to dust, earth to earth, wherever you came from. Yi-chan almost laughed at this system. This was too perfunctory. He placed the purple gold gourd, flatly, in the palm of his right hand. Immediately afterward, he closed his eyes and began to recite this odd incantation. Dust to dust, earth to earth, wherever it comes from. A burst of white splendor emanated from the mouth of the purple gold gourd. Although Yi-chan had his eyes closed, he could feel that the gourd in his right hand was slightly trembling at the moment. There was a soft sound of whoosh. A woman's unwilling voice was heard in his ears. Hey, don't go too far. I just wanted to scare you. What are you going to do to me? No, I don't want to leave here. Let go of me. Only the voice became smaller and smaller. As the purple gold gourd stopped trembling, Yi-chan's gaze looked towards the interior of the gourd. A female ghost, whose entire body was entangled in black gas, stared with a pair of blood-red eyes, staring dead straight into Yi-chan's eyes. Yi-chan shook his head and laughed, corked the bottle, pinned it behind his back, and turned towards the iron door. Nowadays, he made sure to arrive at the Fuxing mansion before it got dark, giving Boundary Sky a surprise. As soon as he left the iron door, at the location of the stairway, he encountered those few people from the Imperial Ghost Bureau again, only to hear them still whispering. Hey, did you guys hear that? I heard it too. It seems like there's a woman crying in pain. It's miserable. Everyone, something doesn't seem right. Have you guys noticed that the ghostly aura of the Qianyuan mansion has disappeared? Could it be that monk's doing? As soon as this person spoke, he turned his head to meet Yi-chan's gaze and awkwardly smiled at him. Isn't this speaking of the devil? This young master, can you tell us what exactly happened inside the Qianyuan mansion? Why has the ghostly aura that has been lurking in the Qianyuan mansion for over 10 years actually disappeared? Yi-chan frowned slightly, his gaze raised as he looked at the man and said, Don't call little master, call master. The girl with a long ponytail had a row of black lines rising from her forehead. Everyone get out of the way and let him pass. One of them was reluctant. But the captain. The girl sounded serious. Obey orders. Yes, captain. A group of people scattered from the stairs, all clinging to the wall, helplessly allowing Yi-chan to pass through the building, until Yi-chan left the building. At this moment, several people from the Imperial Ghost Bureau were standing on the corridor of the second floor, watching Yi-chan downstairs, gradually disappearing into the Qianyuan building. Captain, why didn't you let me question him just now? The girl with a ponytail glared at him fiercely. Although he doesn't have a ghostly aura on his body, but as soon as he came, the stern ghost in the building disappeared into thin air. Haven't you thought about the connection? I suspect that he is a very powerful ghost sentinel general. The remaining few people, with wide eyes, looked at the captain incredulously. How is that possible? Ever since the last ghost tide came, the famous and renowned Imperial Ghost Generals have all been centralized within the Imperial Ghost Bureau. Yeah, and since the last ghost tide attacked, even the highly powerful ghost harnessing generals, a large portion of their strength was damaged, and now the ghost harnessing generals within the Ghost Bureau are only left with 8 people. Another person nodded. This kid is dressed in fancy clothes and is so young. How could he be a ghost harnessing general? That captain shook his head. It's because it's impossible that it's possible. Ghost harnessing generals already have extraordinary strength, and some of them, with their eccentric personalities, are even beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I have to hurry back and report what happened here to the group leader. Prepare to retreat. Yi Chuan was still unaware that he had been targeted by certain people. At this moment, he called for a car and hoofed it towards Fuxing Mansion again. After doing all the arrangements, Yi Chen clapped his hands and let out a long sigh of relief. He came to the outside of the building and quietly waited for the night to come. Time passed by minute, and Yi Chen felt the beeps coming from the system in his head. Until the arrival of darkness, the 7 treasure surplus coupled with the white jade demon repelling treasure pearl added another wave of merit points to him. With a bared sound, as the brakes sounded in the night sky, a black sedan stopped at the entrance of the building. Lu Guoqiang, wearing a formal dress and stepping on soft leather shoes, walked out from the back seat, his eyes surveying the mansion with a satisfied expression. Lu Rui, wearing a long white dress, walked down from the other side of the car door. Her eyes looked towards Yi Chen, who was wearing the 7 treasures robe in front of her, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. After the arrival of these 2 people, from the outside of the building, Master Boundary Sky slowly walked in. Yi Chen had noticed long ago that in fact, Master Boundary Sky had already come a long time ago. However, he had been hiding in the darkness until Lu Guoqiang showed up, and only then did he slowly walk in. Scholar Lu, we meet again. Chapter 14, Money or Life. Lu Guoqiang nodded. Master has no idea how prepared he is for tonight's action. Master Jikong nodded. Ba Buddha. The poor monk is always prepared. He slowly came to Yi Chen's side. lowered his voice and whispered, "Yi Chen, you think I don't know that you had already expelled all the ghosts and monsters from Fuxing Mansion last night? I thought about it for a night before I realized that you were trying to swindle me." "Humph, this master is not going to fall for it." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "I can't imagine that you're quite smart." Grandmaster Boundary Sky nodded. "If I wasn't smart, how could I still be mixed up until now? I would have been clubbed to death a long time ago." Yi Chen shook his head as he smiled and looked at Boundary Sky, mysteriously saying, "It's just a pity that you overlooked one point. Actually, I can exorcise ghosts. Naturally, I can also catch ghosts. Although it's true that all the ghosts and monsters in the Fuxing Mansion were all expelled clean by me last night. However, I purposely went to Qianyuan Mansion during the day and captured a female ghost and sent it to Fuxing Mansion." "Master Jiekong, are you sure you're really ready?" When Boundary Sky heard Yi Chen say this, the smile on his face instantly froze. "Yi Chen, you are so despicable." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "What's yours is yours after all. What's not yours, you can't keep it no matter how much you try to retain it. A fake will always be a fake. It can't possibly become real." Boundary Sky's brows were furrowed, and his gaze deadened as he sized up Yi Chen, as if he was looking for a break in his words. Until this moment, there was still a hint of fluke in his heart, thinking that it was Yi Chen swindling him again. However, as he looked at Yi Chen's calm and natural demeanor, he always felt that the other party was not lying. This thought was like a big mountain, dead weight on his back, making him breathless. Lu Guoqiang and Lu Rui arrived beside the two. Lu Guoqiang looked at Boundary Sky and laughed brightly. "It seems that both masters are very confident, so let's start now." Hearing Lu Guoqiang say that, Boundary Sky's face turned pale, and he turned back to look at Yi Chen again. Looking at the mysterious smile on Yi Chen's face, his heart became less and less confident. He stammered, The poor monk suddenly remembered that there are still some things to take care of, so I'm afraid that tonight, I won't be able to accompany Sure Master Lu. However, Little Master Yi Chen's power is indeed above me, making even a senior like me feel inferior. Monk Lu, as long as Little Master Yi Chen accompanies you, I believe that tonight, not only will you not be in danger, but you will also be able to successfully expel the last of the ghosts and monsters in the Fuxing Mansion cleanly. Poor monk won't pay more compensation. Farewell." Yi Chen smiled faintly and dodged to stop in front of him. "Master Jiekong, where are you busy going? Come all the way here. Don't be in a hurry to leave." Lu Guoqiang had been doing business for so many years. Although he had also been cheated, he still had experience in reading people. At this moment, looking at the squirming Jiekong, suspicion also rose in his heart. If Master Jiekong has something to do, why don't you wait until the ghosts and monsters have been expelled? I will send someone to send you back. My driver's car skills are very high, and I guarantee that I will definitely not delay Master's time." Boundary Sky nodded awkwardly. At this moment it was neither to leave nor not to leave. If he left now, he would inevitably reveal his footsteps, and in the future, if he wanted to cheat Lu Guoqiang again, it wouldn't be so easy. It was not easy to find such a wrongdoer. However, looking at Yi Chen's serious demeanor, he was clearly not lying. If that ghost really existed in the Fuxing Mansion, with his identity as a fake monk, when he encountered the ghost, I was afraid that he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. This time, Lu Guoqiang was not even able to be skeptical. Compared to the previous eloquent Master Jiekong, the Jiekong at this moment, how he looked at him, had a flavor of a liar. "Master, you wouldn't not know how to exorcise ghosts, right? Could it be that you?" Boundary Sky instinctively interrupted Lu Guoqiang's words. In order to dispel his doubts, he recited a Buddha's name, turned to look at the Fuxing Mansion, and assumed a compassionate stance again. "Amitabha Buddha. If I don't enter hell, who will enter hell? Scholar Lu, just watch and see." Boundary Sky raised his feet and walked into the Fuxing Mansion. At this moment in the Fuxing Mansion, the power system had yet to be restored. As the sky darkened, not a single ray of light could be found in the building. As Boundary Sky walked through the darkened hallways, he felt trepidation with every step he took, and his back had long been wet with cold sweat. Outside the building, Yi Chen waited quietly. Although Boundary Air had eventually walked into the building, Yi Chen believed that he would not be able to hold on for long. Even standing outside the building, he had already sensed that ghostly aura in the building, which was gradually awakening. The sound of that ghostly cry had already appeared in his ears. "Oh!" Lu Ruyue shrunk her neck and nervously hid behind Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, did you hear something crying?" On the side, Lu Guoqiang's face changed. Master Boundary Sky is really powerful. He dares to walk into such a terrifying mansion alone. Yi Chen nodded. This thing has awakened. If he tries to be brave again, no one will be able to save him. Lu Ruyan looked at him in surprise. So he really is a fake monk, right? Yi Chen nodded. There's no Buddha light surrounding his body, and I don't detect any Buddha nature in him. In my opinion, he's not just as simple as a fake monk, but he's also a liar with a strong heart capacity. Lu Rui nodded as she excitedly looked towards her father. Lu Guoqiang, Dad, I told you a long time ago, that guy is a liar. It's a shame that you still kept believing in him, and you were even cheated out of so much money by him. Lu Guoqiang's face was heavy. At this moment, looking at his daughter and Yi Chen's conversation, he couldn't help but doubt in his heart, could he have really been cheated? However, what he was more worried about at the moment was the future of this mansion. Now that the building was about to open, if there was an extra human life for no reason, it would definitely have an impact on the building's future performance. It would definitely have an impact on the building's future performance. He looked towards Yi Chen with some worry, and his attitude was much more respectful than before. This student, no, this young master, will Master Boundary Sky be in fear of his life? Yi Chen waved his hand. Don't call it little master, call it master. Lu Guoqiang nodded awkwardly. Grandmaster said yes, please also take action as soon as possible. Grandmaster, Fuxing Mansion can't afford to have any more deaths. Yi Chen's gaze looked towards the darkened mansion. Don't be anxious, his life won't be in danger. I expect that within a minute, he will definitely come back in a life-threatening frenzy. After all, although money is tempting, what is money compared to a life? If a person doesn't even have a life, what's the point of having so much money? Chapter 15, Willingness to Serve the Masters. Yi Chen's words had just fallen, and at this moment, he heard in the building, the sound of wolves howling like miserable screams. Help! Help! Master Yi! Save me! I know it's wrong. I won't dare to cheat again. I promise you, I will never pretend to be a Buddhist disciple again. The voice became clearer and clearer, and a silhouette got closer and closer. At this moment, the monk's clothes on Jie Kong's body had long since become tattered and torn, and his entire body was covered in stains, looking as if he had rolled around in a mud puddle. On Master Jie Kong's neck, there was also a red scratch mark, and the Buddha beads on his hand had long been lost somewhere. At this time, the world empty, that is really more woeful and more woeful, looks a few points of beggar's appearance. Boundary Empty Head also did not return to run out of the building, far away to see Yi Chen, like to see the living Buddha. Anxious face, finally had a smile. He hid behind Yi Chen at once. Master, help, master. Lu Guoqiang's face was a little ugly. Boundary Air, who was on the side, smiled awkwardly towards him. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I admit that I lied to you, but right now, as a matter of urgency, shouldn't we ask the Grandmaster to take action as soon as possible, so that he can exterminate the female ghost in the building? Lu Guoqiang sighed, with some disappointment inside. Unexpectedly, this time, he had lost to his daughter, but when he thought of this, the sadness in his heart disappeared again. It seems that his daughter has finally grown up. He looked at Yi Chen with a serious face and said solemnly, Master Yi, you can go ahead and make your move. I will definitely give you every penny of the remuneration that Fuxing Mansion should have. Yi Chen shook his head. Exorcising evil spirits and curing ghosts is originally my job, so what's the point of asking for payment? As he said this, the purple dragon staff in his hand was gently raised, subduing the demons and removing the devils, and returning the dry heavens to a clear sky. In an instant, a divine dragon surrounded by purple divine light flew out from the purple dragon staff. In one swift movement, the figure flew into midair and circled around in the air. The majestic roar of the dragon stunned the crowd in an instant. Is this a dragon? Lu Guoqiang's face was stupefied, never imagining that Yi Chen, who looked like he was dressed in fancy clothes, actually had such a terrifying means. With just a casual move, he was actually able to summon a divine dragon. This was the real master. This was the real Buddhist disciple. This time, he finally understood just how big the difference between Yi Chen and Grandmaster Boundary Sky was. One was a fake Grandmaster who only knew how to cheat people out of their money, and the other, that was a true Buddha who could summon a divine dragon. Lu Ruyue looked at Yi Chen with the same look of surprise, although she guessed that Yi Chen was definitely not a regular person. When she saw Yi Chen summon a divine dragon out of thin air, her heart still could not be calmed for a long time. It was unexpected that such a thing would actually happen in the real world. Everything she had just experienced was like a dream. The divine dragon broke through the air and flew into the pitch-black mansion in an instant. About a few breaths later, a mournful, miserable howl resounded from the mansion. That ghostly cry also disappeared at this moment as the purple divine light dissipated. Merit plus 2000. Reputation plus 100 plus 100. After the sound of merit increasing by 2,000 came from Yi Chen's head, it was followed by a series of hints of prestige increasing. Originally, he had a reputation of just over 10,000, and in this instant, it actually directly increased by over 3,000 points for him. His reputation value also came to 13,000 out. Yi Chen turned back to look at the marveling Lu Guoqiang father and daughter, and said with a light smile, "Alright, it's over. since the ghosts and monsters in the Fuxing mansion have been purged, it's time for me to go back. Lu Guoqiang froze for a moment, clearly not having reacted to the fact that the building's ghosts and monsters had been so easily resolved. What? It's been resolved? He looked at Yi Chun with growing respect in his eyes. Worthy of being a master. Worthy of being the character my daughter has her eye on. My daughter really didn't look at him wrong. Master is really powerful. Reputation plus 100 plus 100. In Yi Chen's head, there was another beep of the system's reputation increase. He nodded his head, quite satisfied with the harvest this time. It was true that the way reputation increased was the same as his initial guess, and it wasn't something that could be gained by simply relying on expelling ghosts. Gaining recognition from others was the most stable channel for reputation to increase. When Yi Chen was about to leave, Lu Guoqiang hurriedly pulled him back. Master Yi, speaking of which, I didn't expect that between us, we would actually make such a big mess. I'm really sorry, but now that the truth has been found out, I must let me make it up to you no matter what. I don't know if there's anything Master needs my help with, just say it. As long as I, Lu Guoqiang, am able to do so, I will never put off half a sentence. Yi Chen nodded, looking at Lu Guoqiang's serious eyes. His mind pondered carefully. Although money was something outside the body, but in this world, without money, it would really be difficult to move an inch. His gaze looked towards Lu Guoqiang, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. In fact, recently, I just happened to have an idea of wanting to build a temple. I wonder if you, Scholar Lu, would be willing to lend a hand? Speaking of which, this would also be a great merit for Caster Lu. Lu Guoqiang nodded repeatedly as he patted his chest and said, don't worry about the great deeds. This small matter, just feel free to leave it in my hands. I just happened to pick up a project some time ago. There's an empty land right on the city's scenic and excellent fengshui Chalong Mountain. Master, I'll use this piece of empty land to build a monastery for you. What do you think? Yi Chen nodded. Since Scholar Lu has this kind of heart, then it's more than fine. Then I'll thank you in advance. Lu Guoqiang waved his hand. It would be out of place for Master to say that. This time, if Fuxing Mansion didn't have Master's hand, my building, I still don't know until when it will be deserted. Speaking of which, no matter how this account is calculated, I owe you a big favor, but feel free to rest assured. I will definitely ask the best construction team in the city to build the monastery, and I guarantee that it will be completed within a month. Yi Chen nodded. With the help of Lu Guoqiang's resources, it seemed that his wish to build a temple had finally been successfully realized. After all, to steadily gain the worship of other people as a way to gain faith, building a monastery was definitely a perfect plan. At that time, when the temple's reputation hit, the believers who came to offer incense could all potentially become objects for him to increase his reputation value. The more Yi Chen thought in his heart, the more excited he became, as if he had already seen his future. Thousands of monks worshipping. He was wearing an orange-colored magic weapon and had an orange-colored Buddha's light to protect his body. Just by gently raising a palm, all the demons and devils within a 100-meter radius would all be unable to avoid it. Chapter 16, a new position to increase prestige. The matter of the Fuxing Mansion was finally explained here. However, Lu Guoqiang, because of the feeling that Yi Chen had solved the matter of the Fuxing Mansion, always felt that it was still a bit too much to just help him build a temple. After learning that Yi Chen was still living in that dilapidated rental house, where else could he tolerate it? Isn't there no place to live? Good. It just so happens that the temple will be built on Chalong Mountain, and the villa complex next to Chalong Mountain. As long as Yi Chen liked it, just pick one of them at random. Yi Chen had to sigh. It's good to be rich. It's really wealthy. A 30-story vacation villa actually wanted to send one directly to him. Based on the principle of don't want it for nothing, the villa in Chalong Mountain. Yi Chen chose Block A15. On this day, Yi Chen was calculating where to go next to get some reputation value. Lu Rui, however, visited once again. Exchange meeting. All the teachers and students have to attend. Especially you, Yi Chen. The mentor has explained to me that I have to invite you to the school no matter what. I've heard that there seems to be a meaning from the principal here. Looking at the curious Lu Rui at the door, who was currently peering into his room, Yi Chen reached out and blocked her view. Miss Lu, could it be that you are so interested in this master's boudoir? Shay, Lu Rui blankly glanced at him without any good humor. Old immodest. Still master, I just want to see, are you used to living here? Are you missing something? Yi Chuan hemmed and hawed. When you said that, I suddenly remembered that I'm living here alone and lonely, as if I'm missing a roommate. How about it? Lu Rui, do you want to come over for a companion? Lu Rui's cheeks blushed. You, Yi Chen, if you keep saying that, I'll get angry. Yi Chen shook his head and smiled awkwardly. Just kidding, don't mind. He pondered over what Lu Ruyan had said earlier, and secretly searched in his heart. Since Ruyan Lu said that for the exchange conference, he had to be there. There was a meaning from the principal. That meant that it was Principal Ma Jiwei who wanted to see him. When he thought of the intense black ghostly aura on Principal Ma Jiwei, Yi Chen frowned. I wonder if the principal has any connection with those people who call themselves the Imperial Ghost Bureau? Lu Ruyue tugged at the corner of his coat. Yi Chen, what on earth are you muttering about? Are you going or not? I'm leaving if you don't go. Let me tell you, Chalong Mountain is a long way from the school. You don't know how to drive and you don't have a car. If I go, it won't be easy for you to come over. Yi Chen nodded. Go, why don't you go? I also want to see why the principal wants to see me. Lu Rui's gaze, once again, swept over the room where Yi Chen lived. Are you sure you really don't lack anything? Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. I say you're not addicted to being class president. Are you? Don't forget that I've graduated now. I'm not under your control now. Yo, Willow blanked him and walked straight down the stairs. Too lazy to care about you. In fact, this exchange meeting, there is nothing rare. Basically once a year there is open. Instead of an exchange meeting, it was more like a farewell meeting. Only just stepping into the school gates, Yi Chen found that the school was decorated with lights, and those who were there this time, besides the principal and the guide Wang Jing, most of them were students who had already graduated in this session. As for the other students who had not yet graduated, they were rarely present. Yi Chen was still wearing this colorful Seven Treasures robe. As soon as he stepped through the school gates, he immediately became an eye-catching figure. There was no way around it. It was just too bright and too hard to ignore. Yo, isn't that my brother Chen? Yeah, I haven't seen you in a few days. It seems like you're getting more and more like a master. Master Yi, quick, take a picture with us. Yi Chen smiled and waved his hand. Just at this time, a beautiful woman who was cast as a Western imp walked over in style. With a pair of curved black goat horns on her head, she was dressed in a cool black leather jacket, setting off that body, luscious and upright, with a waist that could be grasped, white and transparent, a pair of long legs that had a bony beauty. Although Yi Chen himself does not like too thin girls, but this pair of thin long legs appeared in this woman's body, but there is not the slightest sense of incongruity. Yi Chen froze a little at the sight of it for a moment, until a feeling of soreness came from his waist. Only then did he realize that it was Lu Ruyan who had pinched him hard on his waist. Is it that good looking? Yi Chen nodded dully. The sun is not a fish, but he knows the joy of a fish. The beautiful girl dressed as an imp instantly caused a large group of boys to stir when she appeared on the stage. Wow! Look guys, isn't that Shui? Wow! It's the devil dressed up. I like it so much. Lord Queen, please whip me to your heart's content. Tang Shui ignored the clamor beside her as she walked up to Yi Chen and waved at him. Hey, Yi Chen, long time no see. A classmate. And you don't leave a contact information for others. You don't even know how much they miss you these days. The group of male classmates beside him were cooing again. Worthy of being my brother Chen. On the left there is the beautiful class president Lu Rui, and on the right there is the famous COS Tang Shui. AI. A man's happiness. I'm afraid it's that simple. When will I be able to be like brother Chen with a left and a right? One of them patted his shoulder. Brother, don't even think about it with your honorable face. It's not like you have the same temperament as brother Chen. I can't imagine that Shui even likes the likes of brother Chen. I think I must worship brother Chen as my master. Reputation plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. You have a point. Maybe this one is popular this year. I'm going to worship him too. Prestige plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Yi Chen dumbfoundedly listened to the system's beep in his head, and a smile of surprise flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This was okay? It was unthinkable that just standing together with two women and simply chatting, it actually increased his reputation value by nearly 2,000 plus points for no reason. Yi Chen scratched his head. If he had known that it was so simple, why would he still be catching ghosts? It only seemed like the reputation didn't continue to grow after it rose to 2,000 points. Lu Ruyan pinched him fiercely at his waist again. What the hell are you giggling about? Yi Chen. Yi Chen awkwardly grabbed Lu Rui's wrist. I just suddenly remembered something very happy. Lu Ruyue suddenly had her wrist grabbed by him and hurriedly tried to reach out to break free. She just didn't expect Yi Chen's strength to be that great, and no matter how hard she tried, she was never able to break free. This stifled her small red face, making the smile on Yi Chen's face even more pronounced. Tang Shui, on the side, said sourly. Chapter 17, he's really no ordinary man. Two young lovers, should they be so sweet? Yi Chen, if the class president doesn't like you, you can also consider me yo. She smiled flirtatiously towards Yi Chen and turned around to leave the two. Finally, when everyone had arrived in full, the principal, Ma Jiwei, accompanied by the female guidance counselor, came to the scene together. Students, although you have graduated, you are all still a part of my Hualong University at one time or another. Today is also a special day. I hope that all of you can achieve your own accomplishments after leaving school and entering society. Ma Jiwei's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, landed on Yi Chen's body. Only, when he still wanted to continue speaking, something odd could appear in the center of this venue. Yi Chen, do you feel that the weather seems to have suddenly turned cold? Lu Rui, who was on the side, raised her hand and pulled the corner of his coat. Yi Chen nodded. His gaze shifted to the ventilation ducts above the venue. Just at this time, the lights of the venue suddenly flickered brightly and dimly, and while the lights flickered alternately, a large amount of black ghostly cheese suddenly surged out from within the ventilation ducts. As the temperature in the room dropped rapidly, Lu Ru was shrinking her neck. Yi Chen pulled her behind him. Be careful. It seems that tonight's exchange meeting is not destined to end well. Lu Rui was still about to ask him what was going on when she wanted to ask him. Inside this meeting hall, the sound of a hoary baby crying suddenly came. Oh, mommy, I want my mommy. Woo. As soon as this odd sound appeared, the venue was instantly in chaos. Crap, did you guys hear that? It seems like a child is crying? Holy, it's not haunted, is it? Hey, do you guys feel a little cold? Ma Jiwei said in a deep voice. Everyone don't panic, stand in place. Only his words hadn't finished. The microphone in his hand lost its voice at once. The female guide looked at him in panic. Principal. Ma Jiwei shook his head. Don't run around. Something big has happened. Wang Jing leaned closer to him in fear. Principal, is it really haunted? Then what now? Ma Jiwei shook his head. His right hand tightly squeezed together. My body should still be able to try again. If it really comes to that, even if I die, I won't let them encounter danger. Wang Jingjing looked at the principal who had a straight face and felt a little strange for a moment. Amitabha Buddha. Students don't panic. Everything is with me. Right at this moment, Yi Chen's voice was transmitted to every corner of the venue. The 7 treasure robe on his body flashed with golden Buddhist light. The students who were closer to him all inexplicably had a feeling of peace of mind when they felt that golden Buddha light. Could it be that Brother Chen is really a master? Wow! I've long felt that Brother Chen isn't an ordinary person, and I really wasn't wrong. Right. Hey, who's pulling my leg? Hey, play is play. Fooling around is fooling around. Who is lying on my back? We're all classmates. Don't you screw me. The little bit of confidence that everyone had just gained was instantly wiped out again with a few panicked quarrels. Yi Chen's gaze swept away, and he saw that at this moment, in the center of this venue, dozens of babies with snow-white smooth bodies had appeared. Only on the bodies of these babies, a terrifying black smoke was hovering. Some of these brats, at this moment, climbed onto the backs of those students. Cries of wow and wow rose and fell. Yi Chen bellowed, "Classmates, all come quickly and surround me." When he shouted these words, from Yi Chen's body, the golden Buddha light once again became shiny and piercing, and the location where the light enveloped, continued to extend outwards. Merit 1000. Buddha's light is launched successfully. Amitabha Buddha. Buddha's light appears at first sight. A loud cry was like a flash of thunder. The sound of babies crying in the venue instantly weakened a lot. At the same time, as the golden flashy light flowed outwards, the many brat babies were instantly vaporized by the golden flashy light, turning into a white smoke that dissipated into nothingness. Holy, it's actually a true master. Goo. I always thought that Brother Chen was joking with us, but I didn't think that Brother Chen would actually come for real. Quickly, those who want to live can hurry and get closer to Brother Chen. Yi Chen suddenly came with such a hand. The original panicked crowd, this counted this time, finally found the backbone. A group of people cried out and ran towards Yi Chen, tightly squeezing Yi Chen in the middle. At this moment, Yi Chen seemed like a Buddha in the world. His body was surrounded by golden light. From head to toe, that kind of sacrosanct and inviolable atmosphere became more and more obvious. Principal. Ma Jiwei narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yi Chen, whose entire body was blooming with golden splendor. He really isn't an ordinary person. The female guide beside him pulled on the principal's clothes. Principal, what should we do now? Teacher. Principal, come over here. Hearing his classmates' cries, Ma Jiwei nodded and pulled the female guide towards Yi Chen and ran over. The casting range of Buddha light emergence was a total of 3 meters. Once when the Buddha's light at first glance was cast successfully, then all the demons and devils within 3 meters would fade away, and with a group of people, all surrounding Yi Chen. At this time, those little ghosts in the center of the venue, also all turned their gazes in Yi Chen's direction. Brother Chen, cheer up. Holy, obviously I just came to participate in the exchange meeting. Why did I encounter so many ghosts? Could it be that our school is still haunted? It doesn't matter. So what if it's haunted? Can't you see Brother Chen? Look at Brother Chen's great power. These little ghosts have nothing to hide. As long as I stay by Brother Chen's side, I'll see what those little ghosts can do to me. Reputation plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Although Yi Chen had his eyes closed, At this moment, however, the beeps coming from the system had long made his heart happy. He didn't expect that just being idle and bored, coming to attend a classmate exchange meeting would actually result in such a great harvest. From the time that black ghostly aura began to fill the air until now, he had actually harvested 5,000 points of reputation value for nothing. Wonderful. This evening has really come to pass. Don't panic, classmates. Don't worry, I'm here. I'd like to see just how powerful these ghosts and monsters are. Just at this time, one of the students pointed ahead in panic and shouted, "Everyone, look, they're coming over." More than 24 small ghosts with pale white bodies were slowly crawling on the ground at this moment, all of them staring with blood-red eyes as they crawled over towards Yi Chen's direction. Good coming. Yi Chen waved his big hand. The purple dragon staff was already grasped in his hand. Chapter 18 All the way. Remove the demons and subdue them, and return the Qianquan to a clear sky. Yi Chuan let out a low cry. The purple dragon staff in his hand gently vibrated. In the crowd's astonished gazes, a divine dragon shrouded in purple splendor suddenly flew out from his hand. Ow! A dragon roar resounded through the clouds. The purple divine dragon roared, and after flying out from Yi Chen's hand, it circled around the heads of the crowd. The brats that were still crawling in front of them stopped in place at the same time. It had long since been scared to the point of trembling. Wow, 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 wow. Escape! Escape! The little ghost cried and cried while turning around and about to escape. Yi Chuan waved his big hand. Still want to escape? It's too late. With this grandmaster here, how dare you hurt anyone? The purple divine dragon suddenly flew out. The crowd only felt a blur before their eyes as the divine dragon flew in a circle in front of them. The 30 or so brats, all of them turned into white smoke and slowly dissipated. Yi Chen slowly withdrew his hand and recited a low Buddhist chant. Amat Ba Buddha. Goodness is good. Tang Shueishui's eyes glowed as she curiously reached out her small hand and touched the purple dragon staff in Yi Chen's hand. My god. Yi Chen, is that a dragon? This can't be my illusion, right? Lu Ruyue coughed gently and slapped Tang Shueishui's small hand away. Of course it's a divine dragon. You definitely didn't see it wrong. Tang Shueishue laughed. Class president, why are you still protecting food? Good things, of course everyone shares together. Lu Ruyue's pretty face blushed. Be serious, it's not over yet. Gathered around Yi Chen, these students, one by one, looked at him adoringly as if they had seen a god. Strong, too strong, worthy of being my brother Chen. Dragon, divine dragon, classmates, did you see that? Brother Chen, how on earth did you do that? Brother Chen, do you want a disciple? Let me be your disciple? Reputation plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. These troublemaking brats were successfully expelled. Yi Chen had harvested a total of 8,000 merit points. However, this was not the happiest thing. What excited Yi Chen the most was the fact that it started from the time he entered the school until now. His reputation, from the original 10070, had directly soared to 30,300. What a concept! It had directly risen by 2 times. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Everything was exactly as he had guessed. The most effective way to obtain prestige value was indeed to pretend to be 13, and it was also necessary to pretend to be 13 in front of many people. Only in this way could one obtain the most prestige values. Yi Chen put away the purple dragon staff and looked at the pairs of eyes that were shining brightly. Classmates, the matter of accepting disciples is not impossible. It will take at most a month's time, and by then the Voodoo Academy on the Shading Dragon Mountain will be completed. At that time, don't forget your promises. Everyone, my Voodoo Academy will open its doors to all of you students. When Yi Chen finished speaking, the crowd shouted in excitement again. Brother Chen, worthy of being Brother Chen, he even has his own monastery. How about it? Everyone, I've told you before, Brother Chen is a true and genuine master. Not bad, Brother Chen, he's got real skills. Brother Chen, don't worry, I'll definitely come when the time comes. Yes, 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 I'll come too. Brother Chen, I must worship you as my master. Yi Chen nodded. He looked at Lu Rui on the side, and his heart grew more and more fond of her. Lu Rui could truly be his lucky star. Ever since she appeared, his good fortune, it hadn't stopped. Class president, why don't you come too? Lu Rui sure blanked him. Of course I wanna come. After all, this temple, or my father. She collected her words and didn't say anything further. A group of students proceeded to coax again. No way, Tatsu, you guys can't have already met your parents. Egu, then it looks like I don't have a chance. My class president, you must be happy. Tang Shueishue pulled Yi Chen's sleeve. Yi Chen, can I come? Yi Chen nodded. Of course I can come. His gaze turned to the exhaust ducts overhead. These ghost babies, it wasn't like they had appeared here for no reason. There was only some sort of connection in this. It was at this time, Principal Ma Jiwei, seeing that the commotion had ended, pulled him aside. Students, don't leave yet. Yi Chen and I have something to say. Don't be in a hurry to leave. I'll send you away after making sure there's no danger. Far away from the crowd, Ma Jiwei's face looked a little bad. His lips were purple, and the color of the blood on his face was also a little white. Yi Chen, do you know about the Imperial Ghost Bureau? Yi Chen was still wondering what the principal wanted to say. He did not expect that the principal's first words would be to ask him about this matter. He nodded his head. Imperial Ghost Bureau. Heard of it? Why? Only to see Ma Jiwei let out a long sigh. Seeing the way you exorcised the ghost just now, I thought you were from the Imperial Ghost Bureau. It's just that on your body, you don't have that kind of aura. Again making me doubt my judgment. Since you're not someone from the Imperial Ghost Bureau, let's pretend that I didn't say what I said before. Alright, you can go now. Cough. The principal gently coughed twice and turned around to leave. Yi Chen, however, pulled him back. Principal, don't rush off yet. You finished asking your questions, but I haven't asked mine yet? Oh, Ma Jiwei turned around and looked at Yi Chen suspiciously. What's your question? Yi Chen smiled faintly. To tell you the truth, I've had a few encounters with people from the Imperial Ghost Bureau before. I realized that these people from the Imperial Ghost Bureau have something that is the same as the headmaster. Could it be that the principal doesn't only have the identity of a principal? There are other identities outside of the school? Ma shook his head. I am the principal of Hualong University, and now and in the future, I am only the principal of Hualong University, and will never have any other identity. Seeing that Ma Jiwei was about to leave again, Yi Chen stopped him. Headmaster, I think you should have noticed that in your body, there are 2 strands of aura that do not belong to you. One of the strands, if I'm not mistaken, is precisely the ghost aura that is unique to those ghost masters. Ma Jiwei's complexion was stunned, only to hear Yi Chen continue. As for the other strand, this aura, fierce and furious, not only is it unable to make peace with the principal's bodies, on the contrary, it's like a terrifying virus that is constantly eating away at the principal's body. If this continues, I'm afraid that the principal's life will not have many days left. Ma Jiwei looked at Yi Chen in surprise. I can't believe that I was actually seen through by you. I don't need you to care more about my matters. Just do your own thing. I believe that in the future, they will definitely find you. Yi Chen, please believe me. They are your trustworthy teammates. You can choose to believe them. After all, they are on the same path as you. Chapter 19, The Art of Pointing Gold. Yi Chen shook his head. Whether or not they are on the same path as me, and whether or not they are worth trusting, it's only too early to make a decision. Principal, however, your body, however, won't last much longer. If you trust me, I can help you expel the other aura. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Give it some thought. My Voodoo Academy. You're welcome anytime. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he slowly turned around and left. Only Ma Jiwei was left alone, standing frozen in place. After a long time, Ma Jiwei let out a light laugh. This kid. Yi Chen took off the 7 treasure surplus from his neck and placed it in Lu Rui's hand. Classmates, stay here for a while. Remember, don't leave the venue. I'll go out and take a look. I'll come back when I'm sure there's no danger. Ryu pulled back. I'll go with you. Yi Chen shook his head. You're needed here. You're still our class president, aren't you? Lu Rui sighed. You have to be careful. Yi Chen smiled faintly. You too. The 7 treasure surplus was the most special magic treasure on Yi Chen's body. Ordinary ghosts, once they touched the 7 treasure surplus, they themselves would be shocked by the powerful Buddha's light, winking their eyes and dissipating. With the 7 treasure surplus, Yi Chen believed that this group of future believers would be able to survive well with Lu Rui's help. Brother Chen, don't worry, we will definitely protect sister-in-law. Lu Rui's small face blushed. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. The 8 characters hadn't even begun, and this was called sister-in-law. But looking at the red-faced Lu Ru, sure, it seemed quite cute. He shook his head and left the venue. No one noticed. At this moment, a girl with a cool dress and a pretty figure secretly left the crowd. Yi Chen left the venue and stood in the long corridor, frowning. Although the lighting in the venue had returned to normal, but in this long corridor, it was somewhat uneasy. The gray lights flickered on and off. The chandelier overhead creaked and shook incessantly. Yi Chen's gaze looked ahead of him. He only saw one of the wires, which was squirming a little bit, crawling towards his direction. Slowly, the speed was very slow. It looked like a crawling worm. This power line, could it be that it has become fertilized? It was only when he took a closer look that he realized that on the surface of the writhing wire, there was actually a black ghostly aura hovering around it as well. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, and just at this time, a familiar female voice suddenly came from behind him. Help! Yi Chen, save me! Yi Chen turned around and looked. He only saw a girl dressed in an imp costume, who was currently hooked to her neck by an electric wire. Yi Chen frowned before the woman's body, which was about to be jerked off the ground. waved his hand. Qiankuan reverses, pointing gold with art. The golden splendor between Yi Chen's palms flashed. The cable, which had originally been coiled like a spirit snake, instantly stopped in mid-air. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen raised one of his hands, only to see the cable poof and instantly become straight. The young girl, who had originally been hooked by the neck, finally broke free from the cable and ran towards Yi Chen in panic. With one hand, she jumped into Yi Chen's arms. Scared me to death. Yi Chen, what the hell is that thing? Yi Chen frowned slightly. Why did you follow me? He looked down, only to see tears flashing in Tang Shueishue's eyes and her face turning white. I didn't want to come to see you. Yi Chen shook his head, and then he saw Tang Shueishue's cell phone, which was still recording. You secretly filmed me? Tang Shueishue bit her lower lip in aggravation. Wasn't I curious? If you don't like it, then I just won't film it. Ugh. Yi Chen sighed. Forget it, just be happy. But I can warn you, next time don't be so messy. Luckily I'm here this time. If I wasn't, Yi Chen shook his head. It's not always such a fluke. Tang Shueishue smiled and let go of him. Got it, Master Yi. The cell phone in her hand was not put down, but she was still not making a face at the camera. Yi Chen withdrew his gaze and turned to the cables at the end of the long corridor. In his heart, he was pondering. Tang Shueishue was a cos and had quite a few fans online. This would be a free opportunity to advertise. In the future, the Voodoo Academy of Shadow Dragon Mountain would only gain more attention in order to provide him with a steady stream of prestige values. This was also his consideration for not refusing and letting Tang Shueishue photograph him. Everyone pay attention. This Master Yi Chen, that's the man of the hour in our school. Hey, Grandmaster this is a real Grandmaster. How about it? All of you Shueishue, you haven't seen it before. Look everyone, that rope that crawls, that's not a prop. Later you guys will know. Master Yi Chen's awesome. Tang Shueishue was like a little broken mouth all the way, chattering without listening. Yi Chen sighed, doing his best to focus his attention on the heel of cables that hadn't climbed in front of him yet. When Tang Shueishue was in danger earlier, he suddenly remembered. What was held inside this cable could also belong to metal. Tentatively using the 5 elements mantra's gold control technique, he didn't expect the effect to be good. Until the cable was 3 meters away from him, Yi Chen slowly raised his right hand. Tang Shueishue, who was behind him, chattered again. Everyone, look quickly. Master Yi Chen is about to cast a spell. Keep your eyes open. Don't miss it. A row of black lines flashed across Yi Chen's brows. Qiankuan reverses. Pointing gold has the magic. The rope that was still writhing towards the front was taut and straight in an instant. While the cable was taut, in the long corridor, a hoarse voice came out. Hiccup, young man, look at what this is. Yi Chen sneered. Here comes this again. What hovered in the long corridor was actually a hanged ghost. A constrictor ghost, also known as a hanging ghost. In life, it was trapped by a rope, and after death, it was not solid, trying to lure the living and drill itself into the rope. This hanging ghost, however, was different from the ones seen before. He was actually able to manipulate the cable. Seeing Yi Chen not falling for the trap, a cloud of black gas rose from the long corridor. A dry, thin ghostly figure hovered more than 20 centimeters above the ground. Long hair was draped across his chest, covering most of his cheeks. From the gaps in the hair strands, red pupils loomed. Hey, why don't you talk about rules? I asked you to take a look. Why don't you take a look? Tang Shueishue behind her exclaimed. Hey, everyone, look, see that? That black mass, that's not a computer special effect. Yi Chen shook his head. I've already seen this set of yours before. Nothing new. Can you come up with something different? The black ghostly shadow violently raised its neck. A head full of messy long hair. All of it was ruffled behind him. Ha ha, scared out of your wits. How about it, kid? Never seen such a scary ghost before? Chapter 20, The 5 Eyes in 6 Ways. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Scare a 3-year-old. Are there any other moves? The opposite constrictor gave a light eep. This doesn't even scare you. Well, looks like I'm going to use my best move. Kid, watch this. Let's show you what a true shudder from the depths of your soul is. The constrictor sneered. Right at this time, his body, once again, turned into a black smoke. In Tang Shueishue's astonished gaze, with that wisp of black smoke disappearing into the long corridor, all the cables on the long corridor trembled at the same time. Cackle, cackle. Strange friction sounds echoed in the long corridor. Yi Chen counted. On this long corridor, there were about 7 cables or so in total. These cables looked like they were dancing at the moment, twisting into the shape of waves and swaying in a circle. Everyone, look, isn't it amazing? Families, see, the ropes are dancing. This is not a computer special effect yo. Sugar water, who was behind him, was still carefully explaining. Yi Chen reached out and made a move. Qiankuan reverses. Pointing gold has the magic. As the low and majestic incantation sounded out, the originally throbbing cables also quieted down in an instant. Behind him, Tang Shui muttered in a low voice, "Yi Chen, come on, something powerful." He, however, ignored Tang Shui. Once the cables were under control, he grabbed the Z long staff and once again recited another incantation. "Subdue the demons and subdue the devils. Return the Qiankuan to the sky." Ow! An earth-shattering dragon's roar came from the sky. In an instant, a divine dragon surrounded by purple divine light appeared on the long corridor. "Families, behold! Sisters, do you see it? Dragon! Divine dragon! See, this is Master Yi Chen's masterstroke." Originally howdy tonight, the school was still haunted. If it wasn't for Yi Chen, I guess I'd have to fold here too. Behind her, Tang Shui, emotionally charged, began her speech, live and let live the appearance of a war correspondent. The constrictor's figure eventually dissipated under the purple divine light. Yi Chen checked the entire school over and finally determined. The small-scale ghost tide invasion that had suddenly occurred in the school before the incident was considered to have come to an end this time. Earlier on the venue, at this moment, Yi Chen was surrounded by a group of students, just listening to the podium. Principal Ma Jiwei cleared his throat. "Fellow students, this time, the school's crisis was able to pass smoothly, all thanks to one of your classmates, Yi Chen. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid even I would have died under the ghost tide invasion. Yi Chen, on behalf of the school, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to you. In the future, if you want to come back, you're always welcome at Hualong University. By the way, I would like to open a lecture specifically for you at Hualong University, and I also hope that you will be there at that time." Yi Chen nodded. Isn't it out of place for the principal to say that? No matter what, I was once a part of the school. No matter what the school has requested, as long as I, Yi Chen, can do it, principal, feel free to say it. I, Yi Chen, will never say half a word. The principal looked at Yi Chen gratefully, and secretly thought in his heart, this student, his future achievements should definitely not be underestimated. The students on the side, after Yi Chen finished speaking, also opened up a heated discussion. "Brother Chen is bullish. Brother Chen, I don't know how many years it will take for me to catch up with this vigor of yours. Brother Chen, in order to show my respect for you, I've decided that I won't even eat meat in the future." Reputation value plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. After some drumming, Yi Chen gained quite a few more prestige values. Until the exchange ended, the system's beeps would still occasionally ring in his head. Prestige value plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. On the way back, Lu Rui sat in the driver's seat and said softly, "Yi Chen, why do you think the school was invaded by a ghost tide?" Yi Chen shook his head. "I'm afraid we can only ask the principal about this matter. The ghost tide invasion, the last time it appeared, was 10 years ago. Now that the school has been inexplicably invaded by fierce ghosts, I'm only afraid that there's something wrong inside. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that something is changing. Because of this change, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful for some time to come. Squad leader, you have to be more careful." The corner of Lu Rui's mouth hung up a smile. "Humph, you'd better worry about worrying about yourself." Yi Chen lazily leaned forward on the passenger seat and said slowly, "What do I have to worry about? Don't forget that ghosts can't hurt me at all. On the contrary, it's you, a girl's family, in case you meet a colorful ghost. That's not good." Lu Ruyue let out a delicate hum. "Humph, you said colorful ghost? Ah, I see that there is one in this car right now." Yi Chen shook his head. "Hey, I'm also thinking about you. Okay, look at how dangerous it is for you to go back alone when it's so late. Squad leader, look at this house. It's quite empty for me to live alone. If you want to stay, it's not a problem." Lu Ruyan blanked him. "Yi Chen, are you crazy? But don't play games with me. Bye, I have to go." After saying that, he left Yi Chen's place without looking back. Yi Chen closed the door to his room resentfully. Sitting on his butt on the bed, he opened his attribute panel and began to check the harvest of this evening. Host, Yi Chen. Avatar, Buddha's light, blue. 5 elements mantra, blue, Buddha's light protecting body, passive. Magic treasure, 7 treasure surplus asterisk unique. Magic weapon, purple dragon staff, purple, skill, purple dragon seal. Magic weapon, white jade exorcism bead, purple, skill, Buddha's light, expendable. Merit, 100,122. Reputation, 41,010. Sect, Voodoo sect. Disciple, 0/4. It seems that this evening's exchange meeting was not a wasted trip, and I actually directly harvested more than 30,000 reputation points, which has risen by as much as 3 times from the original. Merit points didn't go up much, it just went up by more than 20,000 points. 100,000 merit points. Should I exchange it for something? Thinking of this, Yi Chen opened the system's exchange page. I also have a magic treasure, and I also have a magic weapon, so it's quite enough for now. Rather, it's the divine abilities and techniques that are just too shabby. Thinking of this, Yi Chen scratched the page to the divine power page. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. He was shocked at first glance. Heavenly Eye Pass, 1,000,000 merit points /500, 000 reputation. Heavenly Ear Pass, 1,000,000 merit points /500, 000 reputation. Divine Foot Pass, 1,000,000 merit points /500, 000 reputation. What he had just viewed was precisely the most powerful and mysterious 6 divine passages technique of the Buddhist family, also known as the 5 Eyes and 6 Passages. Chapter 21, The Ghost Bureau. The 5 eyes are the physical eye, the heavenly eye, the wisdom eye, and so on. Once the final eye of Buddha is attained, seeing through falsehood, one glance lasts for 10,000 years. Not only does it possess the power of the previous 4 eyes, but it is also a great realization of wisdom. Supreme Bodhi, the physical body becomes holy. The 6 divine powers, on the other hand, are even rarer. For example, one of them is the Divine Foot Pass, also called the Divine Realm Pass. Once you have cultivated this kind of divine power, when the time comes, you can go to the sky and enter the earth. You can do anything. It only takes the blink of an eye for the mind to reach it. When one opens one's eyes again, one will be able to appear where one's heart desires, and among them is the predestination power, which can not only foretell the future, but can also understand the past. This is truly great Buddhist wisdom, not something that ordinary monks could obtain. Yi Chen put away the redemption page. Regarding the idea of the avatar, he did not dare to have it again in a short period of time. After all, this thing was really too expensive. 1 million merit points, for him now, was simply an astronomical figure. He was merely a mere 100,000 merit points today, and to exchange one of them for a divine ability. If in the absence of obtaining other merit points, with the 7 treasures surplus alone, it would probably take around 9 days. Looks like I still need to go out for a walk, Yi Chen murmured in a low voice. The night was silent, and by the time he was moved to open his eyes again, the sky was already bright. Golden sunlight passed through the floor-to-ceiling bed, warmly shining on one of his feet. Buzzing, the cell phone by the bedside, vibrated incessantly. Yi Chen pressed the connect button and rubbed his eyes. He hadn't even waited for him to speak yet. On the other side of the phone, on the contrary, Lu Rui's voice came first. Yi Chen, you're on fire, do you know that? You're going to be famous soon. Yi Chen was confused by what he heard, but in his mind at the moment, the system beeps kept flashing. Prestige value +10 +10 +10. His reputation value was steadily increasing. Almost every second, it was giving him around 10 points. Looking at his attribute panel again, good fellow. At this time, his reputation value had unexpectedly reached 100,000 total value. The most frightening thing was that at this time, his reputation value, surprisingly, was still steadily rising, only to hear Lu Ruyan's somewhat sour voice coming from the other side of the phone. You and Tang Shui, when did you get so close? Why didn't I find out? Yi Chen listened in a clouded state. Class president, what are you saying? Why can't I understand a single word? Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. Forget it if you don't understand. Goodbye. After saying that, he hung up the phone with a snap. This time Yi Chen's heart was even more puzzled. Couldn't figure out that last night was still fine. How come it was only after one night? He did not provoke her, but Lu Rui was very unhappy. He was just about to put down his cell phone, only to see a few pop-up screens on his cell phone, with huge headlines, which instantly attracted his eyes. A certain university suffered a ghost-tide invasion last night, only to fear that the same situation will occur in the country one after another. Exposure. A male student of Hualong University turned out to be a hidden high priest. The high priest is actually my classmate. Small netizen Tang Momu personally filmed the process of exorcism, shocked China and abroad. The monk has been hiding for years, and had to reveal his identity to save his classmate. Dozens of news flashed by. Yi Chen felt like he was having an illusion for a moment. The pictures that hung in the most prominent position on the front page on all the major news platforms had his figure on them. These websites used different photos though, but with each photo, Yi Chen could be seen in it, clad in the 7 treasure robe, holding the purple dragon staff. This look of chanting a mantra, don't say it, was quite handsome. Although the first 10 messages on the scarf were still about major celebrities collapsing their houses and cheating on the wheelchair. However, the topic related to Yi Chen. The heat was still rising. Only a few minutes passed, the heat continued to rise, and had already broken through the 10th place, successfully squeezing into the 9th place. According to this rate of development, this is the rhythm that is going to make the headlines. Yi Chen touched his chin. Looking at the system's prestige value that was still climbing, the corners of his mouth opened up in joy. This was a good thing. He casually clicked on one of the news items and looked at the comments below. A certain gentleman, I think. This thing, the odds are that it's a hype. Probably some movie or TV show's promotion to get people's attention. Nymphomaniac girl, I don't care. I don't care. Master is too handsome. I want to give him a monkey. Red Dust Dweller, I can't believe that I have been practicing for many years and still have the hope to see a real powerful monk. So this life has not been in vain. 2 moons, so there really are dragons in this world. Otaku, technical difficulties aside, I'm afraid these really aren't special effects. It's scary to think about. Either, Hualong University is right here in our area. If this thing is true, I'll eat Ali upside down to give. Euro? The more Yi Chen read, the closer his brows furrowed. No wonder. Although there were many topics and discussions about him, but most of them still held an attitude of disbelief. There was also a portion of them that not only didn't believe it, but also threatened to fake it, to come offline and be true to themselves. Yi Chen was about to give a laugh. What strength? Still dare to come offline. If he really came, I guarantee that he would have no good fruit to eat. Especially that upside down eating Ali gave. That was the most outrageous. No wonder the millions of hits only went up by more than 70,000 reputation. Yi Chen shook his head and lamented. Alas, it's all because of those damn crooks. If it wasn't for these crooks, how could they doubt themselves as a true monk? A few million hits, if all these people believed it, converted into prestige fingers. Yi Chen didn't even dare to think about it further. How much prestige must this be? Even if a person went up 10 points, it would still be 10 million reputation points. This wasn't a small amount anymore. Even if one exchanged all of the 6 divine powers, it wouldn't be a problem. Alas, in the end, Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly. You are both a gift and a robbery. Yi Chen shook his head and lamented. And at this time, the haunted event of Hualong University that caused millions of netizens to spectate also simultaneously attracted the attention of the top supervisor of the investigation bureau. Immediately, instructions were sent towards Yi Chen's city. In the words of that person, regardless of whether it was true or not, this kind of thing must not continue to be spread in front of the public. If it causes unnecessary panic, then the mayor, the chief, won't have to work. They can all go back to their homes and farm. That person had specially decreed the fate that within 3 days, all the talk about ghost-tide invasion on the internet would be wiped out. In Yi Chen's city, the local director of the Imperial Ghost Bureau, Qin Songbai, had an anxious look on his face. Xiao Zhao, call Li Changshu over to me. Yes, director. The clerk beside him ran out with small steps. About a minute later, brought in a girl with a long ponytail. Changshu, did you see that? Chapter 22, someone wants to see you. Li Changshu nodded. I saw it all. Director. Director Qin Songbai's face grew more and more anxious. Are you sure that this person is the monk you met in Qianyuan Mansion that day? Li Changshu said with certainty. Director, there is absolutely no mistake. At that time, even though it was daytime, the ghostly aura of Qianyuan Mansion was still weak. But after that man appeared, he went up to the 4th floor alone. After spending only 2 minutes on the 4th floor, the ghostly aura in the building disappeared. Qin Songbai's twilight color deepened. 2 minutes? So fast. What exactly is this kid's origin? His gaze went to Li Changshu. If it was you, how long would it take? Li Changshu frowned. I'm sorry, Chief, if it was me and my crew, we'd need an hour. That female ghost, which has been stagnating in Qianyuan Mansion for 8 years, is getting stronger and stronger, and isn't easy to deal with. Qin Songbai shook his head. I don't mean to blame you. I just feel that this kid is a bit odd. With this kind of strength, he has at least reached the level of a ghost harnessing general. Why is it that I've never heard of this figure before? Qin Songbai frowned. Is this person an enemy or a friend? Li Changshu said cautiously. Director, I didn't sense any hostility in his body after the hasty parting that day, but he doesn't have a good temper. It's the kind of lord that eats softness and refuses hardness. I see that we from the Imperial Ghost Bureau must maintain an objective stance when we come into contact with him. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll really become an enemy. Qin Songbai smiled faintly. Changshu, you're also underestimating the strength of the Imperial Ghost Bureau. As powerful as he is, he's only one person. In this world, the power of one person is ultimately limited. Li Changshu wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Qin Songbai. Changshu, since you have a one-sided relationship with him, how about this? You'll represent the Imperial Ghost Bureau and go on a personal trip. It would be best if we can bring him. If you can't bring him, then you'll have to think of a way out as well. Li Changshu sighed bitterly in his heart. Nay, the leader's orders had to be obeyed again. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps it was really the best choice for her to go. If it was replaced by someone else who didn't know the heights, it would be a real trouble to annoy that lord when the time came. I understand, Director. Li Changshu thought of this and obediently exited the office. As for Qin Songbai in the office, before his but could do anything hot, the office barged in with another person. Director, it's been found out. This ghost tide invasion is indeed related to that incident, and judging from the situation, the other party is heading towards Mr. Ma Ji-wei. Shin Songbai waved his hand. I know, you go out first. He sat on the sofa, slowly musing. I can't imagine that he recovered so quickly. Back then, Old Ma spared his own injuries and lost 7 of my Imperial Ghost Bureau's top generals before he was able to repel him. Now that it's making a comeback, it seems like I have to feel like reporting to the top and applying for assistance before I can do so. Knock knock knock. Yi Chen, who had nothing to do. The doorway of the room was knocked once again. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose into a smile. It must be her again. Not to mention, I've recently realized that she is getting more and more obedient. Yi Chen rose from the bed in a beautiful manner and quickly ran to the door. Missed me again, right? Just as soon as the door opened, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. It wasn't Lu Rui at the door. Instead, it was a woman who looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall, for a moment, exactly where she had seen her before. Li Changshu looked at him curiously, a bright light flashing in her eyes. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Yi. Seeing that there was still a trace of doubt in Yi Chen's eyes, Li Changshu pulled out a piece of identification from his pocket and handed it to him. I'm the captain of this city's Imperial Ghost Bureau's Group A action team, Li Changshu. It's an honor to meet you. Please teach me more in the future. The other party extended a small hand and looked at him politely. Yi Chen nodded and reached out to touch her lightly before shrinking back. Now he finally remembered where exactly he had seen her before. It turned out to be those repulsive ghost masters. I remember. I saw you at the Qin Yuan mansion that day. Li Changshu smiled and nodded. Mr. Yi really has a good memory. Won't you invite me in for a seat? Yi Chen helplessly stepped aside for half a body and let this troublesome woman in. As the saying goes, nothing comes without a fight. This woman didn't come early and didn't come late, but came today, so she must be looking for him for something. I'm sorry, I've just moved home. I don't have everything, so there's no way to buy you a drink? As soon as the words were said, Yi Chen frowned. How did you know that I live here? Li Changshu smiled wanly towards him. Mr. Yi, don't be nervous. I hope you can trust me. The Imperial Ghost Bureau is definitely not your enemy. Yi Chen stroked his chin. You still haven't told me what exactly you came here for? Li Changshu's gaze swept around the room. I can't imagine that, Mr. Yi lives alone, and the house is quite neatly tidied up. By the way, our director wants you to come over. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Why should I go over? Alas, Li Changshu let out a long sigh. Mr. Yi, there are some things that can't be considered from just one perspective. I don't know if you enjoy the joy of being famous yourself, but the matter of the ghost tide invasion, if it is greatly publicized, it will surely have a considerable impact on the residents of the country. When the time comes, up and down the country, the number of people who are capable of protecting themselves like Mr. Yi is no more than 10% at most. Do you think that if people are allowed to live in endless worry and anxiety, would that be a happy thing or a painful thing for them? Yi Chen nodded. I understand what you mean. So now you, the Imperial Ghost Bureau, want to suppress this matter, right? Li Changshu smiled faintly. You're half right. This matter, it's not just the Imperial Ghost Bureau that wants to suppress it. It's the people above who want to suppress it. I can come with you, but do it as soon as possible, because I have other arrangements today. Yi Chen looked straight into Li Changshu's eyes. Li Changshu nodded. That would be the best. Mr. Yi, let's leave now. To be honest, Li Changshu sat up from the sofa. Mr. Yi, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. See you there. He smiled faintly at Yi Chen and left the room first. Yi Chen, who remained in the room, let out a long sigh. Alas, I was indeed too merciful. Chapter 23, Ma Jiwei in the Ghost Bureau. Could it be that I was born to be destined to become a Buddhist virtuoso? Originally, by using the internet to spread the word, this was one of the best ways to grow one's reputation. Just by sleeping for a while, he had grown 60,000 to 70,000 prestige values in a haphazard manner. It was hard to imagine just how much prestige value would be harvested if it continued to ferment. Tang Shui, in particular, had a not-so-small fan base of her own. By the time it went through her dissemination, it simply looked like a no-brainer deal, with no loss. Yi Chen shook his head and looked at the 7 treasure surplus, which had not been washed in the past few days. Worthy of being a magic treasure with uniqueness, it really isn't tacky. It neither gets dusty nor becomes wrinkled, as if it possesses an automatic cleaning and ironing function. A black sedan with its windows slowly opened, and Li Changshu waved towards him. Mr. Yi, come this way. Along the way, Yi Chen's words were few and far between, basically listening to Li Changshu beside him ask, and then he simply answered. In his heart, he was not interested in that laborious Imperial Ghost Bureau, per se. What he was most curious about was what exactly the other party wanted to see him for. After all, that day downstairs in the Qianyuan mansion, at that time, that member of the Imperial Ghost Bureau whose name he didn't know at that time, Yi Chen really wanted to beat him up at that time. It was only since he had put on the 7 treasure surplus. It seemed like his patience was getting stronger and stronger. Li Changshu drove the sedan and took him through the crowd, eventually arriving under an office building. On that office building, there was not a signboard of the Imperial Ghost Bureau, but rather another line of big words, Social Security Bureau. Yi Chen frowned. Li Changshu saw the doubt in his heart and explained with a light smile. Mr. Yi doesn't need to feel strange. As you know, our profession is rather special, and isn't suitable to be exposed to flowers and applause. You can interpret the Royal Ghost Bureau as the unsung heroes in this city, hidden in the darkness of the night. Yi Chen sneered. If all the ghost harnessers are people from the Imperial Ghost Bureau, I'm afraid that the matter of whether they are heroes or not is not up to you. Li Changshu was not in a hurry. Although I don't know exactly what Mr. Yi has gone through in the past, I believe that your preconceived notions about the Imperial Ghost Bureau will gradually change as you learn more about it. You should know, Mr. Yi, not every ghost harnesser belongs to the Imperial Ghost Bureau. They are like a group of hobos. If they do something against the rules, someone will still step in to fix them. Perhaps Mr. Yi has encountered unfair things in the past, but I believe that this city, too, will become better and better as this new star of Mr. Yi rises. Yi Chen shook his head, thinking that these professional ones were just different. There was still some ability to fool around, and almost got himself brainwashed by him. The two of them exchanged greetings with the security guard at the entrance. Li Changshu brought him to the side of the elevator, which, however, was not going up, but chose to go down. At first, Li Changshu just pressed a -3 button. As a result, after the floor went down to -3, only to see Li Changshu on the side, he pressed 13 more buttons in an intricate order on the buttons. The next magical scene appeared. Only a rectangular opening appeared on the elevator and slowly pulled open. Immediately afterward, a narrow vertical rectangular screen was pushed out from that opening. After Li Changshu continuously pressed several times on that screen that was flickering with blue fluorescence, the elevator that could only descend to the -3 floor actually began to descend vertically downwards again. Yi Chen quietly watched the numbers jumping on that blue screen until it turned into the word -18, and only then did it stop. He looked at Li Changshu dumbfounded. Is this number serious? Li Changshu smiled faintly. Mr. Yi doesn't need to feel strange. It's just a number. Although the headquarters of our Imperial Ghost Bureau is established on the 18th floor underground, but I heard that there were some special reasons for such a design in the first place, and it was ultimately out of desperation. Yi Chen asked curiously, what special reasons? Only Li Changshu shook his head. I don't know about this. I've heard about this matter. Right. It seems to be related to the last time the ghost harnessing general suffered a heavy loss. When Li Changshu talked about the ghost harnessing general, Yi Chen remembered the president of Hualong University, Ma Jiwei. That ghostly aura on his body was the same as the Li Changshu in front of him. It was just that the intensity of that ghostly aura on his body far exceeded that of Li Changshu by many times. The two were simply not on the same level. Through a long corridor filled with cold light lamps, with Yi Chen's ears, he could hear the movement of what seemed like a subway passing through a few meters away, all the way through a silver-white gate, only to see a room filled with a sense of technology appear in front of him. There were technicians in white uniforms everywhere, and a screen in front of them showed different parts of the city. However, the pictures captured in these screens all had the same characteristic. That is, that place must be hiding a black ghostly aura. Yi Chen's arrival instantly attracted the attention of these people, and all of them looked at him curiously at the same time. I heard that he is a ghost harnessing general. Why does he look so young? What do you know? This is called a youngster being a hero. I've heard about it. Even the people above have been alarmed. It seems that the impact of this incident is not small. You hurry up and shut up. Do your thing properly and don't get yourself into trouble. The group of people muttered in whispers, watching Yi Chen walk towards the deepest part of the room. It was only when they came to a room that was simple and out of place from the outside that they stopped in their tracks. It appeared to be just a simple wooden door, very different from all the technology outside. Yi Chen even thought that he had come to the utility room. This was because this office in front of him really looked like it revealed a sense of dissonance with this place everywhere. Li Changshu gently knocked on the door. Come in. A medium-thick man's voice came from inside. The two men pushed the door in, only to see a balding middle-aged man, putting down the phone in his hand. The man was born with decent features, but on the contrary, he was bald, with two thick and black eyebrows. He looked righteous. Changshu, you go out first. Li Changshu nodded and kissed the door of the room. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Chen, and Yi Chen was also looking at him. There was a long silence between the two, until the balding man took the lead and spoke. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Qin Songbai, the director of our city's Imperial Ghost Bureau. Originally, I was still skeptical if you were suspected of putting on a show, but I just received a call from a friend. Chapter 24 Ma Jiwei's past. He said that I can trust you, and he also said that you can trust me as well. Qin Songbai placed his hands on the table, his eyes fixedly looking at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's gaze looked out the window. At this moment, the Imperial Ghost Bureau. People were coming and going, each busy with the matter at hand. His gaze retracted. Even if you trust me, but I still don't intend to trust you. Qin Songbai raised an eyebrow. Oh, why is that? Yi Chen pulled back the seat in front of him and lazily reclined. I'm a person who's been debauched all my life, and I just like to live freely. If you want to recruit me, then I can only refuse. I won't become anyone's henchman, and I don't like to let people call me out. That kind of life is not what I want. Qin Songbai nodded. You're still young, don't know how complicated this world is yet, but I can understand you. Qin Songbai stroked his chin, and his words changed. However, if it's you, maybe I can give you a little privilege. The benefits of joining our Imperial Ghost Bureau are still many. Needless to say, there are 5 insurance policies and 1 pension, and there's usually a steady paycheck to be had. If you are willing to become a supernumerary of my Imperial Ghost Bureau, I can set up another department for you. This department, it's only you. You don't have to stay in my Imperial Ghost Bureau all the time. I only hope that, when the Imperial Ghost Bureau is in need, you can lend a hand. Yi Chen smiled faintly. You said it so eloquently, which in turn made me even more skeptical. Qin Songbai also laughed. Actually, it doesn't matter to me if you join or not, but there is someone who wants you to join. Who is that person? Qin Songbai shook his head. If you join the Imperial Ghost Bureau, you will naturally know in the future. If you don't join the Imperial Ghost Bureau, then I can't tell you his information. Yi Chen rubbed his temples, and after a little thought, he still chose to agree. Alright, I promise you. The Imperial Ghost Bureau was an official organization after all, with the official endorsement behind it. It would naturally be much more convenient when doing certain things. It was also out of this consideration that Yi Chen did not reject Qin Songbai's request. After all, he had already pulled his position so low. The Imperial Ghost Bureau welcomes you to join. Qin Songbai smiled and stood up. He pulled open the drawer in front of him and took out a rectangular, half the size of a cell phone, document from it. Both the photo and the name on it had all been printed. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. It looked like Qin Songbai had anticipated that he would join and had already prepared everything. He took the document and surveyed it, only to see that in the column of positions, 3 words were written, Skywalker. Skywalker? Qin Songbai nodded. Not bad, Skywalker. This document, you're the only one up and down the country who has it. You must keep it well. By the way, I heard that you're going to build a temple on Chalong Mountain. This is a good thing. Now that you're a member of the Imperial Ghost Bureau, the people above you will definitely support you. I'm sure you must have a lot of questions, and it's time to talk about the questions in your mind next. Yi Chen nodded. The president of East China University, Ma Jiwei, is he someone from your Imperial Ghost Bureau? Qin Songbai's gaze became distant, as if he had remembered something from a long time ago. About 10 years ago, old Ma was indeed a member of our Imperial Ghost Bureau, and at that time, he was also the topmost ghost harnessing general in terms of strength in our Imperial Ghost Bureau. At that time, there were a total of 8 ghost harnessing generals in the Bureau. Only with a sudden ghost tide invasion 10 years ago, the 8 ghost harnessing generals went out at the same time, not realizing that operation resulted in the appearance of the most terrifying and strongest Ghost King ever. Old Ma was helplessly injured by the Ghost King's ghost chi, and was devastated after that operation, and has never been able to live as a ghost harnesser ever since. It was also that one action that took away the other 4 ghost harnessing generals in the Bureau at the same time. Although they failed to kill the Ghost King, their sacrifices, however, were exchanged for a brief period of peace, and old Ma, in conjunction with the 3 remaining ghost harnessing generals, fought with all their might to forcibly suppress the Ghost King and send him back to the Yin-Yang realm. For 10 years after that, the world was at peace, and there was never another ghost tide invasion. Yi Chen quietly listened to Qin Songbai's narration, and remembered the black gas that appeared in the school a few days ago, only to hear Qin Songbai continue. It wasn't until 3 days ago that the ghost tide invasion appeared again at Hualong University, and I guessed that the other party should be running towards old Ma. If you weren't there at that time, I'm only afraid that old Ma would have died a heroic death. Although he was, before, a highly powerful ghost harnessing general, it's just a pity that since he was injured 10 years ago, he could no longer use his ghost power. If you weren't there, I'm guessing that in order to protect his students, I'm afraid that old Ma would forcefully push the residual ghost power in his body, and use his own life in exchange for the lives of his beloved students. Yi Chen listened to Qin Songbai's narration with respect in his heart. In fact, through simply getting along. He could tell that Principal Ma Jiwei was definitely a very good person. The day of the graduation ceremony. If the principal hadn't personally climbed up the stairs, I'm afraid that student really would have jumped down, even though Yi Chen had used the 5 elements mantra at that time to forcefully change the weather. However, given that female students' emotions at the time, the possibility of surviving was still very small. Yi Chen, I'm afraid that the ghost tide has reappeared this time, and I'm afraid that the Imperial Ghost Bureau will need your help. Yi Chen nodded. It is a matter of the life and death of the people of the dawn of the world. Yi Chen, will definitely not sit idly by. Qin Songbai nodded in relief. Good. Just for your words, no matter how much trouble you cause in the future, as long as I, Qin Songbai, can afford to block it, I will definitely block it for you. Yi Chen smiled. Since the director said so, no matter what trouble the Imperial Ghost Bureau encounters in the future, I, Yi Chen, will definitely not ignore it. But this ghost tide comes and goes without a trace. If it keeps appearing in a place so suddenly without warning, if this continues, won't it increase the casualty rate of the city? Hearing Yi Chen say this, Qin Songbai nodded with a smile. Actually, the Bureau has been working on this matter since that ghost tide invasion 3 days ago. The people above have long since sent an instrument that specializes in predicting the activities of ghost tides. The entire city will function normally under the instrument's monitoring, and once the ghost tide invades, the Bureau will immediately get wind of it and rush to the scene in time. As Qin Songbai was about to say more, an alarm suddenly sounded outside the door. The urgent alarm caused Qin Songbai's face to instantly tense up. Snap! The wooden door was pushed open from outside. Director, there's a situation. The second ghost tide invasion. The location is at Shading Dragon Mountain, right where Yi Chen built the monastery. Chapter 25, Isn't it good to be alive? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. It seems like I can't go without going this time. Qin Songbai nodded. Changshu is the captain of my A-team, and you've already met before. Let's have you join forces with the A-team this time. Are you okay with that? As he spoke, the door to the room was once again pushed open, only to see Li Changshu, who was currently wearing a black leotard, saluting towards Qin Songbai. Director, the A-team has already assembled, ready to go at any time. Looking at that competent temperament, the Li Changshu at this moment was valiant, with soared eyebrows, although she was a daughter, but her whole body revealed a royal lady's temperament. Since that's the case, let's all set off. I wish you a smooth operation. Li Changshu led Yi Chen to another basement. An off-road vehicle had long been lit up. There were 2 women and 3 men sitting upright in the vehicle. The 5 people looked at Yi Chen curiously, especially these 2 female comrades. Their eyes had never left, for even a moment, the 7 treasures robe on Yi Chen's body. One of the girls with short hair curiously extended a small hand. Can I touch your surplice? The girl's face was slightly red, looking a little embarrassed, but her eyes revealed a persistence. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, as long as you don't touch the rest. When he said this, the few people in the car instantly laughed out loud. That girl's face grew redder and redder, like a watery peach. She retracted her hand in embarrassment and kept her head down, not daring to speak. Li Changshu briefly introduced the circle. Everyone was young and quickly became acquainted. The girl with short hair who was a bit shy was the youngest of the few, and had entered the Royal Ghost Bureau for the shortest amount of time. Her name was also very nice, Yi Si Nan. As for the other girl, her full name was Li Qiuyu. She was a little older. She was generous and had a pretty good personality. The remaining 3 males were Little Li, Little Wang, and Little Zhao. There wasn't much to memorize. Yi Chen only remembered their surnames. The one wearing glasses was Little Li. The one with an oily belly was Little Wang. And as for Little Zhao, he was a teenager with very long hair that looked a bit non-mainstream. Yi Chen didn't know much about them, but these 5 people, they knew quite a lot about Yi Chen. Especially after last night, Tang Shui's video and blog were exposed. These 3 people were curious as to what type of ghost master Yi Chen was. Yi Chen just smiled and said that he was a Buddhist disciple. After hearing this, the 3 youngsters felt a wave of emotion in their hearts, never imagining that this legendary existence would actually appear in front of them. It was important to know that in this world, there was no telling when it started. About the Buddha related everything. All has disappeared in the dust of history. There were only a few short fables, as well as very small written accounts that proved their existence. If they hadn't met Yi Chen, they would never have believed that in this world, there would actually be Buddhist disciples. When the car drove back to Chalong Mountain, the time had already come to 12 o'clock in the morning. The location where Yi Chen had built the temple was about 1 kilometer away from the villa area. The SUV drove directly to Chalong Mountain. The location of the temple that Yi Chen had picked was right on the halfway point of Chalong Mountain. Nowadays, the area from the halfway point all the way to the top of the mountain, Lu Guoqiang had already granted it to him. However, in order for the temple to be put into use as soon as possible. Yi Chen had only allowed Lu Guoqiang to first choose about 200 square feet or so of this area to put into construction. Right now, the foundation and outer walls were barely finished. The inner part had only just built out a framework. Several people had just arrived at the entrance of the temple. A cloudy wind blew out from the woods to the west, accompanied by the ghastly wind roaring past the dark woods at the moment. It had been completely covered by a dense ghostly aura, and from a distance, it was a large black mass. A whole piece of the woods had been completely isolated by ghost chi. Silence reigned in all directions, and the entire shading dragon mountain was surrounded by a bizarre aura. Li Changshu frowned. It's right there. It's not quite right. He seems to be coming this way. At this rate of diffusion, I'm afraid that in another 3 hours, this entire Chalong mountain will be engulfed by a terrifying ghostly aura. Yi Chen nodded. In that case, let me stop him. Li Qiuye looked at the gloomy woods. Her brows tightened. Other than past files, I've never seen such a dense ghost chi before. Captain, are you sure that such a dense ghost chi can be dealt with by just a few of us? Li Changshu nodded. This is what the chief meant. He said that as long as we follow Yi Chen, this mission will definitely not fail. Xiao Zhao shook his head. Captain, if I remember correctly, historically, every time there was an invasion of ghost tides, it was the ghost harnessing general who took action to set it right. Of the few of us, you're the one with the highest strength, but it seems like you're still far from a ghost harnessing general. This is no joke. Once we encounter a ghost that exceeds our strength, I'm only afraid that no one will have the life to go back alive by then. Li Changshu frowned. Xiao Zhao, don't you believe in the chief's arrangement? Xiao Zhao's gaze turned to Yi Chen. I just don't want to put my life in the hands of someone I've only known for a day. Yi Chen let out a light laugh. If you're scared, you can wait here. There is no one forcing you to go in. Even if you don't come, I will still stop this ghost tide invasion. If you want to mess around in my place, then you have to ask this Buddha first. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he walked into the dark jungle without looking back. Captain, what should we do now? Should we follow? Yi Sinan looked towards Li Changshu, but his feet took a step forward. Li Changshu nodded. This mission, it was assigned from above. Even if the mission fails, I won't escape. You guys can make your own choice. After Li Changshu finished speaking, he followed Yi Chen's pace. Yi Sinan and Li Qiuye glanced at each other. The two of them no longer hesitated and hurriedly followed. Seeing that the only 2 female comrades in the team had already left, the remaining 3 male comrades stayed where they were, but instead, they were a little embarrassed. Old Wang, are they going or not? Old Wang looked towards Xiao Zhao who had long non-mainstream hair. I believe in the captain's arrangement. Old Wang followed. Seeing that the situation had developed to this point, Xiaoli took one last look at Xiao Zhao and also chased out. The scene only left Xiao Zhao alone, his face gloomy. Stupid, crazy people, all a bunch of lunatics. Isn't it bad to be alive? Xiao Zhao punched a stone on the side. It was at this time, in his ears, a woman's voice came. Yeah, is it bad to be alive? Chapter 26, Ghosts of the Dense Forest. The voice sounded like a gentle housewife, whispering in her ear. It made Xiao Zhao's heart, in an instant, become dull. His body violently became stiff, and his eyes lost their vigor all of a sudden, looking dull and lifeless, as if he was a humanoid puppet. A cloud of black air slowly floated in front of him, only to see a woman with a black sarong on her body, smiling daintily as she reached out and stroked her hand towards his cheek. If your teammates don't believe you, then why are you still with them? Why don't you come and stay with me? I will always believe in you and I will always be with you. I will never leave you. As that woman spoke, her body slowly approached towards Xiao Zhao. After the two of their bodies were attached together, that woman however turned into a black smoke, all of which flew inside Xiao Zhao's body. A red light flashed quickly in his eyes. We've finally fused into one. You must really hate them. Let me kill them for you. There will be no one to defy you in the future. Ha ha ha. Xiao Zhao's voice suddenly turned into the voice of the woman from earlier. He pinched his orchid fingers and covered his lips with a light laugh. Raising his feet in the direction of the jungle, he slowly walked over. On Yi Chen's side, ever since he entered the jungle, he realized that the entire jungle, when he raised his head to look at it, was shrouded by a dense black fog. Not only was there not even a trace of moonlight to be seen, the stars that were originally twinkling were also all covered by the black fog. Clatter clatter clatter. The sound of hurried footsteps came from behind them. Li Changshu and her teammates slowly walked over. The 4 wolf-eye flashlights were swinging around in the jungle. What made the 4 feel surprised was, originally, this wolf-eye flashlight, the irradiation distance was 50 meters. However, since entering the jungle, the light shown out from the flashlights was only 1 meter away. The light beyond 1 meter was directly swallowed cleanly by the black fog when it came into contact with the strange black fog. Although there is a strong yin qi, why can't we see a single ghost? Li Changshu said with a frown. Yi Chen made a silent gesture. Shu, Coming! With his whispered warning, a faint sound of footsteps came from 3 meters away from a few people. The footsteps had clearly been ringing, but they had been walking for a long time, yet they never came closer. It felt as if they were marching in place. The location of the sound source had also remained at a distance of 3 meters away. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Facing the dense black mist, he raised his hand and took out the purple dragon staff. He mouthed a silent incantation, subduing the demons and removing the devils, returning Qian Kuan Lang Lang. Ow! A magnificent and majestic dragon roar resounded above the heads of several people. The purple divine dragon suddenly flew out, and as Yi Chen reached out and pointed, that divine dragon broke through the air and flew straight towards the western location. The divine dragon that was wrapped in purple divine light broke through the black mist in an instant. Only when the body of the divine dragon continued to fly forward, the black mist that had already broken through, coalesced back together again. Several people looked at Yi Chen in surprise, their eyes wide open. Yi Xinan's small mouth was wide open. I didn't expect this to be real. I thought it was a computerized special effect before. Yi Chen, you're also too powerful. Reputation plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. No, this isn't awesome anymore. This is simply a heifer sitting on an airplane, bullish to the heavens. Yi Chen, you can actually summon a divine dragon. My god, I don't even know how to express this. I've never seen a ghost master who can summon a divine dragon. Li Qiuyue looked at Yi Chen in amazement. Deep emotions could not be calmed for a long time. How could she have never imagined? In this life, she could still see the legendary divine dragon. What made her feel even more surprised was, on Yi Chen's body, there was not a trace of ghostly aura, and that divine dragon, likewise, did not have a ghostly aura. Could this be a Buddhist disciple? It's really powerful. Reputation plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. The system's boosting tone continuously resounded in his mind. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth rose into a smile. This is only that to wear? Just watch, I have even more powerful means. With the dragon's roar disappearing, the jungle once again returned to silence. Little Li and Little Wang, the two of them had stars in their eyes. Admiringly, they looked at Yi Chen. I finally understand why the captain is so confident. Mr. Yi, oh no, Brother Chen, your strength, and your divine ability. I've lived for more than 20 years, and it's the first time I've seen it, and I can feel that your divine ability, for ghosts, has a natural restraining power. When the purple divine dragon was unleashed, even the ghostly power within me actually began to tremble. Brother Chen, you're too fierce. Reputation plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Xiao Li looked excited. Brother Chen, I heard that the director has set up a separate department for you. Brother Tatsu, is your department still hiring? How about taking me in? You can never go wrong by following Brother Chen. Yi Chen shook his head and helplessly looked at Li Changshu, only to see Li Changshu roll his eyes at the two. Little Li, can't you see that, Captain? I'm still here? Even if you want to jump ship, you don't have to say it in front of me. How? Xiao Li scratched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, Captain. I was just in the heat of the moment. Seriously, Brother Chen's means of exorcising ghosts is just too unique. Why doesn't he need to use ghost chi and transform it into his own power? It's unbelievable. Reputation value plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Yi Chen listened to the beeps coming from the system while peering around from the forest. Although it was said that they had already walked into the jungle, it was just that they were still standing on the edge of the jungle. What should we do now? Li Changshu had entered the jungle since. The main focus had been all on Yi Chen. For her, Yi Chen, at this moment, was the captain of their A-team. This was also the instruction given to her in Director Qin Sungbai's case before they set off. The director had once revealed a piece of information to her. Skywalker's position and rank was far above her own. So when acting with Yi Chen, who was a Skywalker, everything was under Yi Chen's command. Although Li Changshu did not like it in his heart, he did not reject Yi Chen though. Yi Chen was about to say that he was going to take a look inside when he suddenly noticed a hint of abnormality under his feet. About 20 centimeters away from his feet, there was a dense black gas that was slowly climbing up towards the ground. Yi Chen frowned. There's something. The four of them looked at his feet at the same time. Only a pair of black, dry arms were seen slowly reaching out from under the slack soil. Chapter 27. See how I'm going to act. First the arm, followed by a head with Mediterranean hair. The hair on that head was dry and thin and white. The eyes were sunken and the skin was tightly wrinkled. It looked thin and skinny. After moving very slowly and struggling to crawl out from the ground, a pair of dried and deep-set eyes, which looked black, looked straight at the several people. Yi Xinan raised his right hand to his chest. Is this a dry corpse, or is it a ghostly creature? Xiao Li raised his hand, and on his right fist, a circle of black flames coalesced. Who cares if it's a dry corpse or a ghostly creature? It's definitely not something good. Yi Chen stood still, not rushing to make a move. He didn't know much about ghost masters. The dry corpse with consciousness in front of him was not that strong. Even the weakest Yi Sinan could easily deal with it. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to see the means by which a ghost harnesser exorcises ghosts, only to see Xiaoli swinging his long fist burning with black flames, and with a poof, he struck the dry corpse's head. Gulp, a soft sound. The dry corpse's head, knocked to the ground by Xiaoli, rolled out towards the distance. Xiaoli withdrew his long fist, and the black flame on his hand also extinguished at the same time. Yi Chen nodded. It turned out to be like this. The flames on Xiaoli's fist just now were condensed from the ghost chi in his body. At the same time when Little Li swung his fist, Yi Chen clearly perceived it. The ghost chi hidden in Little Li's dantian converged on his hand through his bloodline. It seemed that the difference between the strength of a ghost harnesser, it lay in the amount of ghost chi they held within their bodies. When Little Li withdrew his fist and was about to show off, instead, the crowd realized, the dry corpse whose head and body were separated. His body did not fall down. At the moment, it was stretching out its hands, groping and slowly moving towards his head. What a strong life force. Yi Sinan waved his fist. Captain, let me try too. Li Changshu nodded. Go ahead. You've not been in the team for long, so you lack experience in actual combat training. This dry corpse is the best target. Good, eh? Hearing Li Changshu say so, Yi Sinan excitedly ran over, only to see her standing on both feet, followed by placing her hands in front of her body. As her slender 10 fingers began to turn, the originally quiet jungle resounded with rustling movements all around. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and looked, only to see that around that dry corpse, 3 green seedlings grew from the ground, only as high as a finger. At the top of the green seedlings, 2 emerald green branches and leaves were full of life. As Yi Sinan softly drank, the 3 green seedlings, in the blink of an eye, began to skyrocket. From a finger this high, they grew to over 3 meters tall. The finger-thick green rattan was covered with emerald green branches and leaves. In the center of the branches and leaves on the vine, there was also a green barb growing. Yi Chen looked at Yi Sinan in surprise. Compared to the flames condensed out of Xiaoli's hands, the green vines condensed out of Yi Sinan's ghost chi looked a little more mysterious. It was true that every ghost harnesser had different abilities and used different moves when attacking ghosts. The 3 emerald green rattan canes, in the blink of an eye, were like 3 feathered arrows that instantly broke through the air. The long vines, too, expanded rapidly in an instant. From 3 meters, it grew to over 6 meters. The top of the rattan, at the moment, was like 3 barbs, deadlocking the body of the dry corpse. With a wave of Yi Sinan's small hand, the rattan suddenly pulled away violently towards the outside. The dry corpse's body, too, was split apart in an instant. Yay! I made it. Yi Sinan jumped up happily, and Yi Chen nodded with a smile. This time, he became even more curious about these ghost harnessers. Ghost harnessers with ghost chi hidden in their bodies. If each of them used different moves and mastered different abilities, that would be really interesting. However, Yi Sinan's cheering only lasted for a brief 3 seconds. In the next moment, around a few people, another snapping sound came from the ground. Immediately afterward, countless dry and corrupt arms extended out from the ground. In an instant, dozens of rotting dry corpses surrounded the several people in the center. Yi Sinan let out a shriek and hurriedly ran back behind Li Changshu. We're surrounded. Little Li frowned. Damn it, so many monsters. It seems like there will be a tough battle to fight next. Little Yi, protect yourself. Li Changshu's face was composed. Everyone doesn't need to panic. Although these dryads are numerous, they move very slowly though. This is their weakness, indeed our advantage. Prepare to enter combat. Yi Chen shook his head. Why bother? Yi Sinan, huh? Xiaoli, Brother Chen, what did you say? I didn't understand. Little Wang, Brother Chen, you're not thinking of dealing with them alone, are you? In the eyes of several people who were surprised, only Yi Chen inserted the purple dragon staff at his feet, and immediately afterward, he put his hands together in front of his chest. Ba Buddha. Buddha light emerges. Buddha's light emerges launched successfully. Merit points -1000. As the system tone in his head ended, from Yi Chen's body, blinding golden Buddha light suddenly burst out. The crowd hastily covered their eyes. Little Li exclaimed, "Ah, my titanium dog eyes." Little Wang exclaimed, "What is this, a miracle? Why can't I look directly at the light on Brother Chen?" The Buddha's light was centered at his feet and continued to spread within 3 meters around him. The group of dry corpses with open teeth and claws were all turned into ashes after being baptized by the Buddha's light. When Yi Chen released his hands, the golden Buddha light slowly dissipated. "Alright, you can open your eyes now." Yi Chen's calm voice slowly entered the ears of several people. Li Qiuyu opened her eyes and looked at the cluster of dry corpses that had turned into ashes, her small mouth wide open. "I go. This is too strong." Little Li echoed. "This strength? I'm only afraid that it has long surpassed a ghost harnessing general." "Geez, Brother Chen, I'm your loyal fan. When the Voodoo Academy opens, you must accept me as your disciple. Listening to the praises of several people, in Yi Chen's head, there was another system beep. Reputation plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. These few people were really enough. Just 4 people added together had directly increased his reputation value by 5,000 points. It seemed that properly pretending to be 13 was still necessary, and for this matter of pretending to be 13, the more people there were, the better. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky was still dark. The ghostly aura that surrounded the jungle still hadn't dissipated. It seems like we still have to keep going in. I perceived a very strong yin qi in the depths of the jungle. If I'm not wrong, the culprit for these weird black mists is right up ahead. Li Changshu nodded. Yi Chen, do whatever you say. Right now, you're the executive officer of the team. Chapter 28. Good things come to pass. I've found the culprit. Yi Chen turned his gaze and reached out to point behind the crowd. Where? Why can't I see anything? The crowd looked in the direction Yi Chen pointed. There was nothing but a bizarre black mist. Jiang Lu slowly took a step forward and raised the purple dragon staff in his hand. Come out. I've already spotted you. What the hell are you hiding for? Hee hee. A woman's delicate laughter swept through the darkness. Everyone raised their eyes at the same time, only to see Xiao Zhao clasping her orchid fingers in her hands. With a strange smile on his face, he walked out from the darkness. Hee hee. This action looks too girly. Little Zhao, what the hell are you up to? You didn't come when I asked you to come just now. And now you're sneaking around and following me here. That's right, just come. Why are you still making it so weird? Little Wang and Little Li couldn't help but spit it out. Xiao Zhao let out a laugh. I just suddenly remembered that everyone is important to me, so I came back again. At this moment, Xiao Zhao's voice sounded shrill and piercing, like a man mimicking a woman. The speech sounded very out of place. Little Wang and Little Li nodded. It's still counting on you kid to be righteous. Xiao Zhao smiled faintly. I'm certainly the most righteous person. With those words, he walked towards them in a modest manner. Little Wang looked at Little Li suspiciously. Have you ever felt that Xiao Zhao looks a little strange? Yi Chen smiled faintly. More than strange. It's simply abnormal. Can't you guys see that he's already possessed? Hearing him say this, the few people re-examined Xiao Zhao. A hint of wariness raised in their eyes. Hearing Brother Chen say that, it seems like it's really the case. Look guys, he's even crossing his orchid fingers. I remember this person. Xiao Zhao usually doesn't like to talk, but he doesn't have this problem either. Little Li nodded. I said, why does he look shifty? Looking misogynistic. So that's how it is. Yi Chen's gaze sized her up. Xiao Zhao, who was possessed, similarly sized up Yi Chen. Hee hee, since you saw through it, looks like you're the one who ruined the Great King's plan last time, right? You are indeed unique. Your flesh and blood seems to have a unique flavor. So tantalizing, I can't help it. Xiao Zhao licked his lips, and a chill ran down Yi Chen's back as he looked at him. A big man looking at him like this. This feeling was too strange. Little Zhao, are you crazy? Xiao De Wang stepped out in front. He looked at Xiao Zhao with a face of disbelief. Never before have I heard that a ghost master has actually been possessed. Alas, what a disgrace to our ghost control bureau. Xiao Zhao swept his brows. His pupils turned as black as thick ink, gently raising his hand and sweeping it. From his hand, a black smoke flew out. Little King was not able to dodge in time. At this moment, he saw that black smoke flying towards Xiao Zhao. The black smoke, while flying, kept changing shape. It eventually turned into the shape of a skeleton. A bite was placed on Little King's neck. Little King's face was pained as black flames coalesced in his hands. It grasped the skull with a death grip. Yi Chen hid his eyes and muttered an incantation under his breath, subduing the demons and removing the devils, returning the Qiankuan to a clear sky. The purple dragon staff in his hand suddenly flew out a divine dragon. It instantly passed through Xiao Zhao's body. Xiao Zhao gently raised his hand to block it, and that purple divine dragon was actually sucked into his body. Ha! I thought there was much power. Turns out it's nothing more than that. If that's all you're capable of, I should have sent you to meet the Ghost King. Yi Chen sneered. Is that so? He stuck the purple dragon staff at his feet. He only heard the system's beep ringing in his head. Buddha's light unleashed successfully. Merit points minus 1000. Yi Chen's body surface erupted with golden Buddha light. It instantly wrapped Xiao Zhao's body. Only a miserable scream was heard in the air. Yi Chen, I'll be back. The next time we meet, it will be when you lose your life. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, looking at Xiao Zhao, who had fallen to the ground. He marveled in his heart. It's amazing that even the Buddha's light can't destroy her. Looking around again, the black ghostly aura that surrounded the jungle slowly receded towards the surroundings, and the female ghost's figure had already disappeared. This should be the second ghost tide invasion. I didn't expect that as the number of ghost tide invasions increased, the ghosts that appeared, their strength likewise increased. I have a bad premonition. Yi Chen, I'm afraid you've been targeted by her. Li Changshu stood beside Yi Chen, looking at the collapsed Xiao Zhao with a frown on his face. Yi Chen smiled and waved his hand. Doesn't matter. He's getting stronger. Am I? Yi Chen, not getting stronger? Li Changshu raised his eyes and looked at Yi Chen in front of him. His heart sighed with emotion. Such a powerful aura. Perhaps he really could do what he said. The group of people left Shading Dragon Mountain, and Yi Chen returned to his residence. The next few days, Lu Chuanchu's father, Lu Guoqiang, increased the amount of work. Looking at the voodoo courtyard, there was only 1 day left to complete the construction. Yi Chen also had to sigh with emotion. It was really true that money could make the devil work, although there were only 200 square feet. But if it was placed in the previous world, if he had encountered a bad project where the owner had already run away, he might not be able to finish it even after 10 years. Although he didn't go out to look for ghosts these days, but through these days of spring water hanging, the 7 treasure surplus in conjunction with the white jade demon repelling treasure beads still added quite a few merit points to him. Open the attribute panel. Yi Chen looked at his attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. Host, Yi Chen. Avatar, Buddha's Light, purple. 5 Elements Mantra, purple. Buddha's Light Protector, passive. Magic Treasure, 7 Treasure Surplus * unique. Magic Weapon, Purple Dragon Staff, purple. Skill, Purple Dragon Seal. Magic Weapon, White Jade Exorcism Bead, purple. Skill, Buddha's Light, expendable. Merit, 199,989. Reputation, 99,900. Sect, Voodoo Sect. Disciple, 0/9. If it looks like this, it should be that every 10,000 reputation value corresponds to the number of disciples. Even though the Imperial Ghost Bureau had already carried out a large destruction of the video that had been passed out before, however, the speed at which the network spread was like a virus. The people from the Imperial Ghost Bureau, today, were still deleting yesterday's post, and by the end of the day, a new and different post would appear. Once someone viewed that post, Yi Chen would gain a small amount of reputation value. A few days down the line, his reputation value was about to break 100,000 public virtue points. On the other hand, had grown directly to 190,000 and was about 200,000 away. Looking to be today. Prestige plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Chapter 29, The Great Sun Ra Holding the Scriptures. Yi Chen listened to the system beeps in his head, and suddenly realized that the beeps of a large amount of prestige value increase came from his mind again. How strange. How could it suddenly increase so much? After his observation over the past few days, each increase in reputation value was around 1 to 10. With such a drastic contrast at this moment, something strange must have happened in the future. Ding! The prestige value has reached 100,000. Congratulations to the host. Received the title of ascetic. Title reward, rewarded with a Vajra bucking mortar and pestle. Oh! Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, only to see a demon bucking mortar and pestle that flashed with golden splendor, hovering right in front of him. This Vajra demon bucking mortar and pestle, which appeared to be only about the length of a small arm, with the upper section of the grip consisting of a 3-faced Buddha face, 3 Buddha faces with different looks. One of them opened his mouth and laughed, another, with angry eyes, and the remaining one showed his teeth as if he were an evil spirit. Underneath the grip, it looked like a triangular cone, and on the grip, it was carved with Dao Dao Sanskrit. Yi Chen reached out and grasped it in his hand. The golden splendor slowly faded, and it was heavy in his hand, and he didn't know if it was made of gold. Yi Chen's eyes gazed at the Vajra demon bucking pestle, and all the information of that demon bucking pestle entered his eyes. It dissolves all the grievances between heaven and earth, and in an instant, it can send terrifying ghosts into the realm of reincarnation. A simple piece of information, but it allowed him to see the extraordinary nature of this Vajra bucking pestle. Just as he was studying the Vajra subduing mortar and pestle, the system reminder in his head sounded once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Merit points have reached 200,000. Obtained the title of Vajra's Wrath. Title reward, a handwritten scripture of the great sun ruler. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, only to see an ancient scripture appear in front of him. He took it in his hands and turned the first page. The myriad dharmas are wonderful and empty, destroying delusion. Have thoughts, do not think. Blessed beings are infinite. Yi Chen looked surprised in his heart. This was actually a cultivation gong method. This gong method had a total of 9 layers. Once he practiced to the 9th layer, he would be able to break through the illusion and become a Buddha on the ground, which could actually help him to reach the supreme realm of the Buddhists. On top of that, each layer of the gong method corresponded to a Buddhist divine ability, and if he cultivated the gong method to the 9th layer, Yi Chen would master the Great Sun Rulai poem. This was the Buddhist sect's supreme attacking technique. It was rumored that when this poem came out, It was even capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, possessing the ability to travel through time and space and go back to the past. At that time, not only would the physical body not be limited by space, it would also not be limited by time. Yi Chen looked on in wonder. With this great Sun Rulai handwritten scripture, it seemed that he was getting closer to the path to Buddhahood. He closed the scripture and gently placed his right hand on that scripture, and from the scripture, a golden stream of light slowly drilled out, and at this moment, it followed his palm and drilled into his limbs and bones. He didn't know how much time had passed, and when he opened his eyes again, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air, the first layer of the great Sun Ruler. Finally a smooth breakthrough, and in his mind, there was an additional divine ability that he had never seen before. Yi Chen looked at his attribute panel, and in the avatar column, there were 4 words written, Buddha Rage Vajra. Looking at the introduction of this divine ability again, the smile at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth became more and more obvious. Buddha's Wrath Vajra, my Buddha is compassionate and does not engage in killing. When Vajra is angry, all ghosts will hide. This Buddha's Wrath Vajra, when cast, in both eyes, condensed the divine power of the Vajra. It caused the pupils of the eyes to emit 2 divine lights, and when the divine lights passed, within a 100-mile radius, the ghosts wailed and 10,000 demons fled. The introduction of this divine power made Yi Chen cry out. With this Buddha Fury Vajra, wouldn't he be invincible? At the same time, corresponding changes occurred within his body, only to see that at the location of his dantian, a clear spring actually appeared, which looked to be only the size of a palm, and in the middle of the spring, a red flower bud stood out. It was the bud of a lotus flower, with only one of its petals blooming. Yi Chen counted. This lotus flower had a total of 9 petals. It seemed that it should correspond to the 9 levels of cultivation of the great Sun Ruler, and when the 9 lotuses bloomed, that would be the day he became a Buddha on earth. Yi Chen got up and moved his waist, raising his eyes and looking out of the window. He only saw that on the shading Dragon Mountain, the construction of the voodoo courtyard had already been completed, and then he looked at the time, and realized that a day had already passed. Although this past day was senseless, the changes that had occurred in his body, however, made him even more surprised inside. Lu Rui's phone call came through. Yi Chen looked down and saw that there were already more than a dozen missed calls on his cell phone. He hurriedly pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone, Lu Rui's voice sounded anxious. Yi Chen, where the hell are you? Everyone is waiting for you. I'm dying of anxiety. Yi Chen slapped his head, and only at this moment did he remember that he had previously been leaving the matter of the voodoo temple to Lu Guoqiang and Lu Rui to deal with in its entirety. Now that Lu Rui had called over to him, it was obvious that he wanted to tell him about the official opening of the voodoo temple. Wait a moment, I'll be right over. Then hurry up. Not only are a lot of your classmates here, there are also some of my father's friends who have also come to support you today. Yi Chen nodded. Don't worry, I'll be right there. He hung up the phone and flew towards the Voodoo Academy. Yi Chen had wind under his feet, and since he had broken through the first level of the Great Sun ruling Sutra realm, at this moment when he was walking on the road, even though he could not fly yet, the speed at which he moved was indeed more than a dozen times faster than before. The villa was at the foot of Chalong Mountain, while the Voodoo Academy was halfway up Chalong Mountain. If it was before, Yi Chen would need at least an hour to get to the halfway point. By the time he had climbed up the mountain, he would have already been exhausted, but now it was different. After only 5 minutes, the person had already arrived at the location of the Voodoo Courtyard, which was shortened by 12 times. Yi Chen looked towards his dantian, the clear spring, stirring up ripples. As he powered his feet, the spring reduced a bit. However, when he stood, as the ripples rose, the water level of the spring, too, slowly rose. Outside the gates of the Voodoo Academy, rows and rows of luxury cars were parked and listed. On the other side of the parking plant, a few buses, on the contrary, looked somewhat unique. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. This feeling, how he was similar to the presidents of those monasteries about to go public. For 3-meter-high idols stood quietly at the entrance. Everything was laid out according to the concept provided by Yi Chen. These 4 idols were naturally the 4 heavenly kings who protected the world. The vermilion door had long been opened. Yi Chen stepped in, and besides the students of Hualong University, in the very center, Lu Guoqiang stood with a group of middle-aged men and women dressed in luxurious clothes. Yi Chen had just walked in, and Lu Guoqiang also saw him and waved at him. Master, over here. Chapter 30, Who's the Liar? As Lu Guoqiang spoke, everyone's gazes, at the same time, focused on him. Brother Chen, why did you just come? We've been waiting for you for quite a while. Yes, Brother Chen, you said before that you would accept us as disciples. This matter, don't forget. Yi Chen nodded towards the students in the 4 directions. With more than 200 square meters, the plaza's location, only 60 square meters were reserved. With so many people crammed together, It rather seemed a bit crowded anyway. The students from Hualong University, about 200 people had come, while those bosses beside Lu Guoqiang, men and women together, were about 40 or so. Don't worry, when have I ever changed my mind about what I promised you guys? After Yi Chen nodded towards them, he walked towards Lu Guoqiang. Let me introduce to you all. He is the future presiding officer of the Vermilion Temple. Yi Chen, Master Yi. Don't look at his young age. The strength in his hands can't be underestimated. My Fuxing mansion, it's been 7 or 8 years since it was haunted. This matter, I think all of you already know about it. This time, if it wasn't for Yi Chen's hand, I don't know when the Fuxing mansion will be back in use. Do you guys know that? The Grandmaster only used one night to set it right. One night, everyone, do you know what concept this is? Most of the people smiled and nodded, but one of them, a man wearing a black sable with sunglasses on his head, snorted disdainfully. Yi Chen looked towards the man, only to see that the man was born with a big head and fat ears, as if he was a fat pig, wrapped under the black sable skin. What kind of master? Such a big air? Old Lu, it's not that I'm talking about you. There are a lot of crooks these days, you have to be careful. The man looked down at his green water ghost in a conspiratorial manner and continued, causing me to wait for an hour for nothing. This master, do you know what an hour, again, represents for me? I go up and down a few million a minute. Waiting for you for an hour has caused me to lose tens of millions. Yi Chen smiled faintly. I didn't invite you here. If you don't want to wait, you can leave on your own. What's more, I see that your seal hull is black and your face is dark. With your face, it seems that you have not been living peacefully lately. If you didn't have a request for me, how could you have waited here for more than an hour? The man's face was stunned, and he quickly smiled and started to apologize. Originally, he saw that Yi Chen was young and looked about the same age as those students, and originally thought that he would first give him a downward spiral, so that when he sought Yi Chen's help, Yi Chen wouldn't reject it, but he didn't realize that stealing a chicken wouldn't work. Little master, don't say that. I'm a mouthful, that's all I have. I still hope that little master won't blame me. The crowd looked at his demeanor switching so quickly, thinking that Yi Chen should have guessed right. Looking at Yi Chen's gaze, it was also a tad different from before, with one more point of respect in his eyes. Just at this time, one of them, a stout man who looked even younger in age, around 30 years old or so, however, sneered disdainfully. Humph, Zhu Laowu, I think you've really gone back the more you live. To be subdued by someone just like that, you're really getting less and less grown up. The man squeezed through the crowd and walked up to Yi Chen, his neck raised high, his eyes lowered as he glared at Yi Chen. Humph, not very old and dressed quite fancy. You say you're a master, or a Buddhist master, but how come I've never seen you or heard of your name? As far as I know, there seems to be only one master in our city, called Master Jiekong, right? Old Master Lu, I heard that you contributed money and effort to specially help this kid build this monastery. You wouldn't have been cheated by him, right? Lu Guoqiang's face was slightly cold as he walked forward and said with a straight face, Mr. Li, I know you're young and don't believe in a lot of things, but just because you don't believe it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are some things that you'll only understand after experiencing them, not to mention that Master Jiekong is simply a liar. 3 days ago, Master Yi had already exposed his trick of deceiving people, and at that time, he had even sworn that from now on, he could never come out as a Buddhist disciple to cheat again. The man threw back his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Lu, you wouldn't be singing a double act with this kid today, would you? You said that 3 days ago, Master Jiekong was exposed by him, and that he couldn't use the identity of a Buddhist disciple in the future either. Then why was it that last night, Master Jiekong came to my residence instead and sold me a Buddhist sect's greatest treasure? Lu Guoqiang seemed to smile as he looked at Mr. Li and shook his head, letting out a long sigh. Alas! Yi Chen also shook his head. Alas! I didn't think that he would actually come out to cheat people again. Yi Chen's gaze swept over his body and found that on his neck, there was a red silk thread. A smile hung at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Although it did not have a perspective function, it was able to sense that this gentleman surnamed Li, the Buddhist sect's most precious treasure that he was talking about, should be the same peace talisman that he wore on his chest, the exact same weaving technique. This Buddhist sect's most precious treasure, that is, that peace talisman. He had seen it at the Lu family at that time. At that time, Boundary Sky was planning to sell it to Lu Rui at a high price of a few $1 million, but unfortunately Lu Rui didn't believe in it, and that's how he found himself. He looked at General Li and slowly said, Mr. Li, that Buddhist sect's greatest treasure, is it a triangular peace talisman? Mr. Li's face froze. How do you know? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Not only do I know that this blessed sect's most precious treasure of yours is a peace talisman, I also know that this peace talisman, this bastard, Boundary Heir, has at least one sack. He lied to you that it's the most precious treasure of the Buddhist sect, but in fact it's nothing more than something he bought for a few cents. If you open this peace talisman, you'll find that the charms drawn inside are quite ugly. This kind of thing that costs less than even 20 cents. You would actually believe that it's the most precious treasure of the rune sect. It looks like you've been tricked quite badly by him. Mr. Lee, I wonder if he sold it to you and asked you for a few $1,000,000. Mr. Lee's face turned completely cold. He was furious and pulled out that peace talisman from his collar. Impossible. The thing I bought for $10 million. How could it be a fake? Yi Chen and Lu Guoqiang glanced at each other. Both of them were forcing back their laughter. The friends who were usually in closer contact with Lu Guoqiang all looked as if they were watching. However, amongst them, there were a few people who had taken out peace charms from their bodies. No way. Is this thing really fake? Holy, Master Jiakong also came to my house last night. This peace talisman of mine. It cost $3 million. Chapter 31, My Dad's Rich. After such a toss, no one would have expected that the group of business tycoons who had come to the Voodoo Temple of Fame today would actually have a dozen or so people who had been cheated by the same person on the same night. And the amount of money that each person was cheated was different. However, among them, it was Mr. Lee, the big wrongdoer, who had been cheated out of the most amount of money. Yi Chen shook his head with a smile. Alas, $10 million? $10 million for a piece of broken paper. Mr. Lee is really rich. You have this $10 million. It's a few truckloads of amulets that you can acquire. Yi Chen's voice. Slowly here the square spread out. Mr. Lee's face became more and more ugly. After all, more than 10 people, in the same night purchased the Boundary Sky Master's amulet. This matter in detail. There were really too many strange places. Although General Manager Lee was skeptical in his heart, his mouth still refused to admit defeat. But how can I believe your side of the story? Yi Chen shook his head and let out a long sigh. As the saying goes, the Buddha is able to help those who are destined to be there. Since you are unwilling to believe it, then it seems that you are not destined to be with my Buddha. But there is no need for Mr. Lee to be anxious. As the saying goes, the world has its own karmic wonders. Everything has its own destiny. When the time is ripe, it will be the day that you see through the delusion. Mr. Lee was still unwilling to believe it, but those few people who had been cheated, at this moment, did not have the slightest doubt in what Yi Chen said. It's so infuriating. I can't imagine that Master Boundary Sky is actually a liar. Yeah, I didn't expect that the bald monk who looks honest and sincere. In his heart, he only thinks of cheating our money. 3 million that's my 3 million. Next time I meet him, not only will I get my money back, I'll also break his legs. Another person sneered. What's 3 million? My 5 million was also cheated away by him, only exchanged for 2 amulets. Thinking about it makes me so angry. The next time I meet him, I'll have to break both of his arms. Mr. Lee's face became more and more ugly, only to hear Yi Chen slowly said, Ladies and gentlemen, Voodoo Temple, from today onwards the temple door is wide open. From now on for 100 years, until I die, I will not close the door for all of you. I can guarantee you all that I will definitely not cheat everyone out of their money like Boundary Sky. A young woman nodded, looking at Yi Chen with admiration. Yes, this young master is right. The monk can't run away from the temple. Now that his temple is here, he naturally wouldn't dare to cheat us easily. But the master is someone with real skills. How could he be a liar? As that young woman spoke, she even winked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's hand was raised in front of his chest as he lightly recited Amitba Buddha under his breath and nodded towards him. This lady has a point. Reputation value plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. At this moment, the crowds in this square, looking at the calm and self-assured Jiang Yechen, cast reverent gazes. That Yi Chen wearing the 7 treasure robe, at this moment looked dignified, sacred and inviolable. Do you all have any more questions? If not, then I'm going to start the enlightenment ceremonies next. Yi Chen quietly looked at the students gathered on the square, as well as the group of business partners brought by Lu Guoqiang. The students shouted at the same time, Alright Brother Chen, don't rub it in with them. How could we not believe you? Yeah, if it wasn't for that night when Brother Chen arrived at the school in time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have the life to stand here today. I also don't know what these people are thinking. They would rather believe a fake master than our Brother Chen, who is as fake as he is true to the Buddhist sect. The students' words, again, made this group of veterans who had long stepped into society for many years, instantly feel disgraced. It was only a pity that what these students said was, indeed, the truth, which made it even more difficult for them to face their blunders, especially those lords who had been cheated out of their money by Boundary Sky. Since all of you have no objections, then we are now ready to begin the light opening ceremony. Yi Chen waved his hand and was about to step into the temple. At this moment, a youth who looked slightly obese and whose face looked a little lewd, however, blocked in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. I don't know what your excellency's name is? The fat man snorted coldly. They all call me husband, but I don't like that title. I'm a person, I guess, and I don't have much ability, but my father is especially rich. As for me as a person, I'm just as honest as that. I still don't believe that you are a real master. On your age, your fancy dress, honestly, cheat those students, and those who haven't seen the world's soil cannon can still be. If you want to fool me, the little prince of love, I'm afraid it's still almost interesting. Yi Chen smiled faintly. So, only the fat man could hear a petulant grunt. I've seen your videos on the internet, and they all say that you can catch ghosts. If you can show the process of catching ghosts in front of me once today, then I will believe that you are a real master. But if you can't do it, then don't blame me for tearing this place down. Lu Buochang walked up with a frown. Little Wang, stop it. I'm still on good terms with your father. If he knows that you're messing around like this, you be careful that you won't have your pocket money for the next month. Little Wang gave a petulant grunt. What's the big deal? Isn't it just tens of millions of dollars? If the old man doesn't give it, I'll just ask my mom for it then. Yi Chen laughed. Kind of interesting. You just said that if I can't prove that I'm a real master and can't catch ghosts, you're going to tear down my temple. Is that true? That fat man nodded, and Yi Chen laughed once again. That's great. It's just a pity I'm a person who has never bet with idiots. That fatty sneered. What? No balls? Come on people, tear down this broken temple for me. Not a single brick or tile can be left. Yi Chen raised his hand and slapped his big fat pig-like head, only to see a crimson palm print instantly left on that obese cheek. I don't care if your father is Wang Gang or Li Gang, daring to fool around in my territory. You don't look at how much you weigh. I'm not betting with you only because I don't like to bother with fools. Since it's a bet, then you have to show sincerity. Since I have to pay such a heavy price if I lose the bet, I wonder about this male who looks like a fat pig. If you lose, what kind of price are you able to pay? The fat man looked at him with cold eyes, directly in front of Yi Chen, with a pair of eyes that seemed like the god of death, giving off an irresistible pressure. The fat man's heart shook. Chapter 32. Such a strong kingly aura. The Yi Chen in front of him seemed to have a terrifying killing aura in his eyes. This strong murderous aura caused his obese body to tremble, and at this moment, his legs had gone soft and he could not help but pee on the spot. How could there be such a strong kingly aura? The fat man pondered in his heart. Only after years of being horizontal, he actually gritted his teeth and held on. He just didn't believe that in this world, there was actually someone who dared to fight with him. To say money, although he is not the world's richest, but he dares to guarantee that his father, absolutely more than the presence of a number of bosses of the money, just because of this bottom of the air. He also wanted today and in front of this do not know the death of the youth bet in the end. He would like to see the other side in the end. What capital can be bold? Speaking of these years, has been only he bullied other people's mane, which have other people to scare his share. When that fat man thought of this, the previous fear in his heart was transformed into anger. Humph, don't know how to die, dare to fight with this young master. Kid, I think you are really tired of living. Do you believe it or not? I'll call a phone in a minute and have someone remove your legs. Yi Chen smiled faintly, gently raised his palm, followed by a snap, and swung it out towards the front. This slap is considered to be a lesson for you. As the common saying goes, self-inflicted sins can't be lived, and people's cheapness has its own heavenly harvest. I see that the chi and blood are weak, obviously due to overindulgence. If you don't know how to control yourself, I'm afraid you won't live to be 50. I don't care who your father is. I also don't care who you are. Since you started this conversation, then this master will bet with you to the end. Don't you want to see if I can catch ghosts or not? After Yi Chen finished speaking, a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. This smile was taken into the eyes of that fat man, and his heart trembled again. Could it be that what he said is true? The fat man muttered darkly in his heart. He gritted his teeth and looked at the AJ under his feet, his heart gaining confidence again. Good. This young master will bet with you to the end today. Yi Chen laughed, looking at the fat man at the moment like he was looking at sand. Since you set my bet, then shouldn't your bet be set by me as well? Unbridled. How dare you be rude to young Master Wang? At this moment, from inside a black sedan, four pugnacious men wearing black suits and a pair of round-framed sunglasses on their heads walked down. Those men walked forward and looked at Yi Chen with ill will. What is your status? What class? And how dare you make conditions with our young master? Yi Chen raised his hand and swept it gently, and a ripple rose from that clear spring in his dantian. Just the palm wind that swung out from his palm instantly lifted one of the big men out by more than 3 meters. That big man's body, with a bang, like it could be a cannonball, smashed heavily on the lapis lazuli floor. Smashing that lapis lazuli also opened a gap. The crowd all looked on in amazement. Everything that happened in front of them, the action was just too fast. Could this be the legendary palm wind? It's really unimaginable that master, who looks so young, is actually so deeply hidden. To actually have such a powerful stance, it really makes us admire and admire. The fat man's legs shook as he hurriedly grabbed one of the pugilistic men. The other three pugilists, despite being covered by sunglasses that hid most of the look on their faces, but at this moment, under the sunglasses, a trace of panic also appeared in their eyes. This is an expert. The several big men looked at each other and did not feel weak. They had to know that normally, due to the status of Mr. 1, where would anyone dare to take a shot at them? As long as they stood there, the other party would have been so scared that their legs would go weak and beg for forgiveness. Unexpectedly, today, they ran into a tough guy. What kind of god was the other party, who actually dared to call the shots with Duke Wang? The three brawny men couldn't figure it out even if they thought about it. It was not just the three big men who couldn't understand. The fat man on the side was equally puzzled. He really can't understand why this kid actually did not follow his original expectations, kneel down and beg for mercy. This dude's waist was also too straight. After so many years of being ruthless, letting him just concede, he definitely refused to do so. If he really conceded today, how would he be able to mix in the city's rich and powerful circle in the future? In the future, what happened today would become an after-dinner talking point in the mouths of a group of wealthy gentlemen. Thinking of himself, there is a possibility that he will become the laughingstock in other people's mouths for more than 10 years. A wave of anger rose in his heart. Fine. This young master will bet with you to the end. Aren't you going to raise the stakes? Lose it. What do you want this young master to do? With this young master's family history, even if I were to send you a dozen or so small targets out of thin air, that wouldn't be difficult. For this young master, it's as easy as ting and farting. Yi Chen sneered. I don't dare to take your money. Your money is too dirty. There will be retribution. The fat man frowned. What do you mean? Yi Chen shook his head. Too lazy to explain. There was a very strong wave of karma in this fatty. If he really took his money, he would have been tainted with his karma by then. For a dozen small goals. From now on, he would be wiping his ass all over the place. This kind of losing business, Yi Chen, would not do it. You'll naturally know later, since we're talking about bets. I see that although Mr. Wang's face is obscure, he was born with a rich look. Let's put it this way, if it's you who loses, come to my voodoo temple and clean my voodoo temple's toilets for 2 months. The fat man's brows tightened. How dare you insult me? How could I, the young master of the Wang family, come and clean your toilets? Yi Chen smiled coldly. Don't play if you can't afford it, young Master Wang. It's dark and slippery. Society is complicated. With such a big mouth, be careful of flashing your back. Facing so many pairs of eyes looking at him, Fatty gritted his teeth, and agreed with a ruthlessness. Humph, bet on it. Who is afraid of who? This young master has never lost. Just with you this little Yakuza also want to win me. Never. Lu Guoqiang shook his head and sighed softly. Alas, old Wang, it looks like your son will soon be famous. The few friends who were familiar with Lu Guoqiang also had mysterious smiles at the corners of their mouths at this moment. I can't imagine that old Wang is so powerful that he would actually give birth to such a straw man. A few people whispered and flirted, but the fat man at this moment could not listen to it, and focused all his mind on the matter of betting with Yi Chen. I'm going to add one more. If you say it you're going to lick my toes. Fatty looked at Yi Chen and laughed out loud. Yi Chen looked at him and shook his head. This person was really hopeless. Just at this time, he only heard the fat man continue. In order to prevent someone from cheating and playing tricks, so for this ghost hunting, the location must be set by me. Chapter 33 Buddha fulfills those who are faithful. Yi Chen casually waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Real gold doesn't fear fire. The corners of the fatty's mouth revealed a sardonic smile, and he muttered darkly in his heart. I'm going to see just how much you can do. I have to find out the fiercest, most ruthless and most poisonous haunted ghost place tonight, to properly sharpen your sharpness. His eyes rolled, and he suddenly thought of a place. My Wang family's ancestral tomb. I recently heard that it is haunted by zombies. Yi Chen, since you also have this so capable, dare to go to my Wang family's ancestral tomb, catch that legendary zombie out and subdue it on the spot. If you are able to do so, this young master will definitely not go back on his word for the request you mentioned. Yi Chen sighed in his heart. It seemed that this person was indeed truly hopeless. He actually wanted to take himself to catch his ancestor. Alas, what a treacherous act. Yi Chen said in his heart, if he were his ancestor, he wouldn't be so angry that he would jump out on the spot and give this unfilial son or grandson 2 slaps. However, in his heart, he did not say so on his lips. Otherwise, if he scared off this Wang Gongzi, it wouldn't be fun at that time. What's wrong with that? Lead the way. Wow, Brother Chen is going to catch a zombie tonight. Classmates, what do you say we follow or not? One of the classmates was listening to the discussion between the two, and at the moment was getting more and more curious about the next change in the development of things. After all, on that day, Yi Chen's performance in school. They had witnessed it for all to see. Naturally, they believed that there was absolutely no way that today's Yi Chen would lose. However, what they were more curious about was the look of defeat on the face of this Wang family's great young man at that time. The thought of such an unimpressive fellow having to clean the toilets at the Vermilion Temple for 3 months was an incomparable relief in their hearts. The fat man on that side lowered his head and made a phone call. After about 4 or 5 minutes, he suddenly raised his neck in a high and mighty manner. Using his nose, he said smugly to Yi Chen, "I've just contacted Oldly, the tomb watchman, and he has confirmed to me that the rumors of zombies are true. I'll see how you die this time." Fatty turned his head to the group of merchants and students. "Everyone, who dares to accompany me to our ancestral tomb to meet our player's zombie?" A group of students raised their hands. Me, and me. Me too. Fatty nodded in satisfaction. "Good, your food and lodging today. This young master will contract it." A group of students looked at Fatty and laughed coldly. "Ugh, hi. Young Master Wang is really rich and generous. He actually took the initiative to invite us to watch the big show, and also contracted the round-trip food and accommodation expenses. Then how can we not go? Classmates, don't you think it's the right thing to do?" Right. Even if we don't give Brother Chen face today, then we still have to give young Master Wang face, right? I can't wait to go and see just what interesting things will happen then." That fat man hadn't heard the yin and yang of these students. It still thought that they were really backing themselves up. Happy's neck raised another point, and at the moment, it looked like a turtle that had raised its head. His gaze swept back to the group of bosses. "All of you, no matter what, are considered to have crossed paths with my father. Although your assets are not as much as my father's, I still hope that all of you can think of a face. It's also good to let me dismantle this liar, so everyone won't fall for his tricks in the future. Speaking of which, I'm also thinking about all of you all." That crowd of business bigwigs at the moment looked at that fat man with a sullen face. In their hearts, they secretly pondered, "This kid is also too bad at talking. It is said that the dragon gives birth to the dragon and the phoenix gives birth to the phoenix. How does it feel that the old king, this is born a pig's head it?" However, as soon as the thought of the zombie rumors may be true, most of the eyes again appeared hesitant. Look, after all, gambling to gambling, life is the most important. If they even lost their lives, then they wouldn't even have a chance to enjoy themselves at that time. However, Jiang Lu didn't think that way. He had long since read the minds of this crowd in his eyes. "Since you guys don't dare to go, then I, Yi Chen, will give you confidence. After all, this could be another wave of opportunity to increase the prestige value. Only a fool would miss it. You all don't need to worry. With me, Yi Chen, I will guarantee that you all will be safe and sound. At the same time, I can also solve the doubts in your hearts. At that time, when all of you bosses come to my voodoo temple, you won't have to be suspicious anymore. Speaking of which, it's also the best of both worlds. At that time if I subdue that zombie, then everyone will no longer be suspicious. Tonight, those who are traveling together are all my Yi Chen's friends. When you come to my voodoo temple tomorrow, you can receive one of my Yi Chen's exclusively made demon-repelling magic treasures. If you carry this item on your body, or place it in your home, you can keep your home safe from demons and ghosts." As Yi Chen spoke, he simultaneously opened the system's redemption page. From the system's exchange mall, he exchanged a dozen or so exorcism magic bars. These demon-repelling magic bars were nothing more than elementary things, but compared to those fakes from the realm Empty Master, they were much too strong. On the contrary, these things were not expensive either. Each exorcism magic treasure exchanged up was only 100 merit points. Yi Chen spread out his palm, and at the moment, he only saw 4 red ropes hanging from his right hand. The 4 pendants under the red ropes had the Goddess of Mercy statue, and the Maitreya Buddha, all of which were peace talismans for body protection. Yi Chen lit up the peace talisman in his hand and slowly said, "These peace blessings, if you carry them on your body, they can help you block a disaster once. These things are all enlightened. You all can personally come up and practice your eyes. Naturally you can see the difference between them and the fakes in the realm sky." Lu Guoqiang was the first to walk up, and he took a Maitreya Buddha pendant from Yi Chen's hands. Grabbing it in his hand and observing it carefully, his eyes were glowing. Unexpected. This is the first time I've seen this kind of genuine peace talisman. Everyone, come and see. Not only is this pendant's texture crystal clear, like a kind of ore that has never been seen before, but there is a quiet and peaceful power in that Buddha's body. Just grasping it in my hand makes me feel refreshed. How could it have such a magical effect? Could this be an object that has been enlightened? Lu Guoqiang was at least a famous local businessman, barely able to go 50-50 with Fatty's dad. After he took the lead, a dozen people gathered around. The crowd held the pendant in their hands and looked at it, their eyes glowing. "Master, can you sell me this picture pendant? I don't know why, but the first time I saw it, I felt particularly fond of it." Yi Chen shook his head and smiled gently. A trace of hope flashed across the man's face. However, Yi Chen's next words caused his originally dashed hopes to burn up again. As the saying goes, the Buddha caters to those who are destined to be with him. Since you and I are so destined to be with each other, then this Maitreya Buddha pendant, I'll just give it to you. Chapter 34, 7 Dragons Mountain. Ancestral Tomb of the Wang family. The man looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Send it to me? Master Yi Chen, did I hear you right? Yi Chen nodded calmly and hung the Maitreya Buddha pendant, personally, around his neck. I, Yi Chen, am a man of the heavens and the earth, and I never tell lies to deceive people. You just carry it with peace of mind. If in the future, I ask for a penny from you in the name of this pendant, at that time, you can bring all the people at the scene and come together to smash this temple of mine, and I, Yi Chen, will never complain. The man nodded his head repeatedly, and at this moment, looking at Yi Chen, it was as if he had seen a god, and his heart became more and more worshipful. Reputation plus 200 plus 200 plus 200 plus 200. The man nodded with satisfaction. He also deliberately put the Maitreya Buddha pendant, open in front of his chest. Delightedly straightening his chest, he flaunted it like the crowd. This time, those who hadn't taken the initiative to lean over before had begun to regret in their hearts, regretting their previous hesitation. Yi Chen dispersed the 4-piece pendants in his hands and looked at the pairs of lost eyes and slowly said, there is no need for everyone to be disappointed. This is merely a kind of the most elementary peace charm, although it can help the wearer to ward off a disaster once. However, once the jade pendant is shattered after successfully warding off the disaster, the peace spell will also become ineffective. Wait until tomorrow to come to my voodoo temple. At that time I will have other goodies that I can share with all of you who are destined to be here. In addition to the peace incantations for personal wear, there are similarly magic treasures for quelling evil at home. There are many styles and varieties, so everyone doesn't need to be in a hurry. The answer will naturally be revealed tomorrow. Hearing Yi Chen say this crowd of vendor bosses, all looked at Yi Chen approvingly. Reputation value plus 200 plus 200 plus 200 plus 200. Yi Chen listened to the system beeps in his head, and his heart had long been smiling. Master Yi Chen, you just said that if we follow you tonight, you will definitely be able to guarantee our safety. Is this true? It's not that I'm doubting Master's truth. It's just that there are so many of us, plus the students. There are nearly 300 people already. I'm afraid it's not easy to protect so many people at the same time. Yi Chen waved his hand. I, Yi Chen, never tell lies, and naturally, I never talk big. Since I can say it, I can naturally do it. Seeing Yi Chen's faithfulness, the group of bosses nodded. Since that's the case, then I, Zhu Laowu, will accompany Master Yi Chen on his journey tonight? That makes sense. I'll go too. Fatty had long been waiting impatiently in the luxury sports car. He pressed down the window and shouted outwards. Hey, I say, are you guys going or not dilly-dallying? The several bosses gave him a blank look and got into their own cars. Lu Ruyan looked at him with some concern. Yi Chen, do you really want to bet with him? I can tell you, this person is bad. Whether this bet is lost or won, at that time, he'll be like a rogue dog, chasing after your ass all the time, annoying the hell out of people. Yi Chen laughed and shook his head. Don't worry, trust your brother Chen. Lu Rui blinked him and tugged his arm towards the pink sedan. Get in the car you. Still brother Chen. Yi Chen was pushed into the passenger side by her, while Lu Rui took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat. Smelling the faint fragrance in the car, Yi Chen was in a state of confusion. Class president, I realized that you are getting more and more fragrant, and more attractive to me. Lu Ruiyue stretched out her small white hand and gently patted him. Less poor mouth. If there is a traffic accident in a while, you can't blame me. However, the car drove towards the location of the Wang family's ancestral tomb. This Wang family's ancestral tomb was located on a mountain range called 7 Dragon Mountain. Perhaps thanks to the special feng shui of this place, the Wang family's business had grown bigger and bigger over the years. Although there was a loser in the family, the money seemed to be squandered endlessly. This is also over the years, that fat character more and more arrogant and eccentric. 7 Dragon Mountain was on the outskirts of the western part of the city, through a 2-meter-high land temple. Behind this land temple, there is a 3-meter-high iron gate. From the iron gate and into the iron gate is the Wang family ancestral tomb is located. Don't look at this as the Wang family's ancestral tomb, but inside the buried dead, a total of only 15 tombstones only. The reason why there are only so few is mainly because the Wang family moved here from another city. About 2 or 3 generations had lived in this place, and only direct family members were qualified to be buried in the Wang family's ancestral tomb. It also had to be said that the Wang family was indeed rich and generous throughout. An entire mountain map, all bought by their family. By the time the crowd came to the place of the Wang family's ancestral tomb, it looked like the sky had darkened. From the land temple came out an old man with a dry and skinny body, who was still clutching a flashlight in his hand. After the fat man got out of the car, he went to the old man and looked at him with his nose and said, "I say old Lia, you know that this young master is coming. Why don't you prepare a little more lighting equipment?" The old man coughed twice. "Young master, as you know, this place has never had so many people come at night. Mr. Wang has only equipped 4 illuminating flashlights. If you need them, I'll bring them out for him now." Fatty waved his hand impatiently. Go on, hurry up and bring it out. Don't delay this young master's big event." The old man wandered into the land temple, about a minute or two later, handing over the remaining 3 flashlights, all of them, to Fatty's hand. Fatty looked at the old man with disgust, the wrinkled hand, and glared at the bodyguard next to him. "Don't you have any eyesight at all? Is there still this young master to get it?" The bodyguard beside him, while saying sorry, hurriedly snatched all 3 flashlights, although it was already dark at this time. But in the sky, there was a bright moon, emitting white moonlight downwards. Even if they didn't use flashlights, the crowd's sight would not be affected much. What's more, the 7 treasures surplus on Yi Chen's body was still emitting a golden splendor outwards. The crowd looked on in wonder. This kind of clothes that glowed was still the first time they had seen it. After all, the golden imperial splendor emanating from this surplus was not as dull as those fluorescent materials. At the moment, in this gloomy graveyard, the light emanating from the robe on Yi Chen's body, on the contrary, gave the crowd a feeling of stability and peace in their hearts. At the moment it seemed as if as long as they stood in front of Yi Chen, there would not be any danger. "Lead the way, old Li, didn't you always say before that in this graveyard, every time after dark, there is always something hanging around inside?" Old Li nodded. "No, that's a zombie. I personally saw him burrowing out of your grandpa's grave, looking up and absorbing the moonlight in the sky." Chapter 35, The Zombie Who Absorbed the Moonlight. Those green eyes, they just don't look like something alive. I still feel chills down my back when I think about it now. But there are so many of us today, even if we are popular, we should be able to scare him off. Fatty swallowed, looking around at how many people were still around, and forced himself to step inside. The crowd passed through the iron gate, and at the moment moved upwards along the mountain range. Just halfway up the mountainside, they saw 15 eerie white tombstones, which were currently erected under the moonlight. The crowd spent a long time of effort, which led them to the front of the first tombstone, and Oldly reached out and pointed in front of them. "This is your grandfather's tombstone. Further ahead, the 3rd tombstone up there, is your great-grandfather's residence." Arriving in front of the 3rd tombstone that was said to be haunted by zombies, the crowd formed a circle, which at the moment surrounded this tomb in the center. After waiting for a long time, it was quiet on this mountain range. Not even a ghostly figure was seen. Several of the students had already yawned, and Fatty was a little impatient to wait. He looked to Oldly, who was on the side, and questioned in a stern voice, "Oldly, are you not swindling me? What about the zombies you said? Where the hell is it?" Oldly looked up at the sky. "Young master, don't be anxious. It's still early. I remember the last time. He came out around 12 in the morning." The crowd looked down at their cell phones. The assassin was only at 11:30, and it was still half an hour away from 12 o'clock. Seeing that it was still early, these students, too, boldly sat down halfway up the hill. Even though there were a dozen tombstones around, there was not a trace of fear. Until the time came to 12 o'clock midnight, the students who were still talking and laughing, all quieted down. The crowd held their breaths and simultaneously looked at the tomb that was surrounded in the center. Cackle, cackle, under the cold grass, there came the sound of wooden boards being pushed by someone. Hearing this strange sound, everyone present opened their eyes wide, deeply afraid of missing any details. Cackle, cackle, the ringing sound became more and more intense. A muffled sound suddenly came from that deep grate underground. Immediately afterward, a black gas rose steeply. Baird exploded. That black gas, like a fountain, surged up. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. Everyone stopped breathing. This is the corpse being poisonous. When the crowd heard this, they hurriedly reached out and covered their mouths and noses. Yi Chen stood up, and at this moment, he reached out and pulled out his hand, and the Vajra bucking pestle was already grasped in his hand, reciting an incantation silently under his breath. The 3-headed Buddha image on that demon bucking pestle blossomed outwards with golden splendor. The golden light formed a translucent barrier, protecting the crowd within it. With the black smoke, it slowly dissipated into the night sky. At the place where the black smoke was spewed out, a black shadow, with a whoosh, scurried out of the ground, only to see a man in a black birthday suit, appearing in front of the crowd. The man's face was white, and his skin was slightly shriveled. The muscles of his entire body looked unusually stiff, and as he moved his bones, his movements flew backwards. The corpse shifted straight, placed his hands in front of his chest, and immediately after, slowly raised his head, turning his nostrils to the moon above. In an instant, in the moonlight, there were threads of white light flowing out. Through his nostrils, it entered his body. it really is a zombie. Great. Yi Chen, didn't you say you were a master? Don't go and subdue him yet. Fatty looked at the odd corpse that had burrowed out of the ground, and when he opened his mouth, there were 2 sharp teeth in his mouth. At that moment, he had identified him and stood up, shouting towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned. At this moment, he only saw that with the fat man's voice, the zombie that was sucking the essence of the moonlight was also violently startled by him. The head suddenly turned in the direction of Fatty, with an open mouth and 2 deep white fangs. It looked exceptionally frightening. A wet breath came out of his mouth, and at this moment, he waved his hands and leapt forward, about to jump towards Fatty. Fatty nearly fainted from fear. He hurriedly hid behind the bodyguard, while still not forgetting to shout towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen, why don't you make your move? What are you waiting for? Yi Chen smiled faintly, only to see him slowly say, of course I'm waiting for young Master Wang, to determine whether this zombie is real or fake. If this is a real zombie, then it's time for me, Yi Chen, to take action. If it's a fake zombie, at that time, even if I make a move, you, young Master Wang, won't recognize it, will you? The fat man looked at the zombie that was, at the moment, blocked out by the golden-colored flashy light, only to see his pair of pitch-black claws, landing on top of the golden barrier. A trail of white smoke was born under the intersection of the two. The expression on that zombie's face became a few points more painful. However, the ferocious image on its face was even more frightening than before. Seeing a crack appear on that barrier, the fat man nearly cried out in fear. Yi Chen, count on me to beg you. Hurry up and make a move. He's a zombie. He's a real zombie. You hurry up and subdue him, or else if he breaks through the barrier later, everyone will be finished by then. Yi Chen smiled faintly, and at this moment, grasping the Vajra-subduing mortar and pestle, he lifted his foot towards that zombie. Sensing the strange movement behind him, that zombie's head rotated 180 degrees. With a pair of turquoise eyes, it stared at Yi Chen's aorta in death. Once again, he opened his mouth and spat out a corpse chi. Immediately after that, the body also mechanically rotated 180 degrees. Swinging its claws, it leapt towards Yi Chen and flew over. Yi Chen didn't panic and watched the zombie getting closer and closer, and screamed a good word under his breath. Good coming. Before the zombie landed on the ground and his 2 claws were about to lodge into his chest, his Vajra descending mortar and pestle was the first to be lodged in the center of the zombie's brow. Ow nag, a miserable scream came out. This zombie had a soul but no soul, and his body was filled with all sorts of grievances. The Vajra demon bucking pestle was able to dissolve all the grievances in the world. The golden light ring blossomed. The turquoise light in the zombie's eyes also became dimmer little by little. I don't know how long passed. That zombie's body softened and fell to the ground with a snap. The crowd stood up, wide-eyed to see, only to see that zombie. The assassin only had a skin left. The bodies in the original skin bag, on the other hand, had all disappeared. Fatty patted his chest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Quickly scared this young master to death. Yi Chen's classmates, at the same time, surrounded him. Young Master Wang, what should we do? You've lost this bet. Yo, yeah, all of us saw it, and we all videotaped it. Wow. Young Master Wang's heroic and godly behavior just now was really impressive. Fatty let out an exasperated cold snort. Alright, it's not a big deal. I was only joking with Yi Chen earlier. You guys don't really want me to sweep the toilets, do you? Chapter 36, Accepting an Apprentice. No way. No way? The famous young Master Wang is actually a master of words. Yi Chen's classmates surrounded the fatty in the center. We have video recordings of what you said before. Although this matter completely rely on self-consciousness. If you don't keep the agreement, we can't do much about you. Just this way, you Wang young masters do not count words. This thing, I'm afraid that soon will be known to everyone. Looking at a group of unsuspecting classmates, at this moment, Fatty's heart was dying of anxiety. What kind of people are these? The round-trip fare for food and lodging was all contracted by him. Good guy. Now these people, again to force him to fulfill his promise. Fatty's intestines in his heart were almost green with regret. He awkwardly looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen stood at his original spot with his old spirit, similarly looking at him. Fatty smiled awkwardly. Where was he still as godly as before? Master, you are a true master. Master Yi Chen, can you give a chance? Yi Chen smiled. If I lose this bet, will you give me a chance? The fat man was dumbfounded. He looked at the smiling Yi Chen and lowered his head in shame. Good. I, Wang Dishao, am true to my word. From tomorrow, I will fulfill my promise. After that fat man finished speaking, he took a few bodyguards and left the Wang family's ancestral tomb in a grayish manner. A group of bosses, at the moment, looked in front of them with admiration in their eyes. Don't look at Master Yi Chen, although he is young, but the strength in his hands is not false. Master, it's too late today. Otherwise, we must get together with Master. Waiting for tomorrow, we will definitely pay a visit to the Voodoo Temple. I hope that Grandmaster, at that time, do not mind. Reputation plus 200 plus 200 plus 200. Yi Chen nodded. The doors of the Vermilion Temple will always be open to all of you who have a destiny. Everyone just come. Each person will have a share of the exorcism magic treasure I promised yesterday at that time. The group of bosses arched their hands towards Yi Chen and thanked him, leaving the Wang family's ancestral tomb one after another. The group of students all gathered around. Brother Chen, we'll see you tomorrow then. Right. When the time comes, we are going to pay homage to the Voodoo Temple and become your little brothers for the rest of our lives. Yi Chen smiled and waved his hand. See you tomorrow. Everyone slowly left, and only Lu Rui and Yi Chen were left on this mountain of the Wang family's ancestral tomb. Yi Chen looked at his attribute panel. At this time, his reputation value had already come to $180,000. This evening was really rewarding. Let's go. You don't want to spend the night here, do you? His gaze swept towards Lu Rui, only to see the moonlight. That agile figure nodded towards him. Aren't I waiting for you here? Dawdling in this grave in the middle of the night. You're really something. Lu Ruyue took the lead in running towards the bottom of the hill with a brisk pace. Yi Chen, walk faster. If you can't catch up with me, I won't see you off. Yi Chen smiled faintly. If he wanted to compare his footwork, who under the sky could compare to him? There was the enhancement of the Great Sun Ruling Sutra. Even if he went to participate in the games and grabbed a few gold medals, it would still be a handful. Time turned to the next day. Yi Chen's monastery, ever since it was opened, just like he had promised the crowd, never closed its doors again. With Yi Chen's ability, he was naturally not afraid that demons and monsters would break into his monastery. As for thieves, that was even more impossible. Never had I seen a thief that would run into a monastery to steal something. What's more, this voodoo temple was not in the city, but in the middle of nowhere. Except for the villa area at the bottom of the hill, the neighborhood was almost deserted. Those who were able to live in the villa area did not lack that small amount of money at all. Yi Chen deliberately inspected it. In addition to the temple hall on the front, at the back of the temple, rows of ancient and elegant compartments had been constructed. This living area could not only be reserved for those who wanted to come to the temple to worship in the future, it was also a place for his future disciples to live. Yi Chen got up early. A few of his classmates had already rushed over early. This time, those who came were 5 male classmates. These few people, who were all in his class, usually had coaches. These 5 buddies, living in a dormitory, at the same time as also the basketball team of Huanong University. Strong body, usually also like sports. As far as external conditions were concerned, they looked pretty good. Even if they didn't have any talent for cultivation, at least staying in the monastery and chopping wood and making fires would be considered a good seedling. Yi Chen looked at them with a smiling face. This first one was a buddy from that pimple in the northeast, nicknamed Brother Tiger. His nickname was Wang Tiehu, a big man from the northeast with a head of 2 meters. At the same time as also a few people, the body is the most sturdy. The second comes from Sichuan, a mouthful of Chuan Pu, extremely recognizable, nicknamed Card Hitchhiker, big name Wang Lin. Brother Chen, the 5 of us have decided that from now on, we will stay in the Vermilion Temple. Right. Brother Chen, you have to take us in. We had a deal back then. Yi Chen nodded. This monastery has only just been officially built. There are many things I haven't thought of yet, so since you guys like it, you can stay here for now, but I don't have anyone here to burn the fire and cook. The problem of living, Boss Lu has already prepared it for you guys. The problem of food, on the contrary, I'll let you guys take care of it yourselves. Wang Tiehu naively raised his hand. Brother Chen, can we eat meat in our temple? Yi Chen nodded. It's not impossible. As the saying goes, cultivate the mouth but not the heart. Wine and meat go through the intestines, but Buddha stays in the heart. As long as you have Buddha in your hearts, what can't you eat? But there's one thing you can't touch. If you break this one precept, then you can all leave the mountain on your own. The crowd looked at Yi Chen at the same time. Brother Chen, just say it straight. Right. We'll do whatever you say. Yi Chen nodded. You are all young and big lads, but you can't mess around with men and women in my monastery. This will be taken as a test for you all. If you guys can't even do that, you can quit now. The few people looked at each other and nodded. Don't worry, Brother Chen. Wang Tianhu folded his hands in front of his chest. From the moment I went up the mountain, I have decided in my heart to abandon all of my children's and women's personal feelings, and from now on, to turn to the Buddha with one heart. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. The other person from before also said, Right. Brother Tiger is right. Wang Tiehu gave him a farcical bounce, still calling Brother Tiger. In the future, you have to call Big Brother no? Wang Lin slapped his head. Look at this enlightenment of mine. Eldest senior brother is right. Wang Tianhu made a bow towards Yi Chen with satisfaction. Brother Chen. Ah, no, from now on, we should be called master. Chapter 37 Robbing Business. Chapter 37 Robbing Business. Yi Chen looked at these guys, who were about the same age as himself. It doesn't matter what it's called. I don't really value these. Later on, someone will come looking for me to go out and do an errand, and when that time comes, the voodoo temple, I'll leave it to you five to take care of it. As Yi Chen spoke, as if by magic, he fished out a bunch of magic weapons from his arms. This one is the Mithraya Buddha idol. This one is the peaceful blessing. This one is the goddess of mercy statue. This one is a Lohan statue. Yi Chen pulled out a whole bunch of things and placed them in front of them. One by one, he introduced their functions. Apart from the peace talisman that could be carried on the body and block disasters for the wearer, the rest of these idols were all used to suppress the house. I already promised those bosses yesterday that they would come to pick these up today. One person will have one piece by then. There are a total of 108 pieces here. Just the right number. Don't ever let anyone claim an extra piece. Wang Tiehu nodded, looking at Yi Chen with a face of admiration. But master, what if the number isn't enough by then? Yi Chen waved his hand. As long as no one claims more, the quantity will definitely not be wrong when the time comes. While Yi Chen was speaking, at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a sable fur, raised his feet and walked in. Master, yesterday you said that my face was dark and that there was a disaster in my family. Actually, I wanted to ask you to visit my home yesterday. It's just that one thing was next to another yesterday, and I didn't realize that I was delayed. I still hope that you will be kind and quickly go with me to take a look, or else someone will be killed. Wang Tiehu patted his head. Hey, God, master, it's really letting you speak. Zhu Lao Wu, who was on the side, looked at the several people suspiciously. What says it's right? What the hell are you guys talking about? Wang Tiehu laughed. This gentleman, no, this sure. Our master just said that someone would come to him later. I didn't expect you to come right away here. Tiger Zhu nodded and looked at Yi Chen with a face of admiration. Worthy of being the youngest master in the city. Sure enough, it's not the same as that crook from Boundary Sky. Reputation plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Master, then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and go now. Yi Chen nodded. He turned back to look at these five newly accepted disciples. The Vermilion Temple can be left in your hands. Don't worry, master. Leave this place to us. Go ahead. Wang Tiehu patted his chest towards him. Yi Chen nodded and followed Zhu Laowu as he left the monastery. Along the way, Zhu Laowu kept asking worried questions. Master, why do you think this home is haunted? Yi Chen smiled faintly. It's hard to say. It could be that you have offended certain people. It could also be that a certain lone ghost drifted into the house. Exactly for what reason? We won't know until we get to the scene. But I see this face of yours. It seems like family discord. Although the family is not in harmony. But then the face is like a peach blossom. It looks like you have emotional entanglements with more than one woman. Zhu Laowu smiled awkwardly. I can't believe that even this was seen by the master. Reputation plus 50 plus 50 plus 50. Alas, men, big deal, you are also a man. Should understand. These days, which rich, not all are 3 wives and 4 concubines. Don't look at the usual look of a face of righteousness. Who knows behind the scenes, and how many female college students? Actually, my wife was not bad when we first got married. She was good to me, and I was good to her. But she's an iron rooster. She just can't lay eggs. Master, you know, look at my age. I'm going to be 50 soon. A few more years later, then there will really be no way out. It's not out of the question. I'm also doing this out of desperation. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. As the saying goes, look beyond the obvious. Whether or not Zhu Laowu had found a little one outside because of this reason, he was not interested in these parental matters. He only cared about this time, just how much prestige value he could increase. Previously, when he himself was point-blanking him, although he had also increased his reputation, it wasn't as much as it had increased before. And compared to yesterday, the prestige that was increased today wasn't as much as what was increased yesterday. Yesterday, every time the value of prestige was increased, it started at 200. As a result, it became 100 today. The pattern in between. Yi Chen had a rough guess in his heart. It was only that the amount of prestige that each person could increase was limited, and as the other person learned more and more about himself, his worship then reached its peak. At that time, I'm afraid that there would be no more increase in reputation. But once something new appears that stimulates him, then there was a certain possibility that the prestige would be stimulated once again. While Yi Chen was thinking about it, the car left Shading Dragon Mountain and drove straight in towards the neighborhood. Tiger Zhu led him to the elevator and straight to the 18th floor of Block A of the neighborhood. He stopped at the door of one of the rooms. The sound of a pet dog barking came from the door. Zhu Laowu fumbled with the key and opened the door, and in the moment of opening the door, a wave of bad luck greeted him. Yi Chen recited Buddha's name under his breath. Amitabha Buddha. Both eyes condensed. The obscure chi that floated to his eyes was instantly dispelled by his gaze. Zhu Laowu, however, couldn't see that obscure chi as he opened the door of the room and walked in first. Master, quickly follow me. The two had just entered, when they heard a young woman's voice coming from one of the innermost rooms. Why are you just coming back now? Quickly, I found a master for our family. He said he wants to collect $200,000 of incense money. You came back just in time. Yi Chen and old man Zhu glanced at each other. Zhou Laowu looked at him awkwardly and opened his mouth to explain. Master, I swear, I definitely didn't invite anyone else. As he spoke, he led Yi Chen towards the inside. His mouth whispered, this loser, quasi another crook invited from somewhere? Alas, this matter, how many times have I told her, so that she doesn't have to open up? Just let me do it. Zhu Laowu smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, master, I'll blow that person away later. Since I invited you here, I won't let you go in vain. Yi Chen smiled and waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I'm also curious. Who exactly is this master? Although he hadn't seen Boundary Sky for a very few days. However, judging from yesterday's experience, that kid should still be plying his trade. If he caught him this time, he had to teach him a good lesson. The two walked to the inner room, only to see a woman in cotton pajamas who looked to be only 22 or 23 years old. Her face was not as well made up and her hair was a bit disheveled. Thinking that it should have not been up for long? Chapter 38 Who's the Liar? Next to the woman, stood a big monk wearing red and yellow robes. That monk was fat and strong, born with a fat head and ears, and also held a big oil belly. The most hilarious thing is that on his head, there are actually 6 ring scars. Looks like pretending quite like. When the two of them walked into the house, the woman and the monk also turned their gazes over at the same time. The two of them, Yi Chen and that big monk, stared at each other, and the atmosphere between them was somewhat subtle. Amitabha Buddha. I never thought that I would actually be able to meet a fellow monk today. The big monk reached out his hand in front of his chest and recited a Buddhist chant, nodding towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly, and with just a glance, he could tell the other party's depth. This was a fake monk, and it was even more fake than Boundary Sky. The woman looked at Yi Chen, her eyes focused on his 7-treasure robe. Then she turned her head to look at the robe worn by the great monk. Her eyes teased and she smiled gently. I said that the head monk, can't you see that I've already invited a master back? As she spoke, she reached out and pointed to the big monk on the side. The great monk smiled and nodded, looking quite confident. His gaze swept towards Yi Chen and he frowned. This one, I'll call him Little Master for now. Looking so young and dressed so fancy. Hubby, you're not being cheated, are you? Zhu Laowu let out a long sigh. What do you know as a womanizer? This is a high-ranking person I invited from the Shade Mountain Voodoo Temple. Last night I saw with my own eyes that the master exerted his magical powers and subdued a zombie at the Wang family's ancestral tomb. I'm not the only one who saw this one thing. The bosses of all industries in this city were all present at the time. Elder General Liu and Elder General Wang's son. They all saw it at that time as well. Could I have seen it with my own eyes? Could it still be false? That woman nodded as she heard old man Zhu say this. Her gaze was not as disdainful as before when she looked at Yi Chen. In that case, this little master. It seems I can't call him little master. The woman laughed, but the big monk next to her was flustered in his heart. 2 monks. These days there are many crooks. You guys have to be careful. What you see with your own eyes may not be true. I've heard that some people's blindfold techniques are brilliant. The woman nodded. Master has a point. She looked to Zhu Laowu. Hubby, you heard it too. You have to be more careful. Yi Chen smiled and shook her head. She had seen this kind of woman before. Indecisive, motherly, and especially unassertive. Whatever others said, he assumed. Most women like this didn't have much independent thinking ability. It was especially easy to be brought up to speed. Zhu Laowu shook his head with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, Master Yi Chen. It's all my fault for not disciplining you normally, so I've made you laugh. Yi Chen waved his hand. It doesn't matter. These days, it's not easy for crooks either. After all, people nowadays are getting harder and harder to cheat. His gaze went to the great monk. I hear what your excellency is saying. You think I'm a liar now? That big monk smiled, and when he opened his mouth, a mouthful of big yellow teeth showed. Yi Chen's stomach flipped as he watched. Hurrying, he turned his gaze elsewhere. Do you still need me to explicitly say whether it's a liar or not? This little brother, you don't even look at your age. Even if you're going to cheat, you should still pretend to be a suitable identity for your age. Have you ever seen such a young grandmaster come out to con people? Zhu Lao's face turned white with anger, and he was about to make a move. Hey, who are you calling a liar? Believe it or not, I'll beat the hell out of you. It was with great difficulty that I was able to invite Master Yi Chen back from the Dragon Shading Temple. Don't you be a stirrer for me here. That big monk hurriedly hid behind the woman. Monk, don't get angry. Harmony begets wealth, and family harmony makes everything prosper. Yi Chen raised his hand and pulled Zhu Laowu. Zhu Laowu looked at him doubtfully. Master, he called you a liar. This I can't tolerate. Yi Chen waved his hand. There's no rush. Whether it's a mule or a horse, pull it out and walk it. Who is real and who is fake will always reveal their hand. Only after seeing Yi Chen pull Zhou Laowu, did the big monk walk out from behind the woman. Yi Chen raised his foot and took a step forward. With his gaze, he saw the big monk. I don't know which mountain or temple your excellency comes from. Why have I never seen you before? The great monk fluctuated his rosary and said slowly, Amitabha Buddha. No temple nor mountain in my life. Drifting and wandering in the four seas. Yi Chen nodded. You're not trying to tell me that you've been a life of debauchery and love of freedom, are you? You don't even have a mountain gate, and you have the nerve to call me a liar. My voodoo temple is built on Mount Chalon. Anyone who suspects me of being a liar can always come to the temple and confront me. But your excellency is different. I've seen plenty of people like you, going around all year round, and after successfully conning one family, you immediately move places so that the people you're conning can't find you. Seeing that your excellency is so fat and strong, I think the food is good, so you should have cheated a lot of people. As Yi Chen spoke, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept towards his protruding stomach. It should be said not to be said. If it was placed on a woman's body, this should also be 7 months old. The big monk reached out and stopped his stomach. Oomph, is having a mountain gate a big deal? Who says that a monk must only stay in one mountain and one temple? I have my heart set on the people. Isn't the reason I traveled the world for the sake of universalizing the people? Yi Chen nodded. What a good one, to ferry all living beings. You're not ashamed to have this come out of your mouth. Since you said that you're not a liar, then I'd like to ask you, what calamity or recently occurred in this monk's home? The big monk stood up alone and said smugly, trying to cheat me? You've cheated the answer from me, so you can continue to pit them when the time comes, right? Young man, you're still too young. Seeing how young you are, although you've gone astray, there's still a way to save you. You go, I will let the two monks not pursue your sins. Yi Chen sneered. Are you afraid to say it? Or do you not know? Or do you simply not see it, because you are simply a liar? The big monk frowned. This little brother, stop in moderation. You're a liar in every bite. This is a very rude behavior. Even Buddha has anger. Do you understand? I've already shown you the greatest mercy by allowing the two monks not to pursue your sins. Yi Chen laughed out loud. Not bad. So calm and collected. You seem to be an experienced liar. Chapter 39, Who's looking for me? It's just a pity. That you had a bad year and met me. I don't know how long you've been in this city, but I have to tell you, the Boundary Sky, who has been hanging out in this city for a long time, had his identity revealed by me just because he met me. I'm sure for the next while, there is no way for him to practice deception. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, what exactly is the calamity in the Lord's house? If you can't tell me, I won't stop Boss Shu. Zhu Laowu waved his fist. The big monk hid behind the woman again. This female monk, you have to do it for the poor monk. The woman smiled and waved her hand. It doesn't matter, master, my husband has a good temper. He won't beat you. Husband, you are really too. We are net scaring the master. Zhu Laowu sighed. Why can't you tell the difference? Since Master Yi Chen said he's a liar, then I choose to believe Master Yi Chen. Zhu Laowu gazed and turned to the big monk. Hurry up and say it. Don't dawdle. The big monk looked at Zhu Laowu, who raised his fist. A trace of panic flashed in one person. This monk is at ease. Do not get angry. Remember that family and harmony make wealth. Zhu Laowu frowned. I Nima. Don't. I'll say it. Seeing that Zhu Laowu was already at the storming stage, this master immediately changed his mouth. His eyes were thieving as he circled the room. As I see it, the home of the mage is due to the haunting of ghosts and monsters. The woman nodded. Master's words are so reasonable. The great monk smiled and waved his hand. As it should be. Yi Chen and Zhu Laowu glanced at each other. Black lines hanging from their heads. That's it? The big monk looked at them awkwardly. It's gone. What else does your excellency want? Yi Chen smiled faintly. You're saying this even to a liar like me. Can you be a bit more detailed? If you can't say a word. Yi Chen reached out and pointed at Zhu Laowu on the side. At that time, when the main family starts the fire, I won't be able to stop it. Zhu Laowu glared at the big monk. I Nima, hurry up. The big monk aggrievedly looked around the room again and said weakly. In the poor monk's opinion, there should be a female ghost haunting this room. This female ghost is about an old woman in her 70s, ghastly looking and very frightening. The woman's body was already shaking. Old woman. Where is there an old woman? She looked around in fear. hurrying to hide behind that monk. The big monk looked at Yi Chen in triumph. Well, do the two monks still have any questions? Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. You're all wrong. Not a single word. There is indeed a female ghost in this room. No plus, but the other party is not some old lady, and a young woman in her 30s. The big monk laughed out loud. There's no proof by word of mouth. You say a young woman is a young woman. Do you have any proof? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Then you say that the other party is an old woman. Is it hard to believe that you have proof? The big monk raised his head and looked out the window. It's daytime now. Even if there was a ghost, the other party has already hidden. If you really want to discern the truth from me, then why don't you wait until after dark? We'll see for ourselves then. Yi Chen sneered. Why do you need to wait until dark? Although ghosts are afraid of sunlight, it doesn't mean, however, that they don't exist during the day. Any shady corner could be their hiding place. The great monk snorted coldly. Ridiculous. This grandmaster has traveled extensively and lived for so many years, but he has never heard of seeing ghosts even during the day. Yi Chen's face was calm. So you don't believe it? The big monk sneered. Ghost stories like yours can't even fool a 3-year-old child. If I believed you, wouldn't I be worse than a 3-year-old child? Yi Chen nodded. You're right. Word of mouth is not proof. If I find it out, how will your excellency respond? The big monk looked at the sunlight outside the window and smiled confidently. If you can find it out, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you 3 times right now, and at the same time admit my identity as a liar. From now on, I will leave this city forever. Yi Chen nodded. Good. I'll show you today. What is a true ghost expelling master? Boss Zhu, please close the doors and windows, and remember to pull down the curtains. Boss Zhu's eyes flashed with hesitation once. But master, will this be dangerous? I've heard that ghosts and zombies are not the same. That thing can have no entity, come and go without a trace. Extremely difficult to deal with. Yi Chen smiled faintly. A mere brat. What's the point? I've seen a lot of ghosts that are more powerful than this. The big monk on the side said in a conspiratorial manner. Who wouldn't say big words? I'd like to see. If you can't find that ghostly creature later, how will you end up then? Yi Chen also ignored him and waited for Zhu Laowu to close the doors and windows. His gaze turned to the underside of the bed and said in a cold voice, Still not coming out? If you don't come out now, you won't have a chance to come out. The 3 worriedly looked underneath the bed couch one after another. This was old Zhu's bedroom. The space underneath the bed couch was about half a meter high. On the side of the bed sheet, more than half of it was still down. This in turn made the area underneath the bed collapse seem eerie and weird. When everyone stood, they simply couldn't see what was hidden under the bed. The big monk was quite worried earlier, thinking that the other party was coming for real. However, after seeing Yi Chen finish, it was quiet under the bed. Not even a hair appeared. He laughed out loud in triumph. Ha ha, I've already said that you're a liar, right? Speaking in such big words, you're not afraid of flashing your back. In the big monk's smugness, it only lasted for a second. A gust of gloomy wind suddenly blew through the room. The table and bench, poof poof shook. A gloomy voice slowly sounded. Who is looking for me? Ah! Zhu Lao's little lover screamed and hastily shrank into his arms. The two of them hugged each other and shivered. A black smoke spread out from under the bed, followed by a pale palm that slowly reached out. The woman's eyes rolled over and she directly fainted. Zhu Laowu anxiously looked like Yi Chen. Master, quickly save him. Yi Chen waved his hand. He's not big, he just fainted. The big monk on the side. At this moment, his legs were shaking non-stop. Rows and rows of cold sweat on his forehead slid down as if they were raindrops. It's, surprisingly, true. Speaking stuttering, the upper and lower rows of teeth also clicked and clicked. Chapter 40, a technique that even the system can't detect. There really are ghosts. Looking at the big monk whose whole body was like sifting chaff, shaking non-stop, Yi Chen would smile. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? The big monk trembled and fell to his knees. Master, it's my fault. It's all my fault. You quickly exert your divine power and put it away. This is too scary in broad daylight. Yi Chen's gaze swept to the side of the bed. At this moment, he only saw that by the bedside, another ghastly white palm appeared. The female ghost's hands landed on the ground, snapping and moving towards the outside. As her long hair appeared, her entire body, too, was finally revealed in its entirety. The big monk on the side kowtowed to him several times in a row, still apologizing while kowtowing. Yi Chen was also too lazy to care about him, only to see the female ghost slowly stand up. After moving her waist and limbs, the bones of her entire body exploded with kabababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababab slits, a scarlet eye was revealed. A gloomy voice slowly came from under that long hair. Are you the one looking for me? That female ghost spoke in a very slow voice. Not only was it very slow, there was also a very distant feeling, as if it was coming from a broken radio. A smile rose from the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. He looked at the female ghost. Taking a deep breath, he closed his gaze. The female ghost's body, as if it could move instantly, violently appeared in front of him, a pair of ghastly white palms. Before they were about to reveal themselves to Yi Chen's neck, Yi Chen violently opened his eyes. Two golden flashes of splendor shot out violently from his eyes. Ah! A female ghost's scream rang out in the room, as the golden flashy light shot out towards the front. After it landed on the female ghost's body, her body, in an instant, went up in smoke. Zhu Laowu and the fake monk in the room, the two of them stared blankly at what was happening in front of them. When Yi Chen closed his eyes and opened them again, the golden light in his eyes had disappeared. He carefully felt the changes in his dantian. That clear spring, in a moment just now, all the spring water had all evaporated cleanly. At this moment, a ripple rose, and the water level of the dried-up spring slowly rose. What he had just performed was precisely the Buddha's wrathful Vajra that he had comprehended after cultivating into the first layer of the Great Sun-Ruling Sutra. The effect, however, was not as powerful as he thought, especially the spring in his dantian. The reason why Yi Chen had closed his eyes, it was because at that time, after the spring water dried up, he had been able to feel it. The golden Buddha light in his eyes could no longer be maintained. At this moment, a conclusion was drawn. There was a limit to how much Buddha Rage Vajra could be used. What was consumed was precisely that spring water within his body. What exactly was that spring water this time? He didn't have a clue for the time being. Not bad for a grandmaster. Indeed powerful. Zhu Laowu hugged his little lover and arrived in front of Yi Chen. Master, I won't let you make a trip for nothing. You helped me expel this female ghost, so my days will finally be peaceful from now on. Zhu Laowu placed the fainted woman on the ground and wrapped her around himself with one hand. Taking out a bank card from his arms, he respectfully handed it to Yi Chen. Master, there is a total of 500,000 in here. I hope that master will accept it. This is a little bit of my small token of appreciation. I still hope that grandmaster doesn't think it's too little. Yi Chen looked at the bank card and didn't say much, silently putting it into his bosom, only to hear in his mind, the system's beep sounded at the same time. Reputation value plus 500 plus 500 plus 500 plus 500. Yi Chen slightly raised his eyebrows. The frequency and value of the increase in reputation value seemed to have risen again. It seemed to be as he had guessed. Just keep refreshing their recognition. Then the prestige value that the other party brought to him would also rise at the same time. You're welcome, boss. This is nothing more than a show of hands. Come to my temple tomorrow and invite a Buddha statue back. Consider it my gift to Boss Zhu. Zhu Laowu surprised him with a bow. Then I'll thank master here first. Yi Chen looked down at the big monk who was still kneeling on the ground. After kneeling for so long, you must be tired as well. Get up. The big monk stood up in embarrassment. I'm sorry, this young master. If it wasn't for you just now, I'm afraid I would be dead today. When I think of the fact that I was coldly mocking you before, I feel like I'm really not a damn thing. Yi Chen waved his hand. It's not a big deal. Since you already know your mistake, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just that I hope that you won't cheat anyone from now on. If you cheat again, you will definitely not end up well. The big monk said respectfully. Don't worry, little master. After what happened just now, I've decided to clean up my act and be a good person from now on. Waiting for tomorrow I'll buy a ticket home. Speaking of which, I haven't been home for a long time either. Yi Chen nodded and bid farewell to Zhu Laowu's family. He stood in the turbulent city, not knowing where to go for a moment. Nowadays, the 7 treasure surplus was growing his merits all the time. Right now the prestige value, too, had managed to reach over 1980,000. It was about to break through the 200,000 mark. He was observing his attribute panel at the intersection. However, he realized that his prestige value, it seemed like it hadn't grown automatically for a long time. Yi Chen secretly felt odd in his heart when he thought of this. He opened his cell phone and searched for news about himself on the internet. It turned out that whether it was the rumor that Hualong University was haunted, or the rumor of a monk exorcising ghosts, all of them had been deleted cleanly. It looked like the people from the Imperial Ghost Bureau were taking this matter seriously. Ever since he couldn't be found online, his reputation value had stopped growing automatically. But now there were so many bosses, it wasn't too difficult for the reputation value to continue growing, especially after the monastery was successfully opened. At that time, the people who came here in admiration would basically be running towards his reputation. As long as he showed more miracles and appropriately pretended to be 13, he might be able to quickly pull up his reputation value to 300,000. Yi Chen thought of this, nodded, and reopened his attribute panel to observe. Host, Yi Chen. Avatar, Buddha's Light, purple. 5 Elements Mantra, purple. Buddha's Light Protector, passive. Merit Technique, Great Sun Rulai Sutra. Technique, Buddha's Rage. Technique skill, Buddha's rage? Magic treasure, 7 treasures surplus asterisk unique, magic treasure, 7 treasures surplus asterisk unique. Magic weapon, purple dragon staff, purple, skill, purple dragon seal. Magic weapon, white jade exorcism pearl, purple, skill, Buddha's light emerges, expendable. Merit, 210. 000. Reputation, 198. 000. Sect, voodoo sect. Disciple, 0/19, disciple, 0/19. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Interesting, this Buddha's Wrathful Vajra and Great Sun Sutra actually doesn't show a level. Can't even the system detect it? Chapter 41, Don't Call Little Master. Yi Chen walked down the crowded driveway. Without realizing it, he walked into a remote alley. It was only then that he realized that his feet hadn't confiscated the force. He actually walked directly into the countryside. Seeing the surrounding lights dim, there is no one at night on the driveway. Is even a passing vehicle or not? Heart secretly strange. Why does this place look so familiar? He once again carefully survey. Directly in front of a 20-story high rotten building, the quiet one stood in the middle of the dark night. It was only in his heart that he remembered. This is the western suburb. Legend has it that outside this western suburb, there is a rotten building. Because of various reasons, there are a lot of lonely ghosts hiding. Inside there are not only the souls of the dead because of hanging, there are also those who drank pesticides and even set themselves on fire. There are all kinds of strange ways to die. I've heard that there are hundreds of ghosts hiding in this rotten building. And with the impact of various measures such as demolition and relocation, the residents of the neighborhood have left and moved. The entire western suburb is now a wasteland. Like such a less place, under normal circumstances, no one would come over. However, Yi Chen's gaze was in the middle of the building, saw a flash of flashlight light, listening carefully with his ears. He could also hear the sound of several men and women laughing and joking in the building. Yi Chen swept his gaze across, only to see that there were 5 people in the building. And at the moment, along the second floor, they were heading towards the top floor. The building was only even more than 20 stories high. However, Yi Chen's gaze found a terrifying black gas hovering at the top of the building. This black chi was naturally a ghost chi. That ghost gas looked like a black mushroom cloud from afar, slowly writhing in the air. Perhaps it sensed the men and women downstairs. The original slowly writhing ghost chi was instantly dishonest. The air resounded with the sound of a burst of severe ghost hissing, and that ghostly chi, at this moment, had also begun to spread towards the downstairs. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. This was an opportunity. Although there were only 5 people, but even the smallest fly was meat. If it was to be able to show a good hand in front of those people, that could be another wave of opportunity to grow the prestige value. After all, the 7 treasure surplus would not give him a chance to grow his reputation for no reason. This was something that could only be earned bit by himself. With this thought, Yi Chen nodded his head. The clear spring in his dantian flowed once again. With a deep wind under his feet, the entire person was like a gale, instantly arriving at the bottom of the building. And at this time, those few men and women from the outdoor adventure had already arrived on the 3rd floor. The black gas at the top continued to hover. At this moment, it looked like it had transformed into a black python, circling around the building and continuously snaking downwards. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived on the 10th floor, only a few floors away from those few men and women. At that moment, not being able to hesitate, he raised his feet and ran towards the upper floors. The sound of snap 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 echoed in the hallway. The 3 men and 2 women who were walking on the bridge stopped in their tracks at the same time. A man in a suit lowered his voice and said, "Hey, did you guys hear any strange noises?" Beside his voice, a girl wearing a blue and white JK pleated skirt said petulantly, "Well, I heard it too, and it sounded so close, like it was right downstairs. Hey guys, look where. There seems to be a golden light down there. It's flying towards us fast." The rest of them heard him say that and simultaneously stuck their heads under the stairs. Directly a piece of clothing that emitted a golden splendor, at an extremely fast speed, as if it could move instantly. With a whoosh, it flashed across the hallway. "Hey, it's starting to get weird. What is that thing?" The man in the suit scratched his head, only to hear the girl beside him say again, "Here he comes. Wow, that's amazing. So it's a person. Look guys, he's standing right next to me." After the girl finished speaking, a few people's backs went cold, and at the same time, they raised their eyes to look. Directly a guy dressed as a monk, one hand raised in front of his chest, gently recited a Buddhist chant, "Amat Ba Buddha, goodness is good." A few monks are not small in courage, running into this ghost building in the middle of the night to explore. "Aren't you afraid of encountering an accident?" Suit Nan saw that it was a person in front of him, and his lifted heart relaxed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Scared me to death. I thought it was some kind of ghost or monster. Who are you? Why are you here? Why are the clothes on you glowing?" The person who came was no one else but Ji Chen. He smiled faintly and shook his head as he looked at these 3 men and 2 women. A few of you have blackened seals. It is obvious that there is a great calamity coming. Everyone, don't you all just feel that there is something wrong with this building? Yi Chen said this. They went quiet in an instant and looked at each other. There was a hint of skepticism in their eyes. Only Yi Chen slowly said, on Mount Shading Dragon, a new temple has recently been constructed under the name of Voodoo Temple, and it is the presiding officer there. If the 5 friends are interested, they can visit the temple. As for this place, don't go any further up. As Yi Chen spoke, he pulled out 5-piece talismans from his pocket. The roads are slippery in the dark, and society is complicated. A few of you should be more careful on your way home. This piece talisman, consider it as my karmic connection with you all. You and take it with you. I believe it can help you guys get through this calamity. The man in the suit scratched his head and looked at Yi Chen doubtfully. Alas, speaking as if it were true. Are you a liar? Yi Chen gently shook his head. You guys can believe it or not, but I hope you all don't joke with your lives. The 2 girls looked at Yi Chen and nodded. This little master, we believe in you. With those words, they reached out and took the 2-piece talismans from Yi Chen's hands, and each wore them on their chests. The man in the suit still refused to believe. He looked at Yi Chen and said in a conspiratorial manner, is it really that kind? Then how did you sell this piece talisman? I can't afford it if it's too expensive. Yi Chen smiled faintly. I told you all a long time ago that it's because of fate that we are together. Since we are destined to be together, this piece talisman, naturally, is not worth a cent. The man in the suit looked at him skeptically. I don't believe it. My dad usually tells me that the more free things tend to be the more expensive. As for people, they should never be greedy for small advantages. Otherwise, you won't even know how to die in the end. The girl in the JK pleated skirt took the initiative to defend Yi Chen. Brother Long, how can you say that about this little master? Yi Chen gently coughed his throat. Don't call it little master, call it master. The girl smiled gently. Sorry, little master. I just feel that the master looks quite reliable. And with him standing next to me, I always feel quiet and peaceful inside. It's a strange feeling. Chapter 42. I saw you. You guys just trust him for once. Just trust me, okay? The man in the suit shook his head. I don't believe him. He has the nerve to call himself a master even at such a young age. He actually lied and said that a temple was built on Chalong Mountain. How come I didn't know about it? I've long heard people say that Chalong Mountain has been acquired by the Lu Group. People are going to use it to develop a tourist attraction. How could they use it to build a temple for him? That's sister side. He's telling the truth. Long. The man in the suit looked at her skeptically. How do you know? It's not like you know Ryu. Who doesn't know that Lu Guoqiang is the 2nd richest person in our city, besides the wine group? How can us poor people have any interactions with him? Lin Yu, don't be fooled by him. Lin Yu was in a hurry when she saw him say that. Long, when have I ever lied to you? Why won't you believe me for once? Long let out a cold laugh as he looked at Yi Chen, who was standing beside the 2 girls, and shook his head. It's not that I don't believe you. I don't believe him. Yi Chen sighed. It's really hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. Since you don't want it, then pull it off. With those words, Yi Chen slipped the 3-piece talismans into his arms. The other 2 males, however, hastily reached out and pulled on Yi Chen's coat. Hey, wait master, we trust you. The 2 men took the piece talisman and wore it directly on their chests without thinking. After the 2 put it on, they didn't forget to pass the piece talisman to the man in the suit. Brother Long, just take it with you. Everyone can say that this building is old and weird. It looked like this man in a suit was the leader of this group of people. The man in the suit, however, still refused to bring it. That's just a lie. In this world, how could something like a ghost exist? I've just never believed in that. Look at me. I've lived for so many years. Aren't I still fine? If there really are ghosts in this world, then so many people have died throughout the ages. Wouldn't there be wrong souls and inner demons everywhere, crowding the world? Where would there be a place for us living people to survive? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Alas, being young is good. It's really a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers. You didn't see it. That's your luck. By the time you do see it, it will be too late to regret it. The girl in JK nodded. Well, I think this master has a point. Long, don't be a little grumpy at this time. Hurry up and bring it with you. It was not known if this Long was born with a rebel bone. The more their friends spoke to him like this, the more he refused to listen. With a lift of his hand, he threw the peace talisman in his hand directly downstairs. Are you guys my friends or his friends? Why are all of you on his side? Yi Chen sighed, still thinking that this was a good opportunity to grow his reputation value. He didn't expect to watch these few assholes tearing each other apart for half a day, froze with no gain at all, and was so angry in his heart. He looked up to the roof of the building. At this moment, He only hoped that the ghost chi would hurry to spread down. At that time, as long as he was given a wave of opportunities to pretend to be 13, he might still be able to salvage the situation. But before that ghostly aura spread down, this person called Along, however, had already arrived in front of Yi Chen. I don't care if you're a real monk or a fake monk. Anyway, I hope that you will stop demonizing the people now. If you continue to deceive my friends like this, don't blame me for striking out. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Why do you just have to think that I'm a liar? Haven't you ever thought that if what I say is true, what should you do then? Ah Long sneered. Ha ha, big joke. You're from head to toe. No matter how I look at you, I think you're a solid liar. It's absolutely impossible to make me believe you. Unless you can get a ghost out right now. You make him stand in front of me, then I will believe you. Hearing Ah Long say that, those few companions, all looked around in fear. Lin Yu beside her shrunk her shoulders. Ah Long, don't fool around. How could anyone do such a thing? Yi Chen raised his hand and interrupted him. You're here this time. His gaze swept towards Ah Long. You want to see a real ghost, right? Ah Long craned his neck to look at him. Right. Well, get lost if you can't do it. Yi Chen smiled. How hard can it be? His gaze looked towards the corner of the stairs. At this moment, there was a pair of red high-heeled shoes that rested on the stairs in the middle of the 5th to 6th floor. Because of the dim light, none of them had noticed the shoes, but Yi Chen had seen her a long time ago. Since you've come all the way here, why do you need to hide? Sinner, don't show yourself yet. Can't you realize that someone is trying to find you? After this village, there won't be the store. Yi Chen's gaze looked at the stairway. A few people watched him muttering to himself, and their hearts instantly panicked. Master, who are you talking to? Master, there can't really be something unclean in this building, right? Lin Yu cowered behind Yi Chen in fear. It always felt like standing behind Yi Chen gave her an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. A dragon on the side. In his heart, he watched to give your family's exasperation. He had only chased the horse today, but now he was so close to someone else. If it wasn't for the fact that he told himself to be patient, he would have rushed up and beat up Yi Chen Gun, although he didn't know exactly who was beating who. Originally, he had just confessed successfully, and thought of bringing his beloved woman out to explore together. Let each other leave a different memory. As for the building haunted or not haunted legend, for him, the legend is just a legend, not real, and also can take this opportunity to draw closer to each other. As a result, now a Yi Chen suddenly appeared, completely disrupting his plans. How could he not be jealous of this in his heart? You guys really believe it? Just saying a few words to the air, who wouldn't? You're still not coming out. I see you. Come out. I can do it too. Seeing that this person was determined to tear himself down, Yi Chen was not in a hurry, because that pair of shoes, it wasn't just a pair of shoes. He pulled out the Vajra-subduing pestle from his bosom. If you don't show yourself again, don't blame me for beating your soul to death. Although it was a bit unorthodox to threaten a ghost, but right now, there was no choice but to take her first. On the Vajra demon bucking mortar and pestle, a gush of golden splendor emanated, but the light was so weak that it looked like an oil lamp in the dark night, perhaps even weaker than that. Chapter 43, and the Fetish. As the flashy light flowed from the Vajra-subduing mortar and pestle, aside from Ah Long, the remaining few people simultaneously held their breath, not daring to breathe a single breath. Snapping, snapping, the sound of high heels stepping on the concrete floor was clear and loud. In the dark night, it carried a strong penetrating quality. It clearly traveled into everyone's ears. Lin Yu shrunk her neck and tightly hugged one of Yi Chen's hands. At this moment, she was so nervous that she forgot everything. Yi Chen felt the soft and fragrant sensation on his hand, and his heart swam. Ah Long, who was on the side, gritted his teeth and was about to pull the two apart. However, he found that in the floor where they were, a cry actually rang out. This crying sound was deep and distant, as if it came from a radio. It sounded like it was coming from far, far away, and again, it seemed to come from a place very, very close, almost as if it was in his ears. His heart was beating wildly as he listened to the cry at the moment. Suddenly, he began to regret a little his previous recklessness, but looking at Lin Yu who was staying with Yi Chen, gritting his teeth, he still said with a stiff upper lip, "Hey, did you come out or not? I've been waiting for a long time. I've already said that you're a liar. Now I've broken it down." Although he said so on his lips, but only he himself knew that at this time, his back was already breaking out in a cold sweat. The clothes were also tightly attached to his chest. His gaze was suddenly attracted by a flash of red color, only to see that at this moment on the hallway, a pair of red high heels appeared, slowly walking towards the downstairs. On those high heels, there was a pair of slender legs, those surplus calves. 1 point more was too fat, 1 point less was too thin. He had never seen such perfect calves. It was like the most graceful work of art in the world. so much so that it made his heart swirl and he even wanted to run over and kneel for a while. His mind couldn't help but think freely. Under those red high heels, what a pair of soul-stirring and unique jade feet would be. A dragon eyes looked straight. He did not notice the call of his companion beside him. Ah Long, where are you going? Brother Lung Lung, what are you doing? Brother Lung, you're not sleepwalking, are you? Ah Lung was oblivious to the fact that his feet were currently walking with puppet-like steps, slowly walking towards the pair of beautiful legs on the stairs. Lin Yu was so scared that he was on the verge of crying out as he took Yi Chen's hand and gently shook it. Grandmaster, you quickly save Along. What's wrong with him? Will he be in danger? The other two male companions also began to get anxious. Yeah, Master, please help Long. Although he had a bad attitude before, but I'm sure he'll regret it. We'll definitely make him apologize to you later. Ah Long smiled faintly. This is called ghost-obsessed day eyes. He has been mesmerized by the female ghost. Lin Yu looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. How could Master do this? He just told me during the day that he will only ever love me alone in this life. Master, are you lying to me? Yi Chen waved his hand. No, I never swindled people. Lin Li's eyes were tearing up in anxiety. How could that be? Didn't he say that he would only love me alone? The other female companion pulled Lin Yu to comfort her softly. Forget it, Xiao Ye. I'd rather believe that sows get on trees. I don't trust men's mouths. Lin Yu rubbed her eyes and held back the tears that were about to flow out of the corners of her eyes. Master, no matter what, he is also my classmate. You'd better save him. Yi Chen nodded. How can this be? At this time that red high-heeled shoe had stopped in front of Along. However, what happened next was a scene that made the crowd's jaws drop, only to see that Along actually fell to his knees like a dog and held up that high-heeled shoe. Then, under the gaze of several people, he stuck out his tongue. Yi Chen laughed cheerfully. I can't imagine that someone who looks like a man and a dog is playing quite fancy in private. He looked back at Lin Yu. You just said that he confessed to you during the day, and you already agreed to him. You wouldn't be because of that, right? Lin Yu shook her head violently. How could it be? I just didn't expect him to actually be like this. The other two male companions, at this moment, were also looking at Aaron with astonished faces. Holy, I can't imagine that Brother Long still has this fetish. Some cloudy winds blew by in a flash. Immediately afterward, on the hallway, a woman wearing a black cheongsam appeared in front of several people. A black high-split cheongsam revealed a pair of long white legs. The woman had a convex front and a curvy back, and her face was painted with heavy makeup. With thick wavy curls, there was a sense of historical heaviness from the 1930s. This female ghost, at a glance, did not belong to this era. Only that this female ghost did look pretty, so it was no wonder that Along was acting so crazy. Yi Chen guessed that even if it was not placed in that era, with this female ghost's looks, if she were to participate in a talent show, at the very least, it would be able to compete with a certain Miss Hong Kong champion. Especially the reaction of these two male companions fully illustrated this point. Wow, what a watery big sister. If it's such a big sister, it doesn't seem to be impossible. Yi Chen turned his head to look at the two men, only to see a strange black smoke appear in their eyes. Yi Chen raised his hand and slapped two slaps on their faces. Those two people's bodies shook for a moment, and the black smoke in their eyes dissipated and disappeared. What's going on? It's strange. I just seem to have lost control. Ouch. It hurts. Old 3, why is there a slap mark on your face? Humph, you're still laughing at me. Old 2, don't you have a slap mark on your face too? Crap. Who hit me? Yi Chen said calmly. It was me who hit you guys. If I didn't wake you guys up, I'm afraid you'd be just like him. The two men looked towards Along, who was still lying on the ground. Embarrassed, they hurriedly thanked towards Yi Chen. Gu, Master, he's the one who wants to see a ghost. We don't want to. You'd better hurry up and exert your magical powers to drive that female ghost away. Right. Grandmaster, we've been steadfastly believing in you from the very beginning. Reputation plus 500 plus 500 plus 500 plus 500. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the effect he wanted had been achieved. People were in a state of fear, especially in a dangerous situation. One would instinctively want to seek help. At this time, anyone's help had the potential to create a powerful psychological fluctuation. Reputation value plus 500 plus 500 plus 500 plus 500. Lin Yu's voice also rang out. Yeah, Master, you better make a move. We're all counting on you now. Listening to the system beeps that kept coming from his ears, Yi Chen smiled. Don't worry, everything is with me. Chapter 44, what can you do to me? Don't retreat yet. If you don't retreat again, don't blame me for being merciless. Yi Chen put away the Vajra descending pestle as he looked at the female ghost and said calmly. However, that female ghost was not happy. Humph, beckon and wave. What do you take me for? Bah, what kind of ghost do you take me for? Old me is also a female ghost with dignity. Don't think that just because you have Buddha's light on you, I'm afraid of you. Let me tell you, this is no ordinary place. This place connects the yin and yang realms. Year-round and lacking in popularity, a large amount of yin chi gathers underneath, intermingling with the ghost chi of the yin and yang realms. Any ghost or monster that hides in this building will be strengthened, even if you have Buddha's light attached to you. It's not that easy to leave today. Several people looked at the woman, their legs shaking. What to do? Master, he seems to be refusing to leave. Right, if he doesn't leave, then aren't we screwed? Only to see that female ghost. A foot stepped on Ah Long's head. There were gusts of black chi hovering around her body, and her aura was climbing up. When her aura rose to its peak, the makeup on her face was no longer as beautiful as before. There was black blood flowing downwards from the corners of her eyes. The wavy curls on her head, which were originally neatly tended to, all exploded at this moment as well. It was like a chicken feather duster. It looked as if it was a fried hedgehog. Ha 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 ha. Earlier I was afraid of you for a few moments, but now it has come to the third hour of the day. This is the time of the day when the yin chi is the heaviest. Little monk, when I kill this loser first, I'll dig out your heart and drink your blood in a while. Ha 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 ha. Such a strong Dao body. If I just eat you, maybe I'll have a chance to be promoted to Ghost King. At that time, in heaven and on earth hold me. I'll be able to walk sideways. The two oldest three and oldest two were trembling all over their bodies. Da, master, what should we do now? It's over. It's over. He's not only going to eat us but also you. Grandmaster, our grandmaster. This time we are finished. Yi Chen smiled faintly. What's the rush? Isn't there still me here? All back off. I'm going to start exorcising the ghosts. Yi Chen took a deep breath as he looked at the female ghost, a smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. Giving you a chance and you don't hit it. Since you don't want to leave, then don't go and stay here forever. As Yi Chen spoke, the seven treasure surplus on her body blossomed with crystal clear golden splendor. When the golden Buddha light irradiated her body, the ghost chi in her body disappeared in an instant. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of that female ghost, and she grabbed Ah Long and hid behind him. Ha 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 ha. What can you do to me now? Although your Buddha's light can restrain me, it can't deal with living people. As that female ghost spoke, her body instantly turned into a black smoke. All of it burrowed into Ah Long's body. Yi Chen shook his head. This is called not listening to the old man's words and suffering. Just now, if you properly brought the peace talisman on your body, why would it cause so many twists and turns? The four looked at the peace talisman hanging on their chests and their hearts were relieved. I didn't expect Master to have anticipated this step. I said how he would send us the peace talisman for no reason. So it turns out that the Grandmaster actually had such a long-term mind. Alas, I never imagined that Grandmaster was compassionate and actually so kind. When I return safely and alive this time, I will definitely go to Chalong Mountain to burn incense and pray for blessings, and donate more incense money to the Master. Reputation value plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000. The female ghost smiled smugly towards Yi Chen after hiding into Ah Long's body. What can you do to me? Now that I'm a human ghost, I'm no longer afraid of your Buddha's light. Ha 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 ha. All of you are going to die. None of you can run away. The possessed Ah Long walked towards Yi Chen with a sardonic smile on his face. The few people hiding behind Yi Chen tightly shrunk into a ball. All of them lowered their heads at the moment, not daring to look ahead. Lin Yu tightly gripped the corner of Yi Chen's coat. Master, cheer up. You must defeat him. Yi Chen didn't panic and pulled out the Vajra-subduing mortar from his pocket. I originally didn't want to use him against you, but since you're adamant about it, then I'll just have to satisfy you. The possessed Aaron sneered. I'm hiding in his body right now. If you kill me, you'll be killing him. I have to see. What are you going to do? Yi Chen sneered. Humph. Stupid. He only saw that he copied the Vajra demon bucking pestle, and immediately afterward, dropped the grip of the pestle, directly onto Ah Long's forehead. The possessed Ah Long was still sneering. However, in the next moment, his smile had disappeared, because he could no longer laugh. When the grip landed on his forehead, directly after the three-faced Buddha on that grip, it emitted a burst of faint golden light. Immediately afterward, a gust of distant and mysterious scripture chanting echoed throughout the entire floor. Ah Long covered his head in pain. Tilting his neck, he wailed. A black ghostly chi flowed outward from his 7 orifices. Ah Long's screams at this moment sounded neither male nor female, half like a human and half like a ghost. The sharp hissing sound only lasted for a short 30 seconds. When the dust settled, Ah Long's body fell softly to the ground. Lin Yu looked anxiously at Yi Chen. Master, is he alright now? Yi Chen shook his head. The ghost has been exorcised, but to say it's good, it's definitely not good. He was possessed this time and his vitality was greatly injured. He would have to be sick for half a month when he goes back anyways. Lin Yu nodded. She sighed as she looked at Ah Long, who had collapsed on the ground. Turning back to Lao Er and Lao San, she said in a deep voice, please tell Ah Long that he shouldn't come back to me in the future. It's over between us. With those words, he turned his head to look at Yi Chen and said sincerely, Master, thanks for your help. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that all of us would have perished in this haunted building tonight. When I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely pay my respects in person at the Voodoo Temple on Shalong Mountain. He pulled his female companion beside him and turned around to say goodbye. Ali, let's go. Yi Chen raised his hand to stop her. It's already too late for you guys to realize that you want to leave now. His gaze looked out the window, and at the moment, he only saw that it was pitch black. It was as if the entire heaven and earth was swallowed up by a weird pitch black wrapping. The entire building, standing alone between heaven and earth. It was as if it was completely isolated from the entire world. Master, what do you mean by this? I don't understand. Lin Yu looked at him doubtfully. Yi Chen pointed out the window. Chapter 45, The Unbelieving Aaron. Lin Yu trotted to the window and looked up towards the outside, only to see that at the moment the window was dark. Nothing could be seen. When she looked overhead again, she saw that the sky was equally dark, and there was actually not even a single star. It's really strange. I remember when we came here, there was clearly moonlight, and the color of the sky was also the weather was quite good. It was able to see the stars. Yi Chen shook his head. I told you guys a long time ago that before was the best time to leave. Now if you want to leave, it's already too late. The other two males looked at each other, and both of their bodies were shaking. One of the males ran to Yi Chen. Master, then what should we do now? Yi Chen looked at the pendants hanging around their necks and smiled gently. Don't panic first. Aren't there still me? Yi Chen took a deep breath, raised his hand and landed a swastika symbol on the bodies of several people. This symbol was condensed by him using the clear spring within his dantian. The golden symbol lit up and disappeared after landing on top of the heads of several people. However, in the center of their eyebrows, a small swastika symbol appeared. It was about the size of a fingernail cap. After all of this last night, Yi Chen nodded. Yi Chen nodded. With this symbol, ordinary demons and ghosts will have no way to hurt you guys. With the addition of the peace talisman I gave you guys, as long as you aren't too far away from me, there should be no problem. Lin Yu nodded. Thank you, master. The other three, together, also bowed their thanks towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's gaze shifted to the top floor, based on his observation. This strange building, at the top of the building, where the yin qi was the most intense. In his mind, he remembered what the female ghost had said earlier. This is as the junction of the yin and yang realms, condensing strong yin qi and ghost qi. The ghosts that converge in the building, under the nourishment of yin qi, their strength will continue to be enhanced. He would think about the words of the female ghost in his head and had a bold guess in his heart. Terrorizing this intersection of yin and yang was on the top floor. Just why would it be on the top floor? This question, however, did not have an accurate answer in his mind. After all, this building, according to his understanding, although it had become a rotten building, it had not been constructed for a long time. It was probably only 20 years or so. If the intersection of yin and yang was on the top floor, then before the building was erected, that weird intersection, did it exist then? In addition to this doubt, Yi Chen had more doubts in his mind. That was this yin and yang. What exactly did it mean? If it was the world that represented the living and the dead, then the yang realm should be this world that he was in. Then what was the yin realm? Were there other intersections in this world? The ghost-tide invasion that he had encountered in the school before, was it related to this matter? With these doubts, Yi Chen finally made a decision. That was to go to the top floor and take a look. Although there were a few dragons following around, but things had come to this point, it was impossible not to go. There was already no turning back. Yi Chen looked towards Along, who was in a coma, and said towards the other two males, "Think of a way to wake him up?" The two men looked at each other, looking at Yi Chen with some difficulty. "Master, this is something we don't know how to do either." Yi Chen sighed. "There's always pinching, right?" "Ah, this is simple." One of the males ran over and helped Long, who had fallen to the ground. "Up, brother Lung. I'm sorry, I'm doing this for your own good." As he said that, the thumb of his big hand fiercely pressed towards the bottom of Along's nose. Only after pressing it for half a day, there was no reaction at all. At this moment, Along looked like a dead body, lying stiffly in his arms. The man looked at Yi Chen in difficulty. "Master, it seems to have no effect." Yi Chen frowned. "Try giving him 2 slaps, maybe you can wake him up." The man looked at him with wide eyes. "Ah, is that really effective?" Yi Chen nodded. "How do you know if it's effective if you don't try?" The man hesitated, looked at the unconscious Along, and tentatively extended his hand. "Don't blame me, brother Long, I'm doing this for your own good." Slap slap slap. 3 slaps in a row. Crisp slaps resounded in the floor, and after grunting, Along slowly opened his eyes. "Ugh, it really works. Master, you're really good. Reputation value plus 500 plus 500 plus 500 plus 500. Yi Chen smiled and waved his hand. "If he doesn't wake up again, I have a dozen more methods." He looked towards Along, who had opened his eyes. Since he's awake, get up like this. Weren't you always strong before? Do you, now, want to be a drag around your companion? Aaron's eyes swept around. What the hell is wrong with me? Why can't I remember anything? The male who had his arm around him said softly, Brother Lung, it's like you were possessed just now. You kept holding a high heel and licking it around. Ouch. I don't even know how to describe it. Even Lin Yu saw it. Ah Long's eyes widened and he violently stood up from the ground. What? What the hell? What the hell are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? He looked at Yi Chen with a furious expression. Is it you brat that's causing the ghost? I thought there was something wrong with you before. With those words, he raised his fist and punched towards Yi Chen's cheek. Yi Chen shook his head and let out a long sigh. Alas, I see that you are really hopeless. Facing this light punch that he swung out, in Yi Chen's opinion, it was full of weaknesses. Yi Chen stretched out a finger, and immediately after, moved it towards Ah Long's fist. The anger in Ah Long's eyes became even more obvious. You actually dare to look down on me. Several people were stunned, completely not expecting that Ah Long, who had woken up, would actually be so agitated, especially Yi Chen. In the face of the fist that Ah Long swung over, he actually only stretched out a finger. Anyone who was a normal person would understand that if Ah Long's fist really smashed down, then this finger of Yi Chen's would be broken. How could a single finger possibly fight against a fist? However, what happened next was a scene that no such person would expect, only to hear Ah Long screaming miserably, his right hand, twisted from the position of the wrist, catching a crunching sound. My hand. Ah Long's two companions looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Holy, how is this possible? Master, you're too powerful. Reputation value plus 500 plus 500 plus 500 plus 500. Yi Chen shook his head. If you continue in your obsession, I'm afraid you're going to lose your little life. Lin Yu blared at Ah Long and said angrily, You're too much. Chapter 46, The Black Vortex. If it wasn't for Master's words just now, you might have died. Do you know how terrifying that female ghost is? If it wasn't for the Master who saved you regardless of his past, do you think you would still be able to stand up? Ah Long stifled his anger and looked at Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, listen to my explanation. I really don't know what happened. You believe me, he really isn't a good person. Just now I felt that he was looking at you colorfully. Lin Yu shook her head and stopped talking to Ah Long. Master, let's just leave him alone. Ah Long looked to the other two male companions. What the hell is going on here? The two whispered. What Lin Yu said is true. It was indeed Master who saved you just now. We all saw that female ghost. Ah Long looked at Yi Chen skeptically, still unwilling to believe it in his heart. Especially the pain in his right hand was getting stronger and stronger. However, it kept gritting his teeth and endured it. Yi Chen looked at him and calmly said, Although I don't know why you have so much resentment towards me, I still want you to follow me. Right now, this building has been surrounded by layers of ghost chi. You can't leave even if you want to. By following me, you might still have a chance of surviving. Ah Long was skeptical, looking at the demeanor of the two male companions beside Yi Chen's gym, and the angry Lin Yu, and finally nodded reluctantly. I'll believe you for once for now, but if I find out that you lied to me, I will definitely not let you off. Yi Chen smiled gently. Young man, do you really think that you are my opponent? Ah Long hummed. Come on Les, you're not much older than me. Yi Chen was also too lazy to bother with him. The priority was to get to the top floor as soon as possible. It was a pity that this rotten building did not have an elevator built. Nowadays, if they wanted to get to the top floor, they could only climb up one layer at a time with their legs. Yi Chen took the lead and walked in the front. Lin Yu followed behind him, while her female best friend followed behind Lin Yu. The two male companions, pushing each other, neither wanted to walk at the end. In the end, Ah Long angrily took the initiative to stand out, and he took the rear. This line of 5 people, in addition to Lin Yu and Ah Long, the current female best friend, her name was Lu Mo. The remaining 2 male companions, one named Jia Shuin and one named Jia Shuo, were a pair of blood brothers. Ah Long and the 2 brothers were in the same dormitory. He was at the same time the head of the dormitory, so usually the 2 brothers, all of their opinions prevailed. This time, when they came to this weird building, they mainly accompanied Ah Long. When he and Lin Yu were intimate, the 2 of them were responsible for pulling her BFF Lu Mo away, creating opportunities for the 2 of them to be intimate with each other. It was a pity that neither of them had expected that the rumors of this building being haunted were actually true. This, coupled with Yi Chen's appearance, was such that there were so many changes. One could imagine how much Ah Long, who had been spoiled in his plans to pick up a girl, hated Yi Chen in his heart. However, the 2 brothers admired Yi Chen. He didn't look much older than himself, but he knew so much. Moreover, he was also the presiding officer of the voodoo temple in Shalong Mountain, which made them even more marveled. The 2 brothers lamented from the bottom of their hearts, How could the gap between people be so big? Yi Chen led these 5 people step by step towards the top floor. When they went to the 13th floor, Yi Chen, who was walking in front, stopped his steps. He looked at the wall to the side and fell into deep thought. As the floors rose higher and higher, the temperature in the building became lower and lower. Every time he went up a floor, he could feel a clear change in temperature. Yi Chen reached out to touch it, only to see that his hand was icy cold. A layer of water had actually condensed on this wall. So cold. Xiao Yu, I somewhat regret coming here. Lu Mo curled up. Hearing her complaints, Lin Yu could only smile and apologize. I'm sorry, Mo. I didn't know it would turn out like this. When we get out alive this time, I'll definitely treat you to a nice meal. Lu Mo smiled and patted her back. What are you thinking, idiot? I'm not blaming you. Master, why is it getting colder? Isn't it summer now? This is too abnormal. She turned towards Yi Chen in front of her and inquired curiously. Yi Chen shook off the water stains on his hands and said in a deep voice, because the yin qi has reached its limit and condensed into substance. You guys look at this wall. Can't you notice that water droplets have condensed on the wall? Lu Mo raised his eyes curiously and said in awe, it's really like that. Yi Chen nodded. Yin qi was originally an invisible and untouchable thing. It's just a pity that quantitative changes produce qualitative changes. Now that so much yin qi has coalesced in this building, it would be strange if it wasn't cold. Hold on a little longer. We'll be on the top floor soon. If I can close the intersection of yin and yang, I might be able to return the temperature to normal. Lin Yu asked with a crooked head. Maybe it doesn't mean that you're not too sure, Master? Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. The heavens and the earth are so big. How small a person is in this world. And how can I be all-knowing and all-powerful? In this world, there are always things that exist beyond your perception and understanding. But what I can be sure of is that if it's just a ghost haunting, I will definitely be able to save your lives. Hearing Yi Chen's affirmative reply, the several people's originally panicked minds finally calmed down a bit. Yi Chen took the lead and continued walking upwards. After about 20 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at the topmost floor, which was the 23rd floor. When he came to the 23rd floor, at this moment, he saw a black vortex hovering in the center of the building. That vortex was completely condensed from black gas, and inside, a colding wind flowed outward from the center of that vortex. This is it. Several people, Lin Yu, shrank behind Yi Chen and looked at that vortex, all of them staring wide-eyed. Her best friend, Lu Mo, even took out her cell phone and took pictures. Holy, never seen something so weird. I have to hurry up and record it. Master, is that the intersection of yin and yang you were talking about? What are you going to do now? Lu Mo asked curiously while taking pictures with his cell phone. He had forgotten about the cold, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Yi Chen shook his head. I'm not sure, but I will try my best to try. As Yi Chen spoke, he raised his feet and walked towards the front. Lu Mo's cell phone had changed from taking pictures to video recording, although he was still scared in his heart. But this was a good opportunity to become famous. If this was uploaded to the internet, it might be on fire by then. The internet is so developed these days. Once it's on fire, you'll be rich by then. Yi Chen didn't know what this girl was thinking. At this time, he had already arrived under the black vortex. Standing next to the black vortex, that cold feeling, it was getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 47, a group of ghosts howling. His body hand gently touched, and he could feel a slight suction force from that black vortex. Then at the same time, after his hand fell into the vortex, there was suddenly something in that vortex that violently pulled on his hand. That thing was so strong that it was about to yank Yi Chen in. He gazed at it, as the spring inside his body began to fluctuate again. From his eyes, 2 golden flashy lights burst out. Those 2 golden flashy lights, which were like 2 shooting stars at this moment, pierced through the vortex and went straight to the depths of the vortex. Yi Chen also finally saw the situation in the vortex in this instant. Good fellow. Hundreds of black ghostly shadows floating around had been wandering in the depths of the vortex. The one who grabbed his arm at this moment was a male ghost with a festering face. When the golden-colored flashy light shot out, the male ghost's body, in a flash, rose in a gust of white smoke, along with a wailing sound, despite being irradiated by the Buddha's light and wailing in pain. But still, he had to spell the end of the smoke, and insisted on pulling Yi Chen in, until his body, finally, was completely dispersed by the Buddha's light and finally disappeared without a trace. Yi Chen's great sun ruling sutra at this time only reached the first layer. His Buddha Rajvajra could only shine 10 meters away. The slightly closer ghosts in the vortex at this time saw the golden light in Yi Chen's eyes and fled in all directions. Yi Chen took advantage of this and hastily pulled his hand back. And the spring water in his dantian had bottomed out by now. This was also the main reason why he pulled out. Yi Chen had just pulled his hand away, and the golden light in his eyes also dissipated at the same time. The few people behind him were dumbfounded as they watched everything. Lin Yu's eyes were wide open, her small mouth wide open. This is? Master's eyes. Were they just glowing? Reputation value plus 600 plus 600 plus 600 plus 600. Luemo looked at the picture in his cell phone and said with the same surprise, "It's amazing. I've never seen anything so amazing when I grew up. My goodness. No less than a master. It's like a Lohan descending into the world. A true Buddha appearing. This is a miracle." Reputation value plus 800 plus 800 plus 800 plus 800. The two brothers, Joshuin and Joshua Wu, were equally dumbfounded by their gazes. My goodness, this master has surprised me too much. If I want to have this ability, I'll still be afraid of what demons and ghosts in the future. I'll just charge straight up and do it. Brother, I've already decided. When we go back, I must pay my respects at the voodoo temple. No, I'm going to let the master accept me as his disciple. Reputation value plus 1000 plus 1000 plus 1000 plus 1000. Only Ah Long, who was at the very back, had a displeased look on his face. In his heart, he was getting depressed. Originally, tonight, he had come to pick up girls. Now it's good. The girl didn't get picked up. And looking at the situation right now, Lin Yu's goodwill towards him had dropped to the freezing point. That's not all. It looks like Lin Yu's favoritism towards Yi Chen has far exceeded his. And this wasn't even the worst of the bad luck. The two little brothers who were usually the most obedient. Right now, they even said right in front of him that they wanted to worship Yi Chen and be his disciples. Ah Long had never been so depressed. Looking at Yi Chen's back, the more he thought about it, the more angry he felt in his heart. However, he couldn't do anything about Yi Chen. After all, right now, it was still counting on Yi Chen to take them out of the building alive. And there was one of the most tragic points. That was that even if he did it, he realized that he was no match for Yi Chen. Ah Long looked down at his right hand. The right hand had been completely fractured. It was now unable to move. He was now fully skeptical. Yi Chen had the ability to take them away. The reason why he had come to the roof of the building was not at all for any falsehood about closing the yin and yang paths, but to stall for time. When time passed, this right hand of his might really be ruined. He looked up, looking at the robe that was still shining brightly. The more he thought in his heart, the more angry he became. Since one person can't beat you, what about two people? Or a dozen people? The corner of Ah Long's mouth revealed a sardonic smile. Yi Chen, who was standing under the black vortex, had long since sensed the wisp of gaze behind him. However, he was too distracted to bother with that little thief right now, no matter what mind tricks he was going to play. In Yi Chen's opinion, they were all just petty cleverness. In front of true strength, the more fancy tricks, the more flashy they were. He felt his dantian. The speed at which the spring water was recovering seemed to have been affected by the yin qi and had invariably slowed down a lot. It looked like in a short period of time, wanting to use Buddha's Fury Vajra again was impossible. However, Yi Chen did not intend to continue using this divine ability either. After all, it had been tried before. Relying solely on the power of the Buddha's Fury Vajra, it was simply impossible to close the vortex. It looks like something more ruthless is needed. Yi Chen frowned. The divine abilities that he had mastered right now were in addition to the Buddha's Fury Vajra. There was also the 5 elements mantra, the Buddha's light, and the Buddha's light, as well as the demon-repelling divine dragon carried by the purple dragon staff, as well as the Vajra demon bucking pestle that could dissolve all grievances between heaven and earth. With a slight thought in his head, he still chose to pull out the purple dragon staff. Looking back, he only saw several people looking at him with excited expressions. Yi Chen sighed bitterly in his heart. The heart was really big. Wasn't he just having divine light coming out of his eyes? What was so rare about that? The menace of this building was already far beyond his imagination. As a result, the few of them were good, and now they were not afraid at all. He returned his head to look at the vortex, and an incantation rang out under his breath, subduing the demons and removing the devils, returning the Qiankuan to a clear sky. Ow! A dragon's roar resounded through the top floor, as the demon exorcist staff in Yi Chen's hand began to vibrate. A purple-colored divine dragon suddenly appeared amidst the sound of the dragon's roar. The divine dragon circled above Yi Chen's head, and then immediately rushed into the black vortex. The black vortex was instantly opened up. Yi Chen's eyebrows twitched. It looked like there was a chance. It was a pity that this thought had just appeared. That divine dragon, however, was like a clay ox entering the sea, instantly losing its movement. The mouth that had just appeared was also healing a little, and as the divine dragon disappeared from the vortex, there came the sound of ghosts crying and howling. Countless unjust souls and severe ghosts wailed and cried in the vortex. That wailing and crying movement stirred Yi Chen's brain. The surface of the black vortex slowly squirmed. Immediately afterward, a ghostly face suddenly emerged. A pair of red eyes looked greedily at Yi Chen. Black, unknown liquid flowed downwards from the corners of their mouths. Yi Chen frowned. only to see one of the stern ghosts open its mouth and bite towards him. He raised his purple dragon staff and swung it forward, subduing the demons and removing the devils, returning the Chen Kuan Lang Lang. Yi Chen recited a dozen incantations in a row. A burst of dragon roars rippled out in midair. A dozen divine dragons, at the same time, rushed towards the whirlpool. The wailing of countless stern ghosts resounded in his ears. Chapter 48, Demon Defenders. The black vortex trembled for a while. The entity of the vortex, seeing as it was being impacted by the purple divine dragon, was also shrinking. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth revealed a smile. So that was it. He raised the purple dragon staff once again and chanted the incantation a dozen more times. Immediately afterward, the dozen divine dragons continued to charge forward. The sound of the group of ghosts wailing gradually dissipated, and the black vortex, too, finally disappeared. The temperature in the building slowly recovered, and there was no longer that gloomy feeling from before. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction and put away the purple dragon staff, only to hear the system's beeps ringing in his head. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully closed the small passage between the Yin and Yang realms. Achievement obtained, Defender of Demon Removal. Achievement reward, 10,000 points added to reputation value. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly there were unexpected rewards. The few people behind him, except for Ah Long, all ran up excitedly and surrounded Yi Chen in the center. Lin Yu grabbed Yi Chen's arm, light bubbling in her eyes. Master, what's your name? Can we make a friend? When will you return to the Voodoo Temple? I'll visit you then. Reputation value added 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000. Luemo looked at his cell phone and then at Yi Chen. Excitedly, she wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's other arm. Master, you are truly my male god. Why do I find that you're getting more and more handsome? I can't get enough of you. Master, do you have a girlfriend? Want to consider me? Reputation value added 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000. The two brothers, Jia Shuwen and Jia Shuwen, were looking right in front of them at the moment, their eyes straight. Master, please accept us as disciples. Holy, it's just too handsome. I've decided to drop out of school. When I go back to school to pack up my things, I'll come to pay my respects to you today. How's that? The other one had the same face of admiration. Right, Master, how about both of our brothers worship under you? My gosh, I can't even think of what kind of praise to use for Master. How could it be so magical? It's unthinkable that there really are ghosts in the world. And it's even more unthinkable that in this world, there's actually a magical person like a Master. I've really thought my head through, but I can't figure it out. Master, why are your eyes glowing? Luemo also curiously tugged on Yi Chen's arm to inquire. Yes, Master, and this long rod in your hand, it really is so majestic. The divine dragon I saw earlier, was that my illusion? The two brothers looked at Luemo with certainty. Oh, that wasn't your illusion, that was real because I saw it too. Lin Yu also nodded. I thought I was the only one who could see it, but I didn't expect that even you guys saw it. So that means that divine dragon is real. I can't believe that there are actually dragons in this world. Luemo tugged on Yi Chen's arm and softly pouted. Master, can you once again release your divine dragon for me to see? Earlier I was dumbfounded by what I saw, mainly because it was so shocking, but because it was too far away, I always felt a bit regretful. Can you let me touch it? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Looking at the chattering few, he let out a long sigh. Stop. Your questions are just too many. As if they were a flock of sparrows, making my brain noisy. If you have any questions, just go to the Voodoo Temple. Normally, I will stay in the temple. Even if I'm not in there, there are still my disciples who will answer your questions for you then. As Yi Chen spoke, he raised his eyes and looked out the window. He only saw that although it was still dark outside the window at this time, he could already see the lights in the distance. The stars and the moon in the sky were all visible as well. Alright, it's safe now. You guys can go. But remember, in the future, don't ever joke with your lives again. A place like this is not a place you guys should come to. The slightest carelessness, you might even lose your lives. A few people nodded their thanks towards Yi Chen. Before leaving, Luemo even ran over to ask Yi Chen for a group photo. Yi Chen's gaze swept towards the stairway, only to see that the youth called Ah Long had already disappeared. Lin Yu was still standing by his side and asked softly, Master, aren't you coming with us? Yi Chen looked at the building that had regained its calm. It was impossible to say how many purple divine dragons had flown out from his purple dragon staff. When with the black vortex disappeared, the ghostly and Yin Chi in the building all disappeared together. It looked like the spirits wandering in the building were all hidden in the vortex. So when the vortex was dispersed by him, those lonely ghosts that were originally in the building, they were also eliminated by the purple divine dragon as well. Well, I guess it's time for me to leave, Lin Yu said with a smile. Grandmaster, Mount Shading Dragon can be in the western suburbs. It's far from here. I think it's so late, so Grandmaster shouldn't go back. Why don't you come home with me? I've already called home. My father will soon send someone to pick me up. Grandmaster, just consider it a favor. There are some strange things going on in my house lately. I hope you can help me go and take a look. Yi Chen turned from surprise to calm. At first he thought that Lin Yu was going to take him home after only just meeting him. He thought that what Lin Yu was thinking about was the same thing that he had been thinking about in his head. After listening to what Lin Yu said, it was a relief. Anyway, there's nothing urgent these days, so there's no harm in making a trip. Yi Chen nodded and agreed to his request. After all, the 7 treasure robe and the white jade demon repelling treasure pearl were able to increase his merit points anytime, anywhere. So regardless of whether he stayed in the temple or in any place, the increase in merit points would not decrease. But the prestige value was different. To increase the prestige value, apart from obtaining some special achievements, it could only be obtained through other people. Lin Yu jumped up happily. Great, Master, let's go. Lu Mo looked at the excited Lin Yu, and an ambiguous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She pulled Lin Yu and whispered, Xiao Yu, we are sisters, right? Lin Yu nodded, only to hear Lu Mo continue. Since we are sisters, don't argue with me. I think Master is the Prince Charming of my dreams. I've decided to give all my heart and pursue him wholeheartedly. Lin Yu's small face reddened. Mo, what the hell are you talking about? How could I like Master? I'm simply asking him for a favor. Lu Mo wrapped his arm around her. That's my good sister. You must help me. Chapter 49 Linkages. Lin Yu's parents are both doing business overseas, and the family is quite wealthy. Usually, they lived with their grandmother, and the reason why Lin Yu was the first person in their group to think of trusting Yi Chen, in fact, it was because she had already seen the video Tang Shui had sent out before. Although she had doubts in the beginning, when she noticed the strangeness in the building, she still chose to believe Yi Chen with no other choice. However, the final result proved that the decision and judgment she made was not wrong. If she didn't trust Yi Chen, God knows what would happen to her when the time came. When she thought of that suitor of hers, Long, who had gone through that in the haunted building, she felt more and more grateful. A chubby-looking middle-aged man in a suit respectfully opened the car door and he bowed towards Lin Yu. Miss, get in the car. The old woman is waiting for you to return. You haven't come home for so long. He's dying of anxiety. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Trouble you, Uncle Lin? Ah, right. This is a friend I just met. He will be going home with me today. Let me introduce you. This is on Mount Chalong, the presiding master of the Voodoo Temple, Master Yi Chen. Uncle Lin nodded. Long and Jia Shuwen, Jia Shuewu's 2 brothers, awkwardly looked at the departing car. Originally, Long wanted to leave with Lin Yu, but in the middle, he listened to Jia Shuwen, Jia Shuewu recounting their previous experiences, plus his hand, in front of Lin Yu, was twisted off by Yi Chen with one finger. All these things added together, the strong pride within him still prevented him from opening his mouth. Damn monk, wait for me. I'm all set to see just how powerful you are. He looked at the taillights of the car that disappeared into the night and said fiercely. On the other side, Yi Chen followed Lin Yu and the 2 of them in a sedan to a luxury neighborhood. In this luxury neighborhood, there were all small one-room villas, each with exactly the same specifications. The 4-story high western duplexes were all very far apart from each other. It would not be like the shabby rental house that Yi Chen had rented in the past. Usually, not even a bit of sunlight could reach them. In the middle of the neighborhood, there was a medium-sized artificial lake. On the side of the artificial lake, a low street lamp was erected, lighting up the way home. After the middle-aged man dropped them off at the luxurious neighborhood, he drove off. Lin Yu led the 2 of them to one of the small villas, pushing the door in. A silver-haired grandmother in her 70s or 80s, her dog cradling her back at the moment, staring intently at the TV in the living room, watching a Peking opera program. Grandma, I'm back. Lin Yu ran to the old lady and gave her a kiss on the cheek as she nodded. She took her eyes off the TV and looked at Lin Yu with some anger and said, You don't know where you've run off to in the middle of the night. You're making Grandma worry to death. Lin Yu, embarrassed, lowered her head. I'm sorry Grandma, I'll never do this again. By the way, I also brought 2 friends over. Lin Yu pulled the old lady up from her seat. I don't need to introduce this one. You've already met Mo many times. Lu Mo bowed towards the old lady. Grandma, long time no see. The old lady nodded. Yeah, long time no see. You haven't come over to see me for a long time. Lin Yu pointed at Yi Chen again as he smiled. As for this one, he's the presiding officer of the Voodoo Temple on Shalong Mountain, as well as a true master. If it wasn't for him tonight, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see you in the future. The old lady lifted the presbyopic glasses hanging around her neck, wiped them seriously, and took a closer look at Yi Chen. Oh, did you say he's a master? I don't look like one either, but this young man looks kind. He shouldn't be a bad person. The old lady slowly came to Yi Chen's front. He looked at the 7 surplus robes on Yi Chen's body and curiously reached out to touch them. Hey, young man, where did you buy this glowing clothes of yours? What kind of material is this made of? Looking at the amiable old lady, Yi Chen smiled faintly. Old lady, you can't buy these clothes, and no one can make this material now. The old lady laughed, bragging, ha, as long as it's a dress, how can you not buy it? Forget it, if you don't want to talk about it. If I'm an old lady who really wants to dress so fancy, when I go square dancing at night, I won't be laughed at by Xuehua and the others. The old lady shook her head and turned towards the upstairs. Xiao Yu you greet them yourself. I don't have the energy for this in my old age. After waiting for the old lady to leave, Yi Chen looked at Lin Yu with some doubts in his heart. Ms. Lin, didn't you say that there are problems in your home? I see that this place is clean, north and south. Neither can I see a trace of Yin Qi, nor can I feel a trace of ghost Qi. This place is definitely a peaceful home. This just doesn't look like something is wrong. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. Master, I really didn't lie to you. It's true that there's something going on in my family, but it's not the family here. Our family has an old mansion that has been deserted for about 30 years or so. When I went back to look for something a while ago, I always felt that there was something odd in that building, and the real haunted place is there. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. But come what may, come as you are, and agreed with Lin Yu that he would go and help her with the old mansion tomorrow. At night Yi Chen stayed in his room sitting with his legs beside him, slowly pondering in his head. He opened the attribute panel to check the gains of the past few days. Host, Yi Chen. Avatar, Buddha's Light, purple. 5 elements mantra, purple, Buddha's Light protecting body, passive. Technique, Great Sun Rulai Sutra. Technique, Buddha's Rage. Technique skill, Buddha's Rage. Magic treasure, 7 treasures surplus asterisk unique. Magic treasure, 7 treasures surplus asterisk unique. Magic weapon, purple dragon staff, purple, skill, purple dragon seal. Magic weapon, white jade exorcism pearl, purple, skill, Buddha's Light, expendable. Merit, 500,000. Reputation, 308. 000. Sect, Voodoo Sect. Isipal, 0/30. Isipal, 0/30. The 2 skills, Buddha-like pervasive illumination, and 5 elements mantra, had never changed since they were upgraded to purple. On the contrary, after upgrading Buddha-like pervasive illumination to purple, he realized that the ability to abstain from eating grain had now reached 3 years. In other words, even if he didn't eat or drink for 3 years, he wouldn't starve to death. Moreover, with his acquisition of the Great Sun Ruling Sutra, when the first layer of the Great Sun Ruling Sutra God cultivation was successful, there seemed to be some sort of connection between the two. The Buddha's light pervading and the Great Sun Rulai Sutra. He could clearly feel that the bay of spring water in his dantian seemed to have become a bit larger. Chapter 50, Auspicious Village. The green lotus in the spring water. The second petal at this time, also slightly opened outwards. There was a kind of budding attitude, and every day, the angle of opening would be so much more than yesterday. Yi Chen guessed in his heart that this should be related to his Buddha light pervading avatar. In addition to the Buddha light pervasive illumination, the 7 treasures surplus on his body. I'm afraid that it was also one of the variables involved. Carrying the 7 treasures surplus with him, not only was it able to increase merit points, it seemed that it also had a certain nourishing effect on the clear spring in his dantian. Only now that it had only reached the first level of the Great Sun Ruling Sutra, the effect didn't seem obvious. It was very subtle. Yi Chen sat up from the bed. He stood in front of the window and looked at the dark night outside. Right now, the construction of the voodoo temple had been completed, and he had gained another special identity, the Skywalker of the Imperial Ghost Bureau. Where exactly should he go to get more reputation value? While his heart was pondering, a system beep suddenly came in his head. Ding! Prestige value plus 500 plus 500 plus 500. Yi Chen raised his head in confusion. He was the only one in his room. In such a scenario, it was also absolutely impossible for a person who would worship him for no reason to gain him prestige value. Then where did the reputation value he gained for no reason at this moment come from? The posts that Tang Shui had sent out earlier had all been deleted cleanly due to the intervention of the Imperial Ghost Bureau. Yi Chen felt puzzled in his heart, only to hear the call from the director of the Imperial Ghost Bureau. Yi Chen, long time no see. Looks like you're famous again. This time, those people are in for a treat. Although I know that there are some things that you can't control, I still hope that you can try to keep a lower profile. Yi Chen asked doubtfully. Director Qin, I don't even know what you're talking about. Can you make it clearer? On the other side of the phone, Qin Songbai sighed. I can't imagine that it's only been a few days since then, and you're once again on the hot search. No more. The people above are calling to ask again. Qin Songbai hung up the phone anxiously. Yi Chen felt strange in his heart, and he opened his cell phone to take a look. He didn't expect an actual live ghost hunting video to be exposed into the night, and the blogger that the video broke out at the very beginning was actually Ling Yu's best friend. Lu Mo. And as Yi Chen's ghost catching video spread around, the system beats that came one after the other in his head rang for a full night. This one night directly increased his reputation value from 300,000 to 500,000. By the time morning came, the reputation value was still increasing. According to this current growth, I'm afraid that this day, there was hope that the prestige value would break through 1 million. It was a pity that Yi Chen's imagination was too good, and this time, the people from the Imperial Ghost Bureau clearly had experience. By the time it was 8 o'clock in the morning, the people from the Imperial Ghost Bureau had used a night to finally suppress all the heat. But the next morning, when Yi Chen saw Lu Mo, that girl still looked unhappy. Ugh, I don't know what happened. My video was actually reported as 404. So yeah, where do you think to find someone to reason with? This is too much, and my account was banned by them for a month. Lin Yu laughed and shook her head. Alright, don't be angry. It's not a big deal. I think they should have their own reasons for doing this. Alright, it's time for us to set off. Are you ready, master? Yi Chen nodded. Yi Chen met the driver from yesterday, Uncle Lin, again. The other party drove the car and pulled him to the outskirts of the southern part of the city. It was said to be a suburb, but it couldn't exactly be considered a suburb. This place was more like an urban village, surrounded by low and dilapidated private houses. It had a sense of being full of age. In the middle of a large number of private houses, there is an old mansion that occupies almost 10 times the area of the private houses next to it. This old house is full of Jiangnan flavor garden style. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. However, the old mansion in the center looked a bit gloomy. The doors were closed tightly, and it looked like no one had lived there for more than 10 years. Lin Yu told him, their family had moved away from this place for 20 years. During the 20 years, Lin Yu's parents, since they had gone out of town for business, had never returned. But Lin Yu did come back to visit once a year. For the first 10 years or so, everything seemed normal. But a year ago, when Lin Yu came back for the last time, but in the ancient mansion, she heard the sound of a woman crying. The sound was so ghostly and terrifying that hearing it in the middle of the night only made people's backs shiver and their feet sweat. Lin Yu does not live here. Her situation is not bad, but the people who did not move out of the urban village, whose residence was so close to the ancient mansion, were considered the biggest victims of this incident. The closer the residents were to the ancient mansion, the more indelible the fear within their hearts became every late night. When Yi Chen and the others came next to the ancient mansion, they did not think about the entrance of the ancient mansion, which was surrounded by a large group of people. They were all old people from the nearby urban villages, and besides these old people, there were a few uninvited guests. Interestingly, these several uninvited guests were wearing Taoist robes and holding peachwood swords. On the outside, they looked human-like, but their hands were not half as strong as real kung fu. Master Ah, this time, our auspicious village is relying on you, an old man with white hair said to the oldest Taoist priest at this moment. A middle-aged Taoist priest who looked to be in his 30s with a slightly blonde body led 3 young Taoist priests. Hearing the old village chief say this, that middle-aged Taoist priest smiled and nodded. Old village headman, don't worry, to subdue the demons and get rid of the devils. This is our job. This matter can be left in our hands. However, when we open the hall for the practice, we will be honoring all the ghosts and deities of heaven and earth, and there will be a lot of preparations needed in the middle of the process. That old village chief nodded, and the group of villagers beside him took out large red envelopes one after another. The middle-aged Taoist priest nodded with satisfaction and made a color towards the several disciples behind him. Those few people were stoic and collected the red packets into their arms. Seeing that he had received the money, the Taoist waved the duster in his hand and took out a bunch of yellow talismans from his arms. This is a treasure talisman of exorcism that this seed has carefully refined after 77 or 49 days. With this talisman in your possession, you can guarantee that all of you, folks, will never be victimized by demons again. It's just that I spent too much blood and effort in the past 79 days. Now that my vitality has been greatly injured, I still hope that all the monks can widely give money and food to help me recover my vitality as soon as possible. A few of the villagers, with blue faces, looked at the old village chief. Village chief, we can't take out this money. The red packet from before was already our limit. Chapter 51, I'm doing this for the good of everyone. If we take another $1,000 out, then we, the big guys, will have to drink the northwest wind by then. The middle-aged Taoist's face was cold as he looked at the crowd of villagers and let out a long sigh. It's really a cool world. The world is cool. Ah. When this seed refined this demon-expelling treasure talisman, I nearly went off the deep end and was seriously injured. Everyone, you think about it, am I working so hard for that $1,000? I'm not doing this for the sake of your blind date's safety. Forget it. I see that it's not easy for all of you. So let's do this. I'll take a loss. I'll take this magic exorcism talisman at $800 each, and consider it as a good karma with all of you. Village chief, this is my bottom line. By tonight, once I start the altar practice, as long as it is the people of this village, they must carry the exorcism treasure talisman on their body. Otherwise, I'm worried that by that time, I won't have enough magical power and accidents might occur. Old village chief, you also want to solve the disaster here as soon as possible. Right, but don't lose a lot because of small things. The old village head looked at the middle-aged Taoist priest with difficulty, and then looked at his villagers. For a while, he let out a long sigh, not knowing what to do. Lin Yu pulled Yi Chen's arm as she whispered, "Master, what exactly are those people from?" Yi Chen swung a faint smile as he deliberately increased his volume by 1 point and said loudly, "What else could these people be from? Of course they are crooks who go around coaxing financial items." Yi Chen's voice was so loud that everyone present heard what he said. The villagers and the Taoist priest also turned their heads in their direction at the same time. The middle-aged Taoist priest had a gloomy face, staring at Zhang Lu and narrowing his eyes. "How dare you? Where did the madman come from? How dare you slander my master?" One of the young disciples, at this moment, looked at Yi Chen and cursed in a cold voice. Yi Chen was not surprised, but it was the old village chief and those villagers, who saw Lin Yu at this moment, all ran towards her with excited faces. "Egu, Miss Lin, speaking of which, this ghost is also caused by your family's mansion. You can't just walk away and leave us behind." Another person continued, "That's right, Miss Lin. You say that your Lin family is so big that you naturally don't care about these things. If you can't live here, you can still go and live elsewhere, but you're making it difficult for us peons." As Lin Yu listened to their words, a look of guilt flashed across her face. Moving out from here was a decision made by her parents, and she couldn't change anything. That old village chief looked at Lin Yu and slowly said, "Eldest Miss Lin, now the master needs us to pay out such a huge sum of money again for the exorcism treasure talisman to assist him in opening the altar at night to perform the practice. Nowadays, we can't take out so much money anymore. We still hope that Miss Lin can help out. After all, this mansion is always your Lin family's. If the auspicious village can't be preserved, then this old mansion, won't it end up with an abandoned face? What a pity." Yi Chen looked at the old village chief and sneered in his heart. This old fellow looked kind and gentle, but in fact, he was like a human savant. Don't look at him beating around the bush and saying so much. In fact, the main purpose was not to ask Lin Yu to pay money and help them buy the demon-repelling treasure talisman. Lin Yu had a guilty conscience because the mansion belonged to their family and the ghosts and monsters were in their mansion. When she heard the old village chief say this, her heart softened and she wanted to agree. However, her best friend, Lu Mo, was much smarter than she was, and had already seen the tricky part. He pulled Lin Yu back and said in a cold voice towards the village chief, "Hey, don't go too far. How can you say that? If the ghosts and monsters appeared in the Lin family's mansion, it means that this matter was caused by the Lin family. Then I'd also like to say that the ghosts and monsters appeared right here in this village. Isn't it true that everyone has to be responsible for it as well? Besides, Xiao Yu for this matter, this year tossed enough. This is not thought of a solution, specially looking for a master, to help you guys restore your original life?" Hearing Lu Mo say this, the group of villagers as well as a few Taoist priests' eyes simultaneously focused on him. The old village chief looked at the fancy-dressed Yi Chen, shook his head and sighed. Alas, he looks so young. "Ms. Lin, are you sure you didn't invite the wrong person? I see that he seems to be about the same age as Miss Lin. I'm afraid he's still a student. Missy trusts him so much. Aren't you afraid of encountering a fraud?" Yi Chen sneered. "Since you guys said that, then if you people trust those Taoist priests so much, aren't you afraid that they are frauds?" The old village chief looked at Yi Chen with a difficult look inside. "Alas, this is really something that can't be helped, and it's not that we don't want to believe you. This young master, this year, that thing in the mansion has been haunting us more and more fiercely. We've already invited so many monks to come over specially to exorcise the evil spirits. As a result, the other party has collected the money and done the spells, but once the person has left, the mansion is still haunted at night, and it doesn't stop at all. And every time after we invited these masters, that thing instead haunts a lot more fiercely than before." The middle-aged Taoist priest looked at Yi Chen with a smile on his face. From the old village chief's words, he had already heard that the old village chief didn't believe him. Instead, he was more willing to trust himself, and with this layer of psychological security, the worry in his heart disappeared. The young disciple who had spoken earlier walked over at this moment. Looking at Yi Chen, he sized him up from head to toe with a disdainful gaze. "Hey, I've put up with you for a long time. Don't think that just because you're dressed fancy, you can come out and cheat people. Let me tell you, I've seen a lot of cheaters like you, and I haven't settled the score with you for what you just said about Master being a liar." The old village chief at the side immediately softened his tone. Don't. Young master, you mustn't be angry. Our village, still counting on you, master and disciples. The old village chief looked towards Yi Chen and said helplessly, "This young master, you also say a few words less. Let's each take a step back, okay? Consider it as selling me a face." Lin Yu frowned. Even if she was naive, she could tell that everyone simply did not believe her, nor were they willing to believe Yi Chen. "Village chief, are you really going to hand over the hard-earned money of the folks to these few people? What if they are cheated? At that time, who should bear this responsibility?" "This master, I saw with my own eyes last night. His ability to exorcise ghosts is unrivaled in the world. There are definitely not many people who can compare to him. Could what I saw with my own eyes still be false?" Chapter 52 Rudrakshan the Tough Talker. When the group of villagers heard Lin Yu say this, their hearts had already begun to waver. After all, the banknotes contained in that red packet were not small amounts. It was already very difficult for everyone. Once this wave of money was swindled once again, it would really add insult to injury. "Village chief, I think what Ms. Lin said, it seems like it's not unreasonable. Why don't we just trust him for once?" Yeah, and Miss Lin is so kind. How could she possibly cheat us?" The old village chief was silent for a moment. He looked at Yi Chen and then at the middle-aged Taoist priest in the distance. He only saw that the middle-aged Taoist priest, at the moment, had a displeased expression on his face and looked like he was already angry. The old village chief was caught in the middle by the villagers and the middle-aged Taoist priest, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. The young Taoist was not happy. Hey, how can you guys be like this? If you guys are saying this, it's clear that you suspect my master to be a liar. If you guys are like this, then we'll be leaving." The old village chief heard that they were going to leave. This where he still dared to be offended. A few of you, all of you stop arguing. Since you are all exorcism mages, why don't you join together? Yi Chen sneered. "For me to join forces with these few crooks, I can't do it. This is spreading out. In the future, the reputation of my voodoo temple won't be spoiled by them." The little Taoist looked at Yi Chen and said so. Angry, he ran over and waved his fist. "Hey, don't go too far. Our master hasn't given his word yet. You, a young man, do you know what it means to honor your teacher? Don't you even understand this etiquette?" Yi Chen sneered. "What bull **** honoring the teacher? Just a few of you crooks. All day long you're here to woo people. You don't look at whether or not this money is yours to take. Even if you're crooks, you should at least have a little bit of conscience. But I see that all of your consciences have been eaten by dogs. How hard it is for them to earn money. Don't need me to say it. You guys are good. Just such a piece of broken paper. Actually selling $1,000. This is really slipping the world." As Yi Chen spoke, he raised his hand and pulled out a yellow talisman from that little Taoist priest's waist. "Folks, take a good look. This is nothing but an ordinary piece of yellow paper with a few strokes scribbled on it in vermilion. And he's actually charging you $1,000. Folks, I know it's not easy for you to earn money, and I also know that you're already tired of living for a living, and we all want to expel the female ghost in the ancient mansion and restore the original peaceful life. But you guys shouldn't be so sick and desperate as to pin your hopes on such crooks. After they finish cheating you guys, they will escape then, and if you guys want to look for someone, you won't be able to find them. But the female ghost in the ancient mansion has not been exorcised, so may I ask what you will do next time?" When Yi Chen said this group of folks, their eyes became even more skeptical. Together, they looked at the middle-aged Taoist, who looked flustered, but still forced himself to be calm. He made a color towards the little Taoist. That little Taoist laughed out loud. Ha. Absurd, truly absurd. You claim that we are liars. May I ask what evidence you have to prove that we are liars? And you, what is your identity? You don't want to tell them that you are a Buddhist monk. If you really are a master, then how can you prove that you are not a liar, but a real master? As the saying goes, there is no proof in words. So on what basis will people believe you? Yi Chen smiled faintly. How difficult is this? We'll naturally see what happens when we exorcise the ghosts in the ancient mansion tonight. Everyone looked at Yi Chen's reasoned words, and at this point, they had already begun to believe Yi Chen. The middle-aged Taoist priest in the distance gently coughed. Truly a newborn calf was not afraid of tigers. Well said. Let's see you tonight then. At that time, I will prove to everyone with practical actions who exactly is a liar and who is a real master. Apprentices, how about we go? Yi Chen sneered. It's not that easy to leave. You should at least return the red packets you received. Otherwise, if you run away, who will everyone find to reason with then? The middle-aged Taoist frowned and looked at Yi Chen resentfully, itching to rush over and tear him into several pieces. Humph, what kind of person is this master? Would he covet your measly tens of thousands of small dollars? This money, do you think it was collected for my own use? This is for purchasing good money for blessings. When the altar is opened for the practice, they will still need to be used. Yi Chen threw back his head and laughed. Folks, did you hear that? Then may I ask if you believe what he said in your hearts? As the saying goes, the world is cold and the hearts of men are treacherous. If you guys don't want your hard-earned money to be fished away, it's best to recover it. What exactly should be done? You guys have an answer in your own hearts. The middle-aged Taoist priest's brows were tightly locked, and at this moment, he only saw the group of villagers aggressively running over, surrounding their group in the center. Right. The young master is right. You can't leave. Not bad. I also think you can't leave. If you're really capable, you'll join little master in the ancient mansion at night to exorcise the ghosts. If you really have the ability, these charity funds will naturally be handed over to you at that time. But if you don't have the ability, don't blame the big guys for being impolite. One of them nodded. Not bad, since even little master doesn't need to collect charity money to exorcise ghosts. Then why do you have this strange request? I always feel now that you are becoming more and more of a fraud. Folks, we must not let them get away. Seeing that the situation was not good, the middle-aged Taoist priest could only greatly hand back all the stacks of red envelopes. But yet, he still had a stiff upper lip and started to argue. Well, I'm not handing over this charity money because I'm a liar. I just want to tell everyone that even without this charity money, I'm equally capable of exorcising ghosts. My master Ruduan's name is not a cover. It's not something that can be slandered by any Xiao generation. You guys can just take this money, whether it's true or not. We'll know when the time comes. Apprentices, how to go? With those words a wave of his sleeve was about to head out again, but Yi Chen stopped him once again. Wait, this Master Rudin, why are you in such a hurry? Since you think you have a clear conscience, why don't you just stay with everyone and wait until the evening and head to the ancient mansion together? And why bother running around so much? Or is it that behind Master Ruduan, there is some kind of unseemly hookup that can't be seen by everyone? The middle-aged Taoist priest's face stared. Humph, what unseemly hookup can I have? Chapter 53, We Believe in You. The middle-aged Taoist walked up to Yi Chen and raised his eyes to survey him. You brat. Humph, feel free to be complacent. By night you will know what a true master is. With those words, he led his disciple towards the old mansion. During the negotiation with Yi Chen, in the end, they, the master and disciples, decided to enter the old mansion at the same time as Yi Chen. Then they stayed in the ancient mansion quietly for a night's time. This decision, in the beginning, Master Ruduan refused from the bottom of his heart. However, under Yi Chen's agitation, coupled with the true or false argument, in the end, he had no choice but to agree. If he was dismantled in the daytime, he might not only not be able to reap the benefits, but he would also be beaten up by the enraged villagers. Rudust saw it more clearly than anyone else. The group entered the ancient mansion. A few of the bold villagers stayed behind with Yi Chen and the others. Seeing that it was still early, Yi Chen walked around the ancient mansion under the leadership of Lin Yu. The size of this ancient mansion of the Lin family covered an area of more than 300 square feet in total. It was hard to imagine that with such a large footprint, there was only one family living inside. But with such a large footprint, there were bound to be many empty rooms left behind. It wasn't impossible that a prolonged lack of popularity would eventually cause the yang energy to fail, breeding yin energy and attracting ghosts. But the point that made Yi Chen feel strange was this. Under Lin Yu's leadership, he had strolled through the entire Lin family's ancient mansion, but had not gained a single thing. This kind of thing had never happened before. Right now, searching all over the place with no results, there was a huge probability that the ghosts in the ancient mansion might have been eliminated, or had long since left. But the villagers who lived nearby told Yi Chen with certainty, even till last night, also still in the ancient mansion heard a woman's cry, and that cry could be much more terrifying than before. According to the nearby villagers, it was obvious that the ghosts hidden in the ancient mansion had not dissipated. Yi Chen stood in the courtyard pondering over what step had gone wrong. After thinking for half a day, he still did not have a definite clue. Right now, he could only wait for the night to come before making plans. Time passed little by little. As the sky gradually descended, Yi Chen sat up violently from the ground, and his eyes swept around the ancient mansion, looking for traces of the female ghost. The ghostly building was quiet, as if there were a few more of their uninvited guests today, and that female ghost was afraid of being shy, so she hid. Ru Duan, who was on the side, and a few of his disciples, said proudly at this moment, "It seems that even the ghosts and monsters are afraid of this master, this little brother. See, this is the vigor of my master Ru Dust. I haven't even made a move yet, and that ghost monster has already shrunk its neck in fear." Yi Chen sneered. Is it too early to draw conclusions? Master Ru Duan, are you sure that there are really no ghosts in our ancient mansion? Take a good look, the west side of the ancient mansion, where the hovering Yin Chi. Can't you spot it? Ru Dust smiled and waved the floating dust in his hand, looking very pleased with himself at the moment. Ha 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 ha, this little brother, you really know how to joke. Who are you scaring when you say there is Yin Chi? How come I didn't find it? Has everyone discovered it? As Ru Dust spoke, he looked towards his several disciples, as well as the few villagers who stayed behind together. However, it was obvious that everyone hadn't discovered it, and the main reason for this was that they couldn't discover it at all. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Master Ru Duan, they are nothing more than ordinary people. It's still understandable that they couldn't discover the Yin Qi. As a generation of exorcism masters, you didn't discover it in the slightest. Don't you feel ashamed? It was only then that Master Rudin realized that he had fallen for Yi Chen's trap. This simple word trap. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't have fallen for it. But today, since entering this ancient mansion, it seemed as if his brain had become much slower. In order not to be made a true liar's name, Master Ru Dust had to start defending himself. No, this little brother, I think you've got it wrong. The reason why I said I didn't find any Yin Qi, that's because I'm telling the truth. But you've been making a fuss and deceiving everyone's feelings. In my opinion, you're simply more shameful than a liar, deliberately creating anxiety and affecting everyone's emotions. Yi Chen smiled faintly. What a set of sophomoric words. Since you all can't see it alright, then I'll tell you all that the female ghost has already come out. During the daytime I was still curious about where exactly he was hiding. Now I finally understand. Master Ru Duan, since you said that you are an exorcist and are a master exorcist yourself, I wonder if you have the guts to come over with me to take a look. And all of you folks who came here together, since you were able to stay, that means you've convinced yourselves. I, Yi Chen, dare not guarantee anything else, but if you guys don't leave me too far away, I will definitely be able to protect you all from being attacked by the female ghost. Seeing that the dozen or so villagers were still hesitating, Yi Chen sighed. Everyone, don't forget that the purpose of your coming here is to find out the truth. Don't you all want to see what it is that has been plaguing your lives? Everyone, think about it. In the future, your parents, family members and friends will all survive in this land for a long time. Their lives and deaths in the future are now in your hands. In such a situation, what else do you all have to hesitate about? Hearing Yi Chen say this, these folks no longer hesitated, and their eyes became determined. This little master is right. Everyone don't hesitate anymore. Let's go along with the little master to catch ghosts. Reputation value plus 300 plus 300 plus 300 plus 300. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction, and as one person took the lead, the rest of them, too, finally mustered up enough courage. Fifth brother, if you say so, then there's nothing for me to hesitate about. I don't care how long I have to live anyway. If I can make our village return to the stable and peaceful life it used to have, then even if I have an accident tonight, it will still be worth it. The man looked at Yi Chen and nodded towards him. Young master, we all choose to believe in you. Let's set off. Reputation value plus 300 plus 300 plus 300 plus 300. Listening to the system beeps ringing in his head, this wave just now was actually in the process of allowing him to earn a few thousand reputation values. Yi Chen's heart couldn't mention how happy he was. Since everyone believes in me, then I, Yi Chen, will not hide anything. This is my voodoo temple's proprietary peace talisman. You can't find it anywhere else. These peace talismans, all of which have been enlightened and enchanted by me, to drive away evil spirits and cure ghosts, to tranquilize the gods and protect your life. It can be described as a wonderful use. Chapter 54, The Cry from the Well. This peace talisman will definitely not be like certain people who charge high fees as a way to fulfill their own selfish desires. Everyone feel free to carry it on your body, because I, Yi Chen, assure everyone that these peace talismans will definitely not charge a single penny, and the effect, too, will definitely not be worse than the exorcism treasure talismans of certain people. Hearing Yi Chen say this, a dozen people came towards the front, and without hesitation, they took the talismans in Yi Chen's hands. However, Master Ru Duan and his several disciples looked a little embarrassed at this moment. With Yi Chen's words, it could be said that every single sentence was like a hint to them. Ru Dust had been wandering the world for so many years. Where could he tolerate it? Hey, kid, what the hell are you talking about? I've been putting up with you for a long time. You know, if you keep messing around like this, I'm going to sue you for defamation. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Master Rudin, this is your last chance with your disciple. This peace talisman of mine, I'm placing it in front of you right now. If you want it, come and take it. If you don't want it, I'll put it away. But after this village, there won't be the store. And if you want it again then, it won't be at this price. Ru Dust looked at Yi Chen. His heart was very upset. Humph, it's never been only me, Ru Dust, who sells things to others. Where is the reason for me, Ru Dust, to buy things from others? Kid, off to the side. Master Dao, I don't care. Yi Chen shook his head. Alas, good words are hard to persuade that damn ghost. Since you don't want it, there's no chance behind you. Yi Chen turned his head towards the villagers and waved his hand. Villagers, follow me. Let's catch the ghost. Yi Chen led the way towards the west side of the mansion. A few villagers nodded and followed Yi Chen's pace without hesitation. The two of them, Ling Yu and Lu Mo, had been following Yi Chen's side. They did not have a single doubt in their hearts about what Yi Chen had said. After all, the experience of the ghost building that night had allowed them to witness the most shocking images they had ever seen in their lives. No matter what Yi Chen said or did, they had no doubt. With this belief, the group of people came to the west side of the ancient mansion in great numbers. In the west side of this ancient mansion, there was a well in the corner that had been sealed up. It was blocked up tightly with cement slabs and there were heavy chains. It looked like it didn't want to be opened. He looked at Lin Yu and asked softly, "Miss Lin, this well, was it like this before?" Lin Yu shook her head, looking at the well with some confusion. She frowned and pondered for a long time, and said doubtfully, "It's really strange. I remember before we moved, this well wasn't like this. The well didn't look like this when I came over to visit a few years before that either. Speaking of which, it seems like ever since the rumors of a haunting appeared, this well, too, appeared in such a bizarre condition at the same time." Yi Chen nodded. "In that case, this mouth wasn't tampered with by you or your family. I think I probably understand why. During the day, I didn't discover her hiding place, because that female ghost is hidden under this well." Daoist Ruduan laughed, looking at Yi Chen with disdain. "Ha ha, if you say it's under this well, why should we believe you?" As Daoist Dust spoke, he came to the edge of the well, carefully feeling the cement slab on the well, and said with a light laugh, "In my opinion, this well, not only does it not have any problems, people are only doing this to ensure that the water under the well is not contaminated." "This little brother, I think you're thinking too much." Yi Chen gently smiled. "Is that so? If you become a fighter, you can listen more carefully." Yi Chen's words landed on the ground, and the crowd looked at Yi Chen suspiciously, not knowing the meaning of his words. Who knew that the next moment, that well suddenly came a ghostly, sad crying sound. The sound was truly tearful to hear and sad to hear. Everyone was able to sense the source of the crying, right under the sealed well. To know that this well, the top was sealed tightly, since the crying came from underneath the well, it meant that the other party was definitely not a human being, because there wasn't a single living person that could survive in such an environment. Daoist Ruduan was taken aback. In his haste, he retreated towards the back and fell on his butt. "Bold demon, how dare you scare this seat? Let's see how this seat will clean you up." As Rude Dust spoke, he waved his big hand and turned his head to run towards his several disciples. "TMD, not even a little bit of eyesight. Don't come over to help me." These few disciples had long been scared by the crying and their legs went weak, but after looking at their master, they still nodded their heads repeatedly. Hesitantly, they ran over and helped Rude Duan up from the ground. One of the disciples pressed into Rude Dust's ear and whispered, "Master, this time it seems to be for real. I think we'd better scatter and slip away." Rude Dust blankly glanced at him without any good reason and raised his hand to give him a brain bounce. "Unworthy thing, what are you afraid of? Everything has Master here. Prepare to open the altar and practice. Master will subdue this female ghost today, letting everyone know that I, Rude Dust, am not just a name. It's also good to let certain crooks know who is the real crook and who is the real master." Yi Chen quietly looked at him, smiling in his heart. He had already seen through Rude Dust's trick a long time ago. Naturally, he knew that the other party did not have any real skill in his hands. However, since the other party was taking the initiative, then he did not suggest to fulfill the other party. He would like to see, by the time this Rude Dust master, the female ghost anger, and cannot retrieve each other when, then how to end. And in this time of great danger, he only need to step forward, then their own image of this hero, not three-dimensional up, at that time, can be a wave of harvest reputation value good opportunity. The more Yi Chen thought in his heart, the happier he felt. Ling Yu and Lu Mo, although they did not know what Yi Chen was thinking, they did not leave. After all, Yi Chen was the real backbone, who was the safest person to follow at the scene. The two of them knew better than anyone else. Yi Chen quietly retreated a good distance away, and the villagers stood in a peace, watching from afar as Master Rudin began to practice. With the incense burning, Master Ruduan drew out his mahogany sword, and at the moment it was like he was dancing like a big god, singing and dancing, and his mouth was chanting some strange incantations that even he himself couldn't understand. The usual process began to go on. However, before he finished his incantation, at this moment, he suddenly felt that the temperature of the courtyard had dropped in an instant. Previously, it was still a hot and stuffy 3-volt day, but in the blink of an eye, it had already come to a cold winter where everything was silent. Rude Dust shrunk her neck. When he wanted to continue reciting the incantation, he felt that there was a hand that suddenly grabbed on his ankle. Chapter 55, Returning to the Voodoo Temple. Rude Dust's heart was startled and the incantation in his mouth stopped. At this moment, feeling the cold touch on his feet. It was like an ice cube that had landed on his ankle. He rubbed his chin and slowly looked down at his feet. It didn't matter if he didn't look. He was nearly scared half to death at first glance, only to see a pale hand, just like this, grasping on his ankle. Holy! Dust exclaimed, so frightened that he threw away the peachwood sword in his hand. As he was escaping outwards, he felt that wrist under his foot increase its force by a point. Then it violently pulled backward, and Ru Chen's body, instantly planted on the ground, directly fell a dog. Just when the crowd did not know what happened, only to hear Dust's mouth anxiously shouted, "Help! There's a ghost! There's a ghost!" Several disciples heard him say this and threw away the bells and charms in their hands, all running towards the outside of the courtyard in fear. However, only half a step away, the 4 disciples, at the same time, tripped and fell to the ground by a magical force. At this moment, they weakly stretched out a hand towards the crowd, still wanting to continue crawling towards the front, but it was as if there was an invisible force that grabbed them, making it impossible for them to move the slightest bit. Help! Help! This time the crowd panicked. Not just Master Dust's disciples panicked. There were also those villagers beside Yi Chen who started to get anxious. The crowd of villagers looked at Yi Chen and asked anxiously, "Little Master, what exactly happened?" Yeah. Little Master, what's wrong with them? Why do they look so strange?" Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Don't you all realize that there is something odd in this courtyard?" A hint of panic appeared in the eyes of the several villagers when they heard him say this. "It seems to be getting colder and colder." No. Not only is it getting colder, I seem to have heard the female ghost's cries, but I can't see anything." Yi Chen nodded. "Both of you didn't guess wrong. The reason why the courtyard has turned cold is because that female ghost has appeared, and the cries that you guys heard are also from that female ghost." A group of villagers looked at Yi Chen and said anxiously, "Little Master, don't play dumb. We're all dying of anxiety." Yes. Little Master, if there's anything you can just say straight out. If this continues, even if we're not scared to death by that female ghost, we'll still be anxious to death by you," Yi Chen said with a smile. "Don't call me Little Master. Please call me Master. If you guys feel uncomfortable, you can also call me Master Yi Chen. Remember, I have built a temple on the western suburb of Chalong Mountain, called the Voodoo Temple, and I am the abbot there. In the future, if you all encounter any dangers or difficulties, feel free to seek help on my Vermilion Temple." The crowd sighed. "Just say whatever you have to say, Master." "Yeah, what exactly happened to myself?" Seeing this curious demeanor of theirs, Yi Chen slowly explained. "Ghosts are originally intangible things, but to say that they are intangible is not necessarily accurate, because ghosts themselves also belong to a kind of energy body, and they exist in all corners of this world. Although the fear of sunlight, this does not mean that they will not appear during the day. In addition to the fear of sunlight, at night, it is simply like a fish out of water. Not only will it become harder to deal with than during the day, but its character will also become brutal. Right now, these few crooks, it is precisely because of this false exorcism of theirs that they angered that female ghost, and that's why they were pestered by the other party. But don't worry everyone, as long as I, Yi Chen, am around, I guarantee that nothing will happen to them. After all, even a liar wouldn't be strangled alive by a stern ghost in front of me." The crowd looked at Yi Chen in amazement, only to see him lift his foot and step out towards the front at this moment, slowly walking in front of Master Rudwan, as he softly recited a Buddhist chant under his breath. Amat Ba Buddha. The light reflected from the 7 treasure surplus on his body became more and more blinding. It was obviously a pitch-black night, but at this moment, Yi Chen was like a lighthouse in the darkness, lighting up everyone's hearts. When the 7 treasure surplus went to burst out with bright light, originally, the 5 Ruduan masters and disciples who were still on the ground, begging bitterly, but at this moment, they suddenly stood up from the ground. The crowd looked at their bodies in surprise and looked at Yi Chen in front of them. Where was the arrogance they had before? Master Rudwan flung himself onto his knees in front of Yi Chen. "Grandmaster, you are a true grandmaster. I am a false grandmaster. I was wrong. Master, please save my life." His several disciples also flopped down and followed suit, all begging for help towards Yi Chen. "Master, save my life. Master." "Yes, Master, we shouldn't be greedy for money and fall under this old man's spell, following him to cheat people. Grandmaster, we can rely on you tonight. You must not see death to save us." Yi Chen waved his hand. As the saying goes, it's not too late to mend. Since all of you already know your mistakes, it's barely a good thing. Buddha's light appears. As Yi Chen spoke, he suddenly straightened his face. In an instant, the golden splendor became even more piercing, and there was a hint of warmth compared to before. A wail resounded in midair. The coldness in the courtyard instantly disappeared, as if everything had returned to normal. A group of villagers gathered around Yi Chen and asked excitedly, "Master, is it all over?" Yi Chen shook his head. "One can say it's over, or one can say it's not over. The crowd looked at him suspiciously, only to see Yi-chan slowly say, "The dead souls under this well appeared too strangely. This matter, I suspect that there is something big in it." Everyone left. The subsequent matter under the well, I will investigate it clearly and plainly, and give everyone an explanation. Yi-chung dispersed the villagers and led Ling Yu and Lu Mo out of the ancient mansion again. As for Ru Duan, the fake master, he led a few of his disciples and planned to leave the village while the chaos was still going on. However, before leaving the village, they were still stopped by a few of the furious villagers and beaten up. The master and disciples begged bitterly and returned all the property they had cheated, and only then did the group of villagers let them go. Yi Chen reported the matter here to the Imperial Ghost Bureau, intending to have them intervene in the investigation. After bidding farewell to Ling Yu and Lu Mo, he turned around and returned to the Voodoo Temple. Since the last time he left, it was now 2 days long, and his disciples had been waiting for a long time. "Egu, my master, you finally returned." The person who spoke was that big-bladed northeastern man Wang Tiehu. The eyes smiled faintly. "Have there been a lot of people coming to look for me recently?" Wang Tiehu picked a thumb towards him. "It's still master. It's really a divine plan." Chapter 56, The Good Will Not Come. Wang Lin, who was on the side, let out a long sigh. "Not only are many people coming to look for you, it's almost like the threshold is about to be broken." "Master, Master, I don't know where you have such deep connections. These days those who came to look for you, other than a small portion of students, the majority of the rest, are merchants who had met once that day at the temple. They came to the Buddha Demon Temple for one purpose only, and that is to ask you, Master, to come down to the mountain and go to the mansion for them to exorcise the evil spirits and cure the ghosts." Apart from some of these people, there was also a part of them that wanted to be in the process of asking for magic treasures to suppress the mansion and protect their bodies. "Only that, Master. You did not have an explanation before you came down from the mountain, so it was rejected by us." Yi Chen nodded. "A good performance. It is also counted that I did not accept you guys for nothing." Wang Tianhu came over at this moment. He looked at Yi Chen and said respectfully, "Master, even though it's been 2 days since we went down and up the mountain, we still haven't learned anything. When exactly can we become great magicians like you? You can exorcise demons and cure ghosts without fear of ghosts and evil." Yi Chen nodded. Before, because he had gone in a hurry, to the point where he hadn't thought about it. Now that he had returned to the mountain gate, he also had to start considering the importance of this issue, although he had already taken them in as disciples. But if he didn't teach them anything, what was the point of that appearance? Thinking of this, Yi Chen opened the system's redemption page and examined it in detail. Originally, he wanted to teach them the Great Sun Rulai Sutra. It was a pity that this Great Sun Rulai Sutra, since he had acquired it, seemed to have directly melted into his body, transforming into that clear spring. Right now, if he wanted to impart something, he could only check from the system. But considering the difference between these few disciples and his situation, these people had never come into contact with Buddhism before, and they didn't have a magic treasure like the 7 treasure robe on their bodies. There was even less of this magical system in their bodies. If they wanted to cultivate, they would have to start everything from scratch, which was not an easy thing to do. His eyes looked around at the many merit laws, finally allowing him to find a suitable choice. Earth Hidden Mantra, 10,000 merit points. Mantra of the Past Life, 10,000 merit points. Great Lion Seal, 20,000 merit points. These entry-level incantations, and hand seals, although not considered too powerful, but for them, these little white guys, they were definitely the best choice. Moreover, Yi Chen believed that as long as they practiced this Earth-Hidden Mantra, the Past Life Mantra as well as the Great Lion Seal, even if they met up with the people from the Imperial Ghost Bureau, they would still have the power to fight. Yi Chen thought of this and redeemed all 3 divine abilities. He reached out and pulled out 3 thread-bound ancient books from his bosom. On them, there were traditional Chinese characters that read the Earth Store Mantra, the Mantra of the Past Life, and the Great Lion Seal respectively. Since you guys have become my disciples, it's only natural that I can't hide anything, and I also hope that in the future, you guys will be able to stand on your own. That way, when someone from the Vermilion Temple comes to ask for help, I won't have to run around alone, and at this time, you guys can also help me share some of the pressure, and at the same time, you will also be able to practice your own exorcism aptitude. The crowd looked at Yi Chen, so excited that they were on the verge of crying. Master, are you telling the truth? Do we really have a chance to become what you say we are? Master, but these incantations, we've never touched them before. Will they be too difficult to learn? If we can't learn it for a few years, what should we do then? Yi Chen waved his hand. That's what I said. Wouldn't I be able to teach you guys? What's more, these 3 books, in my opinion, that's simply simple. I'm sure you guys will be able to master them. Once you have grasped the power from these 3 books, although you can't be as powerful as me, I believe that dealing with ordinary brats will definitely not be a problem. When the crowd heard Yi Chen say this, their hearts were filled with anticipation and they were all eager to try. For the next few days, Yi Chen stayed on the mountain and taught them the mysteries in these 3 ancient books. Just as Yi Chen had guessed, the spells recorded in these 3 books were the most elementary and simple spells. It didn't require any talent, nor did it require any Buddhist roots. One only needed to memorize the incantations by rote, and then one had already succeeded by a large margin. The reason why it was said to be half successful was because of the difference between actual combat and theory. Just like Zhao Kuo, who was always ridiculed, even though he was full of wisdom, he did not have any actual combat ability, and was just a paper tiger with a strong exterior. Not only were the ghosts and monsters not afraid, but they would treat them as objects to be teased. By the 3rd day, the 4 had completely memorized the 3 ancient books. Of these 3 ancient books, it was that Great Lion Seal that was the most difficult to master. However, this Great Master Sun Seal was yet also one of the spells they must learn, because the Earthstore mantra and also the mantra of the past life, the incantations were on the long side. With their current strength, I'm afraid that only halfway through the incantation, the ghost has already bullied and pressed over. At that time, there is no telling who will clean up who. But with this Great Lion Seal, it's different. This big lion seal, only need to hand seal, can immediately play out the power. When the seal was successfully formed, a phallic image of a male lion would appear behind him. Yi Chen guessed in his heart. This lion looked somewhat familiar. I'm afraid that it was the mount that Manjushri Bodhisattva sat on. Although it was only a bodhisattva's mount, this lion was not small in power. Ordinary ghosts and monsters, I'm afraid that the moment they saw the male lion, they would have already been worn out by the Buddha's light on the other side. In this way, a few people were also barely considered to have mastered a skill. If they really encountered an ordinary little ghost, even if that little ghost moved fast, as long as the Great Lion Seal was out, after reciting the incantation in their mouths, they would definitely be able to make the other party succumb. The past life mantra was considered a transcendental mantra, capable of sending souls to both the yin and yang realms. The earthly mantra, on the other hand, was to dissolve the grievances on the ghost, turning the other party into an ordinary living soul, so that it could be combined with the past life mantra to easily send the other party away. Speaking of these 3 divine abilities, they could be said to be the ones that Yi Chen had picked out by the thousands in the system. Between the 3, they could be used in conjunction with each other as well as grabbed out and used individually. If 4 people were to team up together to go down the mountain, even if they couldn't deal with ghosts and monsters with particularly high cultivation, but some ordinary little ghosts, they were definitely not a problem. Time turned to the 5th day. On this day, an unfamiliar face came to the Vermilion Temple. However, Yi Chen had detected the ghostly aura hidden within his body before he stepped through the temple gates. There was no doubt that the other party was a ghost harnesser. However, whether or not the other party was a member of the Imperial Ghost Bureau was something that Yi Chen could not be certain of. This is the Voodoo Temple on Shalong Mountain, isn't it? I've heard that the presiding officer of this temple is a far-famed master. I wonder if he can please come out to meet me. Chapter 57 Pay Up, Asshole. The movement at the doorway had long attracted Yi Chen's attention. The ghostly aura on this man's body allowed Yi Chen to detect that his strength actually far exceeded that of any ghost harnessing general he had encountered before. The intensity of that ghostly aura even surpassed that of Ma Jiwei, the president of Hualong University. With Yi Chen's guess, this person's strength was only feared to have reached the level of a ghost harnessing general. An Imperial Ghost General was at the Imperial Ghost Bureau, and that was a top-tier existence. Master, someone is coming for you. Wang Tiahu trotted and rushed over. That person also said that he won't leave until he sees Master today. Yi Chen nodded. I know, you go over first. He sat up from the futon and looked in the direction of the door. As the saying goes, those who are good will not come, and those who come will not be good. Nothing comes without a cause. There are only 2 possibilities for such a person to come to my voodoo temple. He raised his feet towards the outside of the temple. The man did not choose to enter the temple, but waited quietly at the entrance. When Yi Chen took a few steps to the entrance of the temple, he saw a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. The other person looked like a pine tree, standing upright in the courtyard outside the temple. Yi Chen lifted his foot towards him, and before he could get close, the man had already turned around, and once he did, a pair of eyes stared at him like eagles. This is Yi Chen? The other party was inquiring, but it looked like they had already confirmed his identity. Yi Chen nodded. If I'm not Yi Chen, could it be that you are? The man nodded, looking unsmiling. When Yi Chen approached, he suddenly struck out before Yi Chen could ask, only to see black qi swirling around his palm. This palm was swung out with a strong qi energy. Yi Chen casually sidestepped and dodged, and a palm print instantly appeared on the vermilion red door behind him. He had pierced through the gate of Yi Chen's monastery purely by virtue of his chi energy. Yi Chen slightly raised his eyebrows. I don't care who you are. You have to pay for breaking my monastery's things. The man, however, did not respond, waving his palm into a claw and turning it directly towards Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen sighed. You asked for it. Prepare to pay for it, asshole. Yi Chen probed forward with one hand, before the other party's palm, which was about to grab his neck. He tackled the opponent's wrist first. The opposite party's face stared, his eyes looking at Yi Chen, a hint of marvel flashing through his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he exerted force on his palm once again, but Yi Chen did not move a muscle. Looking at Yi Chen's calm and relaxed appearance, that person was not calm anymore. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Why don't you come? Continue. I don't care who you are and who sent you. I'm telling you, you don't want to run away if you don't pay up today. As Yi Chen spoke, the middle-aged man in front of him, his face instantly turned pale. With a wow sound, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, directly staining the lapel of his chest. This time, Yi Chen was not going to be able to do anything about it. Hey, I say, you can't die in my temple. If you want to blackmail someone, you can find someone else. It's really a small temple with a lot of right and wrong. Yi Chen still wanted to speak, but the man had already fainted. He let out a long sigh and greeted Wang Tiehu and the others to carry him inside. When he placed the man in the center of the temple, Yi Chen frowned as he looked at the man. He narrowed his eyes and came to the other person's chest. Immediately afterward, he reached out and ripped open the other person's chest. The moment his chest was revealed, whether it was Yi Chen or his 4 disciples, all of their eyes widened. My goodness, master, you've hit too hard. My goodness, master, look at his stomach. His intestines are exposed. What now? He's not going to die. My god, master, why don't we call the police and turn ourselves in? Yi Chen rolled his eyes, looked at the 4 disciples who were panicking, and said in a good-natured manner, what's the point of panicking? One day at a time. Just this little bit of temperament? You guys don't think about it. Am I, Yi Chen, that kind of person? Even if he wants to come and kick the house, I can't possibly kill him. Wang Tiehu looked at the dignified Yi Chen and said with embarrassment, I'm sorry, master. I shouldn't have doubted you before. It's just that when I looked at him, this guy had more out of breath and less in, and for a split second I was a bit flustered. But master, don't worry. Even if you really kill him, we will accompany you to escape from the Vermilion Temple in the future. Even if we are on the run, all over the world, we will never regret it. Alright, all of you cut the crap. Wang Lin came next to Yi Chen. He looked at the huge wound on the other party's stomach and a chill ran down his back. Master, so what should we do now? Do you have a way to save him? Yi Chen sighed and looked at this middle-aged man and thought about it. Or a 9-turn Xian Dan that he exchanged from the system's exchange interface with 10,000 merit points. This 9-turn Xian Dan, to put it mildly, was nothing rare. However, it had a miraculous effect on injured people, and it was said that it could bring the dead to life, and as long as there was still a breath of air, no matter how badly injured, it could pull the other person back from Hades. Golden light coalesced on Yi Chen's palm. Under the manipulation of the Buddha's light, he passed the elixir into the middle-aged man's mouth. In the next moment, several people were surprised to see the change in front of them, only to see that the middle-aged man who had fainted and died, his originally pale face actually slowly became rosy, and the fist-sized wound on his abdomen was also being repaired bit by bit at this time. Wang Tiehu's eyes widened as he looked at Yi Chen and marveled. How is this possible? My gosh, is this the reincarnation of Huatua? Holy, master, what kind of elixir is this? It can't be the legendary elixir of immortality, right? Reputation value plus 1000 plus 1000 plus 1000 plus 1000. Yes, master, what kind of elixir is this? If we have this elixir, then wouldn't our voodoo temple be able to change our profession into a medicine store instead? This kind of magical elixir, once it is leaked out, maybe all those hospitals will have to close down now. Reputation value plus 1000 plus 1000 plus 1000 plus 1000. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Such a magical elixir. Do you think it's that easy to get? Master also only has this one. Seeing Yi Chen say that, Wang Lin scratched his head in embarrassment. His gaze turned to the mysterious middle-aged man and he reached out to lightly slap the other party's cheek. Only when this palm fell, the other party had no reaction. Seeing this, Yi Chen increased the force in his hand. A loud bang was heard in the temple hall of the voodoo temple. Such a great commotion caused several of his disciples to reach out and cover their cheeks, sucking in a mouthful of cool air. This was because a clear red palm print had appeared on the mysterious man's cheek at this moment, and half of his cheek had swollen. Chapter 58, Jin Sungbai's Affirmation. The mysterious man rotated leisurely and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Yi Chen and coughed gently. Yi Chen, I can't imagine that your strength is actually stronger than I thought. The man spoke as if he had sensed a change in his body. He looked down, only to see that the wound on his abdomen was intact as before, and his eyes became even more marveled. Looking at Yi Chen, his eyes were glowing, and then he sat up in excitement, his hands tightly holding onto Yi Chen's shoulders. Something happened to the Imperial Ghost Bureau. As the mysterious man spoke, the luster in his eyes dimmed as he looked at Yi Chen and said solemnly, "Help them. Your strength is above the Ghost Generals. If even you can't save them, I'm afraid that all the people of the Imperial Ghost Bureau will die." Yi Chen frowned. He remembered Qin Songbai, the director of the Imperial Ghost Bureau, and Li Changshu, the captain of Team A. That very day, Qin Songbai had given him a document that was uniquely his, named Skywalker. Yi Chen twisted his head to look outside the door. When a round of sunrise slowly rose, he sighed and looked at the mysterious man. "Is it too late to go now?" the mystic said with some loss. "It's not too late, because the ghost tide invaded at 4 in the morning, and now with the dawn, I think the ghost tide has already retreated for the time being. It was only a brief 3 hours, but it left my Imperial Ghost Bureau with a great deal of vitality. I broke out at that time with my life. I was instructed by the director to come here specifically to ask you to act as an external aid to rescue all of my fellow officers. Yi Chen, if you don't go, I'm afraid they really won't survive tonight. You're the only one who can save them now. You can't just sit back and do nothing." Yi Chen nodded. "For better or worse, I'm also a member of the Imperial Ghost Bureau. For these ghosts to just invade the Imperial Ghost Bureau, it's clear that they're not giving me face, and they're actually ignoring my existence. So I'm going to go and show them some color." He looked up to Wang Tiehu's 4 disciples. "You guys take care of him for me, and after I come back, I'll pass on a more powerful exorcism aptitude to you." "Don't worry, master. I usually like taking care of people the most. Don't believe me? Ask Lao San. You can rest assured. When you return, I guarantee that this gentleman will be white, fat, comfortable and happy." Yi Chen nodded, satisfied, and left the voodoo temple. At this moment, with the wind under his feet, he ran towards the foot of the mountain at full speed, until he stopped a car, letting the other party drive with full power, and rushed directly towards the Imperial Ghost Bureau, through the underground parking lot, and came to the mysterious underground building. A wisp of yin qi, if any, was still hovering over the grounds of the Imperial Ghost Bureau. Yi Chen raised his feet and walked towards the depths of the Imperial Ghost Bureau, and all the way through, he only saw that the Imperial Ghost Bureau was full of devastation. Doors and windows had collapsed all over the place, and there were still residual bloodstains on the ground, as well as a dozen or so corpses that were too late to be organized. On the bodies of these people, they were all wearing the uniform of the Imperial Ghost Bureau. Yi Chen raised his feet and walked towards the depths, arriving at the director's office. At this moment, in the director's office, Qin Songbai was similarly hung with colors on his body, and Li Changshu, along with a few other colleagues, stayed right next to the Royal Ghost Bureau. Wang Changfeng has been gone for so long and still hasn't returned. Could something have happened? The person who spoke was a man who looked to be in his 30s. One of his arms had been broken and was wrapped around his neck with a thick bandage. Director Qin Songbai shook his head. As the most powerful ghost general of the Imperial Ghost Bureau, if even he can't bring in outside help, then I'm afraid that we'll be experiencing the greatest calamity that the Imperial Ghost Bureau has encountered since its inception tonight. Another person looked at the director with a grave expression. "But director, that Yi Chen is not a ghost harnessing general. We are pinning all our hopes on him. Once there is an accident at that time, what can we do?" Another person said at the same time. "Director, the captain of Team 6 is right. Yi Chen, is not a ghost harnessing general. He is like a mystery to us, and this invasion of ghost tides can be far more dangerous than the previous two combined. With so many ghosts showing up at the same time, if he can't handle it, then we'll be in danger. I think we'd better notify the top as soon as possible so that they can send reinforcements." Qin Songbai shook his head. "Foolish, even if the above wants to come to support, you don't count the time. It's absolutely impossible to arrive at the Imperial Ghost Bureau before nightfall. Waiting for the arrival of foreign aid, I'm afraid that we can only see the corpses of you and I. At the moment, the most prudent method is still to request Yi Chen's support. I believe in him." Li Changshu on the side also nodded affirmatively. "I also believe in him. I believe that he will be able to lead the Imperial Ghost Bureau and survive well." At the time of the Royal Ghost Bureau's survival, many of the ghost harnessing generals, as well as the captains of the various teams, all held different opinions. Yi Chen stood at the door, listening to the arguments inside, and raised his hand to push open the door of the room. Cluck! A crisp ringing sound resounded in everyone's ears, and all of them looked at the doorway vigilantly at the same time. Seeing that it was Yi Chen, Qin Songbai and Li Changshu's faces were relieved and revealed smiles. "Yi Chen, you're finally here." Qin Songbai stood up from his seat, welcoming Yi Chen as the director. Yi Chen waved his hand towards him. "Since you've all been injured, just sit honestly. I never thought that the fourth ghost tide invasion would actually come so quickly. I just didn't expect that they would actually attack the Imperial Ghost Bureau directly. Yi Chen's gaze swept over everyone present, who were more or less carrying different injuries on their bodies. The current Imperial Ghost Bureau could be said to be a remnant, its aura disheveled to the extreme. They didn't even need to wait for the ghost tide invasion at night. Just a small peril appearing at random could beat them to death. I know that some people are skeptical of me, although I'm the latest to join the Imperial Ghost Bureau, but no matter what, I'm also a member of the Imperial Ghost Bureau, and just for that, I, Yi Chen, will definitely do my best to protect your safety tonight. Of course, I also know that some people don't believe me, but I can understand. If you think about it differently, if you guys were me and I was you guys, maybe I wouldn't believe it either. But the world is just so magical. Whatever doubts you all have, do your best to keep them pressed to your hearts for now. When it's nighttime, everything will be revealed. Seeing Yi Chen say this, a group of captains of the Imperial Ghost Bureau wanted to speak out again to refute him, but they were stopped by Director Qin Songbai. Alright, don't argue. In such a time of danger for the Imperial Ghost Bureau, yet Yi Chen was able to come back regardless of life and death. Just this point is enough to see his loyalty to my Imperial Ghost Bureau, no matter from which angle. At this moment you all shouldn't doubt him. I hope that tonight, you guys can work together as one and deal with the ghost tide invasion together. Chapter 59, The Nine Hells of Purgatory. Seeing that the director had spoken, the team captains still wanted to retort, but they could no longer open this mouth. Since you all have no opinions, then go down to rest and recuperate. Tonight, it's a time of life and death for my Imperial Ghost Bureau. We must not slack off. Right, Changshu, Yi Chen, you two stay. I still have something to say to you. The dozen captains looked at Yi Chen, then at Qin Songbai, and turned to leave the room. With the door to the room closed, Yi Chen came to Qin Songbai's side. He casually found a seat and sat down, his eyes sizing up the two. Qin Songbai's injuries were not that serious, just some superficial wounds, with a few bruises on his hands and cheeks. Li Changshu was a bit more serious than him. On his left arm, there was a scar nearly 20 centimeters long. Although the bleeding had been successfully stopped, it was still visible though. Her state at this moment, compared to the previous days, looked much worse. Yi Chen, I wonder how Changfeng is doing now. The Changfeng he was talking about was naturally the Imperial Ghost Bureau's Imperial Ghost Surrender King Changfeng. He was also the middle-aged man who had gone to the voodoo temple in the morning and asked him to come down. Yi Chen nodded. Director Qin is overthinking it. With me here he can't die yet, although at that time, I saw that he was also close to death. But before nightfall, with his physique, he should be able to recover. If I'm not wrong, perhaps before nightfall, he will definitely rush back to the Imperial Ghost Bureau. A trace of worry hung on Qin Songbai's face. Is he seriously injured? Yi Chen smiled faintly. I can't imagine that Director Qin is so caring about his subordinate. Please feel free to rest assured. If even I can't save him, then I think there is no one in this world who can save him anymore. Director Qin looked at Yi Chen in surprise. So you actually know how to heal and save people? Yi Chen shook his head. Nonetheless, it's not that I will heal and save people. It's just that his injuries, I just happen to have a way to deal with them, but only this once, because the price to pay to treat an injury like that is beyond your imagination. Qin Songbai nodded, not having an ounce of doubt in what Yi Chen said. He stood up and bowed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I really have to thank you this time. Tonight, this Imperial Ghost Bureau can only rely on you as well. Yi Chen smiled and waved his hand. Director Qin is out of line to say that. Don't forget that I am a supernumerary of the Imperial Ghost Bureau. At that time, if you all die, then wouldn't this Imperial Ghost Bureau be finished? If the Imperial Ghost Bureau doesn't exist, then my identity as a Skywalker will be destroyed along with it. Qin Songbai laughed cheerfully. You're right, Skywalker. Yet I wonder how you plan to deal with the ghost tide invasion tonight? Yi Chen, I know that you have outstanding abilities. I'm afraid that even the 4 ghost generals of the Imperial Ghost Bureau are not your match today. It's just that this ghost tide invasion is not a trivial matter. The 4 ghosts that appeared last night were so powerful that they far exceeded the limit of what the Imperial Ghost Bureau could withstand. Yi Chen nodded. Could it be that the 4 ghostly creatures that appeared last night were all ghost kings? Qin Songbai shook his head and smiled bitterly. The ghosts in this yin and yang realm are divided according to their strength, and with the information that the Ghost Royalty Bureau currently has, the top and strongest strength belongs to the Ghost King level. Below the Ghost King are the Ghost Generals who come and go without a trace. Our Imperial Ghost Bureau's Imperial Ghost Generals. Their own strength corresponds to the Ghost Generals under the Ghost King. During the first Ghost Tide invasion a dozen years ago, the Ghost King at that time was not particularly strong, and the 8 Ghost Harnessing Generals at that time joined forces and were still able to seal it temporarily, causing him to fall into a long sleep. Now that the Ghost Tide has once again descended, the strength of that Ghost King, I'm afraid that it has only undergone a drastic change. The 4 ghost generals that appeared last night are the best proof. You have to know that more than 10 years ago, the ghost harnessing generals were barely able to fight the ghost generals of the Yin realm. But last night, the 4 ghost generals, however, suppressed the Imperial Ghost Bureau on all fronts. The strength of the ghosts is growing, but the Earthly Ghost Bureau, the ability of the ghost harnessers, has been at a standstill. With this and that, I'm only afraid that one day, the territory of the Earth will all be occupied by ghosts. Yi Chen frowned. Director Qin's words, aren't they a bit serious? The vastness of Huaxia's territory is not something that can be encompassed by one of our provinces. I believe that there are still many super strong ghost masters hidden in the folklore in the territory of Huaxia. At that time, if a really large ghost tide breaks out, they will definitely come forward. Qin Songbai shook his head. Yi Chen, you don't understand. If we can take over the Yang world, when heaven and earth will change, those ghosts will never fear the sunlight again from then on, and will be able to roam around during the day. But at that time, this world will only turn into the 9 hells of purgatory, wailing everywhere, rivers of blood flowing. I'm afraid that by that time, there won't be a single living person left in the world. And even if there really was such a small portion of people who could survive, the realm of human life would also shrink by a large margin. Yi Chen nodded. He suddenly recalled the swirling mass that he had seen on top of the ghost building that day. According to the female ghost that he had met at that time, that vortex was the junction of the Yin and Yang realms. There were an unknown number of intersections like this around the globe. The dead souls at the intersection would be constantly nourished by the Yin Qi, and their strength would continuously strengthen. If that was the case, it wasn't like Qin Songbai was overly worried. It was possible that the day he was talking about might really come. He looked at Qin Songbai and patiently inquired, Director Qin, you might as well say what you have to say. How exactly should we stop that day from coming? Qin Songbai shook his head as he looked at Yi Chen and said word for word, I don't know. Yi Chen's eyes widened and he almost fell off his seat. Yesterday, Qin Songbai continued, but I can assure you that my worries are by no means empty. This is the result of more than a decade of research and deduction by the people above, as well as the Imperial Ghost Bureaus of other cities. As for how exactly we should stop that day from coming, this result, however, has yet to be deduced, and no one has come up with a perfect solution for the time being. The orders I received also only told me to maintain law and order in the city, and try my best not to let this world order collapse before that day arrives. Otherwise, internal and external troubles added together at the same time will only accelerate the demise of humanity. This is also the reason why the people above have been trying to erase the information on the internet about you. Yi Chen nodded. I see. Chapter 60, I trust him. The director is worried that these things will cause panic among the people, and it will also allow the ghost houses hidden in the nether realm to find an opportunity to take advantage of them. Qin Songbai nodded. So Yi Chen, in the future, you should still keep a lower profile when you are exorcising ghosts. As you know, a little impatience can lead to big plans, and for the sake of this world not being crumbled by the power of the ghost realm, we can only move forward with a heavy load. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I know that forcing such a task on you is a very selfish behavior, but nowadays, the only person I can look up to, the only person in the world I can look up to, is you, Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded, not rejecting what Qin Songbai had said in his heart. He had obtained the 7 treasure surplus and had mastered the Buddha's divine abilities, and the way he treated this world nowadays was itself a kind of cultivation for him. Since in the past, there was the Earth Store King's grand aspiration of not becoming a Buddha until hell is empty. But I, Yi Chen, now after grasping the Great Sun Ruling Sutra, although I may not necessarily be as great as the Earth Store King, but I will also do my part to stop that day from coming. Amitabha Buddha, my Buddha is merciful, ferrying the world. Yi Chen placed one hand on his chest and chanted in a low voice. However, in the next moment, blinding golden flashes of light suddenly erupted from his body. These golden splendor lights were not emitted from the 7 treasures surplus, but from its Dantian location. When the golden splendor light blossomed out, only the spring water in his Dantian could be heard to resound with a ding dong 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 dong. The clear spring in Yi Chen's Dantian doubled in size with the naked eye. The second petal of that green lotus in the spring water also bloomed in due time. Yi Chen's eyebrows throbbed, and the golden splendor on his body at the moment was mysteriously holy. Qin Songbai and Li Changshu bathed in this Buddha's light, and only felt an inner clarity, and the injuries on their bodies were actually healing rapidly. The two of them looked at each other in amazement. At this moment, looking at Yi Chen was like looking up to a god. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 2nd level of the Great Sun Ruling Sutra realm. Successfully comprehended the Buddhist avatar, Great Compassionate Hand. Great Compassionate Hand, gathering the spiritual energy in the body and condensing a golden Buddha's hand outside the body. when the Buddha's hand comes out, 100 ghosts will mourn and cry. A smile fell from the corner of Yi Chen's mouth as the golden Buddha light on his body dispersed, and he nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, the Great Sun Rudra Sutra was just like his guess. With every successful breakthrough of a layer, he would comprehend another Buddhist divine ability. This great compassionate hand was more like a move to claim the enemy from across the sky. Things were looking better and better, and Yi Chen couldn't wait to break through the limits of the Great Sun Rulai Sutra as soon as possible at the moment. He was curious as to how heaven-destroying the divine abilities that he would comprehend once he had cultivated the Great Sun Rulai Sutra to the perfection realm. Qin Songbai and Li Changshu, the two of them looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Qin Songbai's eyes widened. What the hell just happened? Yi Chen, that golden Buddha light, what exactly is it from? Li Changshu also inquired curiously. Yeah, why is it that when that golden Buddha light shines on one's body, it makes one feel like there's a never-before-seen quiet and peaceful feeling inside? What's even more incredible is that just after being illuminated by this golden Buddha light, my injuries were healed. It's really unbelievable. Yi Chen smiled faintly. This is a small personal secret of mine. I still hope that you too can keep it a secret for me. You only need to know that I am your friend, and will always stand on the side of humanity. Seeing that Yi Chen refused to say anything, Qin Songbai did not continue to dig into the matter. Since you said so, then it's not good for me to ask more. I trust you. Time passed by minute. Before the setting sun was about to disappear, Wang Changfeng finally rushed back. As expected, it was not at all different from what Yi Chen had guessed. After Wang Changfeng had recovered from his injuries, it was definitely impossible for him to wait quietly outside. He would definitely rush back to the Imperial Ghost Bureau. As the sky gradually darkened, a bright moon hovered over the city. A bright star in the night sky was slowly twinkling. The entirety of the Imperial Ghost Bureau was fully loaded and ready to go at this moment, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Yi Chen stretched his back. Alas, these ghosts are so abrasive. Why haven't they come yet? Is it hard to be afraid of me? Yi Chen? On the side, Wang Changfeng's face was gloomy. Little friend Yi Chen, do not take this lightly. Last night's ghost tide only appeared at 4 in the morning, and it's only just getting dark now, so I'm afraid we still need to wait a little longer. Yi Chen waved his hand. Nonetheless, Mr. Wang, if you think like this, you're thinking of those ghosts too simply. In my opinion, the reason why they chose to launch their attack at 4 in the morning last night, their purpose, at root, was to main a surprise. At the time when you all are slacking off, give the Imperial Ghost Bureau a heavy blow. Once the plan succeeds, then the Imperial Ghost Bureau will be disheveled and uninspired. And if they want to launch an attack later on, the possibility of the Imperial Ghost Bureau defending itself will be negligible. This is actually playing a psychological war. So tonight, the more you all think that the time when the ghost tide is unlikely to appear, on the contrary, is the best time for the other side to attack, one of the operation captains said with a light smile. Yi Chen, you're not a ghost, so how do you know the mind of a ghost? Yi Chen sneered. Aren't the predecessors of ghosts also changed from humans? With my previous understanding of these ghostly creatures, in the aspect of plotting and scheming, they are definitely not inferior to the living, and are even more terrifying than the living, especially the ones with strong strength. Alright, everyone stop arguing. Qin Songbai once again stood out as a peacemaker, but it was obvious that he was more inclined to stand on Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen is right. I actually feel the same way in my heart. Although ghosts are afraid of sunlight, the dark night is very long. This long dark night, with the sun disappearing, they can come out and move around at any time. Not coming early and not coming late, choosing to appear at 4 in the morning, when everyone is tired and their willpower is slack. This is clearly prepared. I agree with Yi Chen's statement. Everyone cheer up. We must not be lax tonight, lest our own mistakes and negligence cause even greater losses. Qin Songbai had only just finished speaking when the temperature of this Imperial Ghost Bureau at the moment chilled in an instant. Along with the drop in temperature, a black smoke was seen gushing out from the ventilation ducts around the Imperial Ghost Bureau. At first, the smoke looked very thin and did not attract everyone's attention. However, as the temperature dropped, the temperature change became more and more obvious. The black smoke, at this moment, has coalesced into a substance, more and more strong, more and more intense. The black smoke looks like the factory emissions out of the exhaust. Chapter 61, The Little Heart. There's a situation. All go on alert. Qin Songbai's stern voice came out with his order, and everyone entered the battle state at the same time. It was only then that Ji Chuan realized that everyone was actually using different weapons. However, on their waists, they were hanging the same type of standardized equipment, a rather special pistol. This pistol, if it appeared in other departments, Yi Chuan felt that there was nothing strange about it, but now that it appeared on the people of the Imperial Ghost Bureau, Yi Chen was conversely a little curious. As far as he knew, these pistols could not cause damage to ghosts and monsters. Could there be something special about the Imperial Ghost Bureau's pistols? With this doubt, Yi Chen reached out and pulled out his hand, and the purple dragon staff was already grasped in his hand. However, the hand did not rush to make a move, but waited for the Imperial Ghost Bureaus to strike first. These low-level ghosts in front of him were nothing more than some small caramels. Yi Chen did not place them in his eyes at all. He believed that the means of the Imperial Ghost Bureau would naturally be able to cope with them as well. The purpose of his trip here, it was still the 4 ghost generals that had heavily defeated the Imperial Ghost Bureau last night. This was the first time Yi Chen had heard of such a title as Ghost Generals, and he didn't know too much about the ghosts of this world. During the conversation during the day, Qin Songbai had only given a general reply, and could not fully answer the thoughts in his mind that were like a mess. The people of the Imperial Ghost Bureau each made their own moves. Their hands were different, and countless little ghosts fell under their attack. As they watched this group of little ghosts fall into a state of decline, they saw that in front of the crowd, ripples suddenly appeared in the air. Immediately afterward, 4 black whirlpools appeared in the area of the crowd. The first black vortex. Inside, a slender large white leg with a touch of seductive posture. In an extremely provocative posture, it slowly emerged. This was the true 9-headed body. Such perfect proportions were truly rare in the world. It was as if one of her legs had already exceeded her waist. Even though this leg was only wearing a pair of black high heels without any other decoration, but the combination of these long, slender, large white legs, and the black high heels produced an unimagined aesthetic. Above the long legs, a red cheongsam was hidden. As the hem of the cheongsam gently floated, a female ghost 2 meters out appeared in front of the crowd. The female ghost was dressed in a flamboyant manner. Her face had a ghostly aura, and she was a beautiful young woman with a soul that captured her spirit. The colorful red lips, with a fiery passion, under a pair of willow leaf eyebrows, the bright eyes, at the moment staring straight at Yi Chen, the corner of her mouth with a light smile. The female ghost smiled gently, and the hearts of the crowd shook. At this moment, they only felt that the smile of a good person, the face of the world. They couldn't wait to die for each other. Yi Chen shook his head, shaking out this strange stream of thoughts in his head. However, the other male colleagues of the Imperial Ghost Bureau were not so lucky, with that female ghost's light laughter ringing out. Ha! With a third of flirtatiousness, to be carried with a third of teasing. One of the closest ghost masters was at the moment apoplectic and paralyzed. Directly dispelling the spells on his hands, with a lewd smile on his face, he quickly stepped closer towards the female ghost. Having just walked to the female ghost's side, he only saw the female ghost reach out and gently touch his cheek. In the next moment, 5 slender red nails protruded from her right hand, and each nail was about 20 centimeters long, only to see the female ghost's smile remain unchanged at the corners of her mouth. The red nails on her right hand, however, suddenly dug into the man's neck. As the female ghost slowly raised her hand, the man's body, too, was lifted off the ground by the female ghost. Bright red blood flowed down his neck towards the outside. That blood diffused onto the female ghost's nails, and then onto her palms. After passing through the female ghost's skin, it was actually all absorbed into her body by her skin. Yi Chen watched with dull eyes, completely not expecting the other party to actually have such a skill. It was only a few breaths of time. That ghost master's body, the blood was all sucked dry by the female ghost, and at the moment, there was only a layer of black skin left, wrapping around his remaining bones. That person's body, like after death, and after 61 days of exposure to the sun, eventually turned into a dry corpse. But only those who were there knew that this dry corpse was not created by a lack of moisture, but rather the blood in his body, while he was alive, had been drained, and at the same time, there was also the blood in his body, as well as his essence and flesh and blood. The female ghost's gaze looked towards Yi Chen, and she gently smiled. My little ingrate, we meet again. Do you know that I've really missed you after not seeing you for these few days? Little baby, you won't be able to run away tonight. If you don't serve my old lady happily, you won't be able to go anywhere. Only Yi Chen let out a long sigh. He naturally knew the identity of the other party. This female ghost was the same female ghost that had appeared during the last attack on Shading Dragon Mountain. She had possessed a member of Li Changshu's team at that time. Although the team member there survived, the female ghost escaped. The last time they met, the female ghost was nowhere near as strong as it was now. Yi Chen really couldn't figure out why after such a short period of time, the other party had become so much stronger. The more he thought in his heart, the stranger he felt, and with a turn of his mind, he suddenly remembered the intersection of the Yin and Yang realms that he had seen a few days ago. At the intersection of Yin and Yang, where Endless Ghost and Yin Qi were hidden, any ghost or monster that was in that vortex would be nourished by itself, and its strength would be greatly increased. The stronger the strength of the ghosts and monsters, the more abundant the use of the power of that junction of Yin and Yang. Could it be that this female ghost had, in the past few days, sought out another Yin-Yang junction to silently enhance her strength? With this doubt, Yi Chen observed the changes in the female ghost's entire body. The female ghost met his gaze, charmingly smiled. "Oh, my favorite little enemy. If you like to see, then you can see enough. Actually, I have something even better to look at here. Do you want to see it? Only that people only show it to you alone. Yo, little baby, if you want to see it, then come over to me." Yi Chen sighed as he shook his head and looked at the female ghost and said, "Stop, don't demonize me anymore. If it goes on, don't blame me for taking you in right now." That female ghost laughed. "My little baby, don't you like me? The last time we met, you couldn't stop staring at me. It can't be. Could it be that you are such a person who likes the new and hates the old? Aya, it really makes my slave sad. I can't imagine that I actually trusted someone and looked away. Bah, you scum." The female ghost spoke and raised a middle finger towards Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu sighed, and at this moment, he only saw a rough man's voice coming out of the second vortex. "Who dares to bully my sister? Ah?" Chapter 62, nothing more than that. A strong baleful aura instantly covered the previous Yin and ghost aura, and at the same time that this rough voice came out at this moment, a huge figure that looked like a 3-meter tall monster, at the same time drilled out from the black mist. He looked down at the female ghost beside him. His eyes swept towards Yi Chen's crowd and he shouted, "I think you guys are really impatient with life. Haven't you learned enough lessons from last night?" Just as the ghost was about to charge over, Yi Chen sneered, subduing the demons and removing the devils, returning the Qiankuan to a clear sky. A purple divine dragon suddenly flew out. That ghost's body, which was like a cannonball at the moment, was directly sent flying by the divine dragon. Yi Chen smiled faintly. "I thought how powerful it was, but it looks like it's nothing more than that." That female ghost also covered her mouth at this moment and laughed delicately. "Egu, big brother, this kid is laughing at you." With a petulant smile on her lips, she was secretly arching fire at the moment, secretly provoking the conflict between Yi Chen and the ghost general. Yi Chen had long since seen her scheming clearly, only that he did not provoke it. In front of true strength, no matter what kind of plotting and scheming you had, it was useless. This female ghost had increased her own strength by a large margin compared to the previous few days though. It had even threatened the ghost harnessing generals of the Imperial Ghost Bureau. It was a pity that they had overlooked the fact that while their strength was growing, Yi Chen's strength was likewise growing, and the rate of growth had far exceeded them. That male ghost, however, did not see this at all. At this moment, provoked by that female ghost, he raised his head violently, his eyes became blood red, and clouds of black grievances hovered all over his body. At this moment, he looked at Yi Chen, itching to eat him alive. Just at this time, the second and third black vortexes also had something flowing out at the same time. Only a tall and a short, a fat and a thin, two odd-looking ghost generals squeezed out of that vortex. "Ha ha 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 ha, I, Hu Han-san, am finally back again. I simply didn't have enough fun last night, so I'm going to have a good time tonight." This voice came out from the mouth of that short and fat-bodied ghost monster. Next to him, the tall and thin ghost monster that looked 3 meters out, as if it was a bamboo pole, had the same sardonic smile on his face. "Fat brother, you're right. Tonight, Wow must haunt his Imperial Ghost Bureau." But the Ghost King said that tonight, there can't be a single survivor from the Imperial Ghost Bureau. The second ghost said and laughed coldly, blatantly not putting the people present in their eyes. However, the captains of the action teams beside Qin Songbei at the scene couldn't stand it anymore. One of the captains of the action team, looking at the 4 great ghost generals in front of him, cursed in defiance. "Just with you lowly ghosts and monsters, you actually want to cover the sky with one hand in my Imperial Ghost Bureau? It's simply delusional." Those 4 great ghost generals heard him say that. The 4 ghosts looked at each other and laughed out loud in an instant. Looking at that person at the moment, it was like they had seen the funniest thing in the world. That person looked at the 4 great ghost generals who had been laughing coldly, directly ignoring him, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. He did not remember how these 4 ghost generals, last night, had gone on a killing spree in the Imperial Ghost Bureau. At this moment, looking at the sneering 4 ghosts, he could not wait to rush forward and fight the other party for 300 rounds. Yi Chen saw that one of the ghosts closest to him had already fallen into a stage of distraction, nor was he willing to wait any longer. Black ghost chi coalesced on his arm, and the entire arm, which looked inhuman and non-ghostly, instead looked like the claws of some kind of wild beast. He swung his claws and grabbed towards the neck of the first ghost monster, who had thought that the other party directly ignored him, and at this moment, with a wave of his big hand, only to see a ghost claw, instantly flying out from the tip of his palm, penetrating through that person's chest through the air, leaving a bloody hole in his chest. The eye was still dripping blood towards the outside. That ghostly monster sneered, looking at the man at the moment. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. "Humph, just with you, you're also worthy of calling out to me. I think you're really tired of living." The 4 great ghost generals laughed out loud. blatantly disregarding the crowd present. Qin Sungbai's brows were tightly locked as he looked at the four great ghost generals at this moment and scolded them in a stern voice. Yi Chen's gaze stirred, only to hear Qin Songbai shouting, "Outrageous! That's what's deceiving people." Yi Chen smiled faintly as he patted Qin Songbai's shoulder. "Why should Director Qin be in a hurry? Just let me do it." As Yi Chen spoke, he stood out at the moment, blocking the front of the crowd. The four great ghost generals looked at Yi Chen, the smiles on their mouths even greater than before, only to hear the female ghost sneer and say, "Three big brothers, the previous time when my little sister went out on a Ghost King mission, it was this kid that ruined my plans. Three big brothers, you guys have to make a decision for little sister." The male ghost with the rough voice, who was currently listening to the female ghost's petulant tone, looked at Yi Chen with dissatisfaction. "Humph, really don't know how to die. How dare you bully my sister? I want you to pay the price today. Let you know why flowers are so red. Daring to strike out at my sister. You're really tired of living." That ghost general snorted coldly, and at this moment, his body transformed into a black smoke. In the blink of an eye, the body became thicker all of a sudden. Before, it was only about 2 meters, but at this moment, it had grown to 8 meters tall and 4 meters wide, like a huge city wall, towering over Yi Chen. That black smoke circled rapidly in his body, manifesting an arm that looked like a giant python. It looked to be more than 10 meters long and as thick as a handpane. With a wave of the giant hand, it carried a heaven-destroying aura and directly pressed down towards Yi Chen. Looking at this situation, it was going to directly press Yi Chen into mush. The people of the Imperial Ghost Bureau, at this moment, looked at that huge arm, and in their hearts, they were all worried for Yi Chen. This arm, they thought that with their own abilities, they would never be able to block it. Yi Chen was facing this arm alone, and they were afraid that it was going to be fatal. However, if they were to go forward, they didn't think they had the strength. If they didn't, they would become a drag on Yi Chen. Li Changshu's heart clenched tightly together. "Yi Chen, be careful," she shouted loudly towards Yi Chen. Whoever imaged that at the critical moment, Yi Chen even had the leisure to turn back to her with a hint of a smile. The next moment, that huge arm, also pressed down at the same time. Li Changshu looked at the black mist condensed arm, wrapping Yi Chen in an instant. Her heart was shocked, and at this moment, her heart was beating wildly. Could it be that he died just like that? No, it can't be. Yi Chen's strength could never be this weak. Li Changshu's brows were tightly locked. Sure enough, in the next moment, a burst of golden splendor rose from that black mist. Chapter 63, The Gap. Chapter 63, The Gap. The golden-colored flashy light, at the very beginning, appeared dim. It seemed like a sunrise that had just climbed up a mountain, with only a faint ray of haze. However, as the golden splendor became stronger and stronger, at this moment, the ghostly hand that was condensed by the black mist, in turn, was not as solid as before. A crunching sound came out. At this moment, the golden Buddha light instantly lit up the Imperial Ghost Bureau that was plunged into darkness. Those four great ghost generals, facing the golden Buddha light at this moment, looked like they had seen the most fearful thing in the world. The female ghost blocked her eyes and controlled her body, moving towards the outside, obviously extremely unwilling to be controlled by the golden Buddha light, trying to think of ways to escape. The remaining one fat and one thin ghost generals, in the face of the golden Buddha light, appeared to be much calmer. However, the ghost general who was positively impacted by the golden Buddha light, at this moment, his heart has long regretted. Hate to hurt himself a dozen big mouth. Why to stand up for that female ghost? Right now, being impacted by the golden Buddha light, only he himself knew just how painful and sad it was. The golden Buddha light emanating from Yi Chen's body. At this moment, it was actually continuously dissolving the ghost chi in his body. If he persisted like this, he was only afraid that his entire body would be purified by the Buddha light. At the thought of this horrifying consequence, how would that ghost general dare to go on frivolously? He hurriedly retracted his arm. However, his giant hand was only halfway received when Yi Chen on the opposite side struck out, only to see a cloud of golden splendor, in which there were two more golden rays, which appeared to be exceptionally blinding. It carried a terrifying killing intent. That ghost general looked at the two golden flashes of light, and instantly his entire body froze. He only felt that a huge mountain was pressing towards his head, leaving him breathless. He wanted to run and escape, but he realized that he couldn't move at all, and those two golden rays pierced through his body in an instant. He looked down and saw that a huge hole eye had appeared on his chest. That hole eye was nearly 2 meters wide, and it almost took up half of his body. That ghost general was shocked in his heart, and at this moment, he hastily gathered the ghost chi in his body, wanting to repair his body. However, the pierced hole eye still had golden Buddha light remaining on the wound. At this moment, the residual golden Buddha light continued to devour and purify his body, so much so that his ghost chi was unable to repair his own damaged body at all. How could this happen? the ghost general cried out unwillingly. He looked at Yi Chen in horror. The Yi Chen at this moment was simply more terrifying than a ghost. He was like his natural nemesis, and there was only one thought in the ghost general's mind: escape, flee as far away as possible, away from this place of wrongdoing. If he continued to confront Yi Chen, he would only die. He wanted to escape, but Yi Chen didn't give him that chance. Amitabha Buddha, great compassion at hand. Yi Chen recited the Buddha's name under his breath, and at this moment, he raised his hand and pointed. A golden Buddhist hand instantly appeared in the void. That golden Buddha hand was nearly 2 meters long. It instantly locked onto the ghost general's multiple throats. It tightly squeezed his neck at the moment, even though he had already died once. When facing the golden Buddha's hand, the ghost general still perceived the threat from death in his heart. It was clear that ghosts did not need to breathe, but in his heart, a strong sense of suffocation still arose. It was a kind of fear that emanated from within. In that instant, it reminded him again of his own experience when he died. He had a premonition. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave today. He still wanted to shout at the time. That golden Buddha hand had already pinched his neck into a pinch of powder. That golden Buddha hand violently lifted upwards, followed by a fierce suppression from above. Bang! A loud bang came out. One of the 4 ghost generals, more than one of the ghost generals, which was currently in smoke, had been messed with by Yi Chen, and had never existed again. Well done. Worthy of being a Skywalker. I knew I wasn't wrong about you back then. Old Ma was right. Recruiting you into the Imperial Ghost Bureau is definitely a great stroke of luck for my Imperial Ghost Bureau. Qin Songbai, the director of the Imperial Ghost Bureau, was looking at Yi Chen's back that was calm and composed in the face of danger at the moment. His heart was pounding furiously, and he was pleasantly surprised inwardly. When he looked at Yi Chen, he was simply more precious than seeing his own wife. This Yi Chen was truly a blessing in his destiny. From now on, as long as Yi Chen continued to stay in the Royal Ghost Bureau, when the time came, what else could not be solved? Thinking back to the previous experience of the day when Yi Chen was recruited into the Royal Ghost Bureau, at this moment Qin Songbai, his heart leisurely still excited. Thinking about it now was really horrible. At that time, he was so close that he had turned Yi Chen away from the door. If it wasn't for Ma Jiwei guaranteeing his life, he might have missed such a figure as Yi Chen. At this time, he looked at Yi Chen again. Qin Songbai was grateful in his heart. He secretly thought in his heart, I must have saved the galaxy in my previous life, so I was able to recruit Yi Chen into my bureau and make him my subordinate. If he hadn't recruited Yi Chen into the Imperial Ghost Bureau that day, it was really hard to imagine how the Royal Ghost Bureau would have ended up facing the attack of the 4 great ghost generals today. Thinking of this, Qin Songbai let out a long sigh of relief. His frown also relaxed. Looking at the other 3 remaining ghost generals was like looking at 3 pancakes. As long as they waited for the pot of oil to boil, they could be cooked and eaten right away. Qin Songbai was not the only one who was dumbfounded and had trouble calming his heart. Even Li Changshu looked at Yi Chen at the moment and felt equally incredible. When that huge black hand pressed down, she almost thought that Yi Chen was about to be killed. A trace of regret could not help but rise in her heart. If she had known this, she shouldn't have introduced him to the Imperial Ghost Bureau in the first place. Now Yi Chen had been sacrificed for no reason because of her. It would only make her live the rest of her life in self-blame forever. However, when that golden Buddha light rose, Li Changshu, whose heart was originally as if it was dead, had a dawn rise within her heart. Seeing that golden Buddha light becoming more and more blinding, the ray of dawn in his heart also changed from a newborn sunrise to a blazing sunny sky. Hope was restored in his heart. Seeing that ghost general, barely able to fight back, was directly subdued on the spot by him, Li Changshu's eyes widened. She looked at Yi Chen, and only at this moment did she realize just how big the gap between herself and him was. It was simply one heaven and one earth. Yi Chen's strength had long surpassed the ghost harnessing general of the Ghost Bureau. It was important to know that the Ghost Master, that was the gold standard of the Imperial Ghost Bureau. It was also the strongest group of people in the Royal Ghost Bureau. But now it seemed that compared to Yi Chen, what was a ghost harnessing general? Li Changshu laughed bitterly in his heart. If the Ghost Master was nothing, then he, the Ghost Master, was not even a hair. Li Changshu secretly shook his head and looked at Yi Chen blankly. There was both a hint of joy and a hint of loss in his heart at the same time. Chapter 64, The Everlasting God. A group of action team captains from the Imperial Ghost Bureau, as well as the Ghost Masters under the captains. The crowd looked at Yi Chen, who was like a god descending from the heavens at the moment, and were overwhelmed with emotion. Too strong. Holy, he's simply not human. No, you're wrong. He really isn't human, but he's a god. He's the eternal god in my heart. Yi Chen, my YYDS. If only one day, I could reach heights like him. A group of colleagues from the Royal Ghost Bureau looked at Yi Chen at this moment and whispered. Wang Changfeng looked at Yi Chen's back, his agitated heart unable to calm down for a long time. How could there be such a powerful character in the world? Originally, when the director asked him to invite Yi Chen, he was still skeptical in his mind that Yi Chen was just a fresh graduate, and what ability could he have? At the time when the Royal Ghost Bureau was at a time of life and death, could it be that he, a fresh graduate, could still turn the tide? However, at this moment, Wang Changfeng looked at Yi Chen, but he couldn't wait to give himself a slap. Where was that Yi Chen a fresh graduate? His strength even exceeded his own. Wang Changfeng didn't dare to imagine just what step Yi Chen's strength had reached, because nowadays, with the information from the Royal Ghost Bureau, the Ghost Harnessing General was already the strongest ghost harnesser in the world today. Yi Chen's strength, on the other hand, had surpassed that of the Ghost Harnessing General, so how could he be calm in his heart? The three remaining ghost generals looked at Yi Chen, and then looked at their old acquaintance who had already dissipated, not even leaving a wisp of breath behind. The three ghosts looked at Yi Chen, their brows tightly locked, their hearts unable to calm down for a long time. This was definitely the toughest opponent they had ever encountered since their debut. The female ghost only had one thought in her mind at the moment: run as far away as possible. What Ghost King's order? What fat meat? The only real truth was to have a life to live. If one's life was gone, what was the point of existence of these things? The fat and thin two ghost generals looked at Yi Chen. Those two ghosts narrowed their eyes, and the two ghosts glanced at each other and shot a glance towards each other, only to see the skinny one ghost general, at this moment, gently smiled at Yi Chen. This little brother can be really surprising. Your strength is indeed different, far beyond our imagination. I never imagined that you easily struck out and directly destroyed old three. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that we had been living in the Yin realm for a long time, and just as soon as we came out, such a terrifying opponent had already appeared in this young world. It's really unexpected. Yi Chen smiled faintly. You guys can't think of many things. The two ghosts laughed coldly, and the chubby ghost general looked at Yi Chen with a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Ha 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 ha, kid, don't be too cocky. After praising you for a couple of sentences, you still think you're really invincible. Let me tell you, no matter how strong you are, under the combined siege of me and Lao Air, you won't necessarily end up in a good place. How about this? Let's make friends today. As long as you get out of the way and don't meddle in the matters of the Imperial Ghost Bureau. Between us, you cross your sunny road, I'll walk my one-tree bridge, and we won't interfere with each other. What do you think about this? Consider it as selling our four great ghost generals a face. A group of colleagues from the Imperial Ghost Bureau. At this moment, listening to what the two ghost generals said, the hearts of all of them were shaken, one after another. They looked at Yi Chen with worry. It had to be said that if tonight, Yi Chen really agreed to those two ghost generals, I'm afraid that this Imperial Ghost Bureau would really have a hard time escaping destruction. They secretly prayed in their hearts, Yi Chen, you must hold on. You must not take the side of evil. You must fight evil for life. Only Yi Chen smiled faintly as he looked at the fat and thin two ghost generals and said with a cold smile, interesting, I've never seen before, ghosts actually making deals with people. The fat ghost general laughed lightly and said, as the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. I believe that little brother can naturally understand the reasoning behind this. Yi Chen laughed out loud. No, you are wrong. None of the three of you want to leave today. You all have to stay here. You want to make a deal with me. What did you do earlier? Now well, it's already too late. The fat ghost general glared at Yi Chen and said with dissatisfaction. So, you are not giving me face? Yi Chen waved his hand. Your face is worthless to me. Have you thought about how you should die? Should I strike out at you first? Or should I strike at him first? Or maybe her? His eyes flickered over the three ghosts. The female ghost's back went cold, and a never-before-seen sense of fear rose from the bottom of her heart. If a strength like Lao San's would die so easily under him, then it was definitely a dead end for oneself to go against him. Because today's Yi Chen, compared to what he had seen last time, had obviously increased his strength by more than a star. That female ghost had an answer in her mind. Flee if you can, and absolutely cannot continue to entangle with Jiang Lu. The fat and thin two ghost generals, faced with Yi Chen's resolute attitude, lifeless fire rose in their hearts. The two ghosts were at least ghost descendants of the netherworld. How had they ever been humiliated like this? In front of the Ghost King, one ghost was below and 10,000 ghosts were above. Usually get the wind, get the rain. In addition to the Ghost King, no one has ever dared to disobey them. But today, they had encountered such a tough opponent like Yi Chen, and they couldn't even kick this tough guy. Fatty looked at Yi Chen and narrowed his eyes. The eyes that were already not big, at this moment only had a slit left. The more he looked like a turtle's head from a certain animation. It would be even more graphic if a floating belt was tied to his head and two forks were inserted behind his back. Yi Chen was amused by himself as he thought of this. When he laughed, the two ghosts on the opposite side became even more annoyed. Damn it, actually dare to make fun of us. Lao Air, Go up and kill his sharpness, the fat man said towards the skinny ghost general beside him. The skinny ghost general nodded. Don't worry, boss. This brat is simply refusing to drink until he is punished. Since he has the intention to seek death, then we don't have to be polite with him. I'll let him see what a true ghost general is today. Although Lao San died under him, but Lao San's strength was already weak. Even if he defeated Lao San, it's nothing to be proud of. That thin man's figure floated and instantly appeared in front of Yi Chen. Although he had a 3-meter tall body, he moved incredibly fast. In just the blink of an eye, he had already arrived beside Yi Chen. He was seen jumping up high, then raised a foot and stomped down towards the top of Yi Chen's head. Suffer death. Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly, facing the ghost general pressing down on top of his head. He was not panicked in his heart. Chapter 65, Phagocytosis. I think you're really seeking your own death. Subduing the demons and removing the devils, returning the Qianquan to a clear sky. Yi Chen recited incantations continuously under his breath, and a series of 10 purple divine dragons flew out from his palm at this moment. The 10 purple divine dragons circled in mid-air. Together, they bit into the big foot that the Ghost King swung down. The crowd of the Imperial Ghost Bureau looked at the 10 purple divine dragons in the sky with astonishment. Are those dragons? I even thought it was my illusion. Old 5 quickly hit me with a kick to see if I'm hallucinating from staying up all night. Pop! A popping sound came out as the person next to him slapped him. On his face, a red palm print was left behind. His cheeks were slightly swollen, but he was not annoyed. Instead, he put up a smile and looked at Yi Chen with admiration in his eyes. It's actually true. Didn't think. That purple divine dragon is actually real. My gosh, I really don't know what to say. Why is he able to summon divine dragons? And once he does, it's 10 of them. With such terrifying strength, I'm afraid that in this world, there is no one who is his opponent anymore. Then how can a mere 4 ghost generals be able to fight against Yi Chen? I think they're clearly just praying mantis and don't care about their own strength. Reputation value plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000. You're right, Captain. When he first arrived, I thought he was just a looker. After all, so young. I didn't realize that the director had set up a separate department just for him, and I was a bit angry at the time. Now that I think about it, I was really too narrow-minded back then. Someone like Yi Chen definitely deserves respect and special treatment like this. Reputation value plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000. Yi Chen secretly laughed in his heart as he listened to the system's beeps in his head. Seeking this time to go down the mountain, he had finally come to the right place. The prestige value that each person of the Imperial Ghost Bureau had given him to grow was not a small amount. Not to mention the fact that the Imperial Ghost Bureau's hall of 100 people, in the blink of an eye, had already grown a full 100,000 prestige values for him, which was not a small amount. At this moment, 9 purple divine dragons flew out towards the front, instantly devouring all of that ghost general's one leg. That ghost general's face was hideous, and at this moment, he looked at Yi Chen in pain. His body, too, shrunk in an instant. It was only 2 meters tall, and one of the legs had long disappeared. The skinny ghost general looked at Yi Chen, his brows locked. Big brother, this situation doesn't seem right. I suspect I'm not his opponent? The chubby ghost general raised his hand and slapped it on the back of his head. No, I think you've got one thing wrong. You don't need to suspect that you're not his opponent at all. The skinny ghost general awkwardly looked into that fat ghost general. Big brother, so what should we do now? Should you go on? I think it's better for us to hurry and escape. This kid is evil, more terrifying than a ghost. Why don't we just escape back to the netherworld now and report to the Great King, and let the Great King come and clean him up then? Wouldn't that be great? The chubby ghost general nodded. Eldest, you have a point. It's just a pity that you're taking it too much for granted. Things have already gotten to this point. Do you think that kid will let us leave so easily? I'm afraid it's not that easy. The skinny ghost general looked at him. Then we can't fight and we can't escape. What should we do now? We can't wait here to die. The chubby ghost general, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother, why are you so stupid? Isn't there still Big Brother me? But in order for us brothers to have a good life in the future, Big Brother can only condescend to you first and borrow something from you. The skinny ghost general smiled and nodded. What are you talking about, Big Brother? Since you're thinking about our brother's future, then if you want to borrow something, just take it. Brother, I definitely won't refuse. The chubby ghost general smiled and nodded his head as he came in front of the skinny ghost general. His eyes, however, suddenly became ferocious, and the amiable smile from earlier disappeared. At this moment, he violently opened his mouth wide, a bloody mouth that was like a terrifying abyss. It was actually bigger than 3 basketballs, only to see his claws fiercely pinched that skinny ghost general, followed by a bite. The skinny ghost general swallowed the entire stomach. The fat ghost general, at this moment became even fatter. his body drew up 2 heads, and now he was already half a head taller than Yi Chen. Moreover, his stomach had also swelled larger than before, and inside his stomach, he could still hear the voice of the ghost general from earlier. Big brother, how did you eat me? You ate me. Then won't I become your sustenance in the future? Losing me to trust you so much. Big brother, I didn't expect you to treat me like this. Alas, it seems that we can't escape death today after all. I can't imagine that in such a critical situation, between you and me, there's actually such a stupid thing of collusion happening. Truly the heavens are going to kill me. The fat ghost general. The man's voice came out from his stomach. It only grew weaker and weaker, and all of a sudden, it was no longer moving. The chubby ghost general reached out and stroked his stomach, laughing. Brother, don't blame me. I'm doing this for our brother's sake, aren't I? If I don't eat you, how can I fight and deal with him? If I can't deal with him, then you and I will still die here. No one can escape. Instead of that, it would be better for me to eat you. This way, your body will be transformed into my nutrients, and once I beat him, I'll be able to leave this hellish place by then, and by then you'll have become part of my body. I'll be you and you'll be me, so why count so much? He reached out and stroked his stomach. Only the second brother in his stomach could no longer hear him now. Yi Chen let out a long sigh, not realizing that the other party would be so vicious, extending his poisonous hand to the people around him, absorbing the power of the other party's souls as a way to enhance his own strength, just so he could defeat Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. How ruthless. His gaze swept towards the fatty. Beside the fatty, the female ghost who was still dumbfounded. Big brother, it's not in line with the rules for you to do this, right? If Lord Ghost King knows about this, he will definitely not forgive you at that time. The female ghost looked at the chubby one, the ghost general, and muttered in a low voice. The chubby ghost general sneered and swept his gaze towards the female ghost, his eyes carrying a touch of indescribable flavor. Yeah, if Lord Ghost King knows about this, he definitely won't forgive me. So what can I do? The female ghost only realized that something was wrong at this moment, and retreated towards the back in fear. Big brother, don't look at me like that. Don't worry, the fact that you ate Lauer will always be a secret with me, and the Ghost King will never know about it. Chapter 66, The 100 Treasures Purple Gold Bowl. We've known each other for so many years after all, haven't we? Big brother, you have to trust me. The chubby ghost general laughed. You have a point. It's just that to make a secret disappear, wouldn't it be the safest way to eliminate the person who knows the secret? The chubby ghost general let out a cold laugh, and at this moment, his body shape was indulged. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of that female ghost. Immediately after that, his hands violently strangled the other party's neck, and with a big mouth, he staged the previous wave of tragedy again. He directly swallowed that female ghost in one bite, and after doing so, he let out a long hiccup, only to see his body expand once again, and his hair was much longer than before. The outline of his stomach was also bigger than before, and right now this chubby ghost general, his height had come to 3 meters. The ghost general licked his lips in satisfaction and reached out to stroke his stomach. Delicious, really delicious. The flavor of the oldest 4. It is really even more delicious than the oldest 2. It's just a pity that the oldest 3 has already been destroyed by you. What a pity. The 4 of us, brother and sister, in the end, did not come together. It can be really a heavenly regret. As that ghost general spoke, his eyes looked towards Yi Chen and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen, I never thought that you would be so calm, watching me swallow them both whole, and you're still so calm. I don't know if I should say you're too stupid, or too foolish. Yi Chen smiled faintly, looking at the ghost general with no distractions in his mind. It's just a small sculpture. Do you really think I would care? That ghost general smiled at his words. A small skill? How ridiculous. I'll let you know the power of this little sculpture now. As he said that chubby ghost general, with a big mouth, directly spat out a black smoke from his mouth. The black smoke flowed in midair and turned into a whirlwind. The whirlwind continued to move forward, and in the blink of an eye, the locations that the whirlwind passed through created a huge suction force, and countless people's bodies, at the moment, could not control themselves to fly towards the whirlwind. Yi Chen's gaze flashed through a golden stream of light. His eyes now looked towards the cyclone, but found that in the cyclone, a pale human hand appeared as well as a pair of resentful eyes. In his heart, he knew that this whirlwind was definitely not as simple as it appeared. In order to prevent this ghost from hurting the innocent, Yi Chen thought about it beforehand, and his body emitted a golden splendor. At this moment, the 2 golden streams of light in his eyes were like 2 laser rays, and after passing through the black whirlwind, just after a single glance, they automatically dissipated completely, turning into a cloud of black gas. The mouthful of black whirlwind exhaled by the ghost general was instantly blown away by the Buddha light in Yi Chen's eyes. The ghost general raised an eyebrow and looked at Yi Chen with a cold smile. Somewhat interesting. It seems that I have underestimated you, but if you want to be a hero with this trivial kung fu, then you're just waiting for all the people of the Imperial Ghost Bureau to be buried with you tonight. That ghost general's entire body turned into a black smoke, like a black rain cloud, and flew over in Yi Chen's direction. During its flight, that black rain cloud transformed into a huge skeleton again. At this moment, it opened its huge mouth, wanting to repeat its trick and swallow Yi Chen alive. However, Yi Chen was not accustomed to him. Right now facing the flying over skeleton, Yi Chen softly recited the Buddha's name in his mouth. Amitabha Buddha, Great Compassion Hand. Yi Chen raised his hand and pointed, and a golden Buddhist hand appeared steeply in midair. At this moment, a hand pressed on the skull's head, followed by a fierce downward pressure. The skeleton struggled violently in his hands, but unfortunately, at this moment, the Buddha's hands were like a pair of iron pincers, and it was impossible to break free. When the golden Buddha light fell to the ground, the entire skull instantly turned into countless fragments. The countless fragments turned into black smoke again, completely dissipating unremittingly. The four ghost generals, while facing Yi Chen, were confronted by the chubby ghost general who ate two of them as a way to fight Yi Chen. It was a pity that even so, it was still not Yi Chen's opponent. The battle ended, and the Imperial Ghost Bureau welcomed unprecedented cheers. A group of people looked at Yi Chen's back and exclaimed loudly at the moment, "Too bullish. I can't imagine that Yi Chen is so young, but he actually has such divine power. The four great ghost generals are powerless in front of him. Fat, you are my eternal YYDS." Li Chanshu looked at Yi Chen dumbfounded. At this moment, she only felt that the gap between the two was getting wider and wider. It seemed that it was impossible to catch up with him in this life. She lowered her head gloomily, and her mind didn't know what she was thinking. However, the one who was most upset and unable to calm his heart was also the strongest ghost general of the Royal Ghost Bureau, Wang Chongfeng. He risked his life to break out last night, and almost died in the hands of the four ghost generals. Luckily, the sky did not give him a way out, and he finally escaped to the Vermilion Temple with a severely injured body. He still remembered how close he was to death this morning. Who knew that Yi Chen had pulled him back from Hades alive after giving him an elixir? With such a strong strength, how could he not be surprised? He looked at Yi Chen in front of him like a city towering over mountains. In this life, he could do nothing but look up, and there was no more possibility of catching up. But on the other hand, this was also considered good news. After all, Yi Chen was now a member of the Imperial Ghost Bureau, and with such a fierce person in the Imperial Ghost Bureau, why would he worry about the invasion of ghost tides not being able to defend themselves in the future? Perhaps the entire Royal Ghost Bureau, under Yi Chen's leadership, would directly take the ghosts that haunted the Yang realm and beat them back to the Yin realm altogether. Let these ghosts that haunted the Yang realm know that the Royal Ghost Bureau was not something to be messed with. Director Qin Songbai looked at Yi Chen, and at the moment, there was nothing but excitement within his heart. He secretly decided in his heart that as soon as he had the chance later, he would immediately elevate Yi Chen's privileges. Such a person, he had to keep him in the Imperial Ghost Bureau no matter what, no matter how much he paid. Once the Imperial Ghost Bureau lost Yi Chen, it would only become the biggest regret of his life. The Imperial Ghost Bureau could not live without Yi Chen, just like the West could not live without Jerusalem. Reputation value plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000. The system's beeps kept coming from his brain. Yi Chen's eyebrows jumped. Just this one night today, it was enough to increase his reputation value by 1 million, which was not a small amount. Everything was just like his guess. To be rich, first pretend to be 13. The more powerful the 13 you pretend to be, the more prestige value you increase. And you have to pretend in different ways, and you have to pretend in front of a large group of people in front of their faces, so that you can get the best results. Congratulations to the host's reputation value breaking through 1 million. Gained the achievement fame. Achievement reward, 100 treasures purple gold mantle. A burst of blinding golden light flashed in front of Yi Chen's body, only to see a golden mantle flashing with golden splendor appear in front of his eyes. Chapter 67, Fighting with the Ghost King. Taking a look in the hand. It looks only palm size, but this Baobao is Baobao Zijin mantle's grade, but it is orange. The orange color has already reached the highest level. 100 treasures purple gold mantle, unique, orange. Increase merit points by 10 points per second. A powerful weapon to subdue and remove demons. Any ghosts and monsters, as long as their strength does not exceed that of the host, they can be directly suppressed on the spot, with no possibility of escape. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. The information introduction of this 100 treasures purple gold mantle allowed him to detect one of the minutiae. As long as the strength of the ghost did not exceed that of the host, it could be suppressed on the spot. Then did this mean that once the other party's strength exceeded his own, this 100 treasures purple gold mantle, at that time, would only become a decoration? Open the attribute panel. Yi Chen softly chanted, and the attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Yi Chen. Avatar, Buddha light illumination, purple. 5 elements mantra, purple, Buddha light body protection, passive. Technique, Great Sun Rulai Sutra. Technique, Buddha's rage. Technique skill, Buddha's rage. Magic treasure, 7 treasures surplus asterisk unique. 100 treasures purple gold bowl asterisk unique. Magic weapon, purple dragon staff, purple. Skill, purple dragon seal. Artifact, white jade demon repelling bead, purple. Skill, Buddha's light, expendable. Merit, 900,000. Reputation, 1308. 000, sect, voodoo sect, sect, voodoo sect, sect, voodoo sect, sect, voodoo sect. Isipal, 0/130, Isipal, 0 of 130. On this trip down the mountain, although the merit points didn't grow much, the reputation value did make him a tidy profit. It actually directly increased by a full million for him. As for his disciple quota, it had also changed from the original 30 quota to 130. The number had directly doubled by 3 or 4 times. Yi Chen slowly turned around and looked at the crowd of the Ghost Control Bureau. Everyone, since the Ghost Tide invasion has ended, it is time for me, Yi Chen, to return to the mountain gate. In the future, if you have the opportunity, don't forget to come to my Vermilion Temple as a guest. My Vermilion Temple's door is always open for all of you. Yi Chen was about to leave as he spoke. Who would have thought that at this time, the temperature of the Imperial Ghost Bureau would once again drop? Along with the drop in temperature, a black vortex appeared directly behind Yi Chen. Li Changshu's eyebrows raised, and at this moment, her heart was greatly alarmed. She looked at Yi Chen and shouted, "Be careful!" In that black vortex, a huge black scaly claw was currently grabbing towards Yi Chen's back heart. Yi Chen had long since noticed the abnormality behind him, and slowly turned around, facing that giant claw behind him, reciting the Buddha's name under his breath. Amitabha Buddha, great compassionate hand. A golden Buddha hand appeared in the void and directly fought hard against that ghost claw. The two collided steeply, and the golden Buddha hand crumbled inch by inch, while the ghost hand in the vortex, where it was currently in contact with the Buddha hand, simultaneously rose up in a puff of white smoke. In a moment, it was incinerated by the golden flames and shrunk back into the vortex in fear. A strange cry came out from the vortex. It carried a powerful impact, causing the crowd of the Imperial Ghost Bureau, at this moment, to be knocked back by this powerful wave of sound, and fell back towards the rear for more than 20 meters before coming to a halt. Yi Chen was not panicked. His body was as immovable as a mountain at the moment. The black vortex slowly dissipated, and a 3-meter-tall ghost king with black scales all over his body, staring with a pair of blood-red eyes. His mouth was full of sharp teeth that flashed with a cold light. He looked at Yi Chen and shouted angrily, "To actually dare to make an enemy of this king, I think you're really tired of living." The crowd of the Imperial Ghost Bureau looked at the ghost king that had appeared so steeply, and by now, their livers were already cracking. The strength of this ghost king was so much more terrifying than the previous 4 ghost generals that they didn't even dare to look at each other. It was as if one look from the other party could wipe them out on the spot. Li Changshu looked at the tall ghost king and trembled. "Director, I think this time, we have to call an outside help. It's just too dangerous to let Yi Chen deal with that guy alone." Director Qin Songbai shook his head, a bitter look on his face. "It's not that I don't want to do this, but by the time 4 and 8 arrives, I'm afraid that our Imperial Ghost Bureau will have already been slaughtered clean by him." Li Changshu looked at the director. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "So you've never thought of hiring foreign aid?" Qin Songbai shook his head. "Changshu, as the leader of the A-team, you naturally understand my bitterness. Nowadays, it's not just our city that has an invasion of ghost tides. Other cities have their difficulties as well. How easy is it to transfer all of the Imperial Ghost Bureaus from the nearby cities? Not to mention that with the strength of this Ghost King, even if they were called over, it would only be a wasted sacrifice. Do you think that the Ghost Masters of other Ghost Royal Bureaus can be more powerful than us?" Hearing the director talk about it like that, Li Changshu let out a long sigh. "No, we can't just watch. We have to go up and help Yi Chen. Letting him fight against such a powerful Ghost King all by himself, this behavior is really too selfish." A group of colleagues from the Imperial Ghost Bureau shook their heads at this moment, looking at the Ghost King whose aura was cold to the core. Where was there any trace of resistance left? They couldn't wait to leave the Royal Ghost Bureau right away, and from then on, they would change their faces and spend the rest of their lives smoothly as an honest person. No, I can't come to this matter. The strength of this Ghost King has already exceeded the limit of what I can withstand. If you want to go, you guys go. I won't do it." Wang Changfeng looked at one of the 16 leaders who already wanted to escape. A trace of disgust rose in his heart. If every ghost harnesser is like you, then what is the need for the Imperial Ghost Bureau to be established? And how can we talk about protecting the living beings? People like you don't deserve to be in the Imperial Ghost Bureau at all. The captain of Team 6 smiled helplessly and bitterly as he looked at Wang Changfeng and defended helplessly. "It's not that I'm greedy and afraid of death, but but the strength of this ghost general has exceeded the limits of what I can withstand. Why should I be allowed to go up and die for nothing? Instead of dying for nothing, it would be better for everyone to escape before it's too late, so as not to increase casualties in vain. Only in this way can we minimize our losses and plan for the future. In slow development, wait until the time is ripe and then seek revenge on the Ghost King. A crowd of people looked at the captain of the 6th team with a look of contempt in their eyes. It really didn't occur to me. It turns out that your kid is actually so greedy and afraid of death. That's right. In vain. I am a colleague of the Imperial Ghost Bureau with you. I really feel ashamed. If you want to run, then run by yourself. Today we will definitely live and die with each N, and guard the Imperial Ghost Bureau together. Captain Lu was right. If we can't even guard the Imperial Ghost Bureau, how can we talk about dealing with the invasion of ghost tides and protecting the whole world? Shin Songbai nodded, standing in front of the crowd of the Imperial Ghost Bureau at this moment, and said in a deep voice, "Comrades, right now it has come to the time when the Imperial Ghost Bureau is at the point of life and death. All of us can't wait any longer. For the sake of the Imperial Ghost Bureau, and also for the sake of everyone's own safety, let's go and fight that Ghost King now." Chapter 68, The Diamond Vermilion Formation. Right. The chief is right. Everyone, don't wait any longer. Let's go together. Just as the crowd was sincere and ready to roll up their sleeves for a big fight, who knew that the changes on the battlefield ahead would once again make their jaws drop, only to see that in front of the crowd. At this moment, Yi Chen pulled out the 100 treasures purple gold mantle in his hand and threw it out directly towards the front. That 100 treasures purple gold bowl rose in a ring, and from the mouth of that bowl, a fan-shaped golden Buddha light surged out. It directly suppressed the Ghost King, whose aura was fully open. On the spot, as the purple gold bowl pressed down, the Ghost King's body shrank bit by bit. The Imperial Ghost Bureau resumed its quietness, and everyone held their breath as they looked at Yi Chen in amazement. Directly Yi Chen raised his feet and walked out towards the front, then bent down and picked up the purple gold bowl that was upside down on the ground. Shin Songbai's gaze was dull, and at this moment, he ran to Yi Chen, looking at the purple gold mantle in his hand with a puzzled face. "How is that Ghost King doing?" He looked at Yi Chen and asked softly. He only saw Yi Chen, who was old and calm, nodding with a confident smile on his face at the moment. "You mean that thing? It's already gone." Yi Chen shook the 100 treasures violet gold mantle in his hand, and immediately handed it to him. Shin Songbai looked down. He only saw that the bowl was empty. The Ghost King had already disappeared, and the danger of the Imperial Ghost Bureau had finally come to an end. He looked at Yi Chen with an agitated expression. "Actually really dead Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you really don't know how to make me praise you." He turned his head to look at the crowd of ghost harnessers and said solemnly, "Comrades, I declare that from now on, Yi Chen's name of Skywalker will be owned by him alone. From now on, Skywalker will be my Imperial Ghost Bureau, an existence above the Ghost Generals. If in the future, any further distress or any indecision occurs in my Imperial Ghost Bureau, you can ask Yi Chen before you ask me." With these words, Shin Songbai had already, invisibly, elevated Yi Chen's status by a hair. The meaning of his words was clearly saying that in the future, Yi Chen's words would be equal to the words of his director. Although he hadn't said it so obviously, those present were all veterans, and it was impossible for them not to understand the meaning he was trying to subtly express in his words. Although Skywalker had now become the highest position in the Imperial Ghost Bureau, other than the director, but this position, which was unique to only Yi Chen, the crowd was convinced. After all, this night, Yi Chen's performance had long since shattered their three views. It had never occurred to them that in this world, there was actually such a means of exorcising ghosts. Moreover, this person's strength far exceeded those of them who harnessed ghosts. Not only was there not even half a trace of ghost chi on Yi Chen's body, but the golden Buddhist light that emanated from his body when he exorcised ghosts was even completely contrary to the ghost chi in their bodies. When that golden light flashed, even the ghost chi in their bodies trembled in fear. Since then, they finally understood who was the real boss of the Imperial Ghost Bureau. Yi Chen was too lazy to get close to them. At the moment, the ghost tide invasion of the Imperial Ghost Bureau was thus at an end, and without hesitation, he immediately left the Imperial Ghost Bureau and headed towards the Vermilion Temple, because in the moment just now, when the Ghost King died, Yi Chen's head resounded with the system's beep. With the death of the Ghost King, it actually took the initiative to sub-trigger a system mission for him. This was something Yi Chen had not imagined. The most annoying thing was that this time the system triggered a mission that was actually related to the Vermilion Temple under his name. One must know that the Vermilion Temple, right now, was the foundation of his establishment. He looked at his attribute panel, only to see an additional quest bar appear inside. Guarding the Vermilion Temple. Mission summary: because the host killed the Ghost King, it has attracted the attention of the other forces in the Nether Realm. The Voodoo Temple where the host is located next has become the target of the Ghost Kings from all sides. The host has 3 days of preparation time left, as a way to defend against the invasion of the Ghost Dynasty. Note, this Ghost Tide invasion is not trivial. It is definitely the sum of the previous Ghost Tides, and even more than that, once the mission fails, the host will have the possibility of death. Looking at this taskbar, Yi Chen instantly felt his head spin. He originally thought that there was only one Ghost King. Who knew that in this yin-yang ghost world, the number of Ghost Kings could not be underestimated? Looking at the introduction of this quest, it indicated that the wave of ghosts that had invaded the Vermilion Temple this time could possibly be more than just one Ghost King. If Yi Chen was the only one, he was fearless. The most important point was that this quest had been named, and it was going to make him do his kung fu around the Vermilion Monastery. It was obvious that the other party's goal was possibly wanting to capture his voodoo temple. The voodoo temple had been built with great difficulty, and it was also a place for him to increase his reputation by accepting disciples in the future. It was naturally impossible for Yi Chen to just give away the voodoo temple. This was precisely the main reason why he had left the Imperial Ghost Bureau in a hurry, to guard the Vermilion Monastery. Simply with his strength alone, there would inevitably be oversights when the time came. Yi Chen hurriedly rushed back to the Vermilion Temple, looking at the nearly 200 square feet of the temple, his heart secretly pondering. Looking at that statue of the 4 heavenly kings at the entrance of the temple, he raised an eyebrow and memorized it. Nowadays, the 4 heavenly kings of this voodoo temple had not been successfully enlightened, nor had they been empowered by Buddha's power. It was only the same as an ordinary clay statue, without any ability to guard the temple. Fortunately, after he had now broken through the second layer of the Great Sun Ruling Sutra, it was not difficult to enlighten these statues. Thinking of this, Yi Chen arrived in front of the 4 heavenly kings. At this moment, he sat cross-legged and recited an incantation under his breath. As he stretched out his hand and pointed, he saw a golden light gushing out, and the clear spring in his body. The spring water was flowing away at a rapid pace. When the body of that clear spring water exhaustion, the 4 heavenly kings of the aura changed. Together with the previous departure under the tree, the current 4 celebrities looked alive as if there were really 4 heavenly kings standing right in front of them, and ordinary people who stared at them for more than a few moments would also be shocked by the aura in their eyes. Although Yi Chen had succeeded in opening the light for them, the spring water in his body had also been exhausted. Right now, if he wanted to continue to enlighten the idols in the temple, he could only wait for the next time the spring water returned to full strength. Yi Chen thought about it and opened the system's exchange interface again. I'm afraid that relying solely on the enlightened statues to guard the Vermilion Temple would not be stable enough. His eyes swept across the system's redemption page, and was eventually attracted to one of the formations. Vajra Voodoo Formation, 1,000,000 prestige value. Introduction to the Vajra Voodoo Formation, within a radius of 100 miles. All of them are enveloped in the formation. 8 Vajra, guarding the 8 directions. Once the formation is opened, it draws in the essence of heaven and earth and operates on its own. Any demonic creature that enters the formation rashly will be attacked by the 8 Vajra together. Yi Chen smashed his mouth. It was really expensive. Chapter 69, Purple Auspicious Cloud. However, although it was expensive, compared to its actual efficacy, it was definitely worth every penny. One must know that the area that this Vajra Voodoo Formation was able to protect was a huge 100 miles. The entire Dragon Masking Mountain was not 100 miles in extent. This Vajra Voodoo Formation, even if the Voodoo Temple expanded again in the future, it would still be enough for him to use for a period of time. Yi Chen thought of this, gritted his teeth, and directly chose to exchange it. Reputation value 1 million. Vajra Voodoo Formation redemption successful. With the end of the system beep, at this moment in front of Yi Chen, a small golden Buddha appeared. That small Buddha was nothing more than the size of a palm, and as he looked at the small golden Buddha, he raised his hand and threw him into the air above the Buddha Demon Temple. In the next moment, the small golden Buddha hovered in the sky above the Vermilion Devil Temple. As the golden Buddha's light kept diffusing outwards, a golden barrier enveloped all within a 100-mile radius of the Buddha Demon Temple, and this little golden Buddha also disappeared a little bit, hidden in the void. Thanks to this system, everything has become much simpler. Yi Chen let out a long sigh and lifted his feet and walked into the Voodoo Temple. He sat cross-legged in the center of the temple hall of the Voodoo Temple, quietly waiting for the spring water in his dantian to recover. About 1 or 2 hours later, as the sky brightened, a group of men and women broke into the Voodoo Temple in a big way. Listening to the noisy ringing outside the courtyard, Yi Chen slightly frowned, not knowing what had happened. Just at this time, Wang Tiehu ran in a panic. He looked at Yi Chen and respectfully said, "Master has come. Many people are clamoring to worship the master. The courtyard outside is almost full. You quickly come out and take a look." Yi Chen nodded. He left the temple hall, and at this moment, he only saw that the courtyard was crowded with a large number of young people. At this moment, he only saw one of the young men excitedly say, My goodness, is this the voodoo temple? This is my dream of the Vermont temple? Based on the video that broke out at the beginning, I think we should have come to the right place. If I can lose under Yi Chen's door today, I will definitely burn 3 high incense in front of the Buddha. They all wanted to worship under Yi Chen and become a party of exorcism masters. As for why they were able to find the voodoo temple, it was also thanks to Lin Yu's best friend, Lu Mo. Ever since that day when Lu Mo had uploaded the video, the heat that had originally subsided had once again caught everyone's attention. The same thing happened twice, and those who didn't believe it before were completely convinced this time. No longer will this matter as someone else's hype, especially after they have gone through many inquiries and confirmed that there really is a voodoo temple this place. The heart is even more excited, especially looking at the scary ghosts and monsters in the video. As long as it was a normal person, at this time, they all wanted to worship under Yi Chen's door. Even if they couldn't become someone as awesome as Yi Chen, they would at least have the means to protect themselves. Yi Chen looked at the crowd of expectant gazes and sighed in his heart. Nowadays, there were only 100 or so places for his disciples. On the contrary, the young people gathered in the courtyard had more than 500 at least. Yi Chen thought about it and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, you have come to the voodoo temple to learn from the masters. I, Yi Chen, naturally open my door to welcome you. It's just that within a short period of time, I don't plan on recruiting that many disciples. So if all of you are truly sincere in joining my voodoo temple, then my voodoo temple will open up 100 slots for accepting disciples today. For those who are present today, there are at least 500 people. For the rest of you who were not chosen, I hope that you will not be discouraged and can wait until next time. I believe that you will definitely have a chance. If you all really can't wait, you can even temporarily live in my voodoo temple." After Yi Chen finished speaking, his gaze swept towards the group of youths surrounding him in the courtyard. That group of youths looked at Yi Chen, their eyes glowing at the moment. "I can't believe that I've met the Real Master inside the video. My gosh, it's like I'm dreaming. Master, just accept me. I'm a sincere family who wants to worship under you. I'm much more sincere than them." At this moment, a fat man looked at Yi Chen and shouted loudly. Yi Chen smiled faintly, before he could reply. Just then, he heard another person retort, "You said that you are the most sincere. I still think that I am the most sincere. Master Yi Chen, I am much more reliable than him. I think it would be better for you to take me as a disciple first." Seeing a group of people bickering, Yi Chen sighed. It hadn't occurred to him that such a situation would be ushered in. Originally, he was still thinking about how he should fill up the quota of over 100 disciples. Who knew that those disciples, however, took the initiative to send them to the door, and there were only a few more. Instead, it made him become entangled. Yi Chen thought about it for a while, and ultimately handed this matter over to Lu Tianhu to deal with. There was also only one method, for those 3 divine abilities that he had imparted out. One of them, whoever learned it first would join first. It would continue until the quota was full. For the rest, they would stay inside the Vermilion Temple for the time being. Although they were not disciples, they nevertheless had the opportunity to participate in the next test. Yi Chen was confident in his heart that when the next test opened, his quota of disciples would definitely increase again. What's more, there was still a problem hanging over his head right now, waiting for him to solve it. This countdown to the 3-day Voodoo Temple defense mission. If he left all these 500 people in the Vermilion Temple, it might be a great opportunity to grow his reputation in a big wave at that time. Yi Chen made up his mind and left the front yard, letting the 4 disciples that he had taken in at the very beginning take over this disciple-taking task with full authority. He came to the temple hall, looked at the Buddha statue in the very center of the temple hall, and once again, he poured that clear spring in his body, into the statue's body. Week after week, 2 days passed by quietly. By the time the evening of the 2nd day came, the statue of Buddha in the center of the temple hall, as well as the 18 Luohan, had all been enlightened. In an instant, a purple auspicious cloud appeared in the sky above the Vermilion Temple. It had been hovering above the Vermilion Temple for a long time. The sound of the righteous path of Brahma was heard in the sky. The sound of scriptures being recited resounded in the ears of every disciple of the Voodoo Temple. The crowd looked up into the sky at the floating purple auspicious cloud. Is this a miracle descending? You guys, look, in that purple auspicious cloud, there seems to be a haze of light that is reflecting on the Vermilion Monastery. It must be that master, his old man, has touched the heavens and caused an abnormal celestial phenomenon. I used to hear people say that this abnormal celestial phenomenon means that a godly person is going to come out from the neighborhood. Every time there is an abnormal celestial phenomenon, it means that there is going to be a figure in the world that will cause a sensation in the world. Right now this purple auspicious cloud is looming over the head of our Voodoo Temple. It seems that it must be caused by Master. Chapter 70, Admission of a Disciple. If only I were as powerful as Master. The group of people lamented their feelings. After kneeling down towards the purple auspicious cloud, they once again delved into the 3 divine aptitudes imparted down by their eldest senior brother. On Yi Chen's side, he received a long overdue call. Lu Rui's phone call came in. Yi Chen, long time no see. Hearing Lu Rui's voice that was as beautiful as an aureole, Yi Chen's heart warmed. It had been a long time since he had seen her. It has indeed been a long time. On the other side of the phone, Lu Rui smiled gently. You said yesterday that you wanted to expand the voodoo temple, and my father has already begun preparations. Are you busy today? Is there any time to accompany me? If I'm not busy, I'll come find you now. Facing Lu Rui's invitation, Yi Chen did not refuse. Even if I'm busy, I'll definitely make time for you. This monastery, no matter what, is also built by your dad, isn't it? As long as you want to come, you can come anytime. The doors of the Vermilion Monastery will always be open for you, Yi Chen said with a smile. Lu Ruyan hummed proudly. Why don't I believe that at all? I don't know how many girls I've said such words to. Yi Chen hurriedly started to defend. No, you can misunderstand me like this. These words of mine earlier can all be sincere. Lu Ruyue hung up the phone, and Yi Chen continued to meditate cross-legged in the monastery. The third leaf of this great Sun Rolai Sutra had a hidden tendency to bloom. However, it seemed like there was always something missing from actually blooming. Even though Yi Chen wanted to make it bloom as soon as possible and reach the third level of the Great Sun Rolai Sutra, however, he had never been able to think of a suitable method, and simply on this point, it troubled him to no end. For 2 whole days, Yi Chen looked at the spring that had been consumed and returned to perfection once again. In his heart, he lamented that by the time the third leaf bloomed, that clear spring, the amount of water should rise once again. Perhaps after reaching the third level of the Great Sun ruling Sutra realm, the matter of opening the light for the Buddha statue would not seem so troublesome. Yi Chen closed his eyes and waited. About an hour later, with a scent coming from the tip of his nose, a silhouette appeared behind him. The person who came was no one else. It was his class president, Lu Rui. Today's Lu Ruyue was wearing a white shirt on top with sleeves bent to the elbow position, looking clean and sharp, and underneath she was wearing a pair of light blue denim hot pants revealed a pair of slender big white legs, looking youthful and active. Today's Lu Rui did not dress up much. When she was about to go out, she just casually tied her hair together, and her long ponytail hung down to her waist. She came behind Yi Chen and reached out to pat him. Hey, you wouldn't have fallen asleep already, right? Could it be that life in the temple is really that boring? Yi Chen smiled and stood up. He looked at Lu Rui and said with a light smile, Class President, aren't you being sarcastic? But you don't know. Yesterday morning, this voodoo temple of mine, but there were more than 500 people who actually all wanted to worship me as a teacher. This together busy work almost caused my bones to fall apart. Lu Rui said with a light laugh. Come on you, Yi Chen, you're just a liar. When I came here, I heard that you left all the matters of placing your disciples at the disposal of Wang Tiehu and the others yesterday. But don't sell me short here. Yi Chen scratched his head. I don't know what the class leader is here for today. What is it about? As you know, now that the Vermilion Monastery has become more crowded, things have also become more numerous. Of course, as long as you're here, I'll definitely make time for you. After all, no matter how busy the Vermilion Temple is, it's not as important as you are. Lu Ruyan blanked him. Sometimes I'm curious as to whether you're a monk now, or a flower monk? Yi Chen smiled faintly. What exactly is a monk? Is it really that important? I think so. I'm still too conservative. I think that after the temple's size and fame rises, I'll still have to take the voodoo temple public at that time. I've heard that after going public, you can make a lot of money. Lu Rui shook her head. Going public? Why do I feel weird? If you really let the voodoo temple go public, I'm afraid you'll be even busier at that time. Yi Chen nodded. You're right. If this is going to make me so busy, it seems like I should still look for a wise assistant. People say that every successful man has an amazing woman standing behind him. He looked at Lu Ru Shi, his gaze filled with tenderness. Lu Rui's pretty face blushed. But don't look at me like that. I don't want to be the woman behind you. Yi Chen smiled faintly. He raised his foot and took a step closer towards the front, getting closer and closer to Lu Ruyue, with his 4 eyes facing each other. Yi Chen said gently, What? Being the woman behind me? You're still not happy about it? Can I still condescend to you? Other people want to do it, I'm still not happy about it. Lu Rui blanked him. On this day, Yi Chen led her around the voodoo temple. When it was almost time to part, Lu Rui looked at him seriously. I have to go. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. Actually, you don't have to go. There are still a lot of vacant rooms above the voodoo temple, and I haven't stayed in the villa that your dad gave me for a long time. Why don't you just stay in that villa, so that when you want to see me, you won't have to travel so far? Lu Rui shook her head and rejected his proposal. It's better to forget about it. I always feel that there's something unkind in your eyes. I'm afraid it's too dangerous if I get too close to you. Yi Chen scratched his head. Is it that obvious? Lu Rui nodded. More than obvious. Night came quickly. Ever since this Vajra Voodoo formation ministry, the piece of auspicious clouds suspended at the top of the voodoo temple had never gone up. This magical site was again uploaded to the internet by these lands of Yi Chen in droves. And this time, the reputation of the Vermilion Devil Temple went up a whole lot more. Under the message of those videos, many people were curious. Where exactly was this voodoo temple? After getting this location, they all clamored to come to the voodoo temple to have a look. Even more people wanted to worship under Yi Chang and become a member of the voodoo temple. Yi Chen's reputation had risen to the point of numbness in the past 2 days. Although exchanging the Vajra Voodoo formation had consumed a total of nearly 1 million of his prestige value. However, after the operation of these disciples of his over the past few days, it had allowed him to reap another 500,000 prestige values. And with the fermentation of the network, his prestige value was still rising. Yi Chen had a premonition that it was only a matter of a few more days before his depleted reputation value would be regained. Chapter 71. At last, in 3 days' time, 500,000 prestige values had grown. At the current rate of growth, it would only take another 3 days to harvest another 500,000 reputation. It would add up to 1 million reputation values. After this 1 million prestige value was restored, his disciple quota could be increased by another 100. This was absolutely great news for Yi Chen, especially considering the increase in reputation value now. There was no longer a need for him to go around filling cups. All that was needed was to lie here every day and carefully decorate the temple. Then having these disciples of his, posting some amazing things from the temple, would make it grow automatically. The speed of growth also far exceeded the speed at which the 7 treasure robe and the 100 treasures purple gold bowl grew merit points. Right now, his 2 most important things no longer required him to be busy. Yi Chen also finally had the time to be able to calm down and think about the road behind him. What exactly should he do? The first order of business, according to his original plan, should be to first cultivate the Great Sun Rulai Sutra to the 9th layer. If the Great Sun Rulai Sutra was perfected, according to the introduction of the system at the beginning, even becoming an immortal and becoming a Buddha would not be a problem. Perhaps, one would even be able to break through the limits of the human body and seek the great Tao of eternal life. This was a good thing, but at the same time, it was also something worth his thoughts. Other than the cultivation of the Great Sun Ruling Sutra, the rest was about Lu Rui. In fact, after this period of time, Yi Chen could also feel Lu Rui's heart. He himself didn't hate Lu Rui, but on the contrary, he had a lot of good feelings. Between the two of them, they had a good feeling about each other, but there was still a long way to go before they could break the window paper. In addition to these 2 major events, the only thing left is the expansion of the Vermilion Temple, as well as the recruitment and training of disciples. If the disciples he recruited in the future were all successfully trained to be at least half as strong as him, at that time, these disciples would be able to use the name of the Vermilion Devil Temple to go out and fight demons. At that time, they would also be able to add a lot of prestige value to themselves. The more Yi Chen thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible, and decided to wait until after the invasion of the Ghost Tide this night, and then look for more effective techniques from the system to train these disciples. After all, if there were only 3 divine abilities, it was still somewhat inadequate. While Yi Chen was contemplating his future plans, a bell suddenly rang out in this voodoo temple. Immediately afterward, there was a burst of Sanskrit sounds of scriptures being recited, which was transmitted to the ears of the crowd. Ever since the auspicious clouds appeared, the sound of scripture recitation only lasted for about an hour before slowly fading away. This time, the sound of the scripture recitation sounded again, which not only caught Yi Chen's attention, but also the attention of these disciples of his. Yi Chen's body line flickered. Flying over the eaves and walking on the walls was no big deal. His figure jumped a few times and stood at the highest point of the Vermilion Temple. Yi Chen's disciples, at this time, heard the chanting of the scriptures. All ran out curiously, seeing Yi Chen who flew up in the air. A group of disciples looked at him in surprise. My God! Everyone look! Master is flying! My God! I didn't think that our master could actually fly. Master brothers, what are you looking at? Master, he flew up to the sky. A crowd of people took out their cell phones to record the image of Yi Chen flying up to the roof. Yi Chen couldn't care less about them. As he stood on the roof of the house at the moment, he realized that outside of the voodoo temple, large swathes of black ghostly chi were surging towards the location of the voodoo temple at the moment. Has it finally come? Right now large swathes of ghost chi gathered and came, accompanied by the arrival of the ghost chi. Outside of the Vermilion Monastery, the sound of ghosts wailing and crying commotion resounded. The wailing and crying of countless ghosts, as well as the whispers of the group of ghosts, all sorts of strange sounds mingled together. The group of disciples from the voodoo temple, at this moment, all of them were wide-eyed. They climbed up to the 2nd and 3rd floors and looked towards the outside of the temple. This look startled them. Could it be my illusion? Those black chi. Why do they look so familiar? One of them looked at those black chi with his mouth wide open. Another person said in a deep voice, "Idiot, aren't those black chi, those ghost chi we saw in the video before? Didn't senior brother already explain it to you? This is the sign of a ghost tide invasion. It's really surprising that a ghost tide invasion would actually appear in our Vermilion Temple. Then what can we do about this? I'm afraid that our current abilities can't deal with this ghost tide invasion." One of them looked towards Yi Chen's eldest disciple, Wang Tiehu, his face showing panic. When they first watched it in the video, they didn't think that these things were that scary, but now that they were seen in reality, the feeling was completely different. Wang Tiehu frowned. He had only learned 3 divine abilities. Yi Chen had once warned them that after learning these 3 divine abilities, they could only deal with ordinary brats, especially with their current strength. They didn't have any real combat experience at all, which was a very dangerous behavior. He looked towards Yi Chen, who stood at the highest point of the voodoo temple. He stood alone, like a solid stone, still standing despite the wind and rain. Looking at the gazes cast by a group of junior brothers, he could only set his mind and spoke out to comfort them. "Senior brothers, everyone, don't be alarmed. Master has said that the current Vermilion Temple is not the Vermilion Temple from back then. Not only have all the Buddha statues in our temple been enlightened by his old man, but Master, his old man, has also placed a highly refined formation in the temple. Have you not noticed that in our last 2 days, a purple auspicious cloud has appeared over the temple? That auspicious cloud is subtly connected to the highly refined formation, and no matter how bad it is, with Master's strength, it's not a problem to deal with a mere ghost tide invasion. After all, ever since the Ghost Dynasty invasion appeared, every single time there have been traces of Master's involvement. We should trust his old man. Don't you guys agree? Don't forget that in this world now, besides Master, if even he can't deal with it, I'm afraid that no one else will be able to deal with it." The group of disciples heard Wang Tiehu say this, although there was still some concern in their hearts. However, a few of them who were big-hearted disciples had obviously accepted Wang Tiehu's words. They stood on Wang Tiehu's side and said excitedly, "All the disciples, we should believe in our senior brother, and we should also believe in the Master. Take out your cell phones and get ready to record the wonderful moment. I have a premonition that the ghost tide invasion tonight, those ghosts and monsters, will never be Master's opponent." What eldest brother said is not wrong. If even Master can't resist the ghost tide invasion, then I'm afraid that there is no one in this world who can deal with these ghosts. These few people who spoke took out their cell phones and captured the sight of the ghost tide invasion into their cell phones. Chapter 72, 11 Great Ghost Kings. Yi Chen's eyebrows jumped. He saw those black chi. When they came to the edge of the voodoo temple, it suddenly stopped, never moving forward by half again. At this moment, one of the black chi, which had violently transformed into a huge skeleton, hovered in front of Yi Chen and stared at him across the sky. "Are you that Yi Chen? Indeed young and promising. That dead old man died in your hands. It seems that it wasn't without reason." That black skeleton, at this moment, looked at Yi Chen. His upper and lower rows of teeth wiggled, and a hoarse, deep voice emitted from his throat, passing into Yi Chen's ears. The group of disciples from the Vermilion Temple, looking at the skeleton suspended in front of them, were all guessing what exactly had happened. After all, they didn't know what happened in the Imperial Ghost Bureau. Instead, it was the camera in the cell phone that captured all the abnormalities that appeared outside the voodoo temple clearly. Yi Chen's face was calm as he looked at the huge skeleton in front of him and smiled faintly. "What's the matter? Do you also want to come and die? I can see that your strength is on par with that old fellow. So I guess you're also a ghost king of the Yin realm, aren't you? Since you know how powerful I, Yi Chen, am, you still dare to run here to cause trouble. Could it be that you think your life is too long? Want to be transcended early? That's just as well. This Master's means of transcending the undead is not bad at all." The skeleton sneered. "Not very old, but you don't have a small mouth." Right at this time, next to that skeleton, another odd voice rang out. "Ha ha 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 ha, that's natural. Otherwise, how could one kill old 15? Along with the voice, at this moment, next to the skull, a blood-red stream of water appeared. That water current looked like a wriggling leech, only it was huge in size and looked to be 3 or 4 meters long at least. The sound actually came out from that blood-colored water current, which kept flowing and transforming in mid-air. "Am I right, Yi Chen? You can kill old 15. I believe that you must be very confident that you can also kill us, but unfortunately you have overlooked one thing. Between the Ghost King and the Ghost King, although we are all Ghost Kings, but the gap in strength is not a little bit. However, you killed the old 15 this matter, but has attracted everyone's attention. If you continue to develop like this, maybe one day, you will really be able to pose a threat to us." That blood-colored water current spoke and laughed out loud. "So for the sake of everyone's future, Yi Chen, we'll have to sacrifice your life first. After that blood-colored water current finished speaking, at this moment, in the surroundings of the Vermilion Monastery, several more laughing voices resounded. Who says otherwise? Next to that black flowing water. At this moment, another weird black chi surged out. The bizarre black chi coalesced and hovered in midair, transforming into a giant flower skeleton. Listening to the sound, it seemed to be coming from that flower bone. When Yi-Chen cast his gaze over, he saw the black flower slowly bloom. In an instant, it turned into a black rose. Only the part of the stamen hid a hideous head. Long curly hair flowed downwards, and a pair of blood-red eyes stared greedily at Yi-Chen. Little Master Yi-Chen, I don't know why, the more I look at you, the hungrier I really feel. The more I look at you, the more I feel that you are delicious, and I have to taste you. Yi-Chen sneered, looked at the head and the flower bone and said calmly, it's not that easy for you to eat me. Be careful of stealing a chicken and folding your little life here. My voodoo temple is not a place for you group of demons and devils to come and go as you please. Today, since you guys dare to take the initiative to run into my voodoo temple's territory, then be prepared to accept the consequences. Another 7 or 8 laughter voices came out. At this moment, as the laughter appeared, around those 3 great ghost kings, 8 more odd-looking ghost kings with indescribable shapes appeared. One of them was a black humanoid boar. He had the body of a human, but had a pig's head. That pig brain looked hideous and terrifying. 2 long, white tusks snaked around. Other than this ghost king who bore a pig's brain, there were 7 remaining ghost kings. 2 of them were a black python and a black cat with flowery white stripes. The rest were evil ghosts with miserable deaths. One of the ghost kings impressed Yi-Chen the most, with 3 heads actually growing on its neck. There was a round bump on his stomach, and at first Yi-Chen thought that the other party was obese. However, when his eyes looked closely, he realized that the circular bump clearly had the outline of a human face on it. Yi-Chen counted the number of ghost kings that attacked the Vermilion Temple this time, and there were 11 in total. In addition to these 11 ghost kings, amongst the ghostly chi hovering on the ground, there were nearly a few hundred more grievous ghosts and stern ghosts, staring at the direction of the Vermilion Monastery with greedy gazes. Yi-Chen's group of disciples were currently looking at the many ghosts hovering outside. A good number of the disciples' legs could barely stand up straight. Where had they seen such a horrifying sight when they had grown up so much? If it wasn't for the fact that Yi-Chen had been standing at the highest point in the clouds, attracting the sight of most of the ghostly creatures. At this moment, the crowd of ghostly creatures standing on the 2nd and 3rd floors could not wait to escape in a hurry. Yi-Chen's gaze swept over the outside of the voodoo temple, and at this moment, he said in a deep voice, all here, right, don't wait for any more cats and dogs to jump out and shout. The 11 great ghost kings laughed out loud. They looked at Yi-Chen as if they were looking at a clown. Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Everyone, did you hear that? He actually compared us, the 11 great ghost kings, to a cat or a dog. I say, why don't we teach him a lesson and see? That one head wrapped in a black rose. At the moment the head was rotating 180 degrees in the middle of the stamen. From his mouth, a long bright red tongue stuck out. That's for sure. We've been wandering the world for so many years. Where have we met such an insensitive fellow? Even if it's that Imperial Ghost Bureau, we don't even care about it, let alone his little Yi-Chan, thinking that by building a temple, he is the true Buddha. How ridiculous. The bright red long snake came swooping into the air. The tip of the long tongue, at this moment, split towards the left and right, and actually turned into 2 ghost hands. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Yi-Chen. However, just when that long tongue was about to touch Yi-Chen, from beneath Yi-Chen's feet, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted. The entire Vermilion Temple was instantly enveloped in golden transforming light. In the next moment, the sound of scriptures being recited rang out. In each of the 8 directions of the Voodoo Temple, 8 great Vajra appeared. These 8 great Vajra were, the green disaster-removing Vajra, the poison-resisting Vajra, and the yellow followers-seeking Vajra. Chapter 73 Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth. The 8 great Vajra, standing in 8 directions. Each Vajra idol was 8 or 9 meters tall, emitting blinding golden light all over its body. The moment the 8 great Vajra appeared, these disciples of Yi-Chen, each one of them froze in place in fear. This must be an illusion. Quickly slap me. I must be hallucinating. How could such a magical thing appear? Look at it you guys. It's manifesting. The Buddha is manifesting. Surrounding the 2nd and 3rd floors, these disciples of Yi-Chen, at this moment, each and every one of them had their eyes glowing, their mouths wide open, looking in surprise at the 8 Vajra that appeared in the Voodoo Temple at this moment. Pa! A clear palm sound came out, and a red palm mark appeared on the cheek of the person who shouted earlier. Idiot! This isn't Buddha manifesting. This is Master manifesting. Don't you know that? During the daytime, did Master lay down a Vajra voodoo formation around the temple? These 8 Vajra, are precisely the heaven and earth magic images manifested by the Vajra voodoo formation. The latter looked at the Vajra in the distance triumphantly and said loudly. The disciple who had been slapped was not at all annoyed in his heart at the moment. Holy, I really didn't expect that Master Yi Chen would actually bring me so many surprises since I entered the Vermilion Temple. I have a premonition that in the future, our voodoo temple will become stronger and stronger. Not to mention the Ghost King, even if the King of Hell comes, we are not afraid. One of them said with a smile. That's for sure. You don't think about it. Whose territory is this voodoo temple? Our Master Yi Chen. That's not an ordinary person. A group of people looked at the 8 Vajra in the distance with surprise. And here were those ghosts and monsters surrounding the temple. Similarly dumbfounded. When those 8 Vajra appeared, these ghosts and monsters felt, from the depths of their hearts, a fear they had never felt before. They had a premonition that as long as they ventured close to the Vermilion Temple, they would definitely be subdued by those 8 Vajra, the 11 Ghost Kings. At this moment, all frowned as they looked at the 8 Vajra that had appeared. Isn't this playing tricks? How can this still be fought? I'm not going to play. You guys can play by yourselves. The Ghost King, which consisted of a black python, looked at the 8 Vajra at this moment with fear on his face, trembling and shrinking towards the back. A black vortex had already appeared behind him, and it looked like he was about to run away. The other Ghost King, likewise, had a hesitant face. I suddenly remembered that I still have things to do. Oh yeah, my family's clothes haven't been washed yet, and the flowers haven't been watered yet. Everyone, you guys can play first. After I'm done with my family's business, I'll come over to support you. The 11 Ghost Kings at the moment, there were already 2 of them, with the intention of retreat rising in their hearts. The great Ghost King frowned, looked at those 2 Ghost Kings, and angrily cursed. TMD, all a bunch of unethical guys. What are you afraid of? It's just 8 illusions. Let's all go together. It's hard to believe that we'll still be shocked by this little brat. No one wants to run. Whoever runs today is not giving me face. When we go back after dealing with the matters of the voodoo temple, don't blame me for coming after you. The 2 Ghost Kings who had already developed a desire to retreat. At this moment, hearing their leader say this, their hearts muttered again. Right now, it was neither running nor not running. If they run, in case this great Ghost King survives, they will definitely give them small shoes to wear in the future. If they don't run, then the 8 Vajra, looking at it is really a bit too intimidating. No, to be precise, it was too scary for the ghosts. Even if they were Ghost Kings, facing these 8 Vajra, they actually had a feeling of weakness. In front of those 8 Vajra, they could only look up humbly. Big brother, that's not the way to put it. That's clearly a dharma heaven and earth. How could it be an illusion? Could it be that you didn't feel? Big brother, the terrifying Buddha light emanating from within those 8 Vajra? I think it's better for us to run away as early as possible. If we keep on consuming, I'm afraid none of us will be able to run today. One of the Ghost Kings condensed by a black pig arched his mouth this time. He looked at the great Ghost King and said solemnly. The great Ghost King furrowed his brows as he looked at his group of unworthy brothers, and an anger rose in his heart. Rubbish, a group of unworthy things. This hasn't even started yet. Actually thinking of surrendering first. You guys are really giving face to my Yin realm. It's not easy for us to get together. Today we must take down this broken temple no matter what. In the future, won't we become the joke of the Yin realm? Don't forget, although you are Ghost Kings, in the Yin realm, you are only souls that are a little bit higher than ordinary ghosts. If you run away without a fight this time, when you return to the Yin realm, that lord won't be able to spare you at that time. Yi Chen quietly listened to the bickering of the group of Ghost Kings in front of him, and at this moment, he caught a hint of information from their conversation. These Ghost Kings, at the moment, looked quite arrogant, but in fact, in the Yin realm they were talking about, they were only slightly more advanced spirits. The most crucial thing was that behind their backs, or their actions this time out, it looked as if they had been instructed by a certain important person in the netherworld. However, it was unknown who that important person was. Yi Chen frowned slightly, and in his heart, he finally had a rough idea about the division of the Yin realm spirits and their strength levels. Wandering souls, night ghosts, evil ghosts, ghost generals, ghost kings. Ever since Yi Chen obtained the 7 treasure surplus, counting all the ghosts he had encountered, there were 800 without 1,000. And based on the strength of these ghosts, those that didn't even dare to appear in the daytime should be the lowest grade of wandering ghosts. Like this kind of wandering ghosts, do not need Yi Chen to take action, only need to gather more people. Purely based on the crowd gathered together, Yang Qi are able to scare them off, and more powerful than the wandering souls, that is, the ghosts. The place where the ghosts are more powerful than the wandering souls is that they have dared to appear in the daytime. However, they are still afraid of sunlight, and as long as the sunlight does not reach them, they still have the ability to harm the living in the sun. It was only during the daytime that their strength appeared to be weakened. As for the next level of evil ghosts, they were again a bit more powerful than night ghosts. This was because during the daytime, the strength of the stern ghosts would be weakened, but the evil ghosts would not. However, in terms of the ghosts that Yi Chen had seen right now, regardless of whether they were wandering souls or ghost kings, they all had the same one weakness, and that was that they could not appear in the sunlight. Yi Chen nodded and pondered in his heart. At this moment, those ghosts surrounding the outside of the Vermilion Temple, one by one, all cowered in place in fear and did not dare to move. And those 11 Ghost Kings were still discussing at this moment, whether to escape, or to continue fighting. Chapter 74, The two cannot be reconciled. Today is the day we make a name for ourselves. As long as we capture this monastery, at that time that Lord's rewards will definitely not be lacking for you all. Everyone, there's no need for me to say any unnecessary words. Whoever dares to run, don't blame me, Iron Head, for not giving face. Of these 11 Ghost Kings, at least half of them wanted to run away. As they listened to what the great Ghost King said, they secretly lamented in their hearts. This kid really has an iron head. No wonder he is called Iron Head. Right now, they could no longer escape and had no choice but to stay where they were. That great Ghost King Iron Head, at this moment, looked at Yi Chen with cold eyes. Little Yi Chen, don't come out to die yet. Why are you so gutless, like a shrunken head turtle? Do you only dare to shrink inside a temple? Do you have the guts to come out and fight me for 300 rounds? Yi Chen, who was standing at the top of the tower, he laughed maniacally as he watched this Dao Daigon king. Ha 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 ha, there's such a good formation that I don't use. Why would I run out to fight you physically? You're still a great ghost king. I see your brain. At most you're only worthy of wiping the feet and carrying the shoes of those remaining ghost kings. It's really stupid. Come in if you have the guts. You'll see if I'm done chipping you or not. Or is it that your great ghost king Iron Head, now that his head isn't iron anymore, has begun to be afraid? No way. It's hard to believe that you would still be afraid of me. Yi Chen? Yi Chen's words were clear and concise, echoing in every corner of the voodoo temple. These disciples of his, at this moment, all laughed out loud when they heard him say this. You guys don't say. I'm afraid that this ghost king is really afraid of the master of the. Look at him hesitating all the time outside, like a pussy. Where is the half of the ghost king's appearance? Another disciple clapped his hands at the same time and said, Wonderful. What senior brother said is wonderful. Earlier, when these ghosts and monsters rushed over with a roaring momentum, they almost startled me. As a result, now that I take a look, they are actually all a bunch of goons. Alas, I can't imagine that they are all a bunch of paper tigers. Another disciple patted his shoulder. No, I think they are just silver spears and crayons, not useful. These disciples of Yi Chen, at this moment, jeered loudly towards the group of ghost kings outside the Vermilion Temple. Their mocking voices echoed around the Vermilion Temple and drifted into the ears of those ghosts and monsters. The 11 Ghost Kings, at this moment, looked at each other in dismay. The great Ghost King Ironhead's entire body was trembling with anger, and a black flame rose behind him, as he looked at the tower he was hiding under. These disciples of Yi Chen, the anger in his heart had finally built up to its peak. Everyone, did you hear that? How exactly did they mock us? If you guys still want to continue to hang around in the Yin realm in the future, then don't hesitate now. All of you come with me. The other Ghost King nodded and said angrily, You're right, big brother, it's really too exasperating. We've been hanging out in the Yin realm for so long, how have we ever been mocked by these little brats? They don't have any magical power at all. They're not ghost harnessers or ghost harnessing generals. They actually dare to mock us like this. I've decided, I'm going to fight them. The great Ghost King Ironhead nodded. He looked at those ghosts and monsters below and waved his big hand. What are all frozen there for? Still want me to treat you all to a midnight snack? Why don't you give me a go? All the little ghosts listen to my orders. Charge the Vermilion Temple with all your might. Give me 1 minute to take the temple. Capture these hateful little bastards alive. I'm going to eat their flesh, drink their blood, and pull out their bones to pick their teeth. Right now the great Demon King spoke. These little ghosts looked at each other and all shouted. With a strong ghostly aura, they rushed towards the Vermilion Temple. Yi Chen was not panicked. He looked at those little ghosts that rushed over and said with a light smile, Good coming. I was waiting for this moment. As Yi Chen spoke, he placed one hand on his chest, only to see him softly recite, Amit Ba Buddha, Vajra Voodoo Formation, Open, 8 Vajra, listen to my command. The 8 Vajra surrounding the temple simultaneously straightened up and poised themselves. With a loud shout, Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon, World-Honored Earth Store, subduing demons and catching ghosts, executing demons and killing them. Mani Cokes. Yi Chen's words fell. At this moment, the 8 great Vajra flew up out of thin air, their bodies suspended in mid-air. The 8 Vajra raised their arms, only to see the magic weapons in their hands, instantly flying towards the little kid outside. When the magic weapon fell to the ground, the little ghosts within a 10-meter radius instantly disappeared. Just a single glance couldn't even be blocked. Any ghosts and monsters that were affected by the holy light emanating from the magic weapon all flew away in an instant, not even having the chance to wail. "Oh, yeah, we made it." Those little ghosts couldn't even fight their way in. Yi Chen's disciples, at this moment, each and every one of them jumped up happily, and a burst of cheers came from under the tower. "Too weak, just too weak. I can't even bear to look at it. It's like a fly that was swatted to death with a single slap. I say that what's his name, Great Ghost King Old Iron, don't you have any powerful moves? Only letting these little brothers of your own die." Yi Chen looked at the Ghost King in the distance and said with a big smile, "The Great Ghost King, Iron Head," was so angry that his teeth were almost clenched as he looked at the complacent Yi Chen at this moment. The more complacent Yi Chen was, the happier he laughed, the sadder and angrier he was in his heart. At this moment, looking at Yi Chen's smile, he could not wait to tear his mouth off. It was just that the strength of these 8 great Vajra really exceeded his imagination. He had originally thought that this was just some trick to fool people, just like the blindfolds played by the old Jianghu masters in the past. However, when those little kids really went head to head with the 8 Vajra, only then did he realize that he had underestimated Yi Chen's strength, as well as the strength of these Vajra Dharma phantoms. A hint of withdrawal rose in his heart, and he wanted to greet the little kids he had brought with him, telling them to run as far away as they could. If they all folded up here, there would be no chance of recovering their money in the future. One must know that it wasn't that easy to recruit henchmen in the Yin realm. However, Yi Chen simply didn't give him this opportunity. He only saw that the 8 great Vajra were still guarding the temple. At this moment, they leapt forward and flew out directly towards the front. The 8 great Vajra leapt, and at this moment, landed in a pile of little ghosts. The huge body had just fallen, and the golden light emanating from its body instantly obliterated quite a few of the little ghosts. This made the great demon king, Iron Head, look at it with a heartache. "Bastard, pissed me off." He looked at Yi Chen and cursed angrily. "Yi Chen, I'm at loggerheads with you. You wait for me. One day, I will definitely come back to take revenge on you." As that Ghost King spoke, a black vortex appeared behind him at this moment. Chapter 75, The Female Ghost Yuruwa. Yi Chen sneered, "Still want to run? It's already too late to know to run away now. You guys invaded my voodoo temple. One of you will be counted as one today. No one will want to leave alive." Yi Chen's figure was a vertical leap, and at this moment, he jumped down from the top of the tower, landing smoothly on the outer wall of the temple. He looked at the group of Ghost Kings, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Buddha's Fury Vajra." Yi Chen folded his hands in front of his chest and closed his eyes. At this moment, he shouted under his breath. When he opened his eyes again, 2 golden divine lights appeared in his eyes. The 2 golden divine lights instantly shot out. In an instant, they pierced through the chest of that great Ghost King. The black vortex behind the great demon king slowly dissipated, and he stared at Yi Chen with wide eyes in amazement. "How is this possible? How could this happen? How could it be so strong? You must be open." The great demon king looked at Yi Chen and said in a weak tone. The divine light in Yi Chen's eyes dispersed, and that great Ghost King's iron head, at this moment, turned into a black smoke, completely dissipating in the heavens and earth. "Strong, really too strong. Master's strength has far exceeded our expectations." Although that great demon king looks staggering, his strength is definitely not weak. I originally thought that he would be able to walk up to Master for 2 moves. Who would have thought that it only took 1 move to kill him? One of Yi Chen's disciples, he looked at the move that Yi Chen had just performed. His eyes filled with surprise and envy. A simple move, clean and thorough, without the slightest bit of procrastination. Yet it was so powerful that even that terrifying great Ghost King was actually unable to withstand it. As Yi Chen's disciple, this time, he felt that he had really come to the right place. I'm afraid that only following Yi Chen would allow him to fulfill the ideal in his heart. At this moment, this person looked in Yi Chen's direction, and was overwhelmed with emotion in his heart. The other person nodded similarly. "Who says otherwise? I feel that our master is just too awesome. I originally thought manipulating the Vajra voodoo formation would already be his limit. As it turns out, I realized that I was still too young, and that master doesn't have a limit at all. And have you guys noticed? Tonight, this ghost tide invasion didn't look like an invasion at all. Instead, I feel that our master, right now, is more like an invader, beating these ghosts and monsters to tears, holding their heads and running away. It's simply pulling their weight." The group of disciples nodded, and they looked in Yi Chen's direction, having long since admired him. Prestige value plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000. Prestige value plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000. Prestige value plus 1,500 plus 1,500 plus 1,500. Yi Chen's brain was about to explode. Countless system beeps rang out one after another. He didn't even have the means to calculate just how much reputation had grown this time. he could only concentrate fully on the remaining 10 Ghost Kings. He silently checked his dantian, the clear spring within his body. The spring water had already been depleted. The Buddha's Fury Vajra that seemed so drawn out earlier had actually exhausted the power that had been accumulated within his body long ago. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have been able to directly kill the great Ghost King Ironhead in a split second. However, this was the effect that Yi Chen wanted, because this strike had directly caused a chain reaction. The crowd of disciples watched in disbelief, allowing him to grow united by an unknown amount of prestige value. The remaining 10 Ghost Kings, at this moment, were also scared and shrunk in place, not daring to move. They were afraid of being killed by Yi Chen in a single glance. One of the female Ghost King, she smiled charmingly towards Yi Chen. He, Master Yi Chen, do you see how beautiful the little woman looks? Has Master been moved? Why don't you, Master, be merciful today and let the little girl off the hook? I am also nothing more than an innocent little woman. Where would I dare to provoke you? As this female ghost opened her mouth to plead for mercy, the one of the Ghost Kings, which consisted of a black boar, sneered coldly. You Ruo, you're too shameless, right? Big brother only just died. Since you turned your head and begged for mercy like our enemy, do you still want to have some face? That you Ruo glared at him with hatred. Dead fat pig, there's no business for you here. Don't affect me talking to the master. Yu Ruo continued to look at Yi Chen with a smile and said in a soft tone, Master, the little woman is really innocent. Will you let me off the hook? Big deal, big deal, big deal. My slave will give her body in return, and serve Master in her next life. Saddle up and be a cow. Master, ever since I was forced by them to become a Ghost King, I have always been cautious and never dared to harm anyone easily. This time, if it wasn't for the great Ghost King's coercion, my slave wouldn't be willing to come out at all. Are you saying that I am wronged? Yi Chen smiled faintly as she looked at the female Ghost King Yu Ruo and said softly, I don't think you're wronged at all. To be able to become a Ghost King in the Yin realm, just this point already shows that you're not an ordinary soul. Your strength has advanced to the realm of Ghost King, and you don't know how many lives you've harmed under your hands. You actually dare to tell me that you have never dared to harm anyone easily. This is really a big joke. Hearing Yi Chen say this, that female Ghost King, Yu Ruo, wiped her tears in aggression. Master, unjustly you can't just slander the little girl If the little girl said half a lie, she would definitely be struck by lightning and not be allowed to die. Master, besides, even if I did do something wrong, don't you Buddhists say, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha? They also say that returning from a lost cause is a virtue. Master, can't you give your slave a chance? Yi Chen frowned. At this moment, he heard the few remaining Ghost Kings, angrily cursing. Yu Ruo, you insidious thing, you don't deserve to be a Ghost King or be with us at all. Brothers, let's fight with him. I don't believe that this kid has 8 heads and 6 arms. Let's go together. I'd like to see what he is capable of. Able to restrain us at the same time. The Ghost King that was transformed from a black pig, at this moment, arched his mouth and looked at Yi Chen menacingly. His eyes were red. The remaining few Ghost Kings nodded. Brother Zhu is right. We can't hesitate any longer. If we waste any more time, and then we are broken by this kid one by one, then we will die too unjustly. We can't be as miserable as Big Brother and die in vain. Everyone, this is not the time for hooking up. If you guys don't make a move, we really won't have the life to leave alive today. The few remaining Ghost Kings looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Then what are you waiting for? Make your move. Chapter 76, it's finally over. A calm smile hung at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth as he looked at these Ghost Kings without stirring a single ripple in his heart. 11 Ghost Kings, except for the dead great Ghost King Ironhead. The remaining 10 Ghost Kings, 9 of them, all surrounded towards Yi Chen at the same time. Only the female ghost, Yu Ruo, who had previously cried out for wrongdoing, stood quietly in place and did not escape or make a move. Looking at these Ghost Kings that surrounded over, Yi Chen gently shook his head. Reaching out, the purple dragon palm had grabbed hold of his hand. Amat Ba Buddha, Buddha's light appears. Yi Chen just waited quietly in place, until the 9 Ghost Kings, simultaneously, entered the attack range of the Buddha's light. He raised his head and grinned at the 9 Ghost Kings. The hearts of the 9 Ghost Kings thumped. Looking at Yi Chen's smile, their hearts cried out in dismay. 2 of the Ghost Kings turned around and were about to escape. The remaining few Ghost Kings, on the other hand, had a hardened heart, clenched their teeth, and continued to charge towards Yi Chen. However, at the next moment, Yi Chen's body abruptly popped out a blinding golden splendor. A burst of Sanskrit chanting sounded. The golden-colored light was extremely fast, and just in the blink of an eye, all of the rushing Ghost Kings were enveloped in the circle of golden-colored light. Even the 2 Ghost Kings who turned around to escape were also surrounded inside. There was no chance of escape at all. Under the darkness of the night, the walls of the Vermilion Temple looked like it had come to daytime. The golden Buddhist light emanating from Yi Chen's body directly lit up a corner of the Vermilion Temple. By the time the golden light dispersed, the 9 ghost kings, all of them, had their souls scattered and died a complete and utter death. Amat Ba Buddha. Yi Chen raised one hand in front of his chest and gently recited a Buddhist chant. In the voodoo temple, on that pagoda, there were bursts of screams. It's over. It's all over. We've successfully defended the voodoo temple. From now on, I'll see where there are any bold ghosts and monsters that dare to invade our voodoo temple again. It's simply asking for death. Another person nodded. Well said, well said. I'm going to give you a nod. In the future, I will never be afraid of this ghost dynasty invasion again. As long as we stay in this voodoo temple, where there is any ghost tide invasion that can invade inside our temple, it's simply impossible. Prestige value plus 900 plus 900 plus 900 plus 900. Prestige value plus 800 plus 800 plus 800. Yi Chen listened to the system beeps in his head and was able to clearly feel it. The amount of each prestige increase seemed to have weakened somewhat compared to before. He turned his head to look at the female ghost, Yu Ruo, with a calm smile at the corner of his mouth. Why don't you do it? That female ghost Yuru shook her head violently. Master, don't make fun of the little woman. If I were to make a move, then wouldn't I be dead beyond death? How would a slave dare to make a move against you? And besides, where would a slave be a match for you? I can tell you about the ghost tide. Before the words were finished, who knew that the female ghost's voice suddenly stopped? Yi Chen scratched his head in confusion as he shouted towards the female ghost in confusion. Hey, what's wrong with you? Just as the words left his mouth, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed like something wasn't quite right. Yi Chen looked up, and black flames suddenly rose from the female ghost, Yu Ruo's body. She looked at Jian Lu painfully and stretched out a hand towards him, opening her mouth weakly at the moment. Save me. Although he couldn't hear what she was saying, Yi Chen nevertheless guessed what she meant based on the mouth shape he was listening to. Someone was stopping the female ghost, Yu Ruo, from telling herself about the ghost tide. This person must be someone from the Yin realm. While he was thinking about how to save her, the female ghost Yuruo was completely engulfed in black flames at the moment, turning into a black smoke that slowly dissipated. This caused Yi Chen to frown before his eyes. He understood in his heart that the Yin realm was more complicated than he had imagined. Ding! Voodoo Temple Guard mission completed. Mission reward, 100,000 merit points. 100,000 reputation value. Yi Chen shook his head, and at this moment, listening to the system's beeps, he turned around and walked into the temple. At this moment, a group of disciples had already been waiting respectfully. They looked at Yi Chen, and there was actually excitement in their gazes. Master, when will we become as strong as you? Master, where did those 8 Vajra idols go? Why have they disappeared? Master, I've already mastered 3 divine abilities. When will you teach me more powerful moves? Yi Chen nodded. It's not getting late. Everyone go back and rest. Wait until tomorrow for anything. The crowd of disciples nodded in a lost manner. Yi Chen beckoned to Wang Tiehu, who respectfully came to him and looked at him expectantly. Come with me, I have something to tell you. Wang Tiehu nodded. Yes, master. The two left the square and stood on the high pagoda. On the side, Wang Tiehu quietly waited. Yi Chen looked at the dense jungle in the distance of shading Dragon Mountain at night, which had all been shrouded in darkness. Before you entered the Voodoo Temple, you were the head shepherd of your squad of 4. Now that you've entered the Voodoo Temple and are their senior brother, I'm sure that you've completely mastered the 3 divine abilities. Wang Tiehu nodded. Master's 3 divine abilities. I have long since become too familiar with them. Master called me over today. Is he planning to teach me a new divine ability? Yi Chen nodded as he looked at Wang Tiehu and slowly said, right now this Voodoo Temple, its scale is getting bigger and bigger. I am not able to stay on the mountain all the time. If we encounter another ghost tide invasion, do you have the certainty to protect the monastery? Hearing Yi Chen ask this, Wang Tiehu quickly shook his head. No, never. Master, with these 2 brushes of mine, how can I possibly protect the Vermilion Devil Temple? For this matter, it is still necessary for your elder to step in. Yi Chen let out a long sigh. You should understand. Little birds always have to grow up and leave their cozy nests. When Wang Tiehu heard him say this, he was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a thud. Master, are you driving me away? But disciple hasn't done anything wrong. Yi Chen patted his shoulder. I didn't mean that. In the few days that I left the Vermilion Temple, you took care of the temple in a stable manner. The temple is in your hands. I am relieved. Haven't you ever thought that if there comes a day when you are needed to stand up for yourself, but you are not capable of protecting what you want to protect? Something like that, do you really want it to happen? Wang Tiehu nodded as he looked at Yi Chen and respectfully said, Master is right. It's just that my disciple's natural talent is foolish. I'm worried that even if that day does come, I won't be able to become the person I want to be. Yi Chen smiled and patted his shoulder. isn't there still me? Starting today, I will pass on the other 3 divine abilities to you. At that time, after you familiarize yourself with these 3 divine abilities, you can then pass them on to those senior brothers of yours. Wang Tiehu was so excited that he wanted to kneel down again. He was already moved at this moment. Yi Chen reached out and held him. Alright, it's now the 21st century. That kind of thing is no longer practiced. Don't always move to kneel. You and I are of similar age. A good man kneels to heaven and earth to his parents. How can he easily kneel to other people? Wang Tiehu shook his head vigorously as he looked at Yi Chen and said seriously, No, 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 after all, master is master. How could it be someone else? Although master and I are of similar age, but since entering the Vermilion Temple, I have started to admire you and respect you from the bottom of my heart. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. You are as important as my parents in my heart. Yi Chen shook his head. He opened the system's redemption page. It was a pity that the Great Sun Ruling Sutra had uniqueness. Otherwise, he would have imparted this Great Sun Ruling Sutra as well. In that case, wouldn't everyone in the Vermilion Temple have the ability to cultivate? That scene, just thinking about it alone was shocking. Hundreds of Great Sun Ruling Sutra cultivated to the full level of Great Buddha appeared at the same time. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows too. Finally, in the system exchange page, he found a suitable good thing. Lohan Voodoo Technique, 500,000 merit points. Merit Introduction. There are a total of 18 layers in the Luohan Voodoo Palace. Each cultivated layer will be able to attack one of the 18 Luohan's abilities. The first level of the Gong method is cultivated to perfection. At that time, one can fly in the white sun and transform into a golden-bodied Lohan. Yi Chen's eyebrows twitched, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. That's him. He reached out and beckoned. And at this moment, a cyan-colored thread-bound book appeared in his hand. It was the cover of the book, and aside from the 5 words Rohan Voodoo Kung Fu written in Sanskrit, there was also a Rohan with golden light emanating from his entire body on the cover. Next, as long as the group of disciples of the Vermilion Temple were given enough time to cultivate. Chapter 77, I'm sure you'll succeed. The next time the ghost tide invaded, it would be the time for them to make their mark. Yi Chen flipped through the books, sweeping them from head to toe. He held his breath, and at this moment, the clear spring in his dantian bubbled up. In the next moment, Yi Chen merged his right hand into a sword finger. The tip of his finger flickered with a soft golden splendor. He reached out and landed on Wang Tiehu's forehead. After his fingers landed on Wang Tiehu's head, the soft golden light from his fingertips drilled into Wang Tiehu's brain with a swoosh sound. Wang Tiehu's body trembled a bit, and he closed his eyes with a face of pain. About half an hour later, Wang Tiehu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his entire body was wet with sweat. He opened his eyes, and his aura changed drastically from before. With one hand raised in front of his chest, he recited a low Buddhist chant, Amat Ba Buddha. A burst of golden light flashed across his body. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Wang Tiehu's mind had already completely memorized the cultivation method of the Luohan vermin technique. Moreover, with the help of the Buddha's light that Yi Chen had ferried to him, Wang Tiehu had even directly broken through the first layer of the Luohan voodoo technique. Rumor had it that the 18 Lohan were the arahants who were always in the world and kept the right path. It consisted of 16 Luohans, plus 2 honored ones. It was rumored that they were all disciples of Buddha Shakyamuni. The 2 venerables, naturally, are the dragon-subduing venerable and the tiger-contending venerable. As for the remaining 16 Lohan, they were the long-browed Lohan, the toter Lohan, the meditating Lohan, the crossing river Lohan, and so on. Master, I feel a serenity I've never felt before. I think I'm afraid I've mastered a divine ability that I've never thought of before. Wang Tiehu spoke. At this moment, he suddenly straightened his face, and in the next moment, he only saw his 2 eyebrows steeply lengthening, vertically reaching his chest. The long white eyebrows swayed gently in the wind. He raised his head to look at a pine cedar tree in the temple. That cypress tree was nearly a dozen meters tall. The next lesson Huang Crowing Lake's 2 long white eyebrows, suddenly towards the front where the snow had accumulated. The long eyebrows were flowing and agile, like 2 long ling. Immediately after, those 2 eyebrows wrapped around the cypress, only to see his eyebrows gently pick that more than 10 meters high cypress tree, instantly by his 2 eyebrows, from the ground to pull out. Immediately after that, he manipulated his 2 long eyebrows and replanted the cypress tree back into the ground. After doing all this, Wang Tiehu took a long breath of relief, folded his hands in front of his chest, and chanted in a low voice, Amat Ba Buddha. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. As long as you cultivate with all your heart next, I believe that one day, you will find a path that suits you. Wang Tiehu raised his hand and swept it away. The 2 long white tails in front of his forehead suddenly disappeared. He looked at Yi Chen and respectfully said, Disciple will listen to master's teachings. Yi Chen nodded as he looked at Wang Tiehu and asked softly, is there anything forbidden for you to maintain your previous state? Wang Tiehu frowned and pondered for a moment before leisurely saying, according to my understanding of this Gong method, I think maintaining this state will be able to last for about 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, even if I want to continue to maintain it, it will be difficult to sustain it then. Yi Chen stroked his chin. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You still need to know that by taking one step at a time and practicing practically, one day, you will definitely reach the heights you want. He opened the system exchange page again. After thinking about it, he didn't choose to continue redeeming feats. Instead, he redeemed another small prop. It was a small string of Buddha beads, just enough to be worn on the wrist. There were a total of 13 Buddha beads, each one made up of rosewood, and the surface of the beads, polished smooth and round. The interior of the beads concealed a golden Buddhist light that slowly flowed. To the beads had not only been enlightened, but also stored a small amount of thought power. The effect of this numinous power was exactly equal to their Luohan voodoo technique. The Great Sun Ruling Sutra that Jiang Lu cultivated produced a clear spring within his body. On the other hand, these disciples of his, who practiced the Luohan voodoo technique, what was produced within their bodies was Nian power. This Buddha bead stored just enough Nianli to get them through the early stages of weakness. Yi Chen carefully observed Wang Tiehu. These 13 Buddha beads stored Nianli, approximately equal to the limit of the Nianli that could be stored in his body after he had successfully practiced the first layer of the Luohan voodoo technique. His disciples, once they carried this rosewood Buddha bead, would be equivalent to an additional layer of Luohan voodoo power. Without doing anything, Yi Chen simply exchanged 1,000 copies of the rosewood Buddha bead directly from the system's exchange page. Although it was a bit painful, but in order to expand his strength as soon as possible, it was all worth it. 1,000 copies of rosewood Buddha beads had taken out a full 1 million of his merit points in one go. In Yi Chen's hand, he was holding a yellow cloth bag at this moment. This was a small storage magic weapon, and it looked like it was a holding magic weapon gifted by the system when he exchanged the rosewood Buddha beads. Although it was a magic weapon, it didn't have any use other than storing things though. He took the yellow cloth bag and handed it over to Wang Tiehu's hand. Immediately after, golden Buddhist light flowed from his fingertips. He opened the cloth bag and took out a string of rosewood Buddha beads from inside. Placing it in front of him, Wang Tiehu looked at the rosewood Buddha beads and, already feeling the raging Nianli in it, the Luohan voodoo technique, echoed with that Buddha bead. The Gong methods in his body actually operated automatically. He looked at Yi Chen in amazement, his eyes wide. Amazing. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. Your thought power is already enough to open this yellow cloth bag, so I will hand this cloth bag over to you next. In the cloth bag, there are 999 strings of rosewood Buddha beads like this one left, excluding this string of yours. As the eldest brother of the Vermilion Monastery, you will be asked to work harder in these next few days, so you will hand over these beads to each of the disciples. Wang Tiehu nodded. I understand. Apart from the Buddha beads, I will patiently teach them the Luohan demon vorpal technique. Yi Chen patted his shoulder with satisfaction. This kid was really getting smarter and smarter. He stepped towards the tower and said without looking back, I'll be leaving the temple for a few days next. The voodoo temple is in your hands. Do a good job. I believe you will succeed. As Yi Chen spoke, he left the Vermilion Temple in the night, walking towards the bottom of the mountain. He didn't rush to leave Shading Dragon Mountain, but instead went to the villa that Lu Guoqiang had gifted to him. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at the downstairs of the villa, he found that the villa was lit up. Yi Chen felt strange in his heart. The Buddha light in his body flowed and the door lock clicked and gently jumped open. As he slowed down and gently closed the door, at that moment, he could still hear upstairs the movement of a television set playing. Jiang Lu felt strange in his heart. He raised his feet and walked towards the upstairs. Chapter 78. Love is naturally strong when it's deep. Only to see that on the sofa, Lu Ruyan was wearing a loose pajama, revealing a pair of long white shaking legs. She was lying on the sofa and looked to be sleeping soundly. Yi Chen slowly came in front of her, reduced the volume of the television and turned his head to look at Lu Rui. He squatted in front of Lu Rui and reached out to gently ruffle the hair on her cheeks, revealing a delicate face. The pink red lips were slightly open, and white teeth as light and translucent as jade were revealed through the gaps in those red lips. Lu Rui's chest gently rose and fell. Yi Chen reached out and touched her cheeks. Looking at those pink red lips, his heart pounded wildly. He couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Lu Rui's lips. A tingling soft touch entered his hand. Lu Rui gave a light enunciation. Her eyes slightly opened a slit, revealing those bright and clear pupils. She looked at Yi Chen and said in a daze, Yi Chen, you bastard, what do you want by sitting so close? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth revealed a smile. As he watched there a trace of peace that he had never felt before rose in his heart, only to see Lu Ruiyue reclosed her eyes again. She exhaled and inhaled gently and evenly. One of her hands, however, landed on Yi Chen's wrist and tightly grasped Yi Chen. Only seeing her eyes closed, she said in a daze. Yi-chen, why are you so annoying? Can't you take the initiative? Yi-chen shook his head, not knowing how to respond for a moment. He looked at the sleeping Lu Rui, gently wrapped his arms around her shoulders and carried her into the bedroom. The movements were gentle and soft, for fear of waking up the sleeping her. He came all the way to the front of the bedroom and carefully placed Lu Rushi on the bed. However, Lu Ruye's pair of jade hands were still tightly grasping his wrist. Yi-chen wanted to get up and leave, but the confused Lu Ruyesher stretched out her other hand, grabbed Yi-chen's collar, and violently yanked him down. Yi-chen propped his hands on the bed, and at the moment looked at Lu Rui in front of him. He was able to feel her breathing, and the sweet, warm airflow gently blew onto his neck. The distance between the two was so close. Yi-chen was even able to see every eyelash on his eyelids clearly. Looking at those pink-red lips, Yi-chen's heart beat furiously, and with a hard heart, he fiercely bit on it. That sweet warmth and never-before-seen comfort nearly made him melt in Lu Rui's arms. As his breathing became more and more rapid, the Lu Rui in front of him, however, violently opened her eyes. She looked at Yi-chen and reached out in panic to push her. There was a tear stain left at the corner of Lu Rui's eye. Yi-chen panicked and moved away from Lu Rui's body. He looked at Lu Rui and said guiltily, "I'm sorry." The distance between the two was so close that Yi-chen reached out and wiped away the tear stain that fell low in the corner of her eye. "If you still don't feel relieved, then you can beat me up and scold me. As long as I can make you happy, I'm fine with whatever." He looked at Lu Rui seriously, thinking about his previous reckless behavior, feeling more and more absurd. Lu Ruyu quietly looked at him, not knowing what she was thinking in her heart. In the next moment, she suddenly wrapped her hands around Yi-chen's neck. Immediately afterward, she pulled Yi-chen towards herself. The two of them kissed obliviously on the bed. It was only until Ru was out of breath that she reached out and gently pushed Yi-chen away. "I don't blame you. I just didn't know what to do for a while." Lu Ruyan pushed Yi-chen down onto the bed. Then she buried her head on Yi-chen's chest. "Quiet as a rabbit at the moment," she said softly. Yi-chen let out a sigh of relief, thinking that Lu Rui would blame himself. In this world, there was only one person he was most unwilling to hurt, and that was Lu Rui, who was lying in his arms at this moment. In fact, during those years at Hualong University, Yi-chen had been silently observing in the dark, watching Lu Rui. At that time, he wouldn't have thought that one day, the two of them would actually be lying on the same bed, although it didn't cross that cordon. But at this moment, Lu Rui was lying in his arms, but alone in him, inwardly grateful to receive a hint of long-lost warmth. There were really too many things going on lately, especially this evening, the ghost tide invasion, that the 16 mansions of the 9 states. The female ghost Yurua did not finish the words. It was like a huge mountain pressing on his back, making him feel annoyed and bored in his heart. Until this moment, he stayed with Lu Rui, but it made him briefly forget all his worries. People say that home is the harbor of one's heart, but Yi-chen, who used to live in a rented house, had never had the warmth of home. He didn't know what this haven actually was, but at this moment, Lu Rui beside him gave him this feeling of a haven. "Actually, I've always liked you." Yi-chen looked down at Lu Rui in front of his chest and said softly. He reached out and stroked Lu Rui's silky hair, not willing to let go for a moment. Lu Rui nodded as he leaned against Lu Yi-chen's chest and slowly said, "I always knew you liked me." Yi-chen smiled happily. So she knew. "You're sometimes lonely and a bit otherworldly, and you don't have a single familiar friend around you. Do you know that when the school had an event, I didn't know how many people I asked in order to find you. As a result, no one knew your contact information, and none of them knew where you lived. If it wasn't for the fact that I found your information in the school's archive room, I wouldn't have been able to contact you at all. I wondered at that time, why did you close yourself off? Yi-chen, can you tell me where your parents are?" Yi-chen looked towards the ceiling, a trace of confusion appearing in his eyes. "Parents? My parents? I haven't seen them for a long time." Lu Rui raised her head to look at him. At the moment, her entire head was tilted on Yi-chen's chest, and she reached out to rub her cheeks that were pinched into place. Then she mischievously reached out and touched his head again. "It's okay, I'll stay with you." The two embraced quietly and stayed like that until dawn. With a ray of sunlight passing through the window and scattering on the bed, Yi-chen reached out and rubbed his eyes. The current him didn't need to sleep at all. It had been a long time since he had had that desire to sleep, as if he was never sleepy. Last night, however, he couldn't help but sleep comfortably next to Lu Rui. Yi-chen stretched his right hand, and felt that his entire right hand had gone from paralyzed to stiff. His right hand had been a pillow for a night. It was also fortunate that after the transformation of the Great Sun Ruling Sutra, it had caused his body, compared to the physique of a normal person, to undergo a qualitative change. Otherwise, I'm afraid that after being pressed like this for a night, it's unlikely that his right hand would have already necroticized. Chapter 79 Fingerprints. He gently moved his arm, trying to pull his right hand out from under Lu Rui's neck. This tiny movement immediately startled Lu Rui, who was still familiarizing herself with sleep. Lu Rui opened her eyes and reached out to rub them. It's actually dawn already. Ah, it's been a long time since I've slept so peacefully. She stretched and sat up from the bed. Looking to Yi Chen on the side, she violently screamed. Oh no, I forgot something important. Quickly follow me. I almost forgot. Uncle Wang's family recently had a strange incident. I'm afraid it's not you who can't solve it. Quickly follow me. Yi Chen nodded. He looked at the busy Lu Rui, who at the moment jumped off the bed, reaching out and scratching his hair. He turned his head to look at himself. Do I look scruffy now? Yi Chen gently shook his head. I think you're beautiful now, and you've always been the most beautiful. Lu Ruyan blanked him. Just have to know how to be poor. I don't believe it. You're famous now, with so many suitors around you. I don't know how many little sisters and young ladies who are better looking than me are rushing to fall for you. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. I'm innocent. Lu Rui drove the car, while Yi Chen was in charge of the ride. The two left Shade Dragon Mountain and headed straight towards the city center. The Uncle Wang that Lu Rui was talking about was actually a business partner of her father, Lu Guoqiang. The cooperation between the two had been going on for some years. So this time, the family encountered strange things, in the case of not knowing who to look for, only to Lu Guoqiang for help. After all, this Chalong Mountain on the Voodoo Temple, but Lu Guoqiang out of the Holy One single-handedly organized. After all, the summer country to say the most famous, the most trustworthy exorcism master. Apart from Yi Chen, there was no second person. However, when Yi Chen arrived at the place, he saw a familiar person. It was a fat man surnamed Wang. Wasn't this the Wang family major from last time? The same idiot who had personally invited him to his family's ancestral grave to help fight zombies? Why was this 255 here? Yi Chen lifted his foot and walked in, and the fat man likewise saw him. The fat man's gaze was hesitant, somewhat afraid to look at him. Lowering his head, he deliberately turned his back. Yi Chen shook his head and paid no attention to him. In his heart, he was thinking, isn't it just sweeping the toilets in my voodoo temple for a month? What's there to be embarrassed about? At the innermost part of the living room, two middle-aged men stood up. They saw Yi Chen from a distance and excitedly walked towards him. One of them was none other than Lu Rui's father, Lu Guoqiang, while the remaining one was the person responsible for inviting him over on this trip. That is, the rightful owner of the Wang family who had the accident. It was also through conversation that it was realized that the original fatty Wang was this person's nephew, the son of the younger brother of the rightful owner. 100 strong. Speaking of the two brothers of this Wang family, they were indeed capable. The younger brother in Yi Chen's province, business basically achieved a dominant, while the elder brother, Wang Baiqiang, had his own business in the north. The scale of the industries under his name even far exceeded that of his brother, although Wang Baiqiang's business was mainly in the northern provinces. However, in Yi Chen's province, which was the central province, there was also a set of properties in his name that belonged to him. Normally would not come over to check. Only this year, Wang Baiqiang heard that something had happened to his family's ancestral tomb, which is why he rushed back in a hurry. Who knows that after living in their own villa, even days and nights sleep uneasily. Every time after dark, Wang Baiqiang lying in bed, always where feel the temperature in the room, more and more cold. Obviously he had turned on the air conditioner, and even used the electric heating, but it did not work in the slightest. This is a hot summer. He wrapped himself in a few bed covers. That cold feeling, but has been disappearing. Listening to Wang Baiqiang's narration, Yi Chen nodded. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Wang Baiqiang had indeed encountered something dirty, but what exactly he had encountered? I'm afraid that he would still have to take a look at his residence to find out. However, as his eyes surveyed Wang Baiqiang, he could indeed tell that at this moment, Wang Baiqiang's face was a little bit not quite the same as the others in the room. As the saying goes, when a person is having bad luck, their face will also change a bit. One of the most special and conspicuous places lay in the darkening of the Hall of Seal. At this moment, Yi Chen's gaze swept over Wang Baiqiang and found that not only was his Hall of Seal blackened, but in his eyes, there was actually a bizarre red blood filament. The blood filament was hidden in the corner of his eye, and it was very hard to spot. However, with Jiang Lu's eyesight, it still didn't escape his eyes. He walked to Wang Baiqiang's front and reached out to press his shoulder. Don't move. The latter real honestly stayed where he was, looking at him suspiciously. Yi Chen reached out and ruffled the corners of his eyes, raising an eyebrow. The red blood veins in your eyes. About how long has it been there? Huang Baiqiang scratched his head as he slowly said after a moment of recollection. Well, it's probably been about 3 days already. Since I came back, I haven't been able to sleep well, probably due to my recent insomnia. Yi Chen shook his head. It's not that simple. In your eyes are red blood filaments. Don't look like there is nothing abnormal at the moment, but according to my observation, There is an evil aura hidden in these red blood filaments. In these 3 days, that red blood filament, did it become thicker and bigger? Wang Baiqiang nodded in surprise. Right. Master, how did you know? Yi Chen sighed. This red blood filament of yours has nothing to do with insomnia. Even if you let someone knock you out to sleep for a few days, this red blood filament won't disappear. Instead, it will continue to grow with time. It is estimated that in another half a month's time, by then, your eyes will be covered with this weird blood filament, and by then, I am afraid that these eyes of yours will be ruined. As Yi Chen spoke, he reached out and ruffled the collar on his shoulder. He gazed at Wang Baiqiang's neck, and the latter's back was chilled by his look. Even Lu Guoqiang, who was on the side, also noticed the abnormality in it and looked at his neck with the same horror. Seeing the two looking at him so strangely, Wang Baiqiang said in horror, "No, master, brother Lu, what exactly did you guys see?" Yi Chen turned his head to Lu Guoqiang. "It's better for you to tell him." Lu Guoqiang took a deep breath as he took out the camera from his phone and took a picture of his neck. Immediately afterward, the photo was placed in front of him. Wang Baiqiang stared at the photo in the screen, his pupils getting bigger and bigger. Hand. Fingerprints? Green-colored fingerprints. Who the hell left these? Yi Chen shook his head. "Is there anyone else in your room besides yourself?" Wang Baiqiang shook his head. And at this moment, when he heard Jiang Lu say this, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. Chapter 80, I want to be your teacher. No, master. I can assure you that I am definitely the only living person in my house. It's been empty for so many years, and I've never invited anyone in to clean it, and I'm also the only one who came back this time. Yi Chen nodded. When are you planning to leave? The sooner the better. I don't have much time to delay here. Wang Baiqiang looked at him suspiciously. Go where? Lu Guoqiang on the side said with a smile. Brother Wang, I think you're really confused. What the master means, of course, is to go to your house to catch ghosts. Where else can we go? Wang Baiqiang patted his head. Oh, so that's how it is. See how messed up I've been lately? Let's go now then. I've been worried to death lately. Yi Chen nodded as he looked at Fatty Wang, who had been hesitant and peeking at him from time to time. After thinking about it, he walked over towards him. You have something you want to say to me, right? Fatty Wang hesitated. I wanted to ask, is your voodoo temple willing to take me in? Reputation value plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000. Yi Chen listened to the system beep in his head and nodded with a smile. Knowing your mistakes and being able to change them is a good thing. You can come if you want to, but you can't cause trouble for me. Fatty Wang nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Grandmaster. I definitely won't cause any trouble. Besides, there is Grandmaster you, with your transcendent aptitude. Grandmaster, how would I dare to make trouble under your nose? Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, then you should go to the Vermilion Temple and report to Wang Tiehu. He's your senior brother. On the side, Lu Guoqiang smiled and clapped his hands. Congratulations Grandmaster for taking in another senior disciple. Yi Chen sighed. Everything is about fate. I could tell long ago that he and I had a master-disciple bond, and it would have made sense. He turned his head to look at Fatty Wang and said calmly, do a good job, but go over to my voodoo temple. Don't give me your big young master's spectrum. I don't have any young masters there, nor do I have any rich second generation official second generation. Everyone is treated equally. If you can't accept it, then it's best to quit now. Fatty Wang shook his head affirmatively as he looked at Yi Chen sincerely and said, Master, don't worry, I will never do that. I decided to clean up my act and start over this time. Recently I've been thinking a lot. Before I always felt that the first half of my life, I lived a really ridiculous life. It's also fortunate that the heavens have allowed me to meet you. Master, this fall on my heels has sort of woken me up. Yi Chen nodded, and the few people left the Wang family, driving a black sedan towards Wang Baiqiang's villa. This Wang Baiqiang's villa was purposely bought in the outskirts of the countryside for the sake of quietness. Like this kind of place where birds couldn't. Quiet was quiet, but when it came to the dead of night, there was always a shady atmosphere. Yi Chen shook his head, not knowing what these rich people were thinking, but rich people like this could come more often. In the future, the expansion of the Vermilion Temple would depend on them. The 7-story villa was hidden in a quiet forest. The greening was done quite well, and a road was purposely built just to come back from the city. Lu Rui had been following behind Yi Chen, and ever since she entered the villa, she had been looking around curiously, until one of the vases caught her attention. It was a blue and white porcelain, although Yi Chen did not know its age. However, it was possible to detect a touch of yin qi from the vase, as well as a sense of heaviness brought about by the precipitation of time. Look, Yi Chen, this bottle is really beautiful. Lu Ruyue picked up the celadone and scrutinized its texture. Wang Baiqiang on the side said with a smile, let the master laugh. This bottle is my acquisition from a friend? Heard him say it seems to be some kind of product of the Qing dynasty. I do not know if it is true or not, but for the sake of my friend, did not suspect him. Yi Chen walked to Lu Rui's front, and he looked at the blue and white porcelain. The overall blue and white colors were mixed, and it was about 30 centimeters so high. The style was similar to the jade pure vase in Guanin's hand, but while Guanin's jade pure vase was pure white, this celadone bottle, on top of it, was mirrored with a floral pattern similar to that of fluttering willow. Yi Chen looked at the bottle and said quietly, "Your friend didn't lie to you. This bottle is at least 300 years upwards, but I'm afraid this friend of yours doesn't have a good heart." Wang Baixiang was puzzled when he heard Yi Chen say this. "Master, I still don't quite understand what you mean. Can you be more detailed?" Yi Chen shook his head. "These things were dug up from the ground. Things for the dead to be buried with. How can you put them in your own living room?" Wang Baixiang frowned when he heard him say this. "I said, why did that kid's face look so strange when he traded with me? I can't imagine that I've known him for so many years and this kid is actually thinking of harming me." Wang Baixiang walked over quickly, copied the antique bottle, and was about to slam it towards the ground. Yi Chen reached out and stopped him. "There's no need to do so. I already understand why you've been experiencing such strange things lately. It comes from this bottle. As long as tonight, I do my magic to remove the evil spirits from the bottle. In the future, this bottle, you can place it wherever you want. Even if you sleep with it at night, it won't be dangerous. If you just smash it, then the money you sent out will be wasted." Wang Baixiang had a joyful look on his face as he looked at Yi Chen excitedly. "Really, Grandmaster? Then I have to thank you properly. Don't worry, when this matter is taken care of this time. In the future, if there is anything you are lacking in the voodoo temple, just talk to me, don't ever hesitate." Yi Chen waved his hand. "I like it when the Wangshu master is quick to speak." He turned his head to look out of the window. The sun was shining brightly at this time, and the evil spirits in the bottle, again, were different from ordinary ghosts. It didn't dare to appear at all during the daytime, because Yi Chen only found a trace of residual yin qi in that bottle, and didn't detect that touch of evil spirit, the real hiding place. Not believing in evil, he swept the entire villa again, but found no trace of the other party. By this point he was certain that the thing was definitely hiding. This also made Yi Chen feel that it was different, because some of the spirits he had seen in the past had dared to appear in the daytime, only to hide in the dark corners. A few of these spirits, although with a strong obsession, were bound to a certain object, that is, in the daytime, they would not leave that particular item. This is the resentment that only belongs to ghosts. Their resentment, and all the objects that have something to do with them before they die, linked together in some special medium. Chapter 81, The Phantom. Time passed by. Wang Baiqiang and Lu Guoqiang, two fatherly figures, the two of them were quietly drinking tea on the balcony and waiting. Ruyan Lu and Yi Chen, on the other hand, waited in Wang Baiqiang's bedroom. Around 12 o'clock in the evening, the lights in the bedroom suddenly puffed and flashed non-stop. Lu Rui hugged Yi Chen's arm in fear. Yi Chen's gaze, on the other hand, looked out of the window, because as the lights flickered, a humanoid monster coalesced from black smoke flickered outside the window. After the flash of the black shadow outside the window, the lights in the bedroom, with a click, went out completely. The room went dark all of a sudden. Yi Chen frowned. The darkness of the room at this time appeared to be somewhat odd, because although it was now night, but he clearly remembered that the weather today was very good. There was moonlight in the sky. However, when he looked out of the window, he realized that it had long since become pitch black, and there was not even a single ray of moonlight to be seen. This situation Yi Chen had experienced once before. Some time ago that one ghostly building that hid the intersection of the yin and yang realms had once been in the same situation. "I'm so scared. Yi Chen, what should I do now?" Lu Rui, who was on the side, had a slightly trembling voice. Yi Chen reached out and patted her shoulder, softly comforting her. "What are you afraid of? Isn't there me here? As long as I'm here, no matter what kind of demons and devils there are, I'll let them have no return." Lu Ruyuan nodded. At the moment being in the darkness, she didn't dare to move easily, and could only stick tightly to Yi Chen's body. Just at this time, a cold laugh came from the room. He, what a big mouth. I said, why is it so strange today? There are actually several more sense of living people in the room. So it's because this old thing has invited helpers. You want to destroy me? I'd like to see what you're capable of. Yi Chen's face was calm as he raised one hand to his chest and softly recited a Buddhist chant. Amat Ba Buddha. In the next moment, with the rapid loss of that clear spring in his dantian, two piercing golden streams of light instantly burst out from Yi Chen's eyes. In this pitch-black room, it was like two strong flashlights. The two golden streams of light shot out towards the front, and a human-shaped black smoke was nailed to the wall. A burst of white smoke rose from the black smoke's body where it made contact with the golden light. A wailing sound of pain came from the room. As Yi Chen closed his eyes, the black smoke disappeared in an instant. the lights in the room that had originally blacked out recovered on their own. At this moment, on the clean white walls, a blurry human-shaped black mark was left behind. Yi Chen shook his head. Now you've seen it, haven't you? Do you think I'm your opponent? Oh, I almost forgot. You can't answer anymore. To the side, Lu Rui looked at him in surprise. Is this the end? Yi Chen smiled and touched his head. That's for sure. I've seen a lot of little brats like this. Ghosts that are not many times more powerful than him can't stop my Buddha's fury, let alone him. Lu Ruyan nodded dully as he looked at Yi Chen. So as long as a smile rose, I realized that you are getting more and more powerful. Compared to when you were in school, it's not like the same person. Lu Ruyan spoke and leaned her head on Yi Chen's shoulder. Just at this time, the door handle clicked and turned. The door to the room was violently opened, and Wang Baixian looked at the two people in the room and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean to come and disturb you. I just wanted to come and ask you if that ghost and monster had already been solved. Just now, Guoqiang and I were drinking tea, but the light snapped out. I wanted to say hurry up and go fix the fuse. Who knows that the light lit up again by itself? It's really strange. Yi Chen waved his hand. Originally I thought that thing had already been fixed, but now it seems that it was me who was careless. He looked at Wang Baiqiang, his gaze deep and narrowed. Lu Rui, who was at the side, looked at him suspiciously. Ah, it's not over yet? But didn't you just say? Yi Chen shook his head as he looked at Wang Baiqiang and sneered. How interesting. Since I started out, this is the first time I've missed. You really aren't an ordinary ghost. The game is over. I've already discovered you, so I don't need to pretend anymore. Wang Baixian looked at him doubtfully. Master, I don't understand what you are saying? Yi Chen smiled coldly. Still pretending? I see that you really don't see the coffin. This time, Lu Ruyue was even more puzzled. She looked at Yi Chen, only to see that Yi Chen's eyes were all focused on Wang Baixian's body at the moment. The quick-witted her instantly figured out the reason for this and tightly grabbed Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen, do you mean to say that Master Wang is now possessed? Yi Chen shook his head. He's not your Uncle Wang at all. He's the body of that evil fiend. The one that was crushed by me earlier was nothing more than a phantom. Yi Chen sat up from the bed and looked at Wang Baixiang in the doorway with a calm expression. This illusory spell of yours, although it can fool ordinary people, it cannot fool my eyes though. Wang Baixiang, however, looked at him with a confused face, and began to argue in aggravation. Master, I really don't understand what you're talking about. What's going on? What exactly happened? Can you stop playing dumb riddles? You're making me a little scared in my heart. Yi Chen shook his head and reached out. The purple dragon staff was already grasped in his hand. Good acting. It's just a pity that I'm not your audience. Subdue the demons and remove the devils, and return the Qiankuan to a clear sky. Yi Chen recited an incantation in a low voice, and at this moment, a purple stream of light flew out from the purple dragon staff, and above his head, it transformed into a purple divine dragon, tilted its head and roared, and flew towards Wang Baiqiang with its huge mouth open. Wang Baiqiang's face was shocked. His body instantly turned into a black smoke and fled towards the door of the room. A gust of cloudy wind blew by, and the door of the room was closed at the same time. That purple divine dragon passed through the door of the room, chased that black smoke straight after it, and ran all the way downstairs to the living room. And that black shadow. At this moment, whoosh sound drilled into the Celadon porcelain. The divine dragon, after hitting the Celadon porcelain, slowly dissipated into thin air. Yi Chen pulled Lu Rui, quickly ran downstairs. Everything that happened when the divine dragon passed through the floor, all out clearly appeared in his mind. This was more like a third perspective. That purple divine dragon, like a moving camera, shared its vision into Yi Chen's mind. With the sound of the two men's hurried footsteps, the two middle-aged men who were drinking tea on the balcony at this time, also smelled and heard the commotion, and ran back to the living room together. And the four of them met in the living room. Chapter 82, A Thousand Years of Evil Sneak? Master Yi, what happened? Lu Guoqiang looked at Yi Chen and Lu Rui, whose faces were grave, and a look of panic couldn't help but appear on his face. Hasn't that evil fiend been eliminated? That guy has some skills. Even I was bluffed by him. Yi Chen gently shook his head, then looked at the lapis lazuli, only to find that the ghostly aura on it had already dissipated and disappeared. He couldn't help but frown slightly as he looked at the three of them and spoke. This guy is probably hiding inside this house right now. Then what do we do now? Lu Ruyan was after all just a girl. Just now she was frightened by that evil fiend's methods, and now she was a little startled by everything she looked at. Let's do it this way. Yi Chen pondered for a while, then looked at the three of them and spoke. I'll do some setups in this living room. You guys don't leave here. I'll go and figure out a way to find his body to get rid of him. After saying this, Yi Chen waved his Zen staff and drew a circle around the sofa as well as the coffee table in the living room. You guys don't move around in this circle, no matter what you hear or see. Never step out of this circle. Yi Chen looked at the three of them with a grave expression and spoke. Even if I tell you to go out, you can't. Can you understand? Understand. Lu Guoqiang and Wang Baixiang were busy nodding their heads in agreement, while on the other side, Lu Rui had a worried look on her face. Yi Chen, you have to be careful. Don't worry. Looking at Lu Rui's expression, Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh lightly as he opened his mouth. This evil sneak is just a bit more bizarre in its methods. It can't hurt me yet. With that, Yi Chen began to roam around the villa, trying to find the source of that thick ghostly aura. It seems that this guy is indeed not simple. Yi Chen looked around. With his perception, all the ghost chi in this room had nowhere to hide. But this evil sneak had pulled a trick. He had actually emitted all of his ghost chi, evenly distributing it inside the entire villa, which led to the fact that unless Yi Chen was able to get close enough to get very close to him, it would be very difficult to recognize his position clearly. Kid, if you want to go against this grandpa, you're still a few hundred years too early. The sorrowful voice came from all directions, making people can't help but feel chills in their hearts. But Yi Chen wasn't half affected. He smiled slightly and spoke. It seems that you don't have a shallow Dao. You're an old ghost with some cultivation. The Wang family has not offended you. Bought your burial goods that is also unintentional. Even if you seek revenge, that should also go to find the grave robbers who dug up your burial and sell your burial black-hearted businessmen. Why bother with the Wang family, these people who are not clear about anything? If you dare to touch this Grand Master's things, then you deserve to die. That voice didn't have the slightest hesitation but was full of evil. As for those people, do you think I could possibly let them go? Looks like you've already gotten your revenge. Yi Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. His mind was filled with thoughts. The origin of this evil spirit was a lot bigger than what he had imagined. And this guy could have been able to kill quite a few people already. Through Wang Baixiang's description, this period of time he encountered strange things did not stop. That is to say that either this evil spirit has some kind of locking ability, able to kill people in the air, or it is the body of many, can be at the same time on the people who have handled its burial goods to carry out revenge. If the former is okay, killing people in the air definitely needs a medium, most likely related to its burial goods, but the latter is not very good. With the feud between the Wang family and it, this guy most likely wouldn't be able to act personally in its main body. Even if it wasn't its main body that had this kind of bizarre means, then how extraordinary should its main body be? That's for sure. The voice filled with evil aura was very proud of its appearance, and then slowly opened its mouth and said, Kid, you're a bit capable. Now leave, I can still take the blame. But if you still want to continue to block my revenge, then you don't blame me for my cruelty. Amitabha Buddha. Yi Chen sang a Buddha's name, his face expression joyless and sorrowless. Founder Wang was unintentionally wrong. Why would the founder need to take someone's life? Why don't you be merciful for once and let him go, so that you can accumulate some merit for yourself, and also redeem the karma of your past life and ascend to the world of ultimate bliss sooner? Kid, you're shameless, aren't you? The voice was clearly filled with anger. Good, then let's see who has the higher means. As the words fell, the entire room suddenly had a gust of gloomy wind, and the thick yin qi almost condensed into substance, transforming into a ghostly face pouncing towards Yi Chen. I'm so miserable. Save me, kill, eat. All sorts of shrill howling sounds surrounded Yi Chen, and the ghost chi stuck to the top of Yi Chen's protective Buddha light, emitting a nuisance sound. Since the scholar intends to invite you, how can a poor monk not accompany you? Yi Chen smiled, then sat on the ground with his knees crossed, and began to chant the Buddhist scriptures with his eyes closed. The golden Buddhist light gradually emanated from his body in all directions. The light was not bright, very soft feeling, but all the places that were irradiated by it, the ghostly chi disappeared. The cold and gray ghost chi and the warm and soft Buddha light began a long tug-of-war, going back and forth with each other, fighting for the space of the entire villa. Competing with me on the level of Taoism? How dare you? That voice was filled with arrogance in its tone. I have 1,000 years of cultivation. Even if it's just a doppelganger, it's still enough to crush a little brat like you. Kid, when your Buddha light goes out is when you perish here. 1,000 years of cultivation? Yi Chen frowned when he heard this. Things were heading in the direction he least wanted to see. He had anticipated that this evil sneak was not small in capability, but he had not thought that it would actually have such a great origin. 1,000 years of cultivation. This guy was definitely not something that could be explained by an ordinary ghost king. Senior's Tao is profound. Of course the junior is ashamed of himself. Yi Chen clasped his hands together and chanted a Buddha's name as he continued to speak. However, I would like to make a bet with Senior. If this tussle is won by Senior, then the poor monk will be at your disposal. If the poor monk is lucky enough to win, then I also hope that Senior can spare the family of the Wangshi master. I wonder if that's possible. You kid has a big mouth. Wait until you win. That voice didn't say yes or no. Instead it increased the speed of ghostly chi erosion throughout the interior of the villa. Yi Chen didn't dare to be careless when he saw this. and hurriedly continued to chant the Buddhist scriptures, maximizing his own Buddha's light, and began to resist the erosion of the ghost chi. I don't know how long it took. Just when Yi Chen's merits were almost at the bottom, the Buddha light finally got the upper hand and dispersed all the ghost chi. A figure whose face could not be seen slowly stepped in front of Yi Chen, gently nodded his head and spoke. Count your kid as having some skills. This match, it's you who won. Chapter 83, it's actually the Ghost Emperor. Senior's Dharma power is profound. The young monk has only taken some advantage. Yi Chen slightly bowed his head and sang a Buddha's name. This was not a lie. Although the fight with this unknown Ghost King didn't seem to be very dramatic, but the degree of danger in it was even better than the previous clearing of the attack on the Vermilion Temple's group of Ghost Kings. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's merits, it was really hard to say who would win and who would lose in this fight that was killing each other. Don't be a goody two-shoes after getting a bargain. The unclear-faced Ghost King smiled and opened his mouth to say, the old man is not the one who admits to read and does not concede. This time you won my incarnation. Then the old man will follow your words and let go of this Wang family's cadre of people and so on. As the words fell, the Ghost King's figure gradually dissipated, obviously having left. Many thanks for your generosity, monks. Yi Chen sang a Buddhist chant, and just as he was about to get up, he heard a beat from the system. The host faced the incarnation of the Ghost Emperor head-on and won the battle, gaining millions of merits. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Avatar, Vorpal Handprint, purple. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Avatar, Vajra Manifestation, orange. I Nima, Ghost Emperor. Yi Chen's entire body froze. He had thought that he was definitely facing a giant of the ghost realm, but he had never thought that the other party was actually a Ghost Emperor. There were countless strong people in the Yin realm, but there were only a few that could be called Ghost Emperors. This honorary title had nothing to do with cultivation, and it had to be a human lord who had performed great feats in his lifetime to be able to receive such a title after death. In other words, what Yi Chen had just faced was an emperor who was known throughout history. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat immediately broke out on Yi Chen's body, and it took him a long time to get over it. Coming to the living room, seeing Lu Rui and the two old bosses were still sitting honestly on the sofa not daring to move, Yi Chen then smiled and opened his mouth to say, it's alright, you guys can move now. You are Master Yi? Lu Guoqian looked at Yi Chen with a suspicious face and asked. After all, just now Yi Chen had explained that even if he himself called them out, he absolutely could not be trusted. It's me. Yi Chen smiled, then shook the Zen staff in his hand. The circle of light on the ground disappeared, and several people were relieved to see this. Yi Chen, you're not hurt, right? Lu Rui flew to Yi Chen's side with a worried face to check the latter's condition. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yi Chen smiled and patted Lu Rui's hand, signaling that he had no problems. Then he turned his gaze to Wang Baiqiang, and opened his mouth with a serious face to ask, Mr. Wang, can you tell me exactly where you bought this porcelain vase? It was sold to me by one of my former business allies. Wang Baiqiang answered honestly, and then asked with some concern, hasn't the master gotten rid of that evil spirit? Why is there still a problem with this vase? I can't talk about getting rid of it. That person is too big. Yi Chen couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth as he thought about the hints given by the system. Then spoke, but I've already talked to that person. He won't target you anymore. I just want to ask about the source of this thing and see if I can get a chance to visit that person. Yi Chen thought about it. The last wave of ghosts besieging the Vermilion Temple still left behind a problem. If he never solved it, he would always have a lump in his heart, and it would be hard to do anything without being afraid. So he might as well take the initiative and find the root cause to eradicate it completely. But they do not have any information channels can help themselves to do this thing. So now encounter this Ghost Emperor may be a good thing. Ghost Emperor is different from other Yin things. In life by the 10,000 people respect. After death also by the 10,000 people incense. Although for the Yin body but to the Yang world but there is no hostility. And thanks to the merits of life, they in the Yin realm naturally will be a big cluster of people. To become the lord of a domain. Most importantly, after the short contact just now, this Ghost King seemed to be a reasonable one. If he could befriend him, he might be able to identify the source of these evil spirits' forces attacking the Yang world. That guy wasn't eliminated? Hearing these words from Yi Chen, Wang Baiqiang immediately felt his sweaty hair stand on end, and his entire body couldn't help but take several steps back, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked towards that porcelain vase. Don't worry, I just said it. That person no longer intends to target your family. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh lightly. With that person's status, he wouldn't go back on his words. Hearing this, Wang Baiqiang's face then looked a little better, but it was still very pale. He gently nodded his head and spoke. Since it's what Master said, then I'm relieved. Is Master looking for the person who sold me the porcelain vase? That's right. Yi Chen gently nodded and spoke. I still hope that Mr. Wang can help. Well said. Master has saved my life. How could I possibly refuse this matter? Wang Baiqian laughed, then a flush welled up on his pale face and spoke viciously. Even if you don't want to find him, I'll go myself. Damn it, selling me a burial object nearly cost me my life. If I don't take this breath out of my mouth, I won't be called Wang Baiqian. Immediately the people will leave the villa to sit on the Wang Baiqian arranged special car, ready to go to find the businessman who has handled this vase. In the car, Lu Rui gently pulled Yi Chen's hand. Some worried look to the latter asked, Yi Chen, you just said you were going to look for the owner of the vase? That's right. Yi Chen gently nodded his head as a look of gravity appeared on his face. The matter of the previous attack on the Vermilion Temple by the Ghost Tide is still unfinished, leaving behind a great deal of aftermath. If I can get some information from the mouth of the porcelain vase's owner, I will also be able to make preparations earlier, and I might be able to save a lot of people's lives. Looking at the gravity on Yi Chen's face, Lu Rui only felt a burst of inexplicable heartache. She couldn't help but hold Yi Chen's hand tightly and spoke. If it's too dangerous, don't go. This world isn't your own. There's no need for you to make yourself work so hard. Don't worry, I know in my heart. Yi Chen smiled and reached out to touch Lu Rui's hair, then hooked up the latter's chin and spoke in a tone with flirtation. I don't have the intention of letting such a big beauty stay alone in the empty room for half a miserable life. How dare you bastards say that? Lu Rui rolled her eyes. A blush flew up on her face, and as she shook off Yi Chen's hand, she twisted her head to the side. Who wants to keep a spare room for you? But not a moment later she herself attached herself to Yi Chen's side again, and opened her mouth in a very small voice. Rest when you're tired. I'll accompany you. Aha. Yi Chen gently nodded, and then also leaned his head over, and the two of them snuggled up to each other. Their love grew stronger. The vehicle continued traveling, and finally arrived at the destination of this trip, a manor that was located in the middle of a mountain forest covering an extremely wide area. Chapter 84 Dead? Is this the residence of that cooperation partner of yours? Mr. Wang? Getting out of the car, Yi Chen cast his gaze towards the cloudy mountain villa not far away and couldn't help but frown. This place, it was a bit evil. That's right, this is the manor that this grandson Wang Lang just bought. Wang Baiqiang stepped down from the car with a face of indignation. Damn, this grandson even told me at that time something about selling this to me on the basis of being in the same family as me, but as a result, it almost cost me my life. I'm not done with this grandson today. Mr. Wang, I'm afraid that's not necessary. Yi Chen pulled the corner of his mouth. The Ghost Emperor is not intended to let go of any of his burial goods through the hands of the guy, Wang Baiqiang, because of his own hand, this only to save a life. As for the same surnamed Wang's brother, he is now in the situation of it. Most of them are already predictable. As expected, in the crowd stepped to the manor gate when they saw the whole manor around are covered with white cloth. The door also put a lot of wreaths. Live off a hearth dress up. Mr. Wang, Mr. Lu, why are you two here? A young man dressed as a business elite welcomed out after getting the news, and was very surprised to see Wang Baiqiang and Lu Guoqiang, and then a touching look appeared on his face. Reaching out and wiping his hands on his eyes, he opened his mouth and said, My father went suddenly. I haven't had the time to go and notify the outside world. I didn't expect the two of you to actually come on your own. Wang Lang is dead? Wang Baiqiang couldn't help but grow his mouth. Although he had already had some expectations in his mind after hearing Yi Chen mention it earlier when he was at the bottom of the mountain, he still couldn't help but feel chills all over his body when he really heard that a dead man had died. You two are not here to offer condolences to my father? Seeing the odd looks on the faces of the crowd, the youth, Wang Xiaochun, Wang Lang's son, couldn't help but frown as he spoke. Then what are the two of you here for? Of course I'm here to settle the score with Wang Lang. Wang Baiqiang's face was furious as he reached out and pointed at the youth and spoke. The bottle your old man sold me was unclean. If it wasn't for a master saving me, I would have been dead. This is something your family must give me an account of. Unclean bottle? It never occurred to him that after hearing these words from Wang Baiqiang, Wang Xiaochun's face instantly changed. No blood at all. As if he had thought of something extremely horrible. You saw it too, Uncle Wang? What? You guys already knew? Hearing this, Wang Baiqiang directly exploded. If he had previously taken into account his many years of friendship and held a hint of luck, thinking that Wang Lang might not have intentionally sold himself out, then seeing as this guy is dead he is not prepared to pursue anything more. But looking at this now, this is clearly to pit himself. You guys knew and still sold this to me? Wang Baiqiang's face turned green with anger, and he reached out to point at Wang Xiaochun's nose, cursing, Wang Xiaochun, I haven't done anything wrong to your family over the years, have I? Whether it's business or something else, I haven't done much to help your family over the years, and as a result, you guys did this to me? Selling me such an evil thing. If it wasn't for the fact that I was lucky enough to invite a master to save me, I would have lost my life. Uncle Wang, listen to my explanation. Wang Xiaochun directly knelt down for Wang Baiqiang, a look of deep pain on his face as he spoke. There's a reason for this. My father's family has been unsettled ever since he got this thing. And then he hired a feng shui master. People said that this thing can only be suppressed by people with a deep source of fortune. My father looked around, and the only person he knew who had the most noble destiny was you, Uncle Wang. And that's why he came up with the next best thing. I also think this is not good, but can't resist my father just want to do this. I hope you can forgive us. Forgive? You're damn easy to say. Wang Baiqian's face was incredibly blue as he snorted coldly. I was wrong about your family, daring to take me as someone who carries disasters for you. I won't count more for your family's white affair today, but I'm telling you, this is not over. We'll see what happens in the future. Seeing Wang Baiqian's face, Wang Xiaochun's face was only left with a bitter smile. His father had ruined his family, and Wang Baiqian's industry and his family's business were inappropriately described as deeply bound. To use their family to rely on Wang Baiqian to describe is almost. This is good. Wang Baiqian and his family broke up. To this person's network, their family not to mention from Wang Baiqian this order. People do not yuana him is good, and their future reputation in the circle also stinks. The most important thing is that after harvesting these bitter fruits, his father has not survived. There's no need for Mr. Wang to get all worked up. Wang Lang is certainly unsuspecting, but he's also reaped the consequences of his own evil. Yi Chen looked at Wang Baiqian's iron face and could not help but open his mouth to persuade him. It's not right to punish yourself for someone else's mistakes. What Master said is true. Wang Baiqian would be really convinced and revered Yi Chen to the extreme, and when he saw the latter open his mouth, he hurriedly bowed his head and responded, "This monk Wang, I would like to go and see my honorable father. I don't know if it's possible." Yi Chen looked toward Wang Xiaochun, performed a Buddhist salute and spoke. Wang Xiaochun was still wondering why Wang Baiqian had a young monk following him around and was putting himself in such a low position when he heard Yi Chen's inquiry. Wang Xiaochun's face couldn't help but emerge a tangle of colors. Seeing this, Wang Baiqian coldly snorted and spoke. "This is the master who saved my life. Little white-eyed wolf, I'll tell you. If you can satisfy this master's conditions, then maybe I can still let your family off the hook. If you can't do that, in the future, your family won't be able to get a foothold inside this circle." Can. Wang Xiaochun's eyes instantly lit up. His father was already dead, and compared to his father's decency, it was still the livelihood of this family's large group of living people that was more important. As long as he was able to gain Wang Baiqian's understanding, even if it was just not to spread the reputation of this pitiful man, with the volume of his family's industry, it was still possible to think of a way to make a living. "Master, please come in." Wang Xiaochun hurriedly climbed up from the ground, very respectfully inviting Yi Chen in. He had to say that this guy still had a few skills in reading people's words, since Wang Baiqian said that he wanted to serve this master. Then he gave him enough face to make him look good, so that maybe once Wang Baiqian was happy, he would really not bother with them. "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Yi Chen made a Buddhist salute to Wang Baiqian, who hurriedly returned the salute, his face full of smiles. "It's all due. Chapter 85, not only yes, but quite a lot. Businessmen sought profit, and compared to taking revenge on Wang Lang's family, it was obvious that befriending Yi Chen would bring greater benefits. Using a promise in exchange for the favor of an accomplished monk, this was a good deal. Leaving aside Wang Baiqian's petty thoughts, the group also arrived in front of the hastily arranged spirit hall under Wang Xiaochun's guidance. "My father is inside." Wang Xiaochun looked toward Yi Chen, a look of bitterness surfacing on his face as he spoke. "There's certainly no harm in master wanting to see my father's remains. It's just that my father has some." Said this, Wang Xiaochun suddenly tone-stalled. Organized half a day of language finally also turned into a long sigh. "I hope that the master can be prepared for the heart. Do not be frightened." Scared? Hearing Wang Xiaochun's words, the crowd glanced at each other, and some strange looks emerged on their faces. Lu Rui was still young. Even if it was true, Wang Baiqian and Lu Guoqian were both middle-aged people, and no matter whether they were organizing the event themselves or helping their friends, they certainly had an understanding of funerals. How can a dead person still scare people? The dead are not the only ones who are not in a state of shock. Yi Chen was not much surprised. On the contrary, just shook his head with a light smile and opened his mouth to say, "Unsurprisingly, your father's mourning face should not look like a normal person." "Master, how do you know that?" Hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Xiaochun couldn't help but widen his eyes. Then remembering what Yi Chen did for a living, he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. "That's right. To be able to help Uncle Wang get rid of an evil spirit, Master must be a man of the way. And it's not surprising that he knows what happened to my father." With that, Wang Xiaochun led the way within the spirit hall, glanced at the family members who were beside him in mourning, and sighed as he spoke. "Mom, you can take everyone out first." As soon as Wang Lang died, Wang Xiaochun was the head of the family, and his words still carried weight, so at the sound of his voice, the entire Wang family headed outside. Wang Xiaochun's mother saw Wang Baiqiang and greeted him, only to receive a cold snort from the latter. She knew what her husband had done, and seeing Wang Baiqiang like this, she knew that things had been exposed, so she lowered her head and walked out in shame. At this time, Yi Chen had also walked to the coffin containing Wang Lang's body. Even with his knowledge, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the appearance of the body today. Green face and fangs, covered with black hair. Where is this coffin lying inside? This is still a person. Ah, this is not a demon. Hiss. Followed by Wang Baiqiang and Lu Guoqiang saw the coffin Wang Lang's honor, also cannot help but flabbergasted for a while. This is no wonder Wang Xiaochun did not dare to mourn it. This to spread out. His family will not have to do people. Great. Master, this is the handiwork of the evil spirit in that bottle? Wang Baiqiang's voice had a tremor in it, and his entire face turned ashen at the thought that he too might look like this. No. Yi Chen gently shook his head and tugged at the corner of his mouth to speak. This is the handiwork of some other demon. Ha! Hearing this, not only Wang Baiqiang and Lu Guoqiang, but even Wang Xiaochun, who was standing next to him, had a shocked look on his face. Wang Xiaochun hurriedly spoke up and asked, "Does master mean that there are still unclean things in my house?" "Of course, and there are quite a few of them." Yi Chen looked around. Regular people naturally couldn't see it, but in his eyes, the yin qi inside this manor was so thick that it was almost covering his eyes. It was evident how evil this place was. What? Hearing this, the faces of the people inside the room all changed drastically, and they couldn't help but lean towards Yi Chen's position. "But that feng shui gentleman who showed my house back then said that there is only one unclean thing in my house. That bottle." Wang Xiaochun's face was filled with a horrified expression, but it wasn't surprising. This was the reaction of any normal person who knew that there was something unclean in their home. "He also said he could save your father's life." "Did he?" At that Wang Guoqiang snorted very disdainfully. "A charlatan is just a charlatan. How can he compare his vision with Master Yi?" These words left Wang Xiaochun speechless, and then he directly knelt down in front of Yi Chen, kowtowing repeatedly. "Please, Master, save us. There's no need to be like this." Little cultivator Wang Xiaochun quickly get up. Yi Chen walked to Wang Xiaochun's front and helped the latter up. "Exorcising demons and praying for blessings is originally my job. Even if you don't beg me, I will still get rid of these evil spirits." Wang Xiaochun was instantly moved to sob. "Thank you, Master. Many thanks, Master." Seeing this, Yi Chen just lightly laughed and shook his head, then looked at Wang Guoqiang and spoke. "Mr. Wang just said something wrong. That feng shui gentleman actually still has some skills, and they are not low. The method he used to send away the owner of the porcelain vase was actually not correct, only that he did not expect that this move would instead be harmful to little Wang Shishir's family. What does the master say about this?" Hearing this, the crowd were all a little curious and couldn't help but open their mouths to ask. Seeing this, Yi Chen shook his head with a smile and opened his mouth to say, "There were originally a lot of evil spirits here, only that the porcelain vase master's identity was too high and his Tao was too deep. They all didn't dare to risk their heads. If he was here, at most he would take the life of this monk Wang alone, but after sending him away, all those suppressed evil spirits could come out. They aren't as reasonable as that one, and the life of the Wang cultivator alone isn't enough to satisfy them." As he spoke, Yi Chen once again turned his gaze toward Wang Xiaochun and spoke. "If you don't resolve them, in a maximum of 3 months, your entire family will die a violent death." "My entire family will die?" Hearing these words, Wang Xiaochun's face instantly became bloodless, bean-sized sweat continuously emerging from behind his forehead as he hurriedly fell to his knees in front of Yi Chen once again, speaking, "Please, Master, save my life. I've said it all. I won't care." Seeing this, Yi Fan gently shook his head. Then after a moment of contemplation he opened his mouth and said, "Tonight you take your family all inside the courtyard with you, but you can't leave the manor either. The rest of it will all be given to me. Yes, everything is at master's disposal." Time came to the evening. The large manor courtyard was filled with tents, and the people of the Wang family were all gathered together, looking at the direction of the small building with odd expressions. "Son, do you think what that master said is true?" Mother Wang walked up to Wang Xiaochun and spoke with a skeptical look on her face. "If we don't let him do the exorcism, our family will all die within 3 months? It can't be fake." Wang Xiaochun gently shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. "He helped Uncle Wang get rid of the evil spirits inside the vase we sold him. He's a true master of the way. Alas, your father is really something. What kind of things are these?" As soon as Wang Baiqiang was mentioned, a touch of helplessness appeared on Wang mother's face. Wang Lang did this. Not only did he fail to save his own life, but also brought bad luck to his family's rice bowl. Chapter 86, The Elder of Mount Mao. "Why are you all in the courtyard?" Just as Queen Mother and Wang Xiaochun were feeling confused about the future of their family, a voice came over. The crowd sniffed and looked over to find a small old man in a linen coat standing in the doorway. "How dare you come back?" Seeing this person, Wang Xiaochun was instantly enraged. as this little old man was the feng shui gentleman who had helped his family send away that porcelain vase. Why couldn't the old man come over? Being scolded angrily by Wang Xiaochun's chopped head, this feng shui gentleman was also confused, and frowning, he opened his mouth to ask, "Did something happen? Didn't you say that my father would be fine if you sent that porcelain vase away?" Wang Xiaochun had a sullen look on his face. "But my dad still died." "What?" Upon hearing of Wang Lang's death, Mr. Feng Shui was also very shocked, and his brows couldn't help but furrow even tighter as he spoke. "This shouldn't be. My means did not make any mistakes, and also really sent the owner of that porcelain vase away. You didn't send it clean." Wang Xiaochun gritted his teeth and spoke, "Master Yi helped my family to look at it. There's more than just that one evil spirit in my house. You did send him away, but without his suppression, all those evil spirits came out. If it wasn't for Master Yi's compassionate heart to help our family get rid of the evil spirits, in less than 3 months my whole family would be dead." This, Mr. Feng Shui's face changed, and then hastily reached out and wiped his hand on his eyes, and then looked at the location of the small building, and it was really cloudy, and at that moment, he slapped his thigh. "It's really true." At that moment, Mr. Feng Shui was with a pained expression. "I can't imagine that I have calculated everything, but I didn't think that there is still this." Then he looked at the Wang family members with a guilty face and spoke, "This matter is my fault. I will refund all the fees I have collected to you. These evil spirits, I'll also help you guys get rid of them for free, as compensation. Is that okay?" "Money?" Wang Xiaochun spoke with a cold snort. "Can money get my father's life back? And there's no need for you to help. Now Master Yi is already inside ready to help our family get rid of these evil spirits." "Master Yi?" Mr. Feng Shui couldn't help but frown and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, "Who exactly is this Master Yi?" "It's the head of the voodoo sect." "Master Yi?" Wang Xiaochun had a matter-of-fact expression on his face. But Mr. Feng Shui became even more puzzled. "The Vermilion sect? In my own country, no matter if it's a big sect or a hidden secret tradition. Old man, I've been in contact with all of them, but there's not one by that name. Could it be a small sect that was just created not long ago?" Mr. Feng Shui frowned. "To be able to start a sect, I think there must be some skills in his body. But looking at the yin qi emanating from this small building, the number of evil spirits inside is not ordinary. Can this Master Yi himself? This fellow Taoist is helping me to solve the aftermath of my legacy. I can't let him risk his life alone." Mr. Feng Shui sighed, then looked at the Wang family members and spoke, "Gentlemen, I am Mao Shan's contemporary elder of transmission, Li Ziming, and it is my sin that I was not able to save Duke Wang's life this time. Now that this fellow monk has entered the danger alone, I don't feel at ease. Can I be allowed to go and assist, and also be considered to let me make up for the mistake I have committed me? Elder of Mao Shan?" Hearing Li Ziming show his identity, a group of Wang family members are shocked beyond words. Mao Shan, that is a great sect of Taoism, can be an elder? Is definitely able to use the title of worldly superior to describe. "Are you really a Mao Shan elder?" Wang Xiaochun glanced at Li Ziming suspiciously, and after thinking about it for a while, he believed it in his heart for a few moments. After all, judging from his father's excited behavior when he had invited Li Ziming, the little old man's identity should not be false. "All right then." Wang Xiaochun mused for a moment and got out of the way. In his opinion, the thing about exorcisms was that there might as well be more power in numbers, and letting this little old man go over there would still save Master Yi some effort. "Many thanks." Li Ziming arched his hand and saluted, then walked quickly in the direction of the small building. But before he could take 2 steps, a sudden change occurred. Not far away from the original bright lights of the small building suddenly came out a roar. All the glass was broken at the same time. Instantly dark. A burst of even ordinary people can use the naked eye to see the black gas along the window position rushed up to the sky, appearing evil incomparable. Not good. Seeing this scene, Li Ziming's face changed drastically, and he shouted out loud, "There's a ghost king." At this moment inside the small building, Yi Chen was sitting in the middle of the living room, chanting the Buddhist scriptures with his eyes closed, as if the commotion just now hadn't affected him at all. "Die, give me death, ha ha ha, another blood meal, yo, what a handsome little monk, quickly let sister have some mercy, ha 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 ha." All sorts of voices came from all directions, and along with the voices, there were more than a few strange changes within the room. Black hair flowed out from within the automatically opened faucet, a pair of scarlet eyes were revealed in the half-hidden door of the room, and a pair of small white shoes started walking by themselves. Amit Ba Buddha. Yi Chen finally finished reciting an entire scripture and stood up after singing a Buddhist chant, treating all the surrounding visions as nothing. Instead a smile appeared on his face. "The poor monk has been waiting for you all for a long time." As the words fell, Yi Chen's body emitted a blazing Buddhist light, instantly dispersing all the surrounding yin qi, and amidst a shriek, all the horrifying sights instantly disappeared, and the entire room reappeared into its original form, only different from before. This time there were 7 more figures in the room, so it's a tough one. At the head of these evil spirits was a palace-dressed beauty, with an incomparably thick ghostly aura that had clearly reached the realm of a ghost king. As for the other 6, their strength was between that of a stern ghost and an evil spirit. Are you going to come and meddle in the business as well? The palatial beauty looked at Yi Chen and spoke with an angry face. This guy stole our burial goods. It's only natural for us to seek revenge on him, so who are you to help him out? This is not a good thing to say. Yi Chen gently shook his head and spoke. Mr. Wang bought away your burial goods, but you have already harmed his life. The karma has already been settled. Why would you still want to harm his family? Humph. How can a life compare to the pain of losing my treasure? The palatial beauty snorted coldly, then looked at Yi Chen with an icy gaze and spoke. Little bald donkey, I see that you have some Taoist skills, so I advise you to mind your own business, or else beware of losing your little life. Lord Li Fei, why bother talking nonsense with this bald donkey? A stout man covered in blood on the side hemmed and hawed. Isn't it just a little monk? It just so happens that I haven't enjoyed a blood meal for a long time. Seeing this guy's fine skin and tender flesh, I think the flavor must be good. It's just the right time to have a good time. Chapter 87, Taoist friend, I've come to save you. Seeing this guy's fine skin and tender flesh, I think the flavor must be good. Just in time to open the meat. After saying these words, the blood giant man directly lunged towards Yi Chen. His mouth became the size of a normal person. It was covered with crisscrossing sharp teeth. It looked terrifying. Why do we have to fight and kill? Can't we just sit down and talk? Yi Chen did not have the slightest bit of panic on his face when he saw this. Instead he even laughed and shook his head. Then he reached out to meet the bloody giant man's bloody mouth, and softly recited under his breath, Voodoo Great Hand Seal. As Yi Chen's voice fell, a gigantic palm purely made of Buddha's light appeared out of thin air, directly grasping the blood giant man in its hands. What is this? In the blink of an eye his body was bound. The blood giant man was shocked to the extreme and began to struggle, but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't shake the palm by half. On the contrary, the swastika engraved in the palm of the hand seemed to carry some kind of magic power. The more he struggled, the more serious the consumption of yin qi on his body. This blood giant man finally panicked, knowing that the young monk in front of him is not a character that he can mess with, and could not help but ask for forgiveness. I was wrong, master. Let me go. Full of blood sins. In his life he should have been a huge bandit who killed people in a grassy manner. Yi Chen gently shook his head. A coldness surfaced on his face. After death, not practicing properly to pay off his debts, but also dared to hurt people's lives and enjoy a blood meal. The crime is unforgivable. Be executed. As the words fell, the Buddha's handprints suddenly tightened, and the blood giant man didn't even have a chance to scream before he turned into a ball of green smoke. His body was destroyed, lightly pinching down an evil ghost whose strength was close to that of a ghost general. This image was too frightening for the crowd of yin creatures present. Their faces changed drastically, and their gazes towards Yi Chen were not as relaxed as before. Instead they were full of scorn and gravity. Yi Chen dispersed his hand seals. A smile appeared on his face. He was very satisfied with the power of this new divine ability. Then he turned his gaze towards the palace dress beauty and the group of yin creatures, and spoke. Can we talk properly now? Yes. The palace-suited beauty nodded with a grave face, then took the lead and walked to the sofa opposite Yi Chen and sat down. The other yin creatures also hurriedly followed suit and came to stand behind the palace-suited beauty. How do you want to talk? The court-suited beauty looked towards Yi Chen and frowned slightly. Although she herself was a ghost king, she was also relying on her noble status for the most part, and her true strength was only a little bit stronger than the average ghost general. She was certainly able to kill the blood giant, but it would be difficult to do so as easily as Yi Chen. So in the face of this young monk whose true strength was unknown, she couldn't help but feel a little fearful in her heart. It's actually quite simple. Yi Chen smiled and opened his mouth to say, the grudge between you and the Wang family is over. Go back to the graveyard if you want to, cultivate well in the future, and don't dabble in the things of the young world. In this way poor monks will not make things difficult for you guys. How can? The palace dress beauty was silent for a while, and finally gently nodded. Compared to this horrible monk, this revenge or not seems to be less important. Good. Yi Chen smiled and stood up, then looked at the group of yin creatures and spoke. In order to prevent you all from violating the agreement, the poor monk is going to leave some means on you. Leave means on us? At that the faces of both the palace dress beauty and the group of yin creatures changed. The former couldn't help but frown and looked towards Yi Chen and opened his mouth to ask, what are you going to do? Don't worry, it won't hurt you guys. Yi Chen smiled and spoke. It's just leaving a Buddha's light on you all, so that it's good to supervise you all not to do evil in the future. Then what if we don't want you to do that? The face of the palatial beauty cold. Leaving a Buddha's light, but also just. That play should be a big taboo thing for all in objects except some special in objects. As long as it is stained, the light is the imbalance of in chi, but cultivation is greatly damaged, and the heavy even has the risk of God's soul being destroyed. Then there is no way out. Looking at the crowd of fierce-eyed in creatures, Yi Chen grinned and spoke. If reason doesn't make sense, then the poor monk still knows a little bit about fisticuffs. Stinking monk, give your face no face. With a furious look on her face, the palatial beauty overturned the coffee table in front of her, and the thick in chi instantly eroded all the furnishings in the entire room into pieces. Wanting to leave a mark on us? Let's see if you have that ability. As the words fell, she brought the remaining 5 in creatures together to pounce towards Yi Chen, and all sorts of bizarre changes began to manifest. Amit Ba Buddha. Looking at the group of in spirits that pounced over, Yi Chen put his hands together and chanted the Buddha's name, and dazzling Buddhist light began to surge over his body. Since a few monks are unwilling, then the poor monk will have no choice but to overtake a few monks. Hurry up! At the entrance of the small building at this moment, Li Ziming was sweating profusely as he marched forward against the in chi. Fellow Daoist, you must hold on. Li Ziming gritted his teeth and looked at the location where the in chi was gushing out from upstairs, his heart anxious to the extreme. He had immediately hoofed it towards this place ever since he sensed the Ghost King's in chi, but there was no way around it. The in chi here was already thick enough to cause a qualitative change. He almost used all his means, but he still couldn't move an inch, and after a full 10 minutes of stalemate, he ended up not even being able to touch the location of the corridor. No, the evil spirits here are too terrifying. If I delay any longer, that fellow Daoist will be in danger. Thinking of this, Li Ziming gritted his teeth and pulled out a purple talisman from his pocket. Looking at this precious treasure, a look of flesh pain flashed across Li Ziming's eyes, but then he became resolute. Immortals cover my eyes. Yin and Yang are at my disposal. He let out a soft shout. Then the talisman in his hand ignited itself, and an aura emerged from his body, finally breaking free from this in chi that was like a quagmire. Li Ziming then took large strides towards the room upstairs with the thickest in chi and ran wildly, directly breaking the door with a foot, and letting out a shout under his breath. Fellow Daoist, I've come to save you. Just after the words were said, Li Ziming froze, followed by him rubbing his eyes with some disbelief. In the room, a young monk was drinking tea by himself, while behind him, a Ghost King level woman in creature was rubbing his shoulders and knocking his back with a smile on her face, while the other 5 in creatures were cleaning. Stop for what? Keep cleaning up. Yi Chen glanced at the few in creatures that had stopped, and the latter was instantly jolted, then busily continued cleaning up. Then Yi Fan turned his gaze back to Li Ziming, and with a puzzled face, he opened his mouth and asked, "You are?" Chapter 88, The Regretful Li Ziming. I am Mao Shan's contemporary transmission Elder Li Ziming. Li Ziming arched his hand towards Yi Chen and opened his mouth in a tone that carried a tentative tone. Your Excellency is Master Yi? Little monk Yi Chen, not much of a master. Yi Chen shook his head with a smile, then looked at Li Ziming and opened his mouth to ask, Elder Li is here to deal with these in spirits? That's right. Li Ziming looked at the few evil spirits that were honestly using various tools to clean up the room, and the look on his face became more and more odd. But now it seems that it's the poor Taoist who is being redundant. I didn't realize that your magical power is actually so high, Master Yi, that you were able to tame these netherworlds so quickly. The poor monk only reasoned with them. Yi Chen shook his head and looked at the palace-suited beauty on the side and asked, this female monk, do you think what the poor monk said is right? Right. The palace-suited beauty hurriedly nodded her head as if she was pounding garlic, squeezing a smile from her face as she looked towards Li Ziming and spoke. Master Yi is a good and understanding good person. Li Ziming, can you cover the bruises on your face before you speak, so that your words are very unconvincing? Okay. Yi Chen glanced at the several evil ghosts beside him who had already cleaned up the mess in the house, nodded with satisfaction, and spoke. All come over. The crowd of evil ghosts, including the palace lilies, all stood honestly in front of Yi Chen. Since you all have already had the heart to change, then this matter will end here. Yi Chen looked at them, his face expression flat and without ripples, and spoke in a slow tone. After you go back, cultivate yourselves well, and strive to redeem your sins as soon as possible and ascend to the world of ultimate bliss. If I know that you guys hurt people's lives for no reason, the Buddha's light left on your bodies will make you realize what it means to say that even a Vajra will be angry. Yes. The crowd of Yin spirits couldn't help but shiver coldly and hurriedly opened their mouths loudly to respond. Go on your own. Yi Chen waved his hand, and immediately after that, the figures of several Yin spirits quickly disappeared into thin air, and the Yin chi that had originally shrouded the entire small building also began to dissipate rapidly. Elder Li, the evil spirits have gone. Let's go out together. Yi Chen smiled and gave a slight nod to Li Ziming, who also responded with a quick arch of his hand. Good. With that, the two of them walked towards the downstairs together, and on the way, Li Ziming also explained about how he had helped Wang Lang to avoid the evil spirit before. I really didn't expect that the original Ghost King I sent away wasn't the only one. Li Ziming's face revealed a bitter smile look as he spoke. At that time, I did feel the heavy yin qi in this small building, but I just thought that the Ghost King had just been removed at that time, and the leftover yin qi hadn't dispersed cleanly. It turned out to be a sin that harmed Wang Lang's life. Wang Lang had it coming. It's only right that he suffered retribution. Yi Chen pondered for a while or gently shook his head, looked towards Li Ziming and spoke. However, Elder Li, your means of sending ghosts with people is also not well thought out. It is better to use it sparingly. Oh, Li Ziming froze for a moment, then frowned and spoke. What does Master Yi mean by this? I don't remember having problems casting spells. There is no problem with the spell casting, but there is a big problem with the object. Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh lightly, then looked at Li Ziming and spoke. Elderly, haven't you ever wondered why these evil spirits didn't come out to make a mess before today? Li Ziming was flabbergasted again. Originally he was just preparing to make a return visit this time. He didn't expect to encounter evil spirits at all, and then he was anxious to help Yi Chen, but he really didn't think about this problem. This too is indeed strange. He gently nodded. A confused look could not help but appear on his face, muttering under his breath. Normally it shouldn't be although there is a difference between high and low between the yin spirits, but apart from the subordinate relationship, or else the suppression of the higher ones on the lower ones would be just like that. These yin spirits are all burial objects from the south and north of the sky. Their owners must not know each other. How can that porcelain vase owner press so many yin spirits to prevent them from coming out? Unless, speaking here, Li Ziming's face instantly changed drastically, and bean-sized sweat began to flow down from his foreheads. Gudong. He swallowed a large mouthful of saliva, and then turned his gaze towards Yi Chen, just in time to meet the latter's smiling eyes. Unless the level of the owner of that porcelain vase is unimaginably high. That's right. Yi Chen gently nodded, then spoke. Elderly, your idea is good. To find a person whose destiny is hard enough to help Wang Lang resist this calamity, and then subsequently let the Wang family compensate that person. But the identity of the owner of that porcelain vase's aptitude are much higher than what you imagined. So this kindness of yours has harmed the lives of two people at the same time. Sin. Li Ziming's face turned pale. Then he was about to run towards the door. I'm going to rush to the Wang family to ask who they gave the porcelain vase to. The yin spirit that can make the Ghost King not dare to venture out. It's not hard to imagine how horrible it is. Even if it's lifting the entire power of Mao Shan, I'm afraid that it will have to be treated with caution. Don't worry, it's already fine. Yi Chen pulled Li Ziming with a hand, then spoke with a smile. I persuaded that one away, but I'll talk to you, elderly. In the future, when you use this kind of method, it's better to find out the bottom line afterward. Yes. Master Ye's lesson is right. Li Ziming's face was filled with a look of shame as he bowed deeply to Yi Chen and spoke. In vain. My little old man has been practicing monasticism for most of his life, but I didn't expect that I would make such a big mistake in my old age. If it wasn't for Master Ye's help in correcting it, I'm afraid that I would have jeopardized the lives of two families. It really shames me to the core. Elder Li is overstating things. Yi Chen lightly smiled and returned a Buddhist salute. Your Tao is profound, and there is nothing wrong with the process. This time it was merely an accidental stumble upon a special case. After all, there aren't many yin spirits that can casually suppress a Ghost King in this young world. Does Master Yi know the identity of that yin spirit? Li Ziming opened his mouth to ask with some curiosity. He also wanted to know what kind of existence had caused the total collapse of his plan. It should be an ancient emperor, but who the real body is still unknown. Yi Chen gently shook his head, then spoke. I also came to the Wang family this time to see if I could find some clues about this one. Imperial yin spirit. Li Ziming's entire body was frozen. This kind of existence, not to mention him, even if the Taoist sect's celestial masters were to take action now, it would be in vain. There was someone's main weather in the body. Their gang of Taoist priests dealing with general ghosts and monsters means to put on the emperor yin spirit. It was just scratching an itch. Chapter 89, Departure to Sand City. Master Yi. Seeing Yi Chen and Li Ziming walking out while chatting idly, the crowd of Wang family members were all very excited, and Wang Xiaochun directly ran to Yi Chen's face, smiling sarcastically as he opened his mouth to ask, Master Yi, have all those evil spirits been removed? All have been sent away. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. Seeing this, the crowd of Wang family members all let out a long breath and hurriedly saluted towards Yi Chen. Many thanks to Master Yi for saving our family. Prestige value plus 1,000. Prestige value plus 1,000. The reputation value steadily rose, which showed that the Wang family was sincerely thanking themselves, and Yi Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Master Yi, we really don't know how to thank you. Wang Xiaochun spoke with a bitter expression on his face. If it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid that our family wouldn't even know how to die. My Wang family is willing to offer half of our family's fortune to repair the lintel of the voodoo temple and mold the body of the true Buddha. Half of the family fortune is not necessary. If you really have the intention, just go to the Buddha often. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. Then he looked at Wang Xiaochun and opened his mouth to ask, "Little cultivator Wang, I'd like to ask, where exactly did your father get so many burial goods from? This is embarrassing to say." A bitter smile appeared on Wang Xiaochun's face before he spoke. "My father likes to observe antiquities on a regular basis, but his eyesight is not good enough, so he's always getting pitched. Later on, I don't know where he learned of a channel that said there were antiques that were guaranteed to be authentic, so he went there and ended up poking over these unclean things." Yi Chen, in a sense, this channel is really not false propaganda. People give things that are really true. Can you tell me about this channel? Yi Chen opened his mouth and asked, and Wang Xiaochun nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, of course, then thank you very much. After resting for a night in the Wang family, Yi Chen was ready to return to the Vermilion Temple the next day. Ding! Successfully repelled a number of ghostly creatures. Gained 200,000 merit. Ding! Successfully killed an evil ghost level in spirit. Obtaining 100,000 merit. In the car, Yi Chen roughly swept a glance at the guardianship at the Wang family manor this time, and the rewards from the last time he had faced the Ghost Emperor's incarnation head-on were not comparable at all. However, this was normal. After all, Yi Chen didn't go on a killing spree this time, and didn't even do much, so of course the rewards weren't much. Host, Yi Chen. Avatar, Vajra Manifestation, orange. Buddha's Light, purple. 5 Elements Mantra, purple. Voodoo Great Hand Seal, purple. Buddha's Light Body Protection, passive. Technique, Great Sun Rulai Sutra. Technique, Buddha's Rage. Technique Skill, Buddha's Rage. Magic Treasure, 7 treasures surplus asterisk only. 100 treasures purple gold bowl asterisk only. Magic Weapon, Purple Dragon Staff, purple. Skill, Purple Dragon Seal. Artifact, White Jade Demon Repelling Pearl, purple. Skill, Buddha's Light Emerges, expendable. Merit, 147,000. Reputation, 310,000. Sect, Voodoo Sect. Sect, Voodoo Sect. Sect, Voodoo Sect. Disciples, 100/130. After scanning through his current panel, Yi Chen withdrew his gaze, and then began to contemplate his next plan. The channel for selling the burial goods had already been found, but the place was a little too far away, in the city of Shacheng, and after arriving there, not only would he have to investigate the location of the porcelain vase owner's tomb, but he would also have to make a trip to negotiate with the vase owner in person. This back and forth, even if everything goes well, that will be at least a month's time. If he was alone before, that said to go also went, but now he has just founded the back of the Voodoo sect, as well as just received a number of disciples. One had to consider for their safety, especially since the matter of the Ghost Tide siege had just passed, and there were still a lot of gazes watching in the vicinity of the Vermilion Demon Temple now. It's still a bit worrying. Yi Chen gently shook his head, and just as he was thinking hard about a solution, he suddenly remembered someone. That was Li Ziming, who he had just met. As a Maoshan Highlander, this guy was certainly not weak. This could be seen from the fact that he was able to send away the porcelain vase that the Ghost Emperor's incarnation was clinging to unharmed, and from the point of view of character, this guy wasn't a moralistic person either. Knowing that he had done something wrong would honestly make up for his faults instead of trying to find a way to shirk his responsibility. If I can get him to watch my home for a while. Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and then he immediately found out the contact information that he had exchanged with Li Ziming at the Wang family home not long ago from his body and dialed it. Things did not go out of Yi Chen's expectation. Li Ziming agreed very quickly, because in his opinion, Yi Chen had helped him correct his mistake in time, and did not let things develop to a point where they could not be resolved. This was a great favor. Helping to look after the sect for a while wasn't a difficult task, so of course he had no reason to refuse. What's more, Li Ziming was still interested in Yi Chen's Vermilion sect, so this was a good opportunity to get to know it. In this way, after Yi Chen returned to the Voodoo Temple, he made some simple arrangements for the matters after he left, and then handed over all the sect affairs to Li Ziming to take care of them for him, and he himself boarded the car to Shacheng City. On the high-speed train, Yi Chen closed his eyes and recited the sutras silently in his heart. Of course, his outfit was very eye-catching, and many people threw strange gazes at him. However, Yi Chen was not as sensitive as he was in the beginning, and turned a blind eye to all these gazes. Just at this time, a clamor suddenly came from the carriage in front, and it even started to approach towards this side. What's happening? Quite a few people cast curious gazes. Yi Chen originally had no intention of paying attention, but what made him strange was that inside the clamor coming from that, it seemed to be mixed with the voice of an acquaintance of his. Shui, don't you go. A young man with a small flat-shaved head and dressed in a very rich manner looked at Tang Shui in front of him with a sarcastic smile on his face. Zhou Zhaoping, are you sick? Tang Shueishui's face became very ugly. Looking at the youth in front of her, she opened her mouth and scolded. You'll follow me wherever I go. If you do this again, I'll go report you for harassing me. Shui. Zhou Xiaoping had a playful look on his face, reaching out to block Tang Shueishui's path. Just accept me. I really like you, but I don't like you. Get out of the way. Tang Shueishui's face turned green with anger, and as soon as she opened Zhou Xiaoping's hand, she dragged her own traveling gift and walked into the carriage where Yi Chen was. Shui. Zhou Xiaoping opened his mouth to call out, but Tang Shui simply ignored him, which couldn't help but make his face look a little ugly, a flash of anger in his eyes. Stinking, shameless, wait until we get to Shachang and see how I'll take care of you. Chapter 90, Stripped. Nuts. Tang Shui had an obscure expression on her face as she took a step to her place. Then she was ready to put her traveling gifts on the luggage rack, but they were too heavy and she was a little out of her depth. Just as she was struggling with what to do, a voice came over. I'll do it. Hearing this familiar voice, Tang Shui froze for a moment, then turned her head over with great excitement, and sure enough, she saw a familiar figure. Yi Chen smiled and took the traveling gift in Tang Shui's hands, then helped her put it on the luggage rack. Yi Chen, why are you here? Tang Shui directly switched her seat to the side of Yi Chen, and it just so happened that the person sitting next to Yi Chen was still a little uncomfortable with having a monk by his side, and agreed painfully. I'm going to Sand City to do some business. Yi Chen smiled and spoke. What about you? What are you doing in Sand City? And that guy just now is? You forgot. I'm from Sand City. Just came over here to go to school. Tang Shui skimmed her mouth and spoke. Of course I'm going home when I go to Sand City. As for that guy just now. Speaking of Zhou Xiaoping, a look of disgust instantly appeared on Tang Shui's face as she spoke. A psychopath. Immediately afterward, Tang Shui spilled the beans with Yi Chen on how he had come to know Zhou Xiaoping, and simply put, he was an avid fan. So avid that he had reached the point of being a private fan. After knowing Tang Shui's address, this guy started to pester Tang Shui like crazy. Even reporting it didn't make him stop. I'm also going to go home this time to hide from this lunatic. Tang Shui had a headache look on her face, and spoke with a bitter smile. Who knows where this guy got the news from, and arrived early to wait for me on the high-speed train. Going on like this isn't a solution. Yi Chen looked towards Tang Shui and opened his mouth to ask. This kind of paranoid person, if you can't completely make him give up pestering you, sooner or later, he will do even more excessive things. I also know that, but I've thought of all the ways. It's useless. The helpless look on Tang Shui's face became even more intense as she smiled bitterly and spoke. This guy is just like a dog's skin plaster, sticking to me to death. Let me help you think of a way. Yi Chen thought for a moment, then looked towards Tang Shui and spoke. He definitely couldn't watch his friend encounter this kind of trouble. After getting off the bus in a while, I'll see about finding this Master Zhou to have a chat and see if I can help him unlock this obsession. What? Our Master Yi is still going to help enlighten and unravel people? Tang Shui laughed and squeezed his eyebrows towards Yi Chen for a while, then spoke somewhat helplessly. It's useless. It's not like he hasn't looked for official mediation. That guy promised well on the first day, and then directly reversed himself on the second day. Still the same demeanor. Don't worry. Yi Chen smiled and opened his mouth, then glanced at his sandbag-like fists. If reason doesn't make sense, then the poor monk still knows a little bit about fists and kicks. You can leave this matter to me. This is what you said. Tang Shui looked towards Yi Chen, smiled and opened her mouth. Then I'll leave it all to you. Solve it. I'll treat you to a good meal. And if you can't solve it, you'll treat me to a good meal. Good. Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh lightly. The high-speed train traveled fast. A few hours passed in a flash, and the city of Shachang was soon close at hand. We're almost there. Let's get ready to get off. Tang Shui glanced at the scenery outside the car window, then greeted Yi Chen as they packed up their manners together. And when the bell rang for the train's arrival, the two of them walked towards the outside together. Where are you going on business in Sand City this time? Tang Shui turned her head to look at Yi Chen and asked. The latter froze for a moment before pulling out a note from her bosom. No. 183, North New Street, Beijing Street? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Tang Shui froze, then frowned and spoke. There was such a street, but it was demolished when I was a child. It's been 10 years or so. Yi Chen also froze. The address Wang Xiaochun gave himself was this Beijing Street. He frowned and looked at Tang Shui and opened his mouth to ask. Is there no other street in Shachang City called Beijing Street? Not that I know of anyway. Tang Shui gently shook her head, then pondered for a moment and spoke. If you're not in a hurry, when I send everything back I can help you look for it together. That's really appreciated. Yi Chen hastily nodded. A street that had been demolished 10 years ago. This would not be easy if he himself, an outsider, wanted to inquire about the exact location here, but if he had Tang Shui, a local, to help him out, it would undoubtedly go a lot smoother. Just as the two of them were talking and laughing as they walked towards the outside of the station, a figure hurriedly walked past the two of them and bumped into Tang Shueishue's shoulder. "Sorry," the man just casually said before walking away, leaving Tang Shueishue covering her shoulder and frowning in confusion. "What is this person doing? He didn't walk on such a wide road, but had to ram into me. It hurts me to death." Tang Shueishue rubbed her shoulder, then smiled and looked at Yi Chen and spoke. "Let's continue walking." Looking at Yi Chen's lack of reaction, Tang Shueishue even reached out and shook her hand in front of the former's face. "Wait." Yi Chen looked at the figure's distant back, a touch of warm anger surfaced on his face, and then pulled Tang Shueishue towards the small park not far from the station. "What's going on here?" Tang Shueishue had a perplexed look on her face, but in a position of trust in Yi Chen she didn't resist. "Where are we going?" "To the corner of the small park." Yi Chen looked around to see no one around, gently nodded, and then turned his gaze to Tang Shueishue and opened his mouth. "Clothes off." "Ah." Tang Shueishue directly froze, and then her face quickly rose once again redness. An unbelievable face looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Take off your clothes." Yi Chen had a puzzled expression on his face, and then opened his mouth to urge again. "Hurry up." "No way." Tang Shueishue's face turned even redder, and she couldn't help but retreat several steps, lowering her head in a voice like a mosquito fly as she opened her mouth. "I'm not your girlfriend, and besides, this is still outside. Where do you think?" Seeing Tang Shueishue's appearance, Yi Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch several times. He gently shook his head and opened his mouth to say, "I'm asking you to take your jacket off, and leak out your shoulders for me to take a look. The person who bumped into you just now wasn't right. If I'm not wrong, he should have already put a black hand on you." Chapter 91 Execution of Evil Devils and Foreigners. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Tang Shueishue's face couldn't help but turn white. She had seen Yi Chen's magical powers, and naturally believed that the latter didn't have the need to lie to herself. Thereupon, she hurriedly put down her salute, and then took off her jacket, pulling open the collar of the small short sleeves inside, exposing her shoulders. "Yeah, what's this?" This dude did not know. Tang Shueishue's shoulder did not know when a hideous ghost face imprint appeared, and it would also move. This could give Tang Shueishue a big jump. "Don't worry, it's just a little ghost. Bear with me, I'll help you get rid of it." Yi Chen opened his mouth and comforted, then raised his right hand. His index finger flashed with blazing Buddhist light, and pressed down towards that mark. Like a red-hot iron ball falling on ice, a green smoke actually rose from Tang Shueishue's shoulder, accompanied by a mournful scream. The shape of a ghostly face suddenly protruded from the position of Tang Shueishue's shoulder, twisting non-stop, and this frightening scene turned Tang Shueishue's face snow-white with fear. However, it was good that she still remembered Yi Chen's instructions. No matter what kind of strange movements came from the position of her shoulder, she held on and didn't move. Buddha's light appears. Yi Chen let out a soft cry, and the Buddha's light at his fingertips instantly became dazzling, stimulating people to open their eyes. "All right." Yi Chen looked at the ghostly face that had completely dissipated and nodded gently before withdrawing his hand. "Thank you, Yi Chen." Tang Shueishue put her clothes back on, but her face was still pale and normal. It was already very difficult for her, an ordinary girl, to remain calm after encountering such a thing. "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even know that I was under a brat." Speaking here, Tang Shueishue's face couldn't help but reveal a look of doubt. "But why? I don't know that person. Why would he harm me?" "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're not clear now." Yi Chen shook his head with a light smile, then spoke. "I don't see this little brat as wanting to harm your life. Instead, it's more like he's trying to erode and occupy your body." Unsurprisingly, the originator behind this should show up soon. Why could Yi Chen know in such detail? The reason was actually very simple. Mission name, kill evil demons and foreigners. Description, kill the disciples of the Left Path sect who set up ghosts to harm people. Reward, Avatar Enhancement Card *1, can enhance any avatar by 1 quality. Left Way sect. No wonder they went back to using such sideways tactics. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with anger. He was rarely this angry. Underhand, this guy clearly had some skills in his body, but he was using these skills against ordinary people. Shuei, in a moment, you do me a favor." Yi Chen looked towards Tang Shueishue and spoke. "I'm going to pull this guy out." "Good." Tang Shueishue nodded her head vigorously. She was the victim, and of course, she also immensely hoped that the person who was going to harm her would be punished. Seeing this, Yi Chen lightly smiled and nodded, then spoke to Tang Shueishue in a low voice. "A moment later you are like this, on the other side, not far from the station, inside a small restaurant box. Grandmaster Chen, are you sure that your means are useful?" Zhou Xiaoping looked at the gloomy middle-aged man across from him and opened his mouth with a face of excitement and thrill and asked, "In the future, whatever I say, Tang Shueishue will listen to it." and definitely won't resist me? Of course. The gloomy middle-aged man known as Master Chen lightly took a mouthful of tea and spoke with a smile. I've never missed a shot yet. Wait for a little while longer at most. The means I used will take effect, and by then, Miss Tang will become obedient to you, and she'll do whatever you want her to do. Great! Zhou Zhaoping's face was filled with excitement, and a touch of morbid madness even flashed through his eyes. Tang Shui, you're finally mine. Cough. Master Chen suddenly coughed dryly twice at this time, then looked at Zhou Zhaoping and opened his mouth. Mr. Zhou, then what you promised me. Don't worry. Zhou Zhaoping waved his hand, his face filled with an expression of disinterest. As long as it's confirmed that Tang Shui has indeed become obedient, the $3 million will be in the account immediately. That's good. Master Chen nodded with a light smile, then glanced at the time above his watch and spoke with a smile. It's almost time. Mr. Zhou, let's go see your future slave together. Ha ha ha, good. Zhou Zhaoping stood up and then stepped out of the box with Grandmaster Chen, walking towards the door. Young master, this is Tang Shui's route record of the places she's been since coming out of the station. Just as soon as he left the door, a man in a black uniform quickly handed Zhou Zhaoping a book in front of him. Aha! Zhou Zhaoping gave a light opened it and flipped through 2 pages before tossing it aside, looking towards the group of men who had long been ready to go not far away and said, let's go. Go to the place where she's at right now. Yes, the crowd answered in unison, and a row of convoys then started, traveling quickly up the highway. And at this moment, Tang Shui was loitering in the middle of a shopping mall. She was pretending to check out the merchandise while thinking about the conversation she had with Yi Chen earlier in her mind. Wait a while, don't go home first, walk around outside more. It's best to find a place with fewer people to hang around. There's no way those guys will be able to hold back. When they all come out, I'll be able to seize the opportunity to kill them all in one go. It's almost time to wander around. Just see where there are fewer people below. Tang Shui settled the bill for her purchases, and then directly exited the mall, heading in the direction of an industrial park. It was inconspicuous when there were more people before, and as the more people walked, the less people there were. Tang Shui also finally realized just how many people were following her around. What the hell are these guys doing? Tang Shui only felt her heart thumping. When had she ever experienced something so exciting? Trust Yi Chen, he's very powerful, Tang Shui said to herself in her mind, and then quickened her steps as she walked towards the industrial park. As expected, just when Tang Shui had completely walked to an unoccupied street, the people behind her flew after her and surrounded her in the center. Who are you guys? What do you want? A look of panic flashed across Tang Shui's face. It really wasn't an act. She was indeed taken aback. However, these people didn't answer her words, still surrounding her firmly in the center, not allowing her to leave. Immediately afterward, a roar of automobiles came, and a fleet of cars arrived in front of Tang Shui, with Zhou Zhaoping and Grandmaster Chen striding down from above. Shui, this time you finally can't escape. Chapter 92, King Kong's Fury. It's you! Tang Shui's face was filled with a look of surprise. It turned out that the person who wanted to harm herself was Zhou Zhaoping, the stalker. That's right, it's me. Zhou Zhaoping's face was filled with a lecherous smile as he gently waved his hand, and those who had surrounded Tang Shui dispersed. He slowly stepped in front of Tang Shui, reaching out to try and caress the latter's cheek. You don't know, even just for this moment, I miss you so much. Get lost. Tang Shui really couldn't stand Zhou Zhaoping's eyes anymore, and opened the latter's hand, shouting, you hurry up and get out of the way. You guys are now illegally detaining my personal freedom. I'm going to report it to the police. To report to the police? Zhou Zhaoping suddenly laughed out loud, and then cast his eyes towards Master Chen behind him and spoke. Master Chen, let me see your means. Of course. Grandmaster Chen looked towards Tang Shui, the pupils in his eyes suddenly turning green. Eclipse. The expected scene didn't happen. Tang Shui was still standing properly in place, and at the moment, she was actually leisurely holding her cell phone to the signal. Master Chen couldn't help but be flabbergasted for a moment, then wrinkled up no and cast the spell again. The breeze blew by, rolling up the fallen leaves on the ground. Other than that, nothing happened. Master Chen, what's going on? Zhou Zhaoping's face became not very pretty anymore as he looked towards Grandmaster Chen and spoke. Didn't you say so? As soon as you perform the spell, will Tang Shui become my slave? Don't be in a hurry, Mr. Zhou. Grandmaster Chen this time also finally realized that something was wrong, and with both fingers wiping on his eyelids, he once again looked at Tang Shui. So it was someone who broke my spell. The look on his face instantly changed, looking around, shouting in a cold voice, if a fellow Daoist is there, then why don't you show yourself and hide your head? What kind of hero is that? Fellow Daoist? You are also worthy? A voice suddenly rang out of thin air, and in the next instant, A golden light descended from the sky and landed beside Tang Shui, while those who surrounded her were counted one by one. All of them were lifted out. Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen appear, Tang Shui's heart finally landed on the ground. Looking towards Zhou Xiaoping's group of people, gritted his teeth and spoke. Help me teach them a good lesson. Don't worry, none of them can run away. Yi Chen laughed, then turned his gaze towards the already dramatically changed in color Master Chen, and spoke in a cold and hard tone. You are a disciple of the Left Dao sect? That's right. What sect is your excellency? Why are you trying to sabotage me? Master Chen's face was very ugly, and behind him, a multitude of ghostly shadows had surfaced, emitting a powerful yin qi. Voodoo sect. Yi Chen. Yi Chen's face was calm as he looked at Grandmaster Chen and spoke. What kind of skill is it for a cultivator to take action against a mortal? I can't watch it, so naturally I have to take care of it. Good. A touch of coldness surfaced on Master Chen's face. If you like to mind your own business, then you have to see if you have that ability. 10 ghosts eroding the heart. He suddenly opened his hands, and a cloudy wind blew up from the flat ground. 10 slightly illusory figures appeared around Yi Chen, hissing and lunging towards him, aiming precisely at his heart. Yi Chen. Tang Shui was startled, wanting to bar Yi Chen from his spot and push him away, but he didn't push. Don't worry, no problem. Yi Chen smiled, then lightly waved his sleeve, and the Buddhist light turned into a long whip, directly scattering those 10 figures. This little skill can't help me. Yi Chen turned his gaze towards Master Chen and spoke with a cold smile. It's back to me, isn't it? With a single step, his figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he actually appeared in front of Grandmaster Chen. Before Grandmaster Chen had time to react, his neck was grabbed by Yi Chen as well, followed by a cry. The Buddha's light appears. A blazing Buddha light that could be described as fiery emanated from Yi Chen's body, setting him off as a burning golden sun. On the other hand, that Master Chen was screaming miserably, as black smelly smoke came out of his body in a steady stream, while his own breath was weakening and his body was becoming thinner and weaker. At the end of the day, Grandmaster Chen's body that was still quite sturdy became dry and thin, and his entire body trembled as if it would break at the slightest fold. This cultivation method is really unseen, actually keeping so many Yin spirits in captivity on his body. It wasn't until after the last Yin spirit had been transcended with Buddha's light that Yi Chen threw Master Chen to the ground and looked at the latter and spoke. Now do you think I have the ability to meddle in this idle matter? Yes. The already thin sparrowed Master Chen directly fell to the ground in obeisance. From the time Yi Chen started to transform the Yin spirit placed on him, he knew that this thing was going to be a disaster, and now he could only hope that his clan's reputation was loud enough. So this Miss Tang is a friend of your senior. The late generation has eyes to recognize MT. Tai, please forgive me. I am willing to compensate. I hope you can let the late generation off the hook for the sake of my sect's elders. Where is the mountain gate of your Left Dao sect? Yi Chen did not respond to his words. Instead he opened his mouth to ask in return. Hearing that Master Chen froze for a moment, then tentatively opened his mouth to ask, can I exchange my late generation's life after saying that? You say first. The intersection of the two worlds, the land of Yin and Yang, both lead to the mountain gate of my clan. Yi Chen gently nodded. This wasn't much better to find. Then he looked at Grandmaster Chen again and opened his mouth to ask, how many times has this hook been done? Grandmaster Chen blinked and smiled sarcastically as he opened his mouth and said, this is the first time for the late generation. Tell the truth. Yi Chen also laughed, then reached out a little, and a Buddha light landed on Grandmaster Chen's body, directly igniting the only remaining Yin Qi on the latter's body, burning him with a wail. I say, how many times? More than 50 times. Can't remember exactly. More than 50 times. Yi Chen gently nodded. His face already looked cold as frost. This meant that there were more than 50 people who had been taken over by the little ghosts because of this Master Chen's so-called secret method, and had become walking corpses. Yin spirits and evil spirits hurting people's lives, that is by nature. But you hurt people because of greed. The means are cruel and bad to the extreme. Yi Chen said word by word, as if pronouncing a judgment. Master Chen was already ashen. Just from Yi Chen's tone it sounded like he wasn't going to let himself live. He hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted, Senior, my Left Dao sect has countless great powers. Are you really not afraid that my clan will avenge me? Yi Chen, however, didn't even pay attention to him, still saying to himself, my Buddha is merciful and universal, but he can't dispense with villains like you. Only Vajra Rage can burn out your sins. Chapter 93, Unexpected Harvest. An unexpected gain. Buddha Fury Vajra. Yi Chen slowly raised his head. His eyes shot out divine light, and a six-armed, armor-clad raging Vajra silhouette appeared behind him, and the devil-subduing pestle in his hand nailed down towards that so-called Master Chen. No! Seeing the towering mountain-like Numu Vajra falling down towards him, Grandmaster Chen's eyes narrowed to the size of pinpoints almost instantly. his face filled with a look of fear. 100 demons possession. Master Chen gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to forcefully gather some yin qi against his body. But how could that meager strength resist the fury of the Dharma Protector Vajra? In the blink of an eye, that tiny bit of yin qi was instantly vaporized, and Master Chen himself turned into a wisp of green smoke in the endless blazing Buddha light, completely disappearing between heaven and earth. My Buddha is compassionate, but he also has the wrath of the Vajra. Yi Chen spoke in a calm tone and slowly opened his mouth. Then he turned his gaze towards you, and then Zhou Xiaoping and his group who were completely stunned. Master, spare your life. Master, spare your life. Zhou Xiaoping and his entourage saw Yi Chen looked over. His face immediately surfaced a look of fear and trepidation. Have fallen to the ground to look at Yi Chen, even begged for forgiveness. Master, please let me go. Zhou Xiaoping had a terrified look on his face. As a second generation with some social status, he had seen a lot of the world, or else he did not have a doorway to contact such a demonic person as Master Xiaochen. But someone as powerful as Yi Chen who was visible to the naked eye like this, he had never seen or even imagined before. Master Chen, who was the bottom of himself, hadn't even lasted 2 moves in front of someone else, so if this really had murderous intentions towards him, he would still be able to destroy himself casually. I would like to make an offering of money to Grandmaster. Zhou Xiaoping looked at Yi Chen with a pale face and opened his mouth. I am willing to convert to my Buddha. I only ask that the master can forgive me. Thou art of obscene character. How can you understand the goodness of Bodhi? Yi Chen just gave him a cold look, then turned his gaze to Tang Shui at the side and opened his mouth to ask, Shui, what are you going to do with these people? How to deal with them? Tang Shui looked towards Zhou Xiaoping, as well as the group of people beside him. A look of anger surfaced on her face. Yi Chen had already explained it all to her. That so-called Master Chen's means was actually casting a spell to seal the little ghost into the other party's body, and then gradually unsealing it. In this way, the resuscitated little ghost would grab control of the physical body with the original owner of the body. And how could a normal person deal with something like a yin spirit? Most likely they wouldn't be able to grab it. In the end, the little ghost will slowly erode their own bodies, and they can only watch as they are reduced to a puppet to be manipulated by others. The moment she thought of that horrible consequence, Tang Shui's face couldn't help but turn slightly white, and then began to redden again as she gritted her teeth and viciously kicked Zhou Xiaoping. Shui, I was wrong. I won't pester you anymore in the future. Please let me go. Zhou Xiaoping also knew that his life was now at Tang Shui's whim, and decisively shifted direction and began to cry and beg for Tang Shui. For the sake of me doing my best to call for your support for so many years, just let me go. You still have the nerve to say that. It was fine if they didn't mention this, but as soon as they did, Tang Shui's face immediately turned from pale to iron blue. It was true that this Zhou Xiaoping hadn't given himself a lot of support, but the way he did it was outrageous. Have you ever seen anyone who has a support group that still has a packed house? This guy was able to do it. He was able to drive away all the fans who liked Tang Shui, leaving only himself to wail in the arena. Tang Shui a other cause cooperation out of a photo album. This guy directly on the internet crazy stepped down to hold high. Tang Shui own boast out of the flower. To others cooperation costs a meal loss. So that originally Tang Shui in the circle is not bad people all of a sudden cool. Even a lot of fans are not accustomed to Zhou Xiaoping's behavior, but cannot help this guy's family is big. Most of the people do not have much of a way. Sparing you is impossible. Tang Shui had a cold look on her face as she looked towards Zhou Xiaoping and opened her mouth. You're trying to turn me into a walking corpse. What qualifications do you have to pray for my forgiveness for doing such a thing? Shui, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Zhou Xiaoping's face was filled with fear. Kneeling down on his knees in front of Tang Shui, sobbing uncontrollably, he opened his mouth and said, Please forgive me once. Give me another chance. I really know I'm wrong. You're not the one who knows it's wrong. Tang Shui interrupted him coldly, speaking in a cold, hard tone in response. You just know that you've lost and will most likely die. After saying that, Tang Shui turned her head towards Yi Chen and opened her mouth to ask, Yi Chen, directly letting him die would be too cheap. Is there any way to properly punish him? Let him atone for the sins he committed before? Rather, there is. After Yi Chen pondered for a while, he gently nodded and spoke. It's actually very simple. Yi Chen looked at Zhou Xiaoping and spoke. The heavenly Tao is vicissitudes, and karma has its rewards. With your sins, you should have been reincarnated in hell. But my Buddha is merciful and is still willing to give you a chance to redeem yourself. Many thanks to Master for sparing my life. Many thanks to Master for sparing my life. Zhou Xiaoping hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, but Yi Chen gently shook his head and spoke. Deadly sins can be spared, but living sins are hard to escape. After saying this, he reached out his hand and pointed towards Zhou Xiaoping. An ray of Buddha light didn't enter the latter's body. Zhou Zhaoping didn't feel anything at first, but not a moment's effort later he felt sweaty and agonized to the extreme, as if he was within a furnace being repeatedly steamed and roasted, but it was not possible to see any signs on his body. This Buddha light will help me monitor your words and actions. Yi Chen looked at Zhou Zhaoping and spoke in a calm tone. If you want to avoid its scorching, you will need to seek out those who have been harmed by you and obtain their forgiveness before doing 10 good deeds in order to be soothed. When you can atone for all the evil sins in your body, it will naturally leave. Many thanks for your guidance, Master. Zhou Zhaoping trembled as he fell to the ground and kowtowed to Yi Chen, and then flew away in his car with his own men assisting him. The task kill the evil demons and foreigners has been completed. The reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, persuade people to be good. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 200,000 merit points. Yoo-hoo, there's a windfall? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. He hadn't really thought that teaching Zhou Zhaoping a lesson would actually bring him a reward. Chapter 94, A Visit to the Tang Family. 200,000 points of merit is not bad. It can save me more than a day of hard cultivation. Yi Chen laughed, then cast his gaze to Tang Shui, who was currently looking at him with two starry eyes. What's wrong? Something on my face? Yi Chen was a little twisted by this fiery gaze, and couldn't help but reach out and touch his face. Seeing this, Tang Shui couldn't help but smile and open her mouth. There's nothing. I just think you're really quite different now from before. Is there? Yi Chen was flabbergasted for a moment. Carefully recalling his behavior, he didn't notice anything unusual, so he shook his head with a smile and spoke. Net nonsense. I'm still the same Yi Chen as before. No, you're really different now from before. Tang Shui shook her head very firmly, then smiled and opened her mouth to say, the current you is really starting to have a bit of a master's demeanor. There is? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, and upon hearing this, Tang Shui nodded vigorously. It's true, even just from the point of view of just graduating, you've changed quite a bit now. Of course, at that time you were equally impressive, but how can I put it? Tang Shui furrowed her brows, struggling with the wording in her mind, and after a long while her eyes lit up and she spoke. Zhang Yang, you were a bit too flamboyant at that time. Now you are much more mature and introverted. Just a bit like those martial arts novels where the accomplished warrior is not only strong, but also has a temperament. Yeah, Yi Chen smiled. After thinking carefully, he gently shook his head. He had indeed experienced a lot of things during this period of time. Perhaps he had really become mature? If you say it is, then it is. Yi Chen looked towards Tang Shui and spoke. Let's go. Let's send you home first. After you're settled, I'm still waiting for you to help me find the place I'm looking for. Good. Tang Shui also smiled and nodded. The two of them then greeted the setting sun and evening breeze and began to start heading towards downtown Shacheng City. Mom, I'm back. Open the door for me. In front of the unit door, Tang Shui rushed to the doorbell and sweated. A moment later, the unit door was opened. Tang Shui smiled and turned her head to look at Yi Chen and opened her mouth to say, go up together. It's not easy for you to come to Shacheng, but you also helped me with such a big favor. Arrange for you to have a meal. Then the poor monk will respectfully comply. Yi Chen smiled and performed a Buddhist salute, then led Tang Shui's salute up the stairs with him. Here it is. Talking in the hallway, Tang Shui pointed at a room whose door was opened and spoke with a smile. Ah, finally home. Walking into the room, Tang Shui directly threw the gift in her hand to the side, and the whole person spread out on the sofa, with a look of lovelessness. Shui, why are you throwing things around as soon as you enter again? A middle-aged woman poked her head out from the kitchen. Looking at her face and Tang Shui had a slight resemblance. It wasn't hard to tell that this was Tang Shui's mother. Yeah, you brought your friend back? Seeing that there was actually someone standing in the living room, Tang mother couldn't help but be a little surprised. This daughter of hers was both proud and independent. The last time I saw her bring a friend back was when she was in elementary school. And this time she just graduated from college and brought someone back. Or a boy. Could it be a boyfriend? Thinking of this, Tang mother cannot help but first their hands just fried good dishes put down. Stepped to the living room. Smiling to look at the Yi Chen open mouth asked, young man looks quite handsome. Look at your dress. You are also in my family. Water is the same as playing that what? See what? It's cosplay. Mom. Paralyzed on the sofa, Tang Shui finally struggled to sit up, and then smiled and reached out to point to Yi Chen to his own mother to speak. This is Yi Chen, my college classmates. But people are not what costs. Yi Chen is a proper Buddhist, the abbot of the Vermilion Temple. Yikes. Tang mother was startled. Her gaze towards Yi Chen was also very different. I can't imagine that Xiaoyi is already the abbot of a temple at such a young age. That's really a youthful talent. Auntie is too kind. Yi Chen slightly bowed his head and performed a Buddhist salute. Then Tang Shui on the side spoke with a tired face. Mom, I'm starving to death. When is dinner going to start? You little glutton. Your father hasn't arrived home yet. What's your hurry? Mother Tang couldn't help but laugh and scold Tang Shui for this tired look. Then she looked at Yi Chen and said, Little Yi, you also sit down and rest. I'll go and get you some fruits and pastries. Auntie doesn't need to be so troublesome. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head, but Mother Tang was repeatedly insisting, and in the end, he could only smile bitterly and also made it to the sofa. Just sit down. Tang Shui's very beautiful image was paralyzed on the sofa, looking at Yi Chen and opening his mouth with a smile. A moment later, also taste my mother's earnings. I'm telling you, she burns vegetables a great. After the two of them chatted idly in the living room for a while, the sound of a key opening the door came from the doorway. Hearing this sound, Tang Shui, who was still paralyzed on the sofa, almost subconsciously sat upright. My father is back. Isn't it normal for uncle to come back? Why are you reacting so strongly? Yi Chen wasn't startled by the sound of the door opening, but was instead startled by Tang Shui's actions. Hearing what Yi Chen said, Tang Shui's face suddenly became very odd. She picked this eyebrow, deliberated for a moment before she opened her mouth and said, My father, this person, a little, too much integrity. Just so with you, my dad a moment have said what you do not want to hear. You must not be angry, is it? Ha? Yi Chen hadn't yet reacted to the meaning of what Tang Shui said, when a middle-aged man with a country face that looked very hard and rigid walked in. Dad, I'm back. Tang Shui changed from the casualness she had when communicating with Tang Mother, that sat in a called a board, and spoke as if she was reporting to her superiors. Aha! Tang Father just nodded gently, then turned his gaze on Yi Chen, who was sitting beside Tang Shui. Frowning slightly, he opened his mouth and asked, And you are? Hello, uncle. Yi Chen got up and clasped his hands together, performed a Buddhist salute, and spoke, I'm Shui's university classmate. This time I'm here in Shacheng to do some things, and I just happened to bump into Shui, so I came over to pay a visit. Oh. Father Tang nodded gently in a flat tone, then looked up and down at Yi Chen's outfit and spoke, You're a monk? Uncle is right. I am indeed a monk of the Vermilion Temple now. Yi Chen nodded gently. Then he heard Father Tang in front of him snort coldly, going to the trouble of going to a university, not thinking of giving back to society properly, running off to become a monk? Chapter 95, Tangled. These kids nowadays, I really don't know what each and every one of them thinks. Tang Father gently shook his head, then walked into the inner room without looking back, leaving Yi Chen, whose face was very odd, standing in place. My father is like this. Tang Shui spoke at the side to Yi Chen with a gentle shrug and a smile. It's not bad for you. Before I said I wanted to be a cos, he almost didn't break my legs. If it wasn't for my mom stopping me, we might not even have the chance to meet. Xiao Yi don't mind it. At this time, Tang Mother also walked out from the kitchen. Slightly apologizing, she looked at Yi Chen and spoke. Your Uncle Tang's concepts are still stuck in 30 years ago. Yi Chen quickly smiled and shook his head. Of course not. A few moments later, Mother Tang finally finished her work and shouted for everyone to come out for dinner. On the dining table, Mother Tang moved a few plates of vegetarian dishes to Yi Chen's front and spoke with a smile. Little Yi, you're a monk, so I've made 2 vegetarian dishes for you, without putting any meat in them at all. Do you taste it to your liking? Seeing this scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but be a little touched. Although it was said that the voodoo sect that he had founded didn't abstain from food, this also fully demonstrated that Mother Tang had seriously considered his identity, and for this reason had wasted a lot more time. Many thanks, Auntie. Yi Chen smiled and performed a Buddhist salute to Mother Tang, but the latter shook her head with a smile and spoke, Just don't mind my shoddy handiwork. The table of 4 people then began to eat in an orderly fashion, and halfway through the meal, Mother Tang suddenly looked at Yi Chen and asked, Little Yi, how come you're thinking of becoming a monk at such a young age? This I know. Tang Shui suddenly smiled and raised her hand, looking towards Yi Chen and spoke. Yi Chen graduated, but he said it himself. His family is an ancestral monk. Jing nonsense. Mother Tang glared fiercely at Tang Shui and spoke. Which monk is an ancestral heirloom? Indeed, it's not ancestral. Yi Chen smiled and spoke. But I did choose to become a monk myself. Why? Mother Tang opened her mouth in some confusion and asked. There are so many good jobs in this world. Why did you choose to become a monk? Probably because I need to guard something. Yi Chen shook his head with a light smile. Something that was too secretive. He still wasn't prepared to divulge it to ordinary people, lest it would cause panic. Guard what? Tang's father suddenly spoke. Obviously it was hard to finish college, but instead of thinking of using the knowledge you learned from school to return to society, you're thinking of becoming some kind of monk. You studied hard for over a decade just for this? Dad. Tang Shui looked at her father with some dissatisfaction and spoke. It's not easy for me to bring a friend back home. Can you not always be like this? Old Tang. Alright. Tang Mother also looked at Tang Father with complaining eyes. then with an apologetic face, she looked at Yi Chen and spoke with a bitter smile. Little Yi, it's Auntie, I'm the one who talked too much. I shouldn't have asked you about this. Don't you care? No harm done. Yi Chen lightly laughed and shook his head, then looked at Father Tang and smiled as he spoke. Uncle's words are very reasonable, and there is nothing wrong with what he said. Indeed, choosing to become a monk did somewhat disappoint my previous more than 10 years of hard learning, but I don't regret this choice, because I have reasons for having to do so. What reasons? Selfishness and evasion? Father Tang snorted coldly, then spoke bluntly. I really don't see how being a monk is something that is conducive to the development and progress of society. Since you have your reasons, then why don't you say them to me? Yi Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. He really did not expect Father Tang to be so aggressive. Can't say it? Then doesn't that mean it's not there? Tang father lightly grunted, then put the dishes down and stepped back into the inner room. While walking he also opened his mouth and said, young people nowadays are getting worse and worse than before. This time the atmosphere of the entire house was considered to have frozen to the freezing point. The remaining 3 people didn't know what to say. They could only finish their meal hastily and then separate. Where are you going? Looking at Yi Chen packing his few bags, Tang Shui couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. Seeing this, Yi Chen shook his head and laughed softly as he opened his mouth and responded, of course I'm going to the hotel. Still going to the hotel to do what? Tang Shui tugged at the corner of her mouth and said, my home is not without a guest room. Deal with 2 days in my place. Still don't bother. Yi Chen gently shook his head and spoke, I'll come back to you tomorrow. It's my dad who scared you, isn't it? Tang Shui tentatively looked towards Yi Chen and asked, but the latter just gently shook his head. Of course not. It's mainly really not too convenient either. Harm. My dad is used to preaching people, and what he says really isn't very nice to hear. Tang Shui gently scratched her head, then looked at Yi Chen and opened her mouth. That's fine. Then forget it if you're not willing to stay. Then when I wake up from my nap tomorrow, I'll call you, and we'll go together to find what's that. No. 183, Beijing Street, right? Right. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, then spoke, then I'll come back for you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Tang Shui, Yi Chen then found a hotel on a nearby street and checked in. What did getting that what's-his-name Master Chen killed today explode for me? Yi Chen sat on the bed thinking about the course of today's mission, then summoned the rewarded Divine Power Enhancement card. A light silver-colored card inlaid with gold filigree patterns appeared in his hand. With this thing you are able to upgrade your divine aptitude? Yi Chen looked at the card somewhat favorably, and then began to think about which divine power he would apply this precious sub-opportunity to. Looking at his panel, a look of contemplation appeared on Yi Chen's face, and he muttered something like, looking at it like this, I've learned quite a few divine abilities now. If one were to speak of proficiency, then the ones that Yi Chen had mastered the most were undoubtedly the 5 elements mantra that he had first acquired, as well as the Buddha's light possession that had already been played out by him. Boosting both of them would definitely give Yi Chen's regular combat power a huge boost. But if we were to say that it was to consider the upper limit, Yi Chen couldn't help but cast his gaze towards an avatar that he had only just recently acquired. Vajra Manifestation, Orange. Unsurprisingly, even though Yi Chen had never used this skill before, his quality already spoke volumes about how powerful he was. If the Orange Pass enhancement card was given to an orange avatar, what color would he become? Yi Chen's face was filled with a tangled expression. Chapter 96, Colorful Skill. Calling Buddha Technique. On one side, one could quickly increase their regular combat power, while on the other side, they could indirectly get some leveling news that they never knew before, and would probably obtain a great killing move. The trade-off was really a bit difficult for Yi Chen. After a long period of silence, Yi Chen finally chose to pursue his heart, and used this invaluable avatar advancement card on his current highest level skill, the only orange avatar, Vajra Manifestation. As Yi Chen tapped the confirmation button, a light suddenly lit up in front of his eyes, very blinding and eye-catching. After an unknown period of time, the light gradually converged, and where he had originally had the avatar, the Vajra Manifestation had completely disappeared, and in its place was another name, Buddha Summoning Technique, Colorful. It was actually colored. Yi Chen's entire body was stunned. What kind of magical ability was colored? He was eager to practice this newly acquired divine ability, but after struggling for a while, he suppressed the impulse. After all, he was in a downtown area, so it would be bad if he made too much of a commotion. Maybe it will provoke the local ghost management bureau to come out to invite themselves to drink tea. Although he is not afraid of this, but still the words, more is better than less. With some excitement, Yi Chen gradually stepped into the dreamland, waiting for the next day's pathfinding journey. Early in the morning of the next day, Yi Chen and Tang Shui made an appointment to meet at a place. And when he arrived at the place he happened to look at Tang Shui who was holding a bun without the slightest bit of a ladylike image of a big mouthful of food. You came? Seeing Yi Chen arrive, Tang Shui even smiled and handed out a bag with buns and soybean milk. Here, brought this for you. Then thank you, Ms. Tang. Yi Chen smiled and reached out to take it. Then the two of them looked for a park together to discuss what they should look for below. I asked my mom yesterday. There's only one Beijing street in the whole of Shachang, the one that was demolished more than 10 years ago. Tang Shui held a map of Shachang and gently tapped a place on it a few times and spoke. Now this place is called Tongjiang Road, and it's no surprise that it's the place you're looking for. Isn't it good that the street is found? It's pretty smooth. A smile had just surfaced on Yi Chen's face, and then he was broken by Tang Shui with a pot of cold water. You're a bit early to be happy. This road can be much longer than you think, and because of the reconstruction, all of the previous road signs have long since been removed and replaced with new ones. Tang Shui shrugged and spoke. And because of the planning reasons, Tongjiang Road also simply did not continue the previous North New Street store sign. In other words, now we have to identify the location of an old building from over 10 years ago within a bunch of new buildings. That's not to mention that neither of us have had much contact with this street. Even if you find the previous demolition tenants here, it's been more than a decade and you won't necessarily be able to find useful information. A look of contemplation appeared on Yi Chen's face. Tang Shui was right. If the situation was really all similar to what she had said, then how to confirm the exact address of 183 Beijing Street? That was indeed a big problem. So do you have any ideas now? Yi Chen cast his gaze to the side of Tang Shui opened his mouth to ask. The latter shrugged his shoulders and opened his mouth to say, I'll help you think of a way to do it, but it's not necessarily really useful. Saying this, she pulled out a photo from her pocket and said, Here, this is a photo I took with a friend when I was a kid near that street. Tang Shui pointed her finger at a building on the photo that looked very much like a small bell tower and spoke. All I can tell right now is that the location of the house underneath this bell tower is 90 Beijing Street. All I can pray for now is that this clock tower had better not have been torn down yet, so that I can still narrow down the scope of the investigation a bit based on it. If it's already been torn down. Tang Shui's face revealed a look of helplessness as she shrugged her shoulders and spoke. Then we can really only go from passerby to ask. Let's go then. Let's see if the heavens have favored us? Yi Chen smiled, and then together with Tang Shui, they put all these things away and rushed towards Beijing Street, which was now Tongjiang Road. Unfortunately, the heavens did not favor them, and by the time they arrived, the heavens would have shattered the hope given to them. It's already demolished. Tang Shui had a frustrated expression on her face. She had already walked back and forth on the entire Tongjiang Road twice, and she hadn't seen a building similar to the bell tower at all. She couldn't help but turn her head towards Yi Chen, who opened his mouth and asked, What are we going to do now? Let me think. Yi Chen was silent for a while. 183, Beijing Street was a place he had already identified as a place for grave robbers to sell their loot. So such a place would definitely have a lot of burial goods piled up that grave robbers had stolen from ancient tombs. And in that case, the inchi of this house would be much thicker than other places where normal people lived. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but start to feel it with his eyes closed. A moment later he opened his eyes somewhat disheveled. No, it was now the time when the sun was shining brightly. In this kind of good weather, even the normal stern and evil ghosts were not good to walk around, let alone being able to feel the inchi. Shui, let's split up and ask around. See if there's anything like haunted unclean places anywhere. Yi Chen's eyes turned and changed his direction a bit. Now that he couldn't feel the inchi, that didn't mean it didn't have it places where there was inchi stagnating for a long time. It was definitely prone to strange things. After more than 10 years, Yi Chen didn't believe that this area didn't have one or two rumors of urban weirdness. Immediately, Yi Chen and Tang Shui split up together and started asking the passing passers-by. But unfortunately, after being busy for half of the noon, the two of them didn't get the information they wanted. Forget it, this day is too hot. Let's find a place to rest. Tang Shui was sweating profusely, looking like she was about to be deflated. Yi Chen was of course much stronger than her, but he was also feeling a bit hard. Good, then let's take a rest first. The two of them found a shady place and were just about to rest when Tang Shui received a call from Tang Mother, saying that she temporarily needed to work overtime and asked her to deliver a meal to Tang Father. The two had no choice but to depart for Tang Father's workplace, and when they arrived at the door, Tang Shui went in to deliver the meal, while Yi Chen stood in the doorway and began to ponder why this morning's efforts hadn't even found a single clue. In the end, where is the problem? Chapter 97, The Truth of the Mystery. Could it be that I'm going in the wrong direction? Yi Chen frowned as he crouched on the steps to think. First of all, there was definitely no problem with the address. Wang Xiaochun had no reason at all, and definitely did not have the guts to dare to lie to himself. And it was also true that this was the only road in Sand City that had ever been called North New Street, which was also not wrong. Could it be that his own search method was wrong? Then, it shouldn't be. He had even considered things like the thickness of the yin chi. It was already considered very thorough. Just as Yi Chen was doubting his life outside, Tang Shui also found his father's office with the purchased rice. "Where's your mom? Why are you the one who came today?" Seeing that it was his daughter, Tang father couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, Tang Shui couldn't help but pout. "What? Don't you welcome your daughter me? I'll welcome you if you can save me the trouble." Tang father just lightly glanced at Tang Shui, and then took the meal in the latter's hand over law. "In the future, don't think about those useless things. Work honestly and contribute to the country and society is the real thing." "What? According to you, Dad, do I have to work in an office for the rest of my life like you?" Tang Shui shook her head vigorously and said, "I can't sit still. I just like chaos. It's my hobby and my dream." "You, alas." Tang father glanced at Tang Shui, and finally could only shake his head and let out a light sigh. There was no way. What he should have said had already been said. In previous years, because of this, their father and daughter had quarreled a lot. However, Tang Shui's attitude was so resolute and resilient that in the end, even a man as old-fashioned as Tang father had to give in. "Right, where's that kid who came to the house with you yesterday?" Tang father ate a mouthful of rice, looked at Tang Shui and asked, "Didn't you say you'd help him do something today? Is it done?" "No, right now he's staying outside." Tang Shui had a helpless expression on her face, and looked at Tang father and spoke, "For fear that you two will meet and you'll have nothing to say about others. I didn't let him in, then I didn't say anything wrong." Hearing this, Tang father couldn't help but wrinkle up no, lightly grunted and opened his mouth to say, "What can be the use of being a monk? But it's all feudal dross. Something that should have been abolished long ago, and the young people over here on your side are still picking it up." "Dad," Tang Shui got angry, frowning as she looked at Tang father and spoke, "You can't talk about my friend like that. Yi Chen is really a good person, and you don't even know him. He's really very capable. If he hadn't helped your daughter and I might not even be alive right now." "What?" Hearing this, Tang father immediately froze, and then he didn't eat the meal, and pulled Tang Shui to sit down in front of him, and asked in a very serious manner, "What's the situation in the end? You give me a clear? Why is your life about to be lost? Who is trying to harm you?" No, I'm talking about playing around." Tang Shui also realized that she had said the wrong thing, and wanted to make a harumph to fool the past, but how could she hide this little trick from the Tang father who had watched her grow up? "Say it." "Okay." Tang Shui lowered her head, and then gave her father a rough account of her previous grudge against Zhou Xiaoping, only for the details of which she still made certain modifications. "Dare someone to drug you?" Tang father's face was full of anger, slamming the table to walk out. "I'm going to tear that brat apart." Dad. It's alright, he didn't make it." Tang Shui hurriedly dragged Tang father back, then looked at the latter and spoke, "So it's all because Yi Chen recognized their plot and helped me out, or else your daughter and I would really be in danger. People took care of me so well, but as a result, you were still talking about them like that at the dinner table yesterday." These words made Tang's father unable to help his old face turn red. Where did he know so much at that time? In his opinion, even his own daughter was not doing her job, so what kind of good people could she have made friends with? And under the hatred, of course he looked at Yi Chen with a bad eye. Yet it's not right. Tang's father's face appeared a touch of shame. He was his daughter's savior, but he was still targeting him, so he had become a white-eyed wolf who was avenging his daughter's death. "Right? You did not say earlier, if I had known that he saved your life, how could I treat him that way?" Tang father said and glared fiercely at Tang Shui. Then after pondering for a while, he spoke, "Then what exactly is the matter with this Xiao Yi that he came to our Sand City? He has done our family such a great favor. Of course our family has to reciprocate. It's to look for a place, something like No. 183, Beixin Street." Tang Shui thought for a moment and spoke, "He and I have been searching for the original Beixin Street for the whole morning, but we haven't found anything. It's a hell of a thing to find." Tang father's face suddenly became a bit odd. He looked towards Tang Shui and said, "Because Beixin Street, it doesn't have any 183 numbers at all." Hearing his father's words, Tang Shui couldn't help but directly freeze. Then frowning, he spoke, "Dad, are you sure?" "Of course." Tang father smiled and nodded his head as he spoke. "When I was young, I often had to walk that road for my work. I couldn't be clearer. The entire Beixin Street, the biggest door number on it only goes up to 164, not even 170. How could there be the 183 you're looking for?" This, Tang Shui's face suddenly became oddly colored, then ran towards the outside in a flash. "I'll hurry to tell Yi Chen this news first. Let him confirm it properly." In fact, not only did the faces of Tang Shui's father and daughter become odd, Yi Chen's face likewise became very odd after learning this news. There is number 183 number at all. Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. No wonder he couldn't find it no matter how much he searched for it. An address that simply didn't exist. How could he possibly find it? Then where exactly should the real location of the gang of grave robbers be? A pensive look could not help but appear on Yi Chen's face, and he could not help but turn his gaze back to the note that Wang Xiaochun had handed him in the beginning. No, there should be no problem with the address of 183 Beixin Street, so there was only one way to explain it, and that was 183 Beixin Street, which was not a location at all. Yi Chen then hastily took out his cell phone and started searching online for any local places in Shachang regarding Beixin Street 183. As expected, he made a new discovery. So this is it. Yi Chen looked at the information displayed on his cell phone, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. Heavyweight news. The Ancient Spirit Game Pavilion has opened a new immersive script. The name of the game is 183 North New Street, Chapter 98 Spirit Game Hall. There is no way out of the mountain, but there is a village in the darkness. Using this poem to describe Yi Chen's current mood that was really appropriate. He had never thought that the 183 Beixin Street that he had searched so hard for was actually not a place name. I can't imagine that these grave robbers are quite good at it. A smile surfaced on Yi Chen's face, and seeing this, Tang Shui also cast her eyes over. Ancient Spirit Game Hall? A look of surprise appeared on Tang Shui's face. I know this place. It's an immersive experience gaming hall. It's very famous in our area. Famous? Yi Chen reached out and touched his chin, then looked at Tang Shui and opened his mouth to ask, "What have you heard about this what's-her-name Ancient Spirit Game Pavilion?" "That's a lot," Tang Shui said with both eyes glowing. "This game pavilion has been open in our area for a long time, and has always been doing horror adventure type of secret rooms, and the scripted chambers he's introduced are all not available outside. They're all very real and exciting. There's also been rumors that this place used to scare people to death. I used to go there a lot, but then I haven't been since I went off to college. I'm sure he's thrilling and exciting too." Yi Chen pulled the corner of his mouth. The look on his face couldn't help but become a little odd. Seeing this, Tang Shui opened her mouth a little curiously and asked, "What's wrong? Does this Ancient Spirit Game Pavilion have a problem?" "It's hard to say, but the possibility is high." Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders and spoke. "What exactly is the situation? I still have to go and see it to know." Bring me. Tang Shui opened her mouth with two glowing eyes and asked, "I so haven't even been there. Didn't you say that place was terrifying?" Yi Chen glanced at Tang Shui and asked, "You're not afraid? Isn't there our master Yi and so?" Tang Shui smiled and said, "Of course I'm not afraid with you here. Even if there really are any demons, can they still beat you? Count on you to speak." Yi Chen also smiled and opened his mouth. "Alright then I'll take you to play once." "Yes." Tang Shui happily jumped up, then hurriedly tugged on Yi Chen's arm and ran towards the streets outside. "Let's go." Set off. No. 183 North New Street. The vehicle stopped. Yi Chen and Tang Shui stepped out of the car. In front of them was a tall building. A huge logo was affixed to it. On it was engraved with the two words Guling in ancient style. Strangely enough, obviously these two words were written very neatly, but no matter what viewpoint you looked at it from, you could feel a very disturbing feeling. Bizarre to the extreme. Kind of interesting. Yi Chen carefully surveyed the building in front of him, and an inexplicable look emerged in his eyes. The reason why the trademark was off was simple. The yin qi here was very heavy. It was already so thick that it was able to affect the yang world. This building could already be said to have been flavored with yin qi already, but the special thing about it was that, compared to the evil places that Yi Chen had seen, the yin qi here was very soft and did not have a hostile feeling. Regular people living here would not only not be harmed by this yin qi, but could even be nourished to a certain extent, and their bodies would become healthier. It seems like there are high-level people. Yi Chen smiled. The only person who could make this kind of handiwork that Yi Chen had seen so far was estimated to be Li Ziming, but he wouldn't necessarily be able to do such a perfect job of improving these yin qi that would originally make people sick and crazy to such a degree. I am getting more and more interested in this place. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth lifted up in an arc, and then looked to Tang Shui who spoke. Let's go in and take a look. The two of them then began to take steps towards the interior of this ancient spirit game pavilion, and as they reached the entrance, they happened to see a group of customers who had just finished playing the game walk out from inside. Everyone's face was pale and incomparable, and some were even so scared that their legs had gone soft and they needed to help each other to move. But despite this, every one of their faces was filled with excitement and thrill. It's so exciting. No matter how many times I come, the games in this ancient spirit game pavilion are so much fun. Right, that NPC was really scary. I almost peed myself. Shall we come back tomorrow? No, I'll come back in 2 days. My heart can't take it. Looking at the group of people leaving with a smile and a laugh, Yi Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He could feel the yin qi from these people's bodies, although it was very little, but it was very pure. Normally there could only be one explanation for having such a situation. and that was that these people had recently come into contact with Yin spirits. Taking into account their previous conversation, the answer was self-evident. Other people's haunted houses have people pretending to be ghosts, and you haunted houses have ghosts pretending to be people. You're really good at this. Yi Chen sked, then shook his head with a smile. Although there was Yin Qi on these people, it seemed that it had already been dealt with by means, and would not have an effect on the body, so he was too lazy to care. Taking a step into the Grand Tang, at this time inside the waiting area there were already many people playing table games to pass the time, waiting for the scripted room they wanted to play to be empty. Hello. Yi Chen took a step to the bar, looked at a lazy young man inside, smiled and opened his mouth. I want to play the game, but it's my first time here. Can you introduce me to the process? Sure. Seeing a new guest, the lazy young man, this is sort of a little spirit, then smiled and opened his mouth to say, in fact, it's very simple. All of our games in this are a rule. That is, in the NPC's pursuit to find clues to find treasures, some of the specific details are different for each script. I've said it even if it's a spoiler. You guys can wait until you enter the script to explore it yourselves. What script do you want to play? I'll register you and see if there are any empty seats or teammates. Saying this, the lazy youth pulled out a large notepad. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled and opened his mouth. No. 183, North New Street. By the time he finished this sentence, the look on the lazy youth's face changed for a moment that was visible to the naked eye. He looked up and down at Yi Chen, then smiled and opened his mouth to say, this guest. No. 183, Beijing Street is a script that we have just launched a short while ago, and it's still in the experiments. There are many things in it that we still need to optimize. We can't play it for the time being. Why don't I change it to something else for you? Can't play it? Yi Chen opened his mouth and mocked out. But a friend of mine played it not long ago. Oh, the lazy youth frowned slightly, then asked with a smile, what's your friend's name then guessed? Chapter 99, the game begins. His name is Wang Lang. Yi Chen did not avoid the lethargic youth's glare and smiled as he opened his mouth to reply. So it's Mr. Wang's friend. The attitude of the lethargic youth suddenly made a 180-degree turn, smilingly looked at Yi Chen and opened his mouth. If it's said to be Mr. Wang's friend, then it's no problem. For our store's newly opened scripts, we usually have internal trial games, inviting some game masters to participate, and optimizing the scripts through their experience. Mr. Wang is one of our internal trial users. Ran guessed you are Mr. Wang's friend, so I guess you are also a game master. Not bad. Yi Chen smiled and spoke. I still have a strong resistance to horror elements. That's good. The lazy youth followed with a smile and nodded, then walked out from amongst the bar. Then I'll arrange your teammates for you. This order won't be counted as your money. I hope you can provide some good suggestions for our script. I will try my best. Yi Chen smiled, then waited with Tang Shui next to the bar, and before long, the lazy youth led 3 people from inside the leisure area. These 3 are also interested in touring the new script together. The lethargic youth smiled and opened his mouth. Then several of you, first familiarize yourself with your teammates while I go arrange for the staff to prepare the venue. The script will start soon. Looking at the back of the lethargic youth's departure, the thoughtful look in Yi Chen's eyes flickered before he looked at the 3 strangers. 2 women and 1 man, who are on the side. Hello guys, my name is Yi Chen. This is my friend Tang Shui. We will need to work together next. I hope you guys take care of each other. No. I've only been playing for a short while. One of the 2 girls spoke up. My name is Wang Yuan. You guys can just call me Xiao Yuan. These 2 are my classmates. Li Che. The boy spoke with a haughty face. Listen to the command in a moment. Just don't drag your feet. I'll take you guys through casually. Li Wenwen. The last girl was a bit condescending and only said her name. The crowd waited for a while longer. The lazy youth came late, accompanied by a smile, and opened his mouth to say, let everyone wait for a long time. The new script has a little bit more things to set up, and now it can already start. Several people then followed the lazy youth's guidance to a dimly lit corridor. Walking to the end is the room where our script begins. The lethargic youth smiled and looked at the several people and spoke. I won't follow over. I hope that the several people will have a good time. Let's go. Yi Chen looked to the side of Tang Shui, who was obviously already a little scared but still pretended hard not to be scared and spoke with a smile. The latter nodded gently. Then the few people began to step together towards the depths of the corridor. In the long corridor, only every 5 or 6 meters would there be a dim oil lamp emitting light, which did not shine comprehensively at all, and the narrow environment instead gave people great psychological pressure. It's so dark. Xiao Yuan opened her mouth with a voice tinged with a few tremors, and she couldn't help but hug Li Wenwen's arm at the side. I've played with this kind of Ben a lot. It's just giving you a hint in your heart. Li Che had a disinterested expression and a brave look, but Yi Chen on the side had already noticed the latter's pant legs that had unconsciously started to shake. After walking for a full 5 or 6 minutes, the crowd arrived in front of a rather ancient door, and just as Yi Chen was about to go and reach out to push the door, Li Che suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "Wait, eh?" Yi Chen passed over a questioning gaze, and Li Che's face revealed a very proud expression as he opened his mouth. "We're about to go in. The game must require a strategy if we want to pass. Fighting individually definitely won't work, so we'd better elect a captain first, as a commander. How about it?" "Could be." Of course Yi Chen wouldn't care about this small matter. It wasn't like he came here for the purpose of playing games. Li Che looked towards Yi Chen and Tang Shui opened his mouth and asked, "How many times have you two played this kind of script before?" "This is still the first time." Yi Chen smiled and opened his mouth, while Tang Shui on the side held up a finger. "I played once 4 years ago, so it's 2 rookies." A look of disdain surfaced on Li Che's face. Then he reached out and slapped his chest as he spoke. "I've already cleared 5 plays. Then there's no objection to me being this captain, right?" "Alright." Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Seeing this, a smile of satisfaction appeared on Li Che's face. Reaching out and patting Yi Chen's shoulder, he said, "Okay, the little guy is quite sensible. Don't worry, based on my experience, I'm sure I can take us through all of them, but I have something to say in front." Li Che suddenly changed his words, looked at Yi Chen and Tang Shui and said, "Since I'm the commander, you can't refute anything I say inside the game. You can only execute it. Is there a problem?" "If you're right, then there's no problem." Yi Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. Why was this kid not finished? He himself was still in a hurry to go in. "Alright then, let's go." Li Che then waved his hand. The crowd then pushed open the door of the room and walked into the room behind the corridor. Unexpectedly, unlike the inside of the dim corridor, the inside of the room was brightly lit, and a large, colorful and brightly lit compound appeared in front of the crowd. Wow, what a big space! Xiao Yuan couldn't help but be shocked by the shocking scene and couldn't help but cover her mouth and speak. Did the ancient spirit pavilion build a manor inside the mansion? Bang! The door behind them suddenly closed with a loud sound. Crap! Li Che, who was closest to the door, was startled, and when he saw that the crowd was casting strange gazes, he couldn't help but speak with some embarrassment. Just a normal reaction. Just at this time, a rather dreamy sound suddenly came from the sky, somewhat like a song. It was unclear to hear, but one could feel the sad emotions of the owner of this sound. Welcome to No. 183, North New Street. A woman wearing Qing Dynasty clothing with a veil covering her face appeared beside the crowd at an unknown time. Seeing that someone had appeared, Li Che glanced at Li Wenwen who was on the side, then coughed forcefully and dryly twice before looking at the woman and opening her mouth to ask, "Are you an NPC? What are the rules here?" I didn't expect the woman to simply ignore him and continue to say to herself, "Beijing Street, an ancient street. Originally only one family from the royal family lived on this street, but one day, they all died. Find out the reason before you can leave." Chapter 100 Run Away. But one day, when they are all dead and the reason is found, only then can you leave. After saying these words, the woman's figure just disappeared in front of the crowd. Ghosts. Xiao Yuan, who had the least guts, immediately let out a shrill burst of screams. Yi Chen was not startled by the woman, but instead, he was startled by Xiao Yuan's piercing screams. He cast his gaze to the place where the woman had disappeared, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes before he lightly smiled and shook his head. "It's okay, don't be afraid." Li Wenwen looked at the pale-faced Xiao Yuan and couldn't help but open her mouth to comfort her. "It should be a holographic projection." Aha! Only then did Xiao Yuan nod, while Yi Chen at this time was smiling as he looked towards Li Che who had retreated behind the crowd unknowingly and opened his mouth to ask, "Captain, just now, that woman said something. Have you analyzed any evidence yet?" "Analyze the evidence? Where do I still have the mood to analyze the evidence?" I was also startled. "Okay?" Li Che cursed in his heart, but on his face, he didn't move and spoke. "The information is too little. I can't analyze anything. Let's simply explore it first." The crowd then started walking in the direction of the compound. So many red decorations hung up. Is this someone getting married? Tang Shui looked at the red lanterns as well as the various red silk cloths all around, a look of confusion surfacing on her face. "It's possible." Yi Chen gently nodded, then took the lead and pushed open the gate of the compound. But everything he entered was what made him flabbergasted again. Hanging red outside and white inside. What does this mean? Yi Chen looked at the onyx inside the courtyard with interest, and couldn't help but reach out and touch his chin. With his ability, it was very simple to break the situation, but this was, after all, someone else's territory, and from the information he knew so far, it seemed that this group of grave robbers wasn't as bad as he had previously thought. He was getting more and more interested in the finer details of this. "Then let's play a good game with you guys." Yi Chen cast his gaze towards the back of this compound, and couldn't help but gently shake his head before looking at the 3 people behind him and speaking. "The information we know now is too little. Let's just separate and look for some clues first. How about seeing if we can piece together some events?" "Hey, I'm the captain. Li Che frowned and spoke with some dissatisfaction. What are you commanding here as one who hasn't passed the script even once? Row. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders and spoke. What do you mean then, Captain? Embrace the group. Li Che directly opened his mouth and said, this royal palace is so big, it's too dangerous to spread out. What if the script is that kind of wandering ghost setting? Isn't that directly giving food to others? First gather and hug. Search room by room. Good. Yi Chen gently nodded. Then the group began to search from inside the rooms near the gate. And soon, the first clue was found. I found a letter. Tang Shue's face was filled with excitement. Then she brought the paper in her hand to the crowd. Let me see. Li Che took the paper into his hands and began to read it. March 7th. Today is the third year of coming to the royal residence to work as a laborer. Although it's a bit bitter, but fortunately, there's still a mouthful of food here. March 8th. The family again sent a letter to let me find a way to send some food back. But I have not started work money for 2 months. Went to ask Wang Butler to ask for. He did not give, but also beat me. What should I do? Indistinct. April 15th. Mother died of starvation. There are only father and little sister left in the house. It's me who is unfilial. I can't send food back. Indistinct. June 1st. I finally got paid for my work, though only for a month. I sent the money home, but it was too late, and my little sister starved to death. July 1st. Father also left. I have no home. What does this all express? Li Che frowned. This looks like the diary of an ordinary houseboy of the royal family. After a moment of silence he directly threw the paper aside. It's useless. It's probably a misleading clue prepared to delay our exploration. Let's keep looking again. Just as the crowd was about to set off to the next room, a red figure suddenly flashed by the doorway. The speed was extremely fast. Did you guys see that? Xiao Yuan trembled as she opened her mouth. It seems like something flew past just now. Saw it. Yi Chen gently nodded his head and spoke. It's a female, but it's not the one we saw at the entrance before. Ha! The crowd couldn't help but feel a tightness in their hearts. And at this time, Tang Shui suddenly saw something and reached out to point to the ground at the entrance. Yi Chen took a step over and found that there was indeed an extra piece of silk scarf on the floor. He reached out and picked it up to read it, and there was a line written on it in beautiful notes. Run away. The king is awake. What's written on it? The crowd all walked over and looked curiously at Yi Chen, who directly handed them the silk scarf. Master Wang? The crowd glanced at each other. Then Li Che spoke. The next step is likely to be the chase plot. According to the normal script's formula, this prince must be the boss behind the scenes or one of the murderers. He's here to delay our search for evidence. There's only one way to solve this problem. What is it? Everyone turned their curious gazes towards him. Seeing this, Li Che spoke. Sacrifice a person to go around this king. Yi Chen, let's leave this task to you. Li Che looked at Yi Chen with a smile and spoke. I'm the captain. I have to be in charge of command and intelligence statistics. These 3 are all girls, so you'll carry on the style? By what right? Tang Shui immediately frowned and opened her mouth to retort. Seeing this, Yi Chen reached out and stopped her, smiled and opened his mouth to say, okay, then I'll go. Then you guys gather clues as soon as possible. I won't necessarily be able to delay it for too long. Then you can rest assured. A smirk emerged on Li Che's face. Half of his proposal was intentional. The other half was of course that indeed most scripts had this process. As for the intentional point, it was of course trying to squeeze Yi Chen out of the way. After all, who could refuse to act with 3 beautiful women? Just as a few people were talking, a heavy and rapid pace had begun to approach towards their side. Bang! There was a loud bang. The wall of the room was kicked out with a large hole, and an incomparably burly man stepped in through the gap. Hiss dash. The moment they saw the man's true face, everyone was given a shock. Chapter 101, Youth? Old monster. Although this so-called prince looks sturdy, but in fact all depends on the heavy cloak on his body to support up. He himself body has not much meat. This not much meat is not an adjective. It's a fact. Standing in front of the crowd is almost a dry skeleton. A big hole opened in his chest and abdomen. You can still see the rotting internal organs inside, and his whole face is also already rotted beyond recognition. Roar! The king let out a roar towards the crowd and lunged towards them with the long sword in his hand. It's all yours, Li Che shouted with a greenish-white face, then immediately turned his head and ran. The other 2 girls also rushed to follow, with only Tang Shui still standing in place. You go follow them, I'll play with this guy. Yi Chen smiled and looked towards Tang Shui and spoke. The latter opened her mouth a little worried and asked, is it okay? I'm Master Yi. Yi Chen smiled back and then took a step towards that king to welcome him. Then I'll go and hurry to find some clues. Tang Shui gritted her teeth. Then she also turned around and went after those 3 people. Roar! The king once again let out a roar, and the long knife in his hand directly slashed down towards Yi Chen's head, and Yi Chen was even able to smell the rotten odor of those rotten meat in the latter's chest. Clang! the long knife hacked into Yi Chen's head, and actually burst out sparks. Then the long knife that looked rusty but had actually belonged to the Yin soldier actually broke off directly. The king froze for a moment, looking at the broken long knife in his hand and then at Yi Chen's head. A look of confusion passed through his eyes. What had just happened? Alright, this will probably be the time when they've gone far away, so I won't talk nonsense with you. Yi Chen snorted, then smiled as he looked at the king and spoke. Take me to meet your master. You're not an ordinary person? The king opened his mouth. His voice came out from the gaping hole in his neck, and it felt so strange that it was easy to hear it if one didn't listen carefully. You think so? Yi Chen smiled and spoke. Looking at you, you also have the realm of a ghost king. How did you get mixed up into this now? The world is hard. The king threw the broken knife aside, gently shook his head, and spoke. Now the world is getting more and more chaotic. The Yin world and the Yang world are not peaceful. I'm a ghost king, but in reality, I'm only a ghost king by virtue of my status in life, and my strength is just that. In the netherworld, I'm bullied and no one looks up to me. It's even worse in the Yang world. Even if you stay inside the grave, you might be cleaned up by an immortal master like you who came from nowhere. What if I don't find a backer? Alright, it seems that you bunch of rule-abiding Yin spirits are not having a good time either. Yi Chen gently shook his head and spoke. Take me over. I have something to find your master. Immortal master, please come this way. The king respectfully made a gesture of invitation, and then he led Yi Chen to come from outside the courtyard wall, to the very back of the compound, and into a small garden. In a pavilion platform, a man looked like he had been waiting for a long time. It's you? Yi Chen actually couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw that person, because this person sitting inside the pavilion platform waiting for him was actually the lazy youth who had received him outside. Why can't it be me? The lazy youth smiled and looked at Yi Chen, who gently shook his head and spoke. I didn't feel any fluctuations of mana or yin chi from you, and had always thought that you were an ordinary person. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the lazy youth laughed out loud and looked at Yi Chen and said, if I can be seen by this little brat of yours, then wouldn't this 90 years of cultivation by the old man be in vain? Senior is already 90 years old? Yi Chen was flabbergasted again at his words, and couldn't help but look the lazy youth up and down again, and couldn't help but open his mouth to exclaim, it really can't be seen. You look about the same age as me here. Senior's cultivation is truly profound. It has nothing to do with cultivation. The lazy youth. No, I should say the old monster gently waved his hand and opened his mouth. My family's bloodline is different from normal people. Born to live a long life, and never grow old until death. Little fellow, what exactly are you looking for me for? It shouldn't be to avenge Wang Lang, right? The old monster smiled and spoke. That guy made his own death. I don't know where he inquired about the antiques in my hand, and had to come and buy them. And it's not okay if I don't sell them to him. I have told him that this thing of mine is not clean. He still says he doesn't care. 100 things, can want his life on those few? The result let him take a big half. All this, he does not die who die? Speaking of which I still have to thank him. The expression on the old monster's face became a bit odd, taking away the thing that I had the biggest headache on how to deal with. After all, the owner of that thing, even I can't afford to mess with it. Wang Lang's own greed in his heart belongs to his own fault, and he suffered retribution. He can't blame anyone. Yi Chen gently shook his head, then looked at the old monster and asked, it's just that the late generation is a bit curious as to why the senior has so many dangerous things in his hands. Can't be helped. The old monster spread his hands and opened his mouth. My Zhang family started off by relying on local rats, and I have saved quite a lot from generation to generation. Although I don't do this evil thing later, but the family reputation is still there. Friends and old friends know that I deal with this kind of thing has a method, but all the tricky things are to me this skimming. So seniors have a family history. Yi Chen's eyelids jumped wildly, then looked towards the Qing dynasty prince Yin spirit that was serving on the side, smiled and shook his head and spoke. No wonder you can live in harmony with these Yin spirits. Harm, they are all poor people, just hitching a ride. The old monster gently shook his head, reached out and pointed to the side of the Qing dynasty prince Yin spirit and said, these are all extinct without incense offerings. Yin spirit also need to eat. There is no incense. Starve for a long time that is not going to harm people. Do some work in me, help me earn money. I get him a tablet on the incense, is also considered mutually beneficial. Senior great virtue. Yi Chen respectfully performed a Buddhist salute. Compared to the way most people dealt with Yin spirits and evil spirits, the old monster's method could be said to be the most perfect solution to deal with it. The only thing was that it was a pity that it could not be popularized. After all, not everyone had the kind of terrifying strength that the old monster had. Only such a strong person would have the courage to do such a thing. The main reason why my junior came this time is actually to ask senior for directions. Yi Chen smiled as he looked towards the old monster and spoke. Senior wants to know the location of the owner of that porcelain vase. Chapter 102, I'll go by myself. You're looking for the owner of that porcelain vase? Hearing Yi Chen's words, the old monster's face instantly became very odd. Looking Yi Chen up and down he spoke. Have you lived long enough at such a young age? That person is just a doppelganger, and he has made me a mess here, making me anxious for quite a while. What I'm avoiding. You still go up to it? The late generation also has a reason of necessity. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Chen's face as he once again saluted towards the old monster and spoke. I hope that senior will be able to fulfill it. There is no harm in telling you to. The old monster reached out and stroked his chin as he smiled and spoke. But to tell you so directly, wouldn't that make me look faceless? What does senior want in exchange? Yi Chen hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Senior, just open your mouth. As long as it is something that senior can get, he will definitely find a way to get it for you. I'm this old, and there's basically no possibility of a breakthrough on the path of cultivation, so I really don't lack anything. The old monster mused for a moment, then reached out and pointed at the compound in front of him and spoke. Let's do it this way. Let's make a bet. You're not allowed to use your magic power to unlock the truth behind this script. If you do it, then I will tell you where the owner of that porcelain vase is located. If you can't do it, then you'll pack up and go home. How about it? Late generation bet. Yi Chen nodded gently after pondering for a while. Then the old monster followed suit and gently clapped his hands. A spell formation engraved with quite a few inscriptions suddenly appeared underneath Yi Chen's body, and a blinding light emanated from it, causing Yi Chen to close his eyes. When he came back to his senses, he had actually returned to the position where he had entered the compound at the very beginning, and before he could be amazed by the old monster's divine means, the latter's voice rang out from his ears. Let's begin then. Remember, no mana can be used. Oh, can't use mana. Yi Chen glanced at his hands, then gently shook his head and retraced his steps inside the compound. At this moment, Tang Shui's progress in their search had already arrived at the backyard. I found another thing that might be evidence. A smile appeared on Xiao Yuan's face as she held up the porcelain bottle in her hand and spoke. This one is labeled as poison. Where was it found? The remaining three were all excited and rushed over to check. The very first hint was that all the people in the royal residence had died overnight. It just so happened that poison could do that. Maybe this was the murder weapon. Inside the room of the daughter-in-law of the royal family who hasn't been married yet, Xiao Yuan opened her mouth to say, and upon hearing this, the other few people couldn't help but fall into deep thought. We did find the diary of the royal family's son before, right? What did it say in there? Tang Shui cast her gaze to Li Wenwen on the side. That diary was what the latter had discovered. That's right. Li Wenwen was silent for a moment, then spoke. Inside the diary of the prince's son, it says that he feels his illness is getting worse and worse, and it's very likely that he won't have long to live. The world's son is not going to live long, but there is still a red cloth representing joy hanging outside. A smile appeared on Li Che's face and he hurriedly spoke. I see. This is an underworld wedding book. Underworld wedding book? The crowd was shocked. Seeing this, Li Che spoke very confidently. You see, the Shitsi is sickly and is already about to die, but the royal family still arranged a wedding for him. What is this called? Rushing ah. Then the world's son's consort was unwilling and directly poisoned the entire royal family. Doesn't that make sense? This kind of book that likes to write about feudal dregs. There are too many of them. Aren't they all this way? The other three women all nodded lightly after glancing at each other. It kind of makes sense. I remember that the world consort has another line. Tang Shui looked towards a room in the far corner of the backyard and spoke. That would be her father, the Grand Mage. Where shall we go again? No need. Li Che waved his hand and said. This has already been determined. Why look for anything else? Can't we just go to the back end and submit the evidence? But my friend Yi Chen hasn't returned yet. Tang Shui frowned and said. Aren't you waiting for him? He's the king who helped us hold off the king for so long. The smile on Li Che's face froze. To be honest, going back to save Yi Chen was something he was 100 times reluctant to do. It was really because that prince was also too scary looking. Alas, Shui's sister He coughed dryly twice and spoke with a feigned face of helplessness. The prerequisite for saving pending is that brother Yi Chen hasn't been eliminated yet. You guys didn't fail to see how horrible that king is. Maybe he's already been ruled dead in the game. Then isn't it pointless for us to go back? If we encounter the king again, the four of us that are left after a long time will be lost again. But, Tang Shui couldn't help but frown, just about to open her mouth to continue saying something, but was immediately interrupted by Li Che. I understand your feelings, but isn't the reason we play the game to win? With a righteous face, Li Che opened his mouth and said, if we go back, that would be a waste of brother Yi Chen's sacrifice of delaying time for us. Do you two think the same way? Tang Shui directly cast her gaze towards the other two girls. She knew that Li Che would definitely not go to save Yi Chen, so she could only seek the opinion of these two. A tangled look surfaced on Xiao Yuan's face, and only after a while did she look at Tang Shui and spoke. I'm sorry, I'm really scared. I want to end it early. Li Wenwen also followed suit and nodded her head and spoke. Me too. Alright then. Tang Shui gently nodded. Seeing this, Li Che thought that Tang Shui had also given up on saving Yi Chen, and was just about to open his mouth to praise him, but the result was that the latter's next sentence caused the smile on his face to immediately freeze. If none of you are going, then I'll go myself. Tang Shui directly turned her head and walked towards the front yard, leaving the three of them together with wide eyes. What a dog-biting El Dongbin! Li Che directly snorted coldly, then looked towards the remaining two women and spoke. Then let's go and directly hand in the task. Good. Xiao Yuan and Li Wenwen gently nodded. Then they walked together towards the depths of the backyard. On the other hand, Yi Chen also slipped to the place where the front yard and the backyard met. He had wanted to follow the traces of the four people but suddenly realized that amongst the rows of dimly lit rooms, there was a single one with a light on. Chapter 103, Someone Else. Whose room is this? Yi Chen's face couldn't help but be a little puzzled, and when he reached the door of the room, he could vaguely hear crunching sounds coming from inside the room, as if someone was chewing on something. The yin qi is quite heavy. Yi Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although the bet with the old monster was that he couldn't use his mana, but this spiritual eye was something that came with the flesh. You couldn't even turn it off if you wanted to. At this moment, in his line of sight, a layer of black gas gathered in a smoke cloud over this entire room, which appeared to be very unsettling. At least it's a ghost general. Yi Chen felt the intensity of this yin qi. Then he was ready to push the door in. Although he was not able to use his magic power because of the bet, this game itself was not meant to take lives. You can't kill people, and I'm not afraid of your situation. The feeling of fear of the yin spirit, it was just that. Creak dash. Yi Chen pushed the door open, only to see a bloated fat man with his back to him seemingly chewing on something, and the ear-piercing crunching sound kept coming. He didn't seem to notice Yi Chen's entry at all, still where he was constantly chewing. Yi Chen stepped around the table and came to the front of him, and even his mind almost didn't crumble. It wasn't that this guy looked so scary, it was really that what this guy was doing was really a bit disgusting. This dead fat guy was pulling out his intestines from the big hole between his waist and abdomen, and then directly stuffed them into his mouth, chewing on them. Yi Chen could even see some intestinal stuffing left behind from the corner of this dead fat guy's mouth. Nima, are you a old 8 addicted to crime? Yi Chen hurriedly ran to the side and started to hold the table to dry heave more than, after vomiting for a while, when he came to his senses. Only then did he realize that he was holding on to the table with a thick volume of books. What is this? Yi Chen was a bit puzzled as he turned the thick book over, then realized, this was the expense account book of the royal family. Yi Chen roughly swept through it. Basically it was all related to the daily needs of life. Only a special few were not, but it was this special few that caught Yi Chen's attention. Yi Chen? Just at this time, a calling voice with a tone of surprise came into the room. Yi Chen looked for the sound and found that it was actually Tang Shui who was walking towards him with a face of surprise. Why are you here? Where are those three people? Yi Chen hurriedly walked out of the room. Even he couldn't stand it, let alone what would happen if the little girl on Tang Shui saw it. They wanted to leave you behind. I didn't agree, so I ran back by myself. Tang Shui smiled and spoke. Have you already defeated the king? Sort of. Yi Chen gently nodded and opened his mouth. At this time Tang Shui saw the door of the room that Yi Chen had walked out of and a look of surprise couldn't help but appear on his face. Did you open this room? We passed by here before, but there were sounds inside we didn't dare to go in. You guys were right not to go in. Yi Chen pulled the corner of his mouth. The picture inside the room was really a bit exciting. Let's go. Let's turn in the quest together. Tang Shui looked at Yi Chen with a smile and opened her mouth, but the latter raised an eyebrow and asked, you guys already cracked the truth? I don't know. But that what's his name Li Che said that he had already cracked it. Mentioning Li Che, Tang Shui's face flashed with a look of disgust as she spoke. He said that the murderer was the world son's consort who hadn't even gotten married yet, because the Shi was sickly. The king wanted to flush him out, so he forced a wife on him, but the world son's consort who was picked was unwilling, so she drugged and poisoned everyone, and we also found the poison that had been concocted. Poisoned? Yi Chen stroked his chin. In fact, this reason made sense. But as someone who had even come into contact with a lot of real yin spirits, it would be a hell of a thing if he believed this reason. The appearance of the yin spirit and the appearance of death and life would have a great deal to do with each other. And even if the yin spirit that died in a murder, the vast majority of them would still leave behind wounds from their life. Himself, no matter the king that he saw, or the dead fat man before, all have this kind of mouth on their bodies. That means they were actually killed by murder, and it has nothing to do with poison at all. The real answer shouldn't be this. Yi Chen gently shook his head and spoke. The real culprit must be someone else. Have you collected any other clues? Yi Chen cast his gaze towards Tang Shui and opened his mouth to ask. The latter mused for a moment and opened his mouth to say, Probably there's also the fact that the crown princess might not have a good relationship with the king, but instead she was very close to the cook, and often subordinates saw them getting along privately in less crowded places. Then there's the fact that the world son's illness is very serious, and everyone says that it's because he wasn't serious when he sacrificed to heaven and earth and offended the heavens and sent down a punishment to make him like this. Yi-chan gently nodded, then suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Do you know what an archmage is?" "Archmage? No. Tang Shui gently nodded and spoke. "He is the father of the crown princess, and seems to be a very powerful exorcism master." "How did you know that there's still a great mage in this royal residence?" "We also didn't get any information related to him until later." "Oh." Yi-chan nodded gently, then spoke with a smile. "I went through the books from within. The royal family now has a large financial loophole. Several of them were used to provide disaster relief, and the rest of the large expenses were all given to the archmage. This person is definitely not. If you guys think it's that simple, there must be a lot of other stories on him that we haven't discovered yet. So it's like this. Let's go then." Sugar Water pulled Yi-chan's arm, smiled and opened his mouth. "Let's go together to take a look at the great master's bedroom. It's in the backyard." Yi-chan could only nod his head in tears and laughter, and spoke. "Good." The two of them then walked through the array of buildings and the moon gates behind them, arriving at the location of the backyard. The archmage's bedroom is right there. Following the direction of Tang Shui's finger, Yi-chan saw a small room, then took a step over and directly opened the door. It seemed like it had been too long since anyone had come in here, and just the small action of opening the door caused countless dust to spread out to the outside. Bah! Yi-chan and Tang Shui were both startled by the appearance of this dust, and coughed a lot before easing up a bit. "What is all this stuff here?" Yi-chan pinched his nose and frowned as he stepped into the middle of the room, and then he saw the arrangement around him, which was very strange. Chapter 104, Prince Consort. "What are all these things?" Yi-chan looked at the furnishings in the room around him with some confusion, and the look on his face became more and more odd. This room was filled with some strange decorations everywhere. What only bones of the viper head emitted a 7-colored light. Was Yi-chan ritual now is all and we did not? A black pamphlet placed on the table in the middle of the room. Yi-chan couldn't help but walk over and pick it up to check it out, and found that it was actually the diary of the archmage, and after turning it over, the other side of the story floated up to Yi-chan's face. "So this is it." Yi-chan pulled at the corner of his mouth and gently shook his head as he spoke. "Let's go. I know who the murderer is. Let's go save those 3 guys first." "Save them?" Tang Shui flabbergasted for a moment, then somewhat curiously opened her mouth and asked, "How do you know that the 3 of them love to be captured?" "These 3 guys did find the right murderer, but got the reason wrong." Yi-chan pulled the corner of his mouth and spoke. "It is estimated that they are now directly bumping into the right person. If it wasn't for the fact that this is a game, the 3 of them would probably have become a dish on someone's table by now. Let's hurry up and go. Otherwise it won't be good if we give these 3 guys a fright in a while." Yi-chan gently shook his head. Then he took Tang Shui and began to walk towards the backyard of the compound at a rapid pace. Halfway there, Yi-chan suddenly stopped again. "What's wrong?" Tang Shui, who was following him, asked with a puzzled look on her face. Seeing this, Yi-chan reached out and touched his chin and spoke. "Wait a moment. Let's go find a helper first." "A helper?" "Yes, a helper." Yi-chan smiled as he pulled Tang Shui towards the other direction of the backyard, gradually disappearing inside the night. He almost forgot one thing just now. He didn't have magical power right now. To save a hammer man? Or honestly follow the normal rhythm to find a few suitable helpers, and then go to face the real murderer this way better. "This is the helpers you're talking about?" Looking at the main room in front of her, Tang Shui's mouth couldn't help but open, and an unbelievable look appeared on her face. The main room was usually the most noble person living in the entire royal residence, and as for who this person could be, it wasn't something that could be known by just thinking about it. It must be the king's own father who had just carried a long sword and had nearly stunned the 4 people with his appearance. "That's right." Yi-chan smiled and nodded his head as he spoke. "Actually, in this plot, the king is a good person. No, a good in spirit come to think of it. And his pursuit is actually just really to scare people and drive away those who are scared. So that's it?" Tang Shui's face was filled with a look of shock. She really couldn't imagine that vicious, corpse-stinking, mace-ridden prince was actually a good person. "Get up." Yi-chan opened his mouth towards the inside of the main room and called out. "Don't you want to avenge your family and subordinates?" "Revenge?" After a long time, the king slowly stepped out from the darkness, still with the same rotting body, still with a rusty long sword. "I take revenge every second of every day. All the time." The king's voice was filled with sadness inside. After a long period of silence, he looked towards Yi-chan and spoke. "Let's go. I'll help you this time." "Good." Yi-chan gently nodded, and then the 2 of them plus a in spirit walked towards the backyard where the in chi was the deepest in stride. "Why do I feel so cold?" Tang Shui couldn't help but sneeze. wrapping the clothes on her body tighter. Normal. Yi Chen smiled and looked around at the surroundings. The thickness of the Yin Chi here was indeed a bit terrifying, and it was more than enough to show how terrifying a Yin spirit the owner behind this was. As the crowd gradually went deeper and deeper, the surrounding buildings gradually sparsely turned into mostly floral scenery, and when they walked behind the last moon gate, the crowd's eyes had only been left with a dense forest that they couldn't see the head of. Let's go. Yi Chen took the lead and walked into the dense forest, with the king and Tang Shui following closely behind. The two men and one Yin spirit followed a path through the forest and began to head towards the depths of the dense forest. It's so quiet here. Tang Shui gently swallowed a mouthful of water. The odd surroundings filled her heart with uneasiness, and she couldn't help but lean more towards Yi Chen's side. It's as if sound has disappeared here. We're almost there. Just as Tang Shui was spitting, Yi Chen suddenly opened his mouth, while Crystal's gaze followed Yi Chen's gaze forward, only to see that the black dense forest had finally come to an end. A rather flat piece of woodland appeared in front of them. An ancient well was located in the center, and around the ancient well, for a dozen meters in circumference, not an inch of grass grew. Woo woo! A clogging whimper suddenly came over at this time. Yi Chen cast his gaze over and realized that it was the edge of the dense forest where three people had been neatly helped on the trunk of a large tree. The one who made the sound was none other than Li Che, who was located in the center of the trio, and his eyes were on the verge of glowing when he saw Yi Chen. The other two women, on the other hand, lowered their heads in some shame. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled, and then stepped over to untie the bonds for the three. Phew! Finally the reinforcements have come. Li Che hurriedly began. Let's hurry and run. The crown princess has gone crazy. I came over before I could hand in my mission, and she directly launched an attack towards us, and then the three of us were all tied up here. You still have the face to say that. At this time, Xiao Yuan, who was on the side, suddenly opened her mouth. The look on her face was obviously very angry. Looking at Li Che, she opened her mouth and said, "You saw the crown princess pouncing over at that time. You actually pushed the two of us forward, running away first by yourself. That was me." Li Che's face instantly developed a blush, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. Xiao Yuan coldly snorted, then pulled Li Wenwen away from Li Che. "I really misjudged you. It seems like your experiences should be quite wonderful." Seeing the messy situation between the three, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows before speaking with a smile. "Alright, you guys can settle things between yourselves when you go out. Right now I'm the one who's going to reveal the truth about this script." Immediately after that, Yi Chen twisted his head to look at the withered well not far away and spoke with a smile. "Isn't the crown princess going to come out to meet?" As Yi Chen's voice fell, the location of the wellhead of that ancient well suddenly began to rise with black mist, followed by a red figure leaping out from it, the very same figure that had previously reminded Yi Chen that their prince had woken up. Chapter 105, The Truth is Revealed. "Oh, you say you want to reveal the truth?" The crown princess, who clearly possessed beautiful looks but gave off a feeling of heart-stopping, looked towards Yi Chen and spoke with a calm face. "Then what do you say the truth is? You are the murderer." Yi Chen smiled and looked towards the crown princess, who nodded with a smile. "That's right. That's not fair." Li Che suddenly shouted at this time. He reached out and pointed at the crown princess. "I also know that you are the murderer. Why did you not even give me a chance to speak just now?" Quack! The crown princess looked at Li Che, who was shouting and jumping up and down in front of her. She couldn't help but frown. Then with a wave of her sleeve, Li Che's entire body flew backwards and fell to the ground wailing in pain. "Not fair! Not fair! I'm not playing anymore!" Li Che's entire person shouted frantically. Seeing this, the crown princess's brows were frowning tighter and tighter. A smear of killing intent had surfaced on her body. "Shut up!" Yi Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth. He could not let this cargo Li Che to blindly push around here anymore. "Why she didn't respond to you responding to me is actually quite simple." Yi Chen swept a glance at Li Che, then smiled and clapped his hands and spoke. "You come out as well." Ha! A sound of a harumph sounded, accompanied by a burly figure. It was the king himself. He held a rusty long sword and stood behind Yi Chen. That aura was not weaker than that of the crown princess in the slightest. "Because I talked the king himself into coming to defeat the crown princess with me. Because we are stronger. That's why," she responded. "Got it, stupid? Stupid? Me?" Li Che's face turned green and white. Since he had been living a smooth life since he was a child, when had he ever been so abused? "I'm too lazy to bowl asterisk 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 asterisk." Yi Chen looked at the prince on the side with a helpless face and spoke. "Knock out." "Yes." The king nodded slightly, and then he slowly took a step towards Li Che, who was already white in the face. "What are you guys going to do?" Li Che looked at the king, who was slowly approaching towards him, and the speed of the change of expression on his face could be said to be very rapid. "Don't come over." Li Che's face was filled with a look of panic, and he couldn't help but retreat backward. But where could he retreat to? A large tree was against his back, and he shouted angrily, "I'm quitting the game. I'm not playing anymore. You can't attack me." Otherwise it's the crime of intentional injury, and you have to be sentenced. You think about it. Bang! A good sound is a good head. The king pressed and ignored those words of Li Che, cleanly knocked the latter unconscious before returning to Yi Chen's side once again. The annoying fly is finally honest. Yi Chen smiled and looked at the crown princess and spoke. Now I can reveal the answer, right? Yes. The crown princess slowly nodded her head. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled and opened his mouth. First of all, of course, the simplest, the murderer is you. As for the reason, I'll say it slowly. This royal residence was actually quite wealthy before it fell. Yi Chen's tone was calm as he narrated the story. It's just that at that time, the world was hit by a great disaster. The farmers had no harvest, and there was even a situation where the easy child was eaten. This can be seen from the very beginning when we were given the days of the householder. However, the king's kind heart, but often rescued these grainless victims, which also led to the high pressure of survival of the entire royal family. There were even several times in the middle where no monthly payment was given to the household servants. But what does this have to do with me? The crown princess laughed and gently sat down towards the edge of the ancient well, looking towards Yi Chen and speaking. If I were that capable, I wouldn't still have to stay here. No, no, no. This is where there is a cause and effect relationship. Yi Chen smiled and looked at the crown princess and spoke. The world is in a great disaster. The people are in a state of civil unrest. This kind of soil is most suitable for the establishment of a Taoist lineage. Regarding this point, your father seems to be very good at it. Yi Chen smiled and spoke. Am I right? The heavenly soprano holy maiden. I was about to forget that name. The crown princess gently shook her head, then spoke. What about continuing? What about the following? Then you received an invitation from the king. Yi Chen continued to speak. Originally, the king was prepared to make good use of you father and daughter. He wanted to use the power of your father and daughter to stabilize people's hearts so that he could create better conditions for the subsequent disaster relief. Yi Chen saw this and turned his gaze towards the king and spoke in a very serious tone. It's a pity that he didn't know people well enough to see your wolfish ambitions. You father and daughter duo do have some ability. Yi Chen smiled and opened his mouth to say. When they were still human, they had already mastered the power of Yin Qi, becoming an evil sorcerer. Yi Chen smiled and opened his mouth to say. Later on, you guys started to lay your hands on the royal family, and your first target was the world's son. Although the crown princess noticed it early, but it was useless. Although you guys are guests on the surface, but in reality, you have already hollowed out a lot of the royal family's place. In the end, the crown princess decided to preempt you before you guys completely take control of the royal palace with your evil techniques. So there was the wedding banquet between you and the world's son. Yi Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Originally, the Wang Fei was going to poison you father and daughter to death, but it was discovered by you a long time ago, so the poison was switched by you, letting the crown princess die under her own means, right? Yi Chen smirked as he looked towards the crown princess and opened his mouth. The latter just opened her mouth expressionlessly and responded. So what if it is? How? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and spoke. Don't try to be brave. What happened back there? Aren't you more aware than me? The king saw the death of his beloved wife and directly broke free from the evil control. Then he completely exploded and sent out his own personal guards to surround and kill your father and daughter. Even though you are both experts in evil arts, you still had trouble exerting your power in the face of teams of well-trained and refined soldiers. In the end, after paying for the lives of almost all of the personal guards and soldiers again, both of you were finally killed. Am I right? Yi Chen laughed and looked at the crown princess. The latter's gaze towards Yi Chen had become odd and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask. You guessed the entire process with just this little bit of information. I'm also considered lucky. Yi Chen smiled and spoke. I found your father's notes inside his room, thus confirming all of this. Are we considered cleared now? Looking at the four people in front of her, a cold smile surfaced on the crown princess' face. Pass? It's still early. Defeat me first. Chapter 106. Seeing Fatty again. Beat you? Yi Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. Wasn't it just a matter of cracking the truth and going through the motions? There was still a battle session. He couldn't use his own mana right now. Yi Chen had to cast his gaze to the side of the king, who didn't talk nonsense. The last level itself is a war between me and this demoness. All you have to do is to find a way to help me defeat her. This, an odd look surfaced on Yi Chen's face. The world consort was an evil sorcerer in her lifetime, and after her death, she had even easily achieved the Demon King, and with the help of the accumulations she had made while she was alive, her combat power was not normally high. And the words of the prince, although he is also the realm of Ghost King, but part of it is because of the feedback of the status in life, his own strength bar as he himself said. It is just that, against ordinary evil ghosts and spirits, it was not much of a problem, but against an expert amongst the ghost kings like the world consort, it was far too poor. There are things inside the compound that can help me become stronger. The king took a step towards Shirzi concubine. and the long knife in his hand was already drawn. You still have 15 minutes. If you can't find it within that time, I will lose and your game will fail. As the words fell, the king's head came to the world consort's face money without looking back, and the rusty long knife in his hand slashed straight down towards the latter's body. Clang! With a crunching sound like gold and iron, the king's long knife and the Sheetsy consort's sharp nails collided together, knocking out quite a few sparks. Yikes! The three girls who were watching the battle from the side could not help but reach out and cover their mouths and let out a scream. They also did not expect that these two people would actually start fighting when they said they would, and it was still the kind of vicious move that poked at each other's vitals with every move. Don't look! Hurry up and find something. Yi Chen pulled the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly greeted the three girls as they walked back together. In total they only had 15 minutes. The courtyard was so big. Wanting to find that so-called props that could help the king to improve his strength in such a short period of time was simply hard as hell. What do we do now? Tang Shui came to Yi Chen's side and opened his mouth to ask. The latter gently shook his head and said, we can only follow the rules first, and look for that prop first. But none of us know what the prop actually looks like. Xiao Yuan, who was at the side, also spoke up and said, there's no way to verify this. In case we think we've found it and take it back, but it's useless. We don't have the time to come back again. There's always something to try no matter what. Yi Chen gently shook his head and spoke. Anyway, we don't have a better way now, do we? As for the look of that thing, no surprise it should be something closely related to the king. Everyone's search should mainly focus their energy on this. Rather find the wrong thing, don't let it go. Yi Chen spoke with a serious look on his face. Everyone try to find some more. When it's really not possible, take them all over and try them all the same. Good. The three women looked at each other and felt that although Yi Chen's method was not considered to be the best solution and was time-consuming and laborious, it was indeed a direction for them who currently had no clue whatsoever. With that, the crowd spread out to the entire backyard, and began to search from every corner for anything related to the king. Yi Chen, on the other hand, came to the front yard alone. It was logical that the king lived in the back of the house, and there should be very little in the front yard that had anything to do with him. But it wasn't without a slight possibility, especially according to the tone of this script that always liked to say a line to hide a page. It wasn't really possible to say that they would really put this thing that could enhance the king's power in the front yard. Something that can enhance the king's power. Yi Chen searched from room to room over and over again, while weighing the possibility of what this prop actually was in his mind. Crunch crunch dash. Just as Yi Chen was pondering, a crunching sound suddenly came from his ears. Yi Chen cast his gaze over and realized that it was actually the dead fat man who had stored the king's account book inside the room. At this time, he had already walked into the front yard and started to wander inside. His mouth had been chewing on something and looked like he was struggling a lot. This guy doesn't look like any normal in spirit. Yi Chen looked up and down at this dead fat guy. Although he was also a in spirit body coalesced by the additional will of in chi, this dead fat guy was different from other in spirits in too many ways. If you say that he was strong, he seemed to have no brain, and could only act through the most basic primitive instincts. But if you say that he wasn't strong, this guy was also much stronger than the wandering souls and ghosts that had just become in spirits. There should be a special arrangement for this guy to appear here. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Although this dead fat guy looked like he was used to guard those books about the king's mansion, but when he went in, he didn't hide his own tracks, and this guy only glanced at himself before continuing his own business. He completely ignored himself, so his appearance must have some other meaning. Hey, stupid big guy. Thinking of this, Yi Chen opened his mouth and called out to the dead fat guy, ready to see what the standard was for testing this guy's intelligence. Ha! The dead fat man heard the call and slowly turned around, looking at Yi Chen, a look of doubt surfacing on that puffy, swollen face. Not bad, still understands human language. Seeing this, Yi Chen gently nodded, then gestured at the dead fat man for a while, gesturing while speaking. Have you ever seen anything related to the king in the front yard? The king, master. The dead fat man's face flashed through a flash of confusion. Standing there as if thinking about something, Yi Chen saw that there seemed to be a door, so he waited in place for a while. No, didn't see, ever. Looking at the dead fat man stumbling out these words, Yi Chen's face skin twitched madly, gently shook his head and said, that's fine, I'll go and look again. Ugh, isn't this wasting a lot of my time? Yi Chen was just about to twist his head to take a step. The corner of his eye suddenly skimmed a thing. He immediately looked at the dead fat man and opened his mouth to ask, what do you have in your mouth to play should be? The stone cannot be bitten. Dead fat man stretched out his right hand, directly into the inside of his throat, and finally pulled out a seemingly seal thing. The material is non-jade and non-iron, but it looks like a full sense of luster. The character is not extraordinary. Give me a look, chant? Yi Chen stretched out his hand and asked for it with the dead fat man, originally felt that this guy was dull and should be very good at talking, but he didn't expect that it was just this one sentence that the dead fat man suddenly flipped out. Chapter 107, the beginning of the final battle. Robbing something, and eating. The original dead fat body was already majestic enough, but after these words fell, his body began to expand rapidly again. From the previous height of more than 2 meters, it instantly swelled to more than 4 meters, almost doubling in size. The original form of those fat meat also changed, from raw fat to arm after arm, thigh after thigh. Roar! The dead fat man opened a veritable bloody mouth, and towards Yi Chen there was a roar, the stench paired with an almost visible wave of sound. My Nima, did you just drink a whole sewer? It stinks. Yi Chen covered his nose with a disgusted expression and opened his mouth. I'm not trying to rob you. Is it okay for me to switch with you? Robbing can't be done. Exchanging can be done. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the dead fat man calmed down quite a bit, and then was looking straight at Yi Chen, wanting to see what the latter was able to come up with. This is for you. Can change that seal, right? A ball of solid and thick yin chi appeared in Yi Chen's hand. He had been subduing demons and removing devils. His body would always be stained with quite a lot of yin chi, so Yi Chen usually used Buddha's light to purify it directly. However, as the demons and monsters he had seen became more and more powerful, the quality of the yin chi became higher and higher, and gradually some of the yin chi could resist the irradiation of his Buddha's light to a certain extent. Although this thing cannot hurt Yi Chen, but for ordinary peoples is still very dangerous, so cannot throw, completely purify it, consume the merit is also a small number. It is not worth it, so Yi Chen has been the massive things on the body. This will hear the dead fat man asked to exchange. He thought about his body also this play should be in spirit can be used with. What treasure beads what demon-subduing pestle and mortar for in spirit is a big harm. Yes, for the first time, the dead fat man said 2 words so fluently. Yi Chen could even see a very eager look from inside his eyes that were almost squashed away by his fat. Dead fatty threw the thing that seemed to be a seal into Yi Chen's arms, and then grabbed the large mass of yin chi and stuffed it into his mouth, as if he was afraid that Yi Chen was going to back out. He directly ran away without looking back. That thing is that good? Even the retards are grabbing for it? Looking at the dead fat man's back as he ran fast and furiously, Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head, and then took a step in the direction of the backyard. Regardless of whether that yin chi was good or not, it was useless to himself anyway. Yi Chen, you're back. Seeing Yi Chen's figure walking over, Tang Shui's face immediately surfaced with a touch of excitement, quickly leading the other 2 girls to Yi Chen's front. Look what we found. Yi Chen looked towards the open space in the middle of the backyard courtyard. At the moment it was already densely packed and piled with all sorts of things. From jade pendants, letters, to quilts and footpots. These 3 could be said to have collected all the things related to web pages from the backyard child. Is there anything we want here? Tang Shui looked towards Yi Chen and asked with an excited expression on her face. The latter could only shake her head with a bitter smile. Let me take a look first before saying anything. I'm not sure what exactly it is. With that, Yi Chen squatted down and began to check these scattered objects. Unfortunately, basically none of them were anything important, and the yin chi on them was also weak to the extreme. Just as Yi Chen shook his head, ready to give up, he suddenly saw a very familiar object in the corner of a pile of objects. Where did I find this? Yi Chen picked the item up and scrutinized it carefully. It was very similar to the seal that he had exchanged from the dead fat man, except that the inscriptions engraved on it, as well as the overall pattern was different. The one in Yi Chen's hand was a phoenix, while the one Tang Shui and the 3 of them found was a dragon. This one was seen on a shelf in the king's study. Xiao Yuan raised her hand in response. This item was the one she had found. Well, I probably know what's going on. A smirk appeared on Yi Chen's face as he finally looked at the other 3 and said, let's go. It's time to go back and end this. The 4 of them then took a step to retrace their steps to the dense forest from before. And at this moment, the center of the dense forest was already a mess. Earth and rocks were flying. Smoke and dust were rising in all directions. Above the ancient well, the world prince consort was floating. His aura was still incredibly powerful, and there were no obvious injuries on his body. The same could not be said for the prince on the ground opposite him. His already bone-thin body with wounds everywhere was almost broken into several pieces. The long sword with rust stains had broken again, but despite this, he remained standing, holding the broken sword, and confronted the world consort with, we're back. Tang Shui looked at the rather heavily injured prince and couldn't help but speak. We brought back something that can enhance your strength. Prince, oh, you guys found it? A flash of light lit up in the king's eyes, and he hastily reached out towards the several people to ask for it. It's this one, isn't it? Yi Chen reached out and threw the dragon seal over. The king gently nodded after receiving it, then shook his head. Indeed it is, but then again it's not, because it's incomplete and still missing the other half. Ha 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 ha. A smug expression surfaced on the world consort's face. You guys just die. How could I possibly let him regain his strength? The other half of the seal has long been hidden by me in a place no one knows about. You guys are bound to lose today. Still missing half? Hearing the words of the king and the world consort, all three women couldn't help but begin to change the color of their faces. They had already delayed for too long, and even if they went back to look for it now, they would no longer have enough time to return again. Could it be that we're really all going to lose? Just as this thought flashed through the minds of the three women, Yi-Chen smiled and spoke. You're talking about this? Yi-Chen smiled as he pulled out the phoenix pattern seal from his pocket and threw it directly to the king. You actually did find it. The look on the king's face immediately became excited, while the opposite child's world consort's face changed dramatically as she lost her voice and opened her mouth. It's impossible, but I put this seal inside the dead fatty's body? Yi-Chen smiled and spoke. That guy is barely half a friend with me. That said, you also really want to come out. The match seal of the hallowed princess. You dare to treat it like this. So what? The world consort dropped down from the sky, the expression on her face gradually calming down again. Even if you have the props that can restore the king's full power, but I won't have any more helpers? Chapter 108, Peak Ghost King. But will I have no more helpers? As the world consort's voice fell, a gust of gloomy wind suddenly blew in the middle of the empty woodland, and a sound that seemed like a murmur resounded from the deepest part of the ancient well, as if some ancient and evil existence had awakened. Ah! A burst of black smoke emerged from the depths of the ancient well, outlining a pale ghostly face in midair. Demon Road. It's the one that caused my entire family's lives. Seeing this face, a flash of anger instantly appeared on the king's tattered face, and his entire body erupted with a purple-black resentful aura that was almost visible to the naked eye. So it's the king. That ghostly face smiled and spoke. Have you not given up yet? You have to understand that you can't be my opponent no matter what you do. Even if I'm sealed under this ancient well by a great power, I can still crush a half-assed ghost king like you. Ha ha ha. With the size of the ghost face, the entire mountain forest was shaking, and of the three girls, the two of them, Xiao Yuan and Li Wenwen, directly hugged each other out of love and fear. Why do I feel like this is all real? Are we really playing a game? Xiao Yuan was directly scared and cried. Her body trembled. Li Wenwen's face was not much better than Xiao Yuan's. She was also very scared. However, seeing her best friend who was scared and cried bitterly, she could only speak out to comfort. Of course we are playing a game, but the scene here is really a little too realistic. Tang Shui was a lot calmer than the two of them, but she still couldn't help but reach out and pull on Yi-Chen's sleeve. Peak Ghost King? Yi-Chen frowned as he looked at the ghost face floating in midair. This was an unprecedentedly strong enemy. Although it was bound and sealed, the pressure it brought to him was almost the strongest apart from that unknown ghost emperor. It seems that the old senior's strength is even stronger than I thought. Yi-Chen lightly laughed and shook his head. He had always been very confident in his own strength, but today, he had also experienced what it meant that there were people outside the mountains. Just this peak ghost king leveling spirit was very tricky to deal with on its own. The old monster actually able to subdue it imprisoned here, and for such a long time did not let it hurt anyone. One must know that this game pavilion had quite a few visitors every day, worthy of being a strong person who was able to maneuver around the ghost emperor without much loss yet. Yi-Chen took a deep breath and a look of determination appeared on his face. There's still a lot I have to learn. At this moment, in mid-air, the Yin spirit of the king and the Yin spirits of the two evil artists stood opposite each other, and the Yin chi that was so thick that it could almost be condensed into a substance was scattered throughout the entire woodland. Daughter, I'm sealed and unable to exert my power, so I'll lend this power to you. The ghost face laughed out loud, and then directly crashed into the body of the world consort, and a touch of unusual redness actually surfaced on the latter's originally very pale face. The entire person's deathly aura was actually much less, only that the Yin chi on her body didn't decrease by half, but on the contrary, it was also more than several times thicker. Ha 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 ha. A flash of scarlet red flashed through the eyes of the world consort, her rather colorful face filled with an evil feeling, and then she directly reached out her hand and pointed towards the king. The terrifying Yin chi transformed into a palm and slapped down towards the prince's body. The latter tried his best to resist, but he still couldn't stop falling towards the bottom. Where are the Yin soldiers? The king let out a roar. The two seals on his body that Yi-Chen had handed over to him began to glow and glow, followed by a sudden violent Yin chi fluctuation that arose behind his back. A large door appeared out of thin air, and out of it, nearly 100 heavily armored soldiers came out, rushing over towards the world consort. The overall strength of these Yin soldiers was at the level of evil ghosts at the weakest, and becoming a military formation was even more capable of layering the Yin chi they released, and the intensity was even more prevalent, and their overall strength was not in the least bit weaker than that of a proper ghost king. What a great scene! Yi-Chen couldn't help but frown slightly as he watched the king lead the Yin soldiers into battle with the world consort. He always felt that this matter had begun to develop in an out-of-control direction. It had gotten to the point where the Ghost King was fighting. How did it feel like it wasn't like the realm of a game anymore? Why hadn't the old monster come out to stop it? It wasn't that Yi Chen didn't believe that the old monster's strength could control the situation. The main thing wasn't the old monster afraid of exposing his own territory? It didn't matter to him and Tang Shui. Of course he wouldn't say anything, while Tang Shui had seen a lot of big scenes following him, and wasn't a loose-tongued person herself. This can be seen from the fact that she has obviously dealt with a lot of evil spirits with herself, but her own family members are still unaware of it. However, the three over there were just. Yi Chen cast his gaze over and realized that Xiao Yuan and Li Wenwen had both been dumbfounded. This kind of battle was no longer something their mental capacity could accept. I'm not playing. Let me out. I want to go home. Xiao Yuan directly broke down and cried, and although Li Wenwen on the side didn't say anything, but from her slightly bewildered look, one could also tell that she was already doubting the true extent of what she was facing. The only one who was still quite safe was Li Che. This kid hadn't woken up since he was knocked out until now. Alas. Yi Chen sighed softly, then took a step in front of the two of them and spoke. Let's go. Let's leave here first. The Ghost King battle was really too dangerous, and it was not good to make a move by binding himself to the agreement. So let's bring these three ordinary people to a safe place first. Immediately after that, Yi Chen directly carried Li Che, who was lying on the ground, and then with Tang Shui one by one, he carried the two women, who were already almost unable to walk, towards the direction of the compound. Yi Chen, Tang Shui, you two honestly tell me, are we still inside the game now? On the way, Li Wenwen suddenly looked at Yi Chen and asked, I've realized from the very beginning that you two are different from the three of us. The three of us are in pursuit of the game. You guys, on the other hand, seem to be harboring some sort of purpose from the very beginning. Hearing her best friend's words, Xiao Yuan also reacted, and hurriedly moved away from Tang Shui who was assisting her. Indeed, Yi Chen's behavior was really a bit abnormal. He was just too calm, so calm that people had to suspect him. A look of hesitation surfaced on Tang Shui's face. Then he turned his questioning gaze towards Yi Chen. Do you guys think what you saw was real or fake? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and did not answer their question head-on, instead opening his mouth to ask them a rhetorical question. Li Wenwen's face instantly turned pale and incomparably pale, and there was a tremor in her tone. Then it seems to be true. Chapter 109, The Old Story. Well, that's right. Yi Chen gently nodded, then looked at the two women and spoke. What you see is indeed not a projection or a prop. Everything is real. Then those NPCs we encountered are also all. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but reach out and cover her mouth, and her entire body couldn't stop trembling. Well, of course. Yi Chen nodded with a smile and spoke. They are those unclean things in the perception of normal people. Seeing the two girls who were already a little hexagonal because of fear and terror, Yi Chen smiled and spoke. But you can rest assured, inside this ancient spirit game pavilion, there is a. You guys understand as a Taoist priest, right? Very powerful Taoist priest. With him restraining, these guys will not harm anyone's life safety. So many years you guys not also all see it. Here is very safe. Safe? Li Wenwen's face became very ugly and spoke. How dare you say safe? Those are ghosts, like good and evil people. Ghosts are also divided into good and evil ghosts. Yi Chen spoke in a very calm tone, and even the most vicious ghosts may not be more terrifying than people. After all, there are some things that ghosts can't do, but people can. We can guarantee that we won't divulge what happened here. Please take us away. Li Wenwen spoke in a resolute tone. Inside their team of three, the seemingly leading Li Che and the enthusiastic Xiao Yuan were both more conspicuous than her. But in reality the smartest person was her. It doesn't matter my business if it leaks or not. Yi Chen gently shook his head and spoke. It's not like I'm the owner of this place, but it's fine to take you guys away. He wasn't prepared to bring these three people to continue. After all, the current situation did seem to be a bit dangerous. Just as the crowd re-entered the location of the entrance, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. It was actually the woman who had given them the rules for clearing the level at the very beginning. You guys can't leave yet. The woman looked at the crowd and opened her mouth. Yi Chen could not help but frown at the situation and opened his mouth. I remember that the past condition was to reveal the truth about the deaths of everyone in the royal residence. This is something that we have already done. I know. The woman was silent for a moment. Then she actually directly knelt down in front of Yi Chen and spoke. Master, please save my husband. Your husband? Yi Chen froze for a moment, and then suddenly reacted, looking at the woman with a gaze that carried a strange look as she opened her mouth and asked, You are the wife of the king, the king's consort? That's right. Wanfei gently nodded her head and spoke. 183, Beijing Street here is different from the other scripted rooms in the ancient spirit hall. The Yin spirits hosted elsewhere are employees of the ancient spirit hall, while we are all sinful spirits here. Our place here isn't actually a script room. It's just a cell where Zhang Tianshan is holding us. A cell? Tell me more about it? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, and the princess then informed the crowd of the origin of this royal compound. In fact, after our royal family and the evil sorcerer died together back then, each other became mean spirits hundreds of years later due to their unwilling grievances, and our mansion, which is also this compound, landed on Beijing Street, and according to the rankings, it happened to occupy the position of number 165 to 183, after our couple and that evil sorcerer's parents achieved the Yin spirit's body, because of the grudges in their lives. Of course they were not allowed to be in water or fire with each other, and started to conquer each other. The four of us are all ghost kings, and the aftermath of the battle rippled from the nether realm to the yang world, and as a result, it attracted Zhang Tianshan. He sealed all four of us, and was originally going to destroy the four of us, but my husband was carrying the sealing corrections on his body, and he would be involved in karma if he did it rashly, so he made a deal with us, that if my husband died under that evil magician's hands, he would step in and help us to completely destroy him. I'm not surprised to mess with that evil magician. Yi Chen stroked his chin and looked at the princess and opened his mouth to ask, what sins did your husband commit again? Foolishness. The Wang concubine smiled miserably and spoke with a bitter smile. My husband received the evil sorcerer's hoodwinking, charging those starving people heavy taxes to provide for him in the year of the calamity, leading to the people's insecurity, the people breaking their homes, and even changing their children to eat them. Although he came to his senses at the last moment, the sins that were created do exist. I see. Yi Chen gently nodded, then spoke. Then he exchanged his own life for the life of the evil artist master and daughter in order to atone for his sins. That's also deserved. It's repayment of a debt. Yi Chen didn't have the intention of helping the other party just because they were pitiful. They had made a mistake and it was right that they received punishment. Otherwise who should those victims who died because of them go to reason with? But, the crown princess was already in tears at this moment, sobbing uncontrollably as she spoke. We've already paid for our mistakes, and we've tried our best to make up for it. My husband scattered his family's wealth and gave it all to those people. He himself even directly led the royal family's own soldiers in a firefight with the evil artist and managed to kill this scourge, for which he also paid for his own life and even the lives of the entire royal family's relatives. Is this not enough? Whether it's enough or not, I'm not qualified to evaluate. Yi Chen still gently shook his head and spoke. I'm not one of those people who have been victimized by you, so how can I be qualified to mention them to forgive you for the harm you have done to them? Your husband's behavior is very heroic and admirable, but the mistake has already been committed. Not to say that hard to make up can completely erase those injuries. The crown princess was speechless, and could only fall to the ground in deep obeisance, constantly pleading with Yi Chen, please, master, help my husband, please. Such a tragic situation even Tang Shui on the side was somewhat moved. She couldn't help but reach out and pull Yi Chen's sleeve, speaking in a low voice. Why don't you just help them? Yi Chen, you're so powerful anyway. It's not the same thing. Yi Chen gently shook his head, just as he said. He was nothing more than a person of the latter days. How could he be qualified to forgive a person who had once harmed them on behalf of those who had died long ago? Crown Princess, the feelings between you and your husband are certainly touching. Yi Chen once again looked at the Crown Princess and spoke. But things right and wrong are not so distinguishable. And since your husband has already done this, I think he has also prepared his heart to extinguish his true spirit for this and completely dissipate from now on. The princess was silent for a moment before she suddenly raised her head, and blood began to gush out continuously from her reddened eyes. Grandmaster, could you really be so heartless?